So their duty is to go into their astronauts and go into the facility.
What are they talking about?
From other astral groups. Trying to get
What?
block. There's been a lot of people on my talk about this.
Yeah, there's a lot of people on my things, though, unfortunately. I'm open-minded with this remote viewing stuff. The how put off stuff is fascinating. When he was describing it, like how accurate they've been. When there was that crashed jet from Russia that they were trying to recover, and they found it within a couple-mile radius. They were able to recover it before Russia was. It's pretty wild. I think if that's a real ability that people have,
you think it's bullshit?
no. I don't think it's bullshit. I think they spent too much money on it. They researched it for too long for it to be total bullshit. The output off was very compelling. I've never seen it in action, though. So, for a minute,
You ever see what? Somebody
remote viewing. Yeah. I would like to know. Imagine someone could show you how to do it.
anyway.
Yeah. Where would you go? Here. Yeah, 100%. Right. What if you could time remote viewing? Right. Oh, that's always working.
I go Roswell.
Yeah. There's a lot of those.
We're not talking after you know about it. I think how long to
115.
15.
Yeah.
I mean, how long can you it's one thing to think about is like if you think our parents' age, right? Like what they lived through technologically. All the 50s, 60s and stuff. Now, fast forward 30, 40 years for us. At what point does some of this technology really come out? The anti-gravity stuff, the disclosure of UFOs.
It's a good question. What Output said was that during the Bush administration, they put together a panel of scientists and experts, and they gave them a task. The task was compile a list of things that would be disrupted by disclosure. They said, if we disclose that we have recovered crashed vehicles of non-human intelligence in biological remains, what would be the implications? And so they had a list on the pros, things that would be disrupted, and the things that we would benefit from. And they put a numerical value to each one of them. It was overwhelming by every one of them. The overall negative. And so they decided not to disclose.
What was the con science said? Because I know religion is a big part of it.
Religion was a big part of it. Government. Why would anybody believe that we have control over anything if there's super intelligent beings from some unknown realm, whether it's on a planet or a dimension, that have technology far beyond our comprehension? And then there's the religious aspect, which gets really weird, the Lazar talked about, where there's this immense folder that we encounter that has to do with religion, that has to do with how aliens created these religions in order to protect what they say human beings are here for, that we're containers. Sorry, of what? Just they refer to us as containers. Yeah. And the religion is designed to sort of keep peace, or to keep some sort of a moral structure.
And again, as if we had this disclosure, this information on the moral structure, the moral fabric of society. So,
It would crumble because we wouldn't be able to control people at all. If we all knew there was something beyond our comprehension that's here all the time, that can hide in plain sight, that lives in the ocean, that faces the ocean, they can mask their appearance and fly at insane rates of speed, and just appear in places, and they essentially have complete control over everything that goes on. That would, we would lose all of our faith in any sort of governmental institution because these are bad. There, to have its power, and also it just gets taken away voluntarily by you. Like, if they could go back in time and stop the internet, don't you think they would? I don't think they had any idea what the internet was going to be released. But what could be the harm of letting people get on AOL? Yeah, you got mail.
you're going to be tired from the dialogue. It's going to take too long for you to listen.
Yeah. Nobody had any idea that you were going to carry 5G data phone in your pocket and it's capable of sending, all over the world instantaneously. And then social media, you can share that information, upload it to thousands of other places instantaneously. You have no control over information anymore. Before, there's no control of the distribution of any information. They have complete control of propaganda, and they don't know. No, they don't. They don't have total control over it. We're talking. So they don't have total control. They don't have total control. We're talking. They don't have total control. Yes. But that's the weird thing about the UFO stuff, right? Because there's two problems with this question. One of the problems is these people who were involved in these programs had to apply to Congress. This misappropriation of funds. They had to get money in some sort of way, and they got this money through some sort of misappropriation of funds, and that is highly illegal. So there has to be. This is that Age of Disclosure documentary. I don't know if you saw it. It hasn't come out yet, but they've been screening at South by Southwest. Jamie and I saw it. It's really good. It's really incredible. It's all people talking about what they know, what they've seen, and what kind of problems. Bob's not one of those, but how put off seen in there, find out how to. I mean, there's a ton of people. When's that coming out? I do not know. Is it coming out? You know what? Streaming service? It'll probably come out streaming service, I guess, but it could come out in theaters as well. I'm trying to no. That's not too big. That's what it is. It's done and it's out there. I think that's how it's supposed to be. Just one day this time. Yes. They think this documentary is going to break the well. They're going to break the dam. Yeah. This one's pretty intense. It's got basically everybody that worked on Christopher and all these different people worked on all these different programs saying exactly what we have, what we know, how long it's been going on. And this is why we have not released these things. So there's that aspect of it, the money in Congress and misappropriation of funds. And then there's the other thing is that how do you work on this stuff? Well, the government can't really do it on their own. So what do? They bring in defense contractors, they make jets and spaceships and shit. Those are the people that get access to this material. They do have back engineered crafts. They do have something that they recovered that's a crash vehicle of non-human intelligence, non-human origin, not of this world, and they're back engineering this. That company that's back engineering it has an enormous advantage over their competitors. And so their competitors produce soon. Because, why would you give them access to? Why would Raytheon get access to it when GE does it, or whatever the company is? So they outline issues with disclosure, and the resolution they said there has to be some sort of a blanket amnesty to everybody working that program, and they have to say that's the only way. That's how they do it, and that's how they have to do it. If we're going to find out the information, we have one of two things we have to accept. We have to either accept that these people are going to be able to keep this stuff in power or keep the people that are in power going to keep this stuff secret, because if they don't, then they're going to get in trouble and they're never going to release it, and so we're all going to be in the dark forever. Or we just say, okay, within that scenario, they're going to be off the hook no matter what. So let's just let them off the hook for the greater good of mankind and understand what the fuck we're really looking for. What are we really dealing with? What do we really know? And so I'm hopeful that that's a possibility. So, especially the last 10 years, there's been so much stuff that's been up there. Oh, yeah, videos. And basically from 2017, from that New York Times article in 2017, when it was on the front page of the New York Times, that kind of opened up a lot of people's eyes. Okay, this is a real story now. Yeah. And that's not ridiculous anymore. And now the next yeah, I think there's bound to be I'm not sure. There's a lot of fake stuff. There's a lot of stuff. Don't you think that we're at least 10 to 20 years behind even whistleblowers, what they actually have? So even if they were to release some of the stuff, they still have other struggles. Probably. I would imagine. I bet they are. That's what's crazy. They can keep it. you see that manifest itself on D-Day, where you've got 6,939 vessels, of which there are 1,230 warships, 4,127 assault craft, 12,500 aircraft, 155,000 men landed and dropped from the air in a 24-hour period. It is phenomenal. It is absolutely phenomenal.
The following is a conversation with James Howard, a historian specializing in World War II, who has written a lot of amazing books on the subject, especially covering Muslims, often providing fascinating details at multiple levels of analysis, including strategic, operational, tactical, technological, and of course the human side, personal accounts from the war. He also co-hosts a great podcast on World War II called We Have Ways of Making Power. This is an excellent podcast supported. Please check out our sponsors in the description or at letsstream.com/sponsors. And now, dear friends, here's James Howard. In Volume 1 of The War in the West, your book series on World War II, you write, the Second World War witnessed the deaths of more than 16 million people from over 60 different countries. Entire cities were laid waste. National borders were withdrawn, and many millions more people found themselves displaced. Over the past couple of decades, many of those living in the Middle East or parts of Africa, the Balkans, Afghanistan, and even the United States may feel justifiably that these troubled times have already proved the most traumatic in their recent past. Yet, globally, the Second World War was, and remains, the single biggest catastrophe of modern history. In terms of human drama, it is unrivaled. No other war has affected so many lives in such a large number of countries. So, what to you makes World War II the biggest catastrophe in the drama of modern history? And maybe from a historian perspective, the most fascinating subject to study.
The thing about World War II is it really is truly global. It's fought in deserts, it's fought in the Arctic, it's fought across oceans, it's fought in the air, it's in the jungle, it's in the hills, it is on the beaches, it's also on the Russian steppe, and it's also in Ukraine. So it's that global nature of it, and I just think where there's war, there is always incredible human drama, and I think for most people, and it's certainly true in my case, you get drawn to the human drama of it. It's a thought that gosh, if I'd been 20 years old, how would I have done it? Would I have been in the army? Would I have been in the Air Force? Would I have been on a Navy destroyer? Or how would I have coped with it? How would I have dealt with that separation? I've interviewed people who were away for 4 years. I remember talking to a tank man from Liverpool in England called Sam Bradshaw, and he went away for 4 years. And when he came home, he'd been twice wounded, very badly wounded in North Africa, then he was shot in the neck in Italy. Eventually got home. When he came home, his mother had turned grey. His little baby sister, who had been 13 when he left, was now a young woman. His old school had been destroyed by just rocket bombs. He didn't recognize the place. And do you know what he did? He joined up again. Went back out of Europe and was one of the first people in Belgium. So,
what was his justification for that?
he just felt completely disconnected to home. He felt that the gulf of time, his experiences separated him from all the normalities of life. He felt that the normalities of the life that he had known before he'd gone away to war had just been severed in a really kind of cruel way that he didn't really feel he was able to confront at that particular point. But he decided to rejoin, couldn't go back to the 3rd Royal Tank Regiment, so went back to a different unit. Went from kind of the Italian campaign to European theatre. Didn't see so much action at the end, but like a lot of British troops, if you were in a certain division at a certain time, you ended up passing very close to Belgium. You suddenly realised, okay, this was the right thing to do. We did have to get rid of Nazis, and we did have to do this because this is the consequence. It's not just the oppression, it's just not just the secret police, it's not just the expansionism of Nazism, but it's also, the Holocaust, which hadn't been given its name at that point, but you're witnessing this kind of untold cruelty. And I always, I've always sort of, that's sad. he's no longer with us, but he was one of the kind of first people that I interviewed, and I interviewed him at great length. And I know you like a long interview next, and I totally get that. Because when you have a long interview, you really start getting to the nuts and bolts of it. One of the frustrations for me when I'm looking at all the histories of Second World War vets is usually they're kind of they're on YouTube or they're on a museum website. They're 30 minutes, an hour if you're lucky. They're just scratching the surface. You never really get to know it. You feel that they're just repeating stuff they've read in books themselves after the war and stuff. And I was kind of feeling frustrated that I haven't had a chance to kind of stuff that I've been growing up.
So Tank Man, what was maybe the most epic, the most intense, or the most interesting story that he told you?
Well, I do remember him telling me, funny enough, it's not really about the conflict. I remember him telling me about the importance of letters. And there was this guy who literally every few weeks, the post would arrive into Italy. There's no kind of regular post. So it was supposed to be regular, but it didn't come out regular. So you might suddenly get a flurry of 5 in one day. But he said there was this guy in his tank, a member of a different tank, who was a good friend of his in the same squadron. It's British squadrons for their army, and which is Americans for that country.
I should say that in your book, one of the wonderful things you do is you use the correct term in the language for the particular army. Whether it's the German or the British or the American.
But that's not to be pretentious. That's really just because you do so many numbers and different units. It can go over your head, and you can get sort of consumed by the detail if you look at one. And as a reader, it can be very unsatisfying. So one of the things about writing in the vernacular German or American spelling of war rather than or Mauer, as we Brits would spell it, is it just immediately tells the reader, okay, this is American, okay, I got that, or this is German, I got that, or Italian. But yeah, go back to Sam. So Sam, there was this guy in his squadron, and he'd get his letters from his girlfriend, his wife, and he said it was like simple. He said we all just waited for his letters to come in so we could find out, whether his daughter had, got to school okay or something, won the swimming contest or whatever it was, the sort of details of this sort of day-to-day kind of banal life. It was just absolute catnip to these guys. They absolutely loved it. But then the letter arrived, the Dear John letter, saying, sorry, I found someone else, and it's over. And his friend was just absolutely devastated. It's the only thing that kept him going, this sense of this sort of continuity of home, this foundation of his life back at home. And Sam said he could see he was in a really, really bad way. And he thought, he's going to do something stupid. And he went up to him and he said, look, I know it's bad, and I know it's terrible, I know you're actually devastated, but you've got your mates here, just don't do anything silly. Just, maybe when it's all over, you can patch things up or sort things out. And he said, you've got to understand it from her point of view, it's a long way, you haven't seen me for 2 years, this kind of stuff, so just don't do anything rash. And of course, the next engagement, 2 days later, he was killed. He said it was just a kind of, he just knew that was going to happen. So it was a sort of self-fulfilling thing. That's something I've never forgotten, that story. I just feel it's about human armor. that's the truth of it. How people react to this totally alien situation. For the most part, the Second World War is fought by ordinary, everyday people doing extraordinary things. And I think that's something that's so fascinating. I suspect that I think instinctively I'm quite slapdash, I think. So I think I would have bought it literally. I don't think it would have ended well for me. I'm just a big fan.
Yeah. I think I also have an element in me where I can believe in the idea of nation and fight for a nation, especially when the conflict is what's going on.
But things worse than death.
Yes, as the propaganda would explain, but also so a nation, France, Britain, maybe facing the prospect of being essentially enslaved. The Soviet Union was facing the prospect of being enslaved literally, I mean, it was very, very clearly stated what they're going to do. They're going to repopulate the land of Germanic people. So, but they're not just going to do that; they're also going to starve lots and lots of Soviet individuals to death by the Hunger Plan, for example, which is planned, really very casually, and not by the, this is not SS units or anything like this. This is the Wehrmacht. This is the economic division of the Oberkommando de Wehrmacht, the German combined general staff. General Georg Thomas comes up with, and Hermann Bacher. They come up with who's the kind of minister for food. They come up, what are we going to do? We haven't got enough food, largely because German farming is inefficient. And it's rather deep for it. We'll go in and we'll take food. It's colossal urbanization of the Soviet Union since the revolution in 1917. So they're just not going to get their food. These people in these cities, because we're going to take it all, and that's going to lead to a lot of deaths. Umpteen millions is the phrase that Georg Thomas used. So let's talk about the Hunger Plan. How important was the Hunger Plan maybe from Nazi ideology and to whole Nazi work? Essential to it. But this is all about this notion that is embedded into Hitler's mind, minds of the Nazi Party, right from the word go, is that there is a sort of global conspiracy, Jewish Bolshevik plot, completely misplaced that Jews and Bolsheviks go hand in hand, somehow dovetail. They don't, obviously. And the whole ideology is to crush this. Part of the way the Nazis think, the way Hitler thinks, is there is a them and there's us. We are white, Northern European Aryans. We should be the master race. We'd be threatened by global Jewish Bolshevik plot. We'd be stabbed in the back in 1918 when the First World War. We need to have to overcome. This is an existential battle for future survival. It's a terrible task that has befallen our generation, but we have to do this. We have to overcome this, or else we have no future. We will be crushed. It's absolutely cut and dry. And one of the things about Hitler is that he is a very kind of black and white, them or us, either or kind of person. It's always one thing or the other. 1,000-year right or Islamic. There's no middle ground, no gray area. One or the other. And that's his worldview. And the reason he went before was because of the crystal clear clarity of his message, which is we can step in that. There is a purpose. We have to overcome this. We are naturally the master race. We have to reassert ourselves. We have to get rid of global Jewry. We have to get rid of global Bolshevism. And we have to prevail for us. But if we do prevail, amazing what it's going to be. So he starts with this. Every speech he does always starts with the same way. Always starts from a kind of negative. It always ends with incredible rabble rousing crescendo of you're in the front row, spitball halitosis and gesticulation. I mean, you've seen pictures of him. I don't know if you've ever seen this. He's always must grab the air and clutch it to him. And you can see the kind of the venom coming out of his mouth just in a single still photograph. I mean, there's apps you can get now where you can translate the speech. And it just sounds, like today's standards. You just think, what a load, absolutely lovely, just total nonsense. But you have to kind of put yourself back in the shoes of people listening to it in 1922, 1923, or indeed 1933. See how captivating that is to a certain part of the population. So to go back to your original point, Lebensraum is absolutely part of it. So what you do is you crush the Bolsheviks, you crush the World Jewry, then you expand. Britain has had this incredible empire, global empire. Germany needs that too. Germany's stuck in Europe and doesn't have access to the world's oceans. So we're not going to be a maritime empire. We're going to be a land mass, not the whole of land mass of Europe and into Asia. That's going to be out. We're going to take that land. We're going to take the breadbasket of Ukraine. We're going to use that for our own ends. We're going to spread we're going to
make ourselves rich, but we're also going to spread our peoples. We're going to spread the northern master race throughout Europe and into the traditional Slavic areas, and we will prevail and command. And so you have to understand that everything about Operation Barbarossa, the planned invasion of Soviet Union in 1941, is totally wrapped up in the Nazi ideology. People, I've read it, that historians look at, if only Hitler had realized that, the Ukrainians would be quite happy to kind of fight on their side. If only he'd actually brought some of these Jewish scientists and kind of into the Nazi fold, then Germany might have prevailed in World War II. You kind of think you're missing the entire point. That's just never going to happen because this is an ideological war.
Yeah, this is not a pragmatic, rational leader. I mean, part of defectiveness, I should say, is probably the singular belief, this ideology. There's pros and cons. For an effective military machine, probably having that singular focus is effective.
Yes, except that when you're making military decisions, if those decisions are always being bracketed by an ideology which is fundamentally flawed from a pragmatic point of view, as much as a kind of ethical, kind of reasonable point of view, you're kind of opening yourselves up for trouble here. And this is the problem we had with Barbarossa. They realized very early on in 1941 when they're wargaming this whole operation that it's not going to work. And so, there's people like General Paulus, who's on the staff at the time. He's given he's in charge of kind of wargaming this. He goes, this isn't going to work. And Keitel, who is the chief of the OKW, goes, no. Go back and make it work. He goes, okay. So he comes out with a plan that does work, but it's focus. I mean, it doesn't work because they don't have enough. They don't have enough motorization. They go into the Barbarossa with 2,000 different types of vehicles. And every single one of those vehicles has to have different distributor caps and different leads and plugs and all sorts of different parts. There's the interoperability of the German mechanized arm is super inefficient. And so you've got huge problems because they kind of think, well, we took France in 1940, and that's kind of one of the most modern countries in the world, one of the greatest armies and armed forces in the world. We did that in 6 weeks. So, Soviet Union, look, they struggled with Finland, for goodness sake. How hard can it be? But what you're failing to understand is that attacking the Soviet Union is over a geographical map 10 size of France, just on the frontage. And you haven't really got much more mechanization than in late 1940 when they attacked the Low Countries of France. And you've actually got less Luftwaffe aircraft to support you. And you just do not have the operational mechanics to make it work successfully. And it is largely down to incompetence of the Red Army and the Soviet leadership in the summer of 1941 that they get as far as they do. I mean, Barbarossa should never come close to being a victory.
Let's talk through it. So Operation Barbarossa, you mentioned, and we'll go back.
Yes, we jump straight into it. Like even off 2 years of war.
So this is June 1941. Operation Barbarossa, when Hitler invades the Soviet Union with, I think, the largest invading force in history collectively. And there's 3 prongs: Army Group North, Army Group Center, Army Group South. North is going to Leningrad. Center is going, it's the strongest group going directly towards Moscow, and South is going and targeting Ukraine, Caucasus. So, can you linger on that, on the details of this plan? What was the thinking? What was the strategy? What was the tactics? What was the logistics? There's so many things to say, but one of them is to say that you often emphasize the importance of 3 ways to analyze military conflict: the strategic, the operational, and the tactical. And the operational is often not given enough time, attention. It's the logistics that make the war machine really work, successfully or fail.
Yeah, that's absolutely spot on. And it's interesting because the vast majority of general histories of World War II tend to focus on the strategic and the tactical. So what do I mean by that? Well, strategic, just for those who don't know, that
That's your overall war aims. Get to Moscow, whatever it might be, conquer the world. That's your strategy. The tactical side of things that's the cold face of war. That's the attritional bit. That's the fellow in his Spitfire, the tank crew, the soldier in his foxhole. The actual kinetic fighting bit. The operational bit is the level of war that links the strategic to the tactical. So it is absolute factories, it's economics, it's shipping, it's supply chains, it's how you manage your war. And one of the things where I think people have been guilty in the past, historians have been guilty in the past, is by judging warfare all at the same level. But obviously every competent nation has a different approach to war because of the nation they are, the size they are, their geographical location. So Britain, for example, is an island nation. Its priority is the Royal Navy, which is why the Royal Navy is known as the Senior Service. In 1939, it's easy to forget it now when you see how depleted Britain is today. But in 1939, it has comfortably the world's largest navy. It's about 194 destroyers. It's 15 battleships, 7 aircraft carriers, another kind of 6 on the way. America, it's got the Pacific Ocean, it's got the Atlantic Ocean, it's got 2 seaports. It has the second largest navy in the world. But tiny army. I mean, the US Army in September 1939 is the 19th largest in the world, sandwiched between Portugal and Uruguay. It's just incredible. It's like 189,000 strong, which might seem reasonably large by today's standards, but is absolutely tiny by 1939 standards. Whereas Germany's got an army of 3.5 million. So, these are big differences. But America's going at it from a different perspective. Britain's going at it from a different perspective. Britain's empire is all about it's a shipping, it's a seaboard empire. Whereas there's also another point, which is having large armies is actually inherently impractical and inefficient. Because the larger your army, the more people you've got to feed, the more kind of barracks you've got to have, the more space you've got to have for training, the more people you're taking out of your workforce to produce tanks and shells and all the rest of it because they're jumping around with rifles. So there's an argument saying actually it's really not a very good way of doing it. So, very much the British way and subsequently the United States way and where Britain's dominions and empire is to use kind of steel, not our flesh as a principle. This is the idea is that we use technology, mechanization, modernity, global reach to do a lot of your hard yards. That's a basic principle behind the strategic air campaign. When we talk about strategic air campaign, we talk about strategic air forces which are operating in isolation from other armed forces. So a tactical air force, for example, is an air force which is offering close air support for ground operations. A strategic air force has got nothing to do with ground operations, it's just operating on its own. So that's your former force. That's your P-17s, P-24 force of the 8th Air Force flying out of East England, or the industrial complex in Germany, or whatever it might be. So it's important to understand that when you compare, you have to have the back of your mind that Britain, compared to Germany, for example, is coming at it from a completely different perspective. And I would say one of the failures of Hitler, he always views everybody through his own very narrow worldview, which is not particularly helpful. You want to get inside the head of your enemy. And, he's so guilty of not doing that. So when you're talking about Operation Barroso, to go back to your original question, you're dealing with an operation on such a vast scale that operational is absolutely vital to its chances of success or failure. It doesn't matter how good your individual commanders are at the front. If you haven't got the backup, it's not going to work. The problem that the Germans have is, yes, they've got that kind of 3 million men on the front, and they've got their kind of 3,000 aircraft and all the rest of it. But actually, what you need to do is break it down. And who is doing the hard yards of that? The way the German war machine works is that the machine bit is only the spear. So people always talk about the Nazi war machine. In a way, it's a kind of misnomer because you're sort of suggesting that it's highly mechanized and industrialized and all the rest of it. Nothing could be further from the truth. The spearhead is, but the rest of it is not. And this is the kind of fatal flaw of the German armed forces in the whole World War II, really, but even in this early stage, because in Barbarossa, you're talking about 17 panzer divisions, out of the 100 involved in the initial attack. The 17, that Panzer Division is not a division full of panzers, tanks. It is a combined arms motorized outfit. So scouts on BMWs and sidecars, armored cars, infantry, grenadiers, panzer grenadiers, which are infantry in half tracks and trucks, mechanized. It is motorized artillery. It is motorized anti-aircraft artillery. It is motorized anti-tank artillery. And of course it is tanks as well, panzers. Those are a really, really small proportion of, you're talking less than 20% of your attacking force are those spearhead forces. And inevitably, they are going to be a trick to this again. You are going to take casualties. And not only that, you're not going to just take battlefield casualties, you're also going to have mechanical casualties because of the huge spaces involved. You simply can't run. So what you see is, in the initial phases of Operation Barbarossa, they surge forward. Red Army's got absolutely no answers to anything. Stalin weirdly hasn't heeded all the warnings that this attack is brewing. There have been plenty. Smolensk falls on the 15th of July, less than 4 weeks. It's kind of 3.5 weeks. Smolensk has gone in and overwhelmed the rest of what had been Poland. They surged into what is now Belarus, taken Smolensk, Army Group Center. Army Group North has thrust up into the ports, all going swimmingly well. But then, the next several months, they barely go 100 miles. And that's because they're running out of steam. And the 60th Panzer Division, for example, by the time it's taken Smolensk, involved in taking Smolensk on the 15th of July 1941, the following day, it's got 16 tanks. 16 out of just 80. So it's just being a trick. They can't sustain it. And they can't sustain it because as the Russians pull back, as the Red Army pulls back, they do their own scorched earth bombs. They also discover that the railway line is kind of a different loading gauge, so they've got to change it. So it's slightly, the Russian loading gauge is slightly wider. So every single mile, every yard, every foot, every meter of they're capturing the Russian railway has to be moved a couple of inches to the left to make it fit. The German Kriegslock and the standard train locomotive of the Reichsbahn. Just imagine what that's like. And also Soviet trains are bigger, so they can take more water, which means the water stops in between are fewer and far between. So they have to, the Germans, when they come in, their trains, their Kriegslock are smaller, so they have to be rewatered more often and recoaled more often. So they have to, it's absolutely boggling just how complicated it is and how badly planned it is, because they haven't reckoned on this. They're having to kind of think on their feet.
A lot of the logistical details around this, because yes, that's a huge component of this, especially when you come from Irish territory. But there is a notion that if Hitler didn't stop Army Group Center, it could have pushed on into Moscow. It was only maybe 100 miles away from Moscow. Is that a possibility? Because they would have so much success in the early days pushing forward. Do you think it's possible that if Hitler, as we mentioned from a military blunder perspective, to make that blunder, that it could have defeated the Soviet Union right there and then?
Well, my own view is that they should never have got close. Red Army has plenty of men to be able to see off anything that the Germans could do. The capture of Kiev, for example, in September 1941 was a catastrophe for the Soviet Union. It should never have happened. I mean, Zhukov is saying to Stalin, we've got to pull back. So, no, can't possibly do that. You can't abandon Kiev like this. No way. No, absolutely not. And he goes, but we are just going to be a while. We can't hold this. And he says, I thank me for father. So Stalin sacks him. Obviously, as we know, Zhukov gets rehabilitated in pretty quick order. And Stalin does march very quickly thereafter to learn the lesson. But the opening phase of Barbarossa has been a catastrophe. And so, as a consequence of Stalin refusing to let his men retreat back across the Dnieper, which is a substantial barrier, would be very difficult for the Germans to overwhelm had they moved back in time. that's another kind of 700,000 men put in the back. I mean, that's just staggering numbers. Um, but yeah, I mean, there's so many things wrong with the Barbarossa plan. Too much of it. It's just such a vast area. I mean, you're talking about kind of 2,500 miles, of frontage. Maybe if you kind of put your panzer groups, which would be spearheads, you put them all in one big thrust and just go hell of a level straight across on a much more narrow frontage, let's say 400 miles rather than 1,200, then they might have they might have just sort of burnt away straight through to Moscow.
They really caught up there.
Yeah.
Is there something you said about the strategic genius of that, or was it just luck?
No, I don't think so. I mean, I think what's happened is you've had the Soviet purchase of the second half of the 1930s, where they have executed or imprisoned 22,500 officers, of which 3 out of 5 marshals, God knows how many army commanders, etc., etc. So you completely decapitated the Red Army in terms of its command structure.
But before that, would it be fair to say was one of, if not the greatest army in the world?
Well, there was a lot of experience.
But also the technology, material, the size of the army, the number of people that need their whole life.
Yeah, and they're the first people who kind of adapt, created airborne troops, for example. So, yes, I think there is much to say that. But the decapitation is absolutely brutal. If you decapitate an army, you then got to put new guys in charge. And someone who looks on paper like a half-decent peacetime commander might not be a very good wartime commander. They're different disciplines, different skills. And what comes to it, you don't know that until you're tested. It's very hard to kind of judge. And of course, Stalin is insisting in a sort of, a vacuum of paranoia and suspicion all the time, which is unhelpful when you're trying to develop a strong armed force. So they go into Finland back in 1939, and they get there, they get really badly hammered. They do take back, they get the Karelia Peninsula, and they do take some ground, but huge casualties are 5 times as bad as those of the Finns, and it's a humiliation. So Hitler sees that and thinks, they're not too much gold. Then Hitler loses the battle of Britain, and he thinks, I can't afford to fight a war on 2 fronts. That's one of the reasons why Germany loses the war in 1940 to 18 is when the Eastern Front, but also fighting on the Western Front at the same time. We've got to avoid that. But like Britain hasn't come out of the fight. Britain is still fighting in the back end of 1940 and won the Battle of Britain. And so maybe I'll go into the Soviet Union now while the Red Army is still weak. We're not 100% ready ourselves, but let's hurry the whole thing forward, because originally we've been thinking of planning an operation in 1944. So the idea is you take Poland out, you take out France and the Low Countries, you conquer most of Western Europe, you knock out Britain. So therefore you don't have to worry so much about the United States because they're on the other side of the Atlantic. That then buys him time to kind of rebuild up his strength for the all-out France from the Soviet Union. Failure to subdue Britain in 1940 changes all those plans and makes him think, I'm going to go in early. And he's also been kind of, he's trusted by certain parts because he starts to believe his own genius. Everyone told him that he would never going to beat France in the Low Countries. Everyone told him that it wouldn't work out when he went into Poland. Everyone was really nervous about it. He said, well, go hang you cautious, awful, aristocratic Russian generals. I'm the best at this. I've told you, I've shown you, I'm the genius. I can do it. He starts to believe his own hype. And of course, it's probably, he's surrounded by sycophants who constantly telling him he's this incredible genius. So he starts to believe it. He thinks everything is possible. And he's very much into this idea of the will of the German people. This is our destiny. And I forgot to say earlier on, it's a 1,000-year run for Armageddon. But momentum is with us. We need to strike it only by gambling, only by being bold will the Germans prevail and all this kind of nonsense. And so that's why he goes into the Soviet Union in June 1941 rather than a couple or even 3 years later.
Yeah, he really hated the Prussian general.
Yeah, he hated it.
Is there to be made that he was indeed at times a military genius?
No. I don't think so. It's none of the plan. I mean, even the plan for the invasion of France and the Low Countries is The concept is by Mansteins and the execution is Guderian. So Guderian is the kind of, he's the pioneer of the Panzer Force, the Panzer Front, this idea of the ultra mechanized combined arms, Panzer spearhead doing this kind of lightning fast thrust. It's not Hitler's idea. He adopts it and takes it as his own because he's infuriating to be liked. But it isn't his. So it's not, and up until that point, until that comes to being, until that plan is put forward to Franz Halder, who's the chief of staff of the German army at that time, Halder just thinking how to get out of this mess because they know that France has got a larger army, they know that France has got more tanks, they know that France has got double the number of artillery pieces, it's got parity in terms of air force. Then you add Holland, then you add Belgium, then you add Great Britain, and that looks like a very, very tough nut to crack. I mean, the reason why France is subdued in 1940 is 50% British of the Germans from their operational art at one particular instance, and 50% French failure and incompetence.
There is a kind of genius to be able to see and take advantage and set up the world stage in such a way that you have the appeasement for France and Britain, keep the United States out of it, set up the world stage where you can just plow through everybody with no resistance. There is a kind of,
well, yes, it should well, it is.
Right.
But it doesn't, that's I mean, he goes into Poland on the assumption that Britain and France are not, he is not prepared for Britain and France to go to war.
Right.
He thinks they won't.
That's right. So miscalculation, blunder. But then France does, right? And then that doesn't, France does not successfully do anything. It's an incredible army that
It has a size, but one of the problems that France has is that it's very, very, it's very cumbersome in the way it operates. There's no question that it's got some brilliant young commanders, but the top commanders are very old. Most of them are First World War veterans. Whether Weygand, Gamelin, General Georges, these people, they're all well into their 60s. General George is the youngest army commander, and he's 60. It's too old to be an army commander. You need to be in a late. And they're too just consumed by conservatism and the old ways. And what they assume is that any future war will be much like the First World War. It'll be attritional, long, and drawn out, and static. But actually, they're right on two parts of it. It is, as it turns out, it is going to be long and drawn out and attritional, but it's going to be mobile rather than static. That's a big miscalculation.
So here's my question. I think you're being too nice on France here. So when Germany invaded Poland, correct me if I'm wrong, it feels like France could have just went straight to it.
Yeah, they absolutely.
And I know you said it's very top heavy. And you're saying all of these things, but they literally did basically nothing.
Yeah, they were poor.
So like that, and I think a part of that, and I think you described as well, and you could speak to that, is the insanity that is Hitler creating the psychological, the propaganda, creating this feeling that there's this Nazi force that's unstoppable. So then France just didn't want to step into that. Maybe they were like legitimately, I hesitate to say these words, but scared of war.
100% they are. That, because France has been totally traumatized by the First World War. It's fought on their land. It's fought in their industrial heartland. They lose 3 times the amount of people killed that Britain does. Britain's traumatized by it, but not to the same degree that France is. There was just no stomach to do that. So that makes them risk averse. And by being risk averse, you're actually getting a target. That's the irony. And the truth is also there isn't a political will. And a successful military can only be successful if there is a political will at the top. The problem with France in the 1930s is it's very politically divided. It's a time of multiple governments, multiple prime ministers, coalition governments, really very extreme coalition governments from the drawn from the left and the right, as well as the center. And, this is not a coalition of two parties. This is a coalition of multiple parties. No one can ever agree anything. And that's the problem. It's amazing that the Maginot Line is agreed. It's incredibly strong defense position down the western side of France, the border with Germany, which is kind of largely impregnable. But the problem is the bit that's not impregnable, which is the hinge, where the Maginot Line ends and it sort of basically starts turning kind of towards the northerly direction at the border with Belgium. And what they should have done is build kind of border defences all along the northern coast of Belgium, because Belgium refused to kind of allow any Allied troops into its territory. It was neutral. And France should have said, okay, fine. Well, then we'll defend. We're not going to come to your rescue and get invaded. That's your problem. But that's the payoff. And consequence of that, we are going to stop piloting that. We're not going to be drawn into the neutral territory should Germany invade from the west. But they don't do that because of the psychological damage of having fought a war in exactly that area a generation earlier. And that's the problem. So when there is Germany is so weakened by the invasion of Poland, there was literally nothing left. The back door into Western Germany is completely open. And so they do what they call the Saar offensive, but it's not. It's a kind of reconnaissance force where they kind of go across the border and kind of pick their noses for a few days and then kind of trundle back again. And it's embarrassing. And that is what you're seeing there is a nation which is just not ready for this, which is scared, which is politically divided, which is then having a knock-on effect on the decision-making process, and which is just consumed by military complacency. That's the big problem. There is this, the commanders at the very top of the French regime are complacent. They haven't bought into kind of modern ways. They haven't looked at how contemporary technology can help them. I mean, it is absurd, for example, that there is a single radio in the Chateau de Marseille, which is the headquarters of the Commander-in-Chief of the French Armed Forces, General Marshal Maurice Gamelin. I mean, it's just unbelievable. But that is the case, and there's no getting away from that. And it is all the more ironic when you consider that France is actually the most automotive society in Europe. It's the second most automotive society in the world after the United States. By some margin, it has to be said as well. Has a fantastic transportation system. The railway network is superb. There are 8 people for every motorized vehicle in France, which is way above Germany, which is from 1939. That figure was 47, for example. It's 106. The France is very mechanized. Come on, guys. Really figure out, get it together. And they just don't. They're incredibly slow and cumbersome. And what they think is, what will happen is the Germans won't be going, they won't do a pincer movement because you can't possibly take motorized forces through the Ardennes. That just is not possible, which is the hinge area between the end of the Maginot, northern part of the Maginot Line, and the west, got the eastern border of France, and the north of it. And so what we'll do with that hinge around the town of Sedan, we'll move into Belgium, we'll meet the Germans before they get anywhere near France, we'll hold them, and while we're holding them, we will bring up our reserves and then we'll counterattack and crush them. That's the idea behind it. But the problem is they don't have a means of moving fast. And their communication systems are dreadful, absolutely dreadful. They're dependent on conventional telephone lines, which, dive bombers and whatever, are just kind of absolutely wrecking. Suddenly the streets are clogged with refugees, people can't move. So they're then, telephone down, there's no radios. So you're then dependent on sending dispatch riders on little motorbikes. General Maurice Gamelin sends out a dispatch rider at 6 o'clock in the morning. By 12 o'clock, he hasn't come back, so you then send another one. Finally, the answer comes back at kind of 9 o'clock at night, by which time the Germans have advanced another 15 miles, and the original message you can send at 6 o'clock that morning is completely redundant and has passed its sell-by date. And that's happening at every step of the way. So you've got overall command of headquarters, then you've got army group, then you've got army, then you've got corps, then you've got division. So the consequence of all that is that the French just can't move. They're just stuck. They're rabbits in headlights. And the Germans are able to go and move them and destroy them in isolation. Meanwhile, they're able to use their excellent communications to very, very good effect. And we talk about the genius of the war. It's not Hitler that's a genius. if anyone's a genius, it's Goebbels, the propaganda chief, and it is their ability to harness that they are the kings of messaging. You know, they don't have X, they don't have social media, but they do have new technology. And that new technology, that new approach is flooding the airwaves with their singular message, which is always the same, has been since the Nazis coming to power. And it is using radios. I mean, radios are really, really key to the whole story because there is no denser radio network anywhere in the world, including the United States and Germany in 1939. So while it's really behind the times in terms of mechanization, it is absolutely on top of its game in terms of comms. So 70% of households in Germany have radios by 1939, which is an unprecedented number. That is only beaten by the United States and only just. So it is greater than any other nation in Europe. And in terms of flooding the airwaves, it is the densest because even for those the 30% who don't have radios, that's not a problem because we'll put them in the stairwells of the pub blocks, we'll put them in squares, we'll put them in cafes and bars. And the same stuff, the Nazi state controls the radio airways as it does movies, as it does newspapers, all aspects of the media are controlled by Goebbels, propaganda ministry, and they are putting out the same message over and over again. It's not all Hitler's ranting. It's entertainment, light entertainment, humorous shows. It is also Wagner, of course, Richard Strauss. It's a mixture, but the subliminal message is the same. We're the best. We're the top dogs. Jewish Bolshevik plot is awful. That needs to be, that's the existential threat to us. We have to overcome that. We're the top dogs militarily. We're the best. We should feel really good about ourselves. We're going to absolutely win and be the greatest nation in the world ever. And it was the genius. And that is just repeated over and over and over and over again. And for all the modernity of the world in which we live in today, most people believe what they're told. It's repeat over and over again. People believe it. If you're a die-hard Trump supporter, you want to believe that. You believe everything he says. If you are a die-hard Bernie Sanders fan, you're from the left, you'll believe everything he says because it's reinforcing you already wanted. What you already wanted.
But the scary thing is, radio is the technology of the day. The technology of the day today is a terrifying one for me. It is, I would say, AI on social media, some bots. You have basically bot farms, which I assume is used by Ukraine, by Russia, by the US. I don't think that. I would love to read the history written about this era, about the information wars. Who has the biggest bot farms? Who is the biggest propaganda machine? And when I say bot, I mean both automated AI bots and humans operating large number of smartphones or SIM cards. They're just able to boost messages enough to where they become viral, and then real humans with real opinions get excited also. It's like this vicious cycle. If you support your nation, all you need is a little boost. And then everybody gets real excited. And now you're chanting. And now you're this mass hysteria. And now it's 1984, 2008. And the message is clear. I mean, that's what propaganda does. It really clarifies that line.
But that is exactly what Hitler and the Nazis and Goebbels are doing in the 1930s. Well, they're doing in the 1920s as well, but more effectively once they come to power, of course. And Hitler is so fortunate that he takes up the chancellorship in January 1933 at a time where the economy is just starting to turn. He's able to make the most of it. And if you're Germans and you've been through hyperinflation in the early 1920s, you've been through the invasion of the Versailles Treaty, which was a terrible era in retrospect. And you've been through, then having got through that, you've emerged into a kind of democratic Weimar Republic, which is based on manufacturing. Germany's a traditional genius of engineering and manufacturing and production of high quality items. Emerged through that, then you have Wall Street crash, and the loans that are coming in from America, which is propping up the entire German economy, suddenly get cut off, and you've suddenly got depression again. and massive unemployment. Suddenly Hitler comes in, and everyone's got jobs, and they're rebuilding, and they're growing their military, and the message that's coming out is, we're the greatest, we're the best, we're fantastic. You know, I was telling you earlier on about how Hitler's speeches starting dark and ending in hope and light and sun and helpless. You know, that's what you're getting. You're suddenly getting this vision of hope. This is, you know, like, actually, this is really working. You know, okay, so I'm not sure that I particularly buy into the kind of anti-Semitic thing, but you know, we'll sweep that under the carpet because overall, I've got a job, I've got money, I've got my new radio. You know, and then this is the genius about the radios, for example. So they have the German receiver to start off with, the Deutsche Empfänger, and then they have the Deutsche Kleine Empfänger, which is the German little receiver, little radio. These are geniuses. This is as outrageous as the arrival of the iPod. I mean, remember that? You know, suddenly you don't have to walk anymore. You can have something really, really small and miniature and listen to thousands and thousands and thousands of songs all at once. What an amazing thing. And the Deutsche Kleine Empfänger is 9 inches by 4 inches by 4 inches. It's made of bakelite. And everyone had one because it's so cheap. It's just incredible. And no one else had that because up until that point, radios, generally speaking, are aspirational. You know, they've got sort of a walnut lacquer at the front, and you know, you have them if you're middle class, you show them off to your neighbours to show how kind of, you know, affluent, well-to-do you are. But suddenly, everyone can have one, and if everyone can have one, then everyone can receive the same message. And you can also, this is the whole point about youth as well. You know, young guys, that's where they're most impressionistic. They're least risk averse, so they're most gung-ho. They're most full of excitement for the possibilities of life, and they're also, their minds are most open to suggestion. So you get the youth, hang on, you get that. And so a whole generation of young men are brought up thinking about the genius of Hitler and how he's delivering this much better nation and returning our overhauling the humiliations of the First World War. We're overcoming the stab in the back that happened in 1918, etc., etc. And you know, as a young 16, 17-year-old German, you think, yeah, I want to do that. And hey, guess what? They've got really cool uniforms. And, you know, come join the SS, you know, get the front line. What's not to like? You know, you can see why it's so clever. And what's so interesting is propaganda today is still using those tenets that girls was using back in the 1930s. I just want to say that, you know, history doesn't repeat itself. It can't possibly repeat itself because we're always living in a constantly evolving time. But patterns of human behavior do. And what you always the economic crisis is political upheaval. Always. Because some people are in a worse off position than they were financially before. They're thinking, no, well, you know, the current system doesn't work. What's the alternative? So, you know, but now, we in the West, you know, we face, first of all, we face the crisis of 2008, financial crisis of 2008. Then we've had the kind of double whammy of COVID. And that has been incredibly unsettling. And so we're now in a situation of political turmoil. And whether you're pro-Trump or anti-Trump, what he's offering is something completely different. And you know, he's saying, oh, ways don't work. You know, I'm just going to say what I think. I'm going to come out. I'm not going to bother with all the sheen of diplomacy and kind of, you know, mealy mouth words that politicians always use, you know, where you can't trust anyone. I'm just going to tell you as it is. And obviously people respond to that. You know, you can understand why that has an appeal. And if the country already feels broken, and here's someone who is going to be a disruptor and going to change the way you go about things, you can see why a reasonably large proportion of the population is going to go, I'll have a piece of that.
Especially when the country's in the economic crisis, like Germany was. I think you've written that the Treaty of Versailles created Hitler, and the Wall Street crash and the Great Depression brought him to power.
Yes.
And of course, the propaganda machine described is the thing that got everybody else in Germany on board.
Yeah. It's amazing how because he comes in with 33%. He had 37% vote. So again, this is another period of turmoil, just like it is in France, where you have constant different kind of coalitions, and you have different chancellors, leaders of Germany.
It's very possible he wouldn't have come to power.
Well, he said, we will only take our seats if I can be chancellor, otherwise I'm not going to join the coalition. So then the government falls again in January 1933. They have the election. The Nazi vote is down from where it was in the previous summer. But this time, I think they can be chancellor, but will manipulate it. Oh, how wrong they were. He's manipulating everyone. And then Hindenburg, who's the president, dies the following summer. And he's able to get rid of the presidency. There was no more president of Germany. There was just the Führer, him. And he gets rid of, he has an enabling act, which is where all other political parties are disbanded. And suddenly you've got to take on a state, just like that.
I think there's a lesson there. There's many lessons there, but one of them is don't let extremists assuming control.
Yeah, the arrogance is in politicians. You've just completely screwed it up.
I mean, there is a real power to extremism. That there's a person who sees the world in black and white can really gain the attention and the support of the populace. Especially when there's a lot of resentment about it to the other side, when there's economic hardship, and if there's effective modern technology that allows people to get that sell the message. There's something really compelling about the black and white message.
It is because it's simple. What Hitler does throughout the 1920s, he sticks to this. There is actually, when he comes out of prison, there's the bit of pushing of everything. He gets charged with treason, which he has been attempted to coup, and he gets sentenced to 5 years, which is pretty lethal for what he's done. And he then gets let out after 9 months. He is banned at that point, but then comes back again. And the year that follows, there is then a substantial debate about where the party should go. And there are actually a large number of people who think that actually they should be looking at how the Soviets are doing things and taking some of the things that they consider to be positive out of the communist state and applying those to the Nazis. And then he goes, no. We've just got to stick to this Jewish culture. This is how we're going to do it. This is what we're doing. Goebbels, for example, very open. He's very, very Joseph Goebbels. He's not very successful. Journalist. He does have a PhD in German literature. He's very disaffected because he was born with talipes, which is club foot. Disabled, he can't fight the First World War. Very frustrated by that. He's in a deep despair about the state of Germany and the early 1920s. He's looking for a political messiah, religious messiah. Thinks it's Hitler. Then discovers that Hitler's not open to any ideas at all about any deviation. But then sees the light. Hitler recognizes that this guy is someone that he wants on his side. And so then goes and makes a real special effort. I'll come to dinner now, I think we're great, all this kind of stuff. Wins the bat over, and Goebbels has this complete fault facts. Discards his earlier kind of, Hitler's right, I was wrong. Hitler is the kind of messiah figure that I want to follow. I want to follow hero leader. And they come up with, they absolutely work out. Hitler completely wins out. All dissenters within what had been the German Workers' Party becomes the German National Socialist Party, becomes the Nazis. He comes out, emerges as the absolute undisputed Führer of that leader of that party, and what he says goes, and everyone toes him behind. Part of the genius of that, Hitler does have some genius. I just don't think it's military, but he does have some genius. No question about it. Is this simplicity of message? What he's doing is it's that comparison that we were talking about earlier. It's the kind of evil. It's my way or the highway. This is how we get to the summit. This is how we create this master race, this beautiful German peoples which dominates the world, which is the preeminent power in the world in the next 1,000 years. Or it's decay and despair and being crushed by our enemies, and our enemies are the Jews, the Bolsheviks, the communists. And what he taps into is and Volksgemeinschaft. And these are, there's no adults command shaft or front command shaft, but it is most basic form is community, people community, or front bench community. So the front command shaft is we're bonded because we were in the First World War. We were the people who bravely stuck it out, saw our friends being slaughtered and blown to pieces. We did our duty as proud Germans, but we were let down by the elites, and we were let down by this Jewish Bolshevik plot. You know, we were stabbed in the back. The myth of the stabbing in the back is very, very true. So we're bound, we're bonded by our experience in the First World War, and the fact that we did what we should and what we could, and we didn't fail in what we were doing. We were failed by our leaders, and by the elites. But that's Volksgemeinschaft. Volksgemeinschaft is this sense of national unity. It's a cultural, ethnic bonding of people who speak German, have a similar outlook on life. And again, that just reinforces the us and them.
Good and evil.
Reinforces the black and white worldview. Then you add that to this very simple message, which Hitler is repeating over and over again. Communists are a big threat. Jews are a big threat. They're the enemy. You have to have an opposition in them and us, kind of. And that's what he's doing. And people just buy into it. They go, yeah, we're together, we're Jews. We're a brother. We've got a whole and it cleverly ties into that and taps into that. But they're an irrelevant, by the way. By 1928, he's not going to get a deal for Mein Kampf Part 2. He's impoverished. The party's impoverished. The numbers are down. They're kind of, best and irrelevant, which is a hero. Well, he writes most of Mein Kampf in prison, but then he writes the rest of it, what becomes known as the which is this little hut in Obersalzberg. You can still see remnants of that. Unfortunately, there's still little candles there and stuff, and the analyses and what they put out. But that's where he wrote both the rest of it. And there was Jean-Jacques Rousseau, who says man has his greatest thoughts when surrounded by nature. That's something that Hitler took very much to heart. There's a mentor of his called Dietrich Eckart. Dietrich Eckart introduced him to the Salzburg and the beauty of the southeast Bavaria Alps around Berchtesgaden. And that was his favourite place in the world. That's where he basically bought the Berkeley. With the royalties, it has to be said, from my account, which went from being almost pulp to suddenly being a run-up bestseller, unfortunately.
Can you actually comment on that? It's a shitty manifesto as far as it has, because I think there's a lot of values to understand. So from a first-person perspective, the Lord's as dictator, and a person like Hitler, but it just feels like it's such a shitty.
Yeah, I mean, imagine an up-and-coming journey on YouTube because no one's going to read it because it's unreadable. I mean, it's very untidy. It's very irregular. It's got there's no narrative arc. I wrote the phrase. I mean, but it does give you a very clear, the overall question of benefit is the kind of communists and the Jews are. Right?
Yeah, but there's also the component of predicting this in World War II there. It's not just
he's hungry. Right? He thinks that this is the natural state, that we have to have this terrible conflict. And once the conflict's over, Germany will emerge victorious, and then we'll be the house of the right. I mean, I'm finding myself in talking to you. I keep saying this kind of, Armageddon will down here, right? It's because it comes up. It's unavoidable because that's how he's speaking the whole time. It's just the same message over and over and over again.
It's a pretty unique way of speaking, sort of allowing violence towards picture that there's a hierarchy, that there's superior race and inferior races. It's okay to destroy people. Usually politicians don't speak that way. They just say, oh, there's good and evil, we're the good guys, and yeah, maybe we'll destroy the evil. But there's a complete certainty about a very large number of people Well, I think it just need to be.
Well, they need to be made irrelevant. We have to take it. We have to take it. If that kills millions of them, fine. Then they can sort of squish their weapons like
Right, it doesn't matter what
or whatever they get.
we just need to populate this land
Right.
that belongs to Jim. Superior people.
There's no question that we glorify violence. He's absolutely chomping at the bit. And in a way, I think he's a bit disappointed that in the 1930s, the conquests that he does undertake are so peaceful. March 1938, he goes straight into Austria, there's the Anschluss, another shot is hard, 1936 goes into Rhineland, reconquers that, retakes that over that from the occupying allies, not a shot is fired. He takes the land, not a shot, barely a shot is fired, and then goes into the rest of Czechoslovakia in March 1939, and again, barely a shot is fired. It's a bit disappointing. He wants to be tested. He wants to kind of have the wartime triumph. And you can see him being frustrated about this in the Munich crisis. But he wants fight. He's absolutely spoiling for it. He's desperate to go in. He's all ready and gung ho. He's got his Luftwaffe. He's got his Panzers now. He's got his massive armed forces. He wants to test them. He wants to get the show on the road and prove it. He's an arch gambler.
You make it seem so clear, but all the while, the rest of the world, the Chamberlain, the France, the British, and the rest of the world, he's saying doesn't work. He's making agreements. Everything he's just mentioned, he's working so quickly. But those are agreements that were made that he's not going to do that, and he does it over and over. He violates the Versailles. He violates every single treaty. But he still is meeting. So Enrique goes through it, the lead up to the war, 1939, September 1st. What are the different agreements? What is the signaling he's doing? What is he doing in secret that he can do with the military force?
Yes. So part of the Treaty of Versailles is not, you have a very, very limited armed forces. There's restrictions on naval expansion. There's restrictions on the size of the army, restrictions on the weapons you can use. They're not allowed an air. But he starts doing this all clandestine. There are people in Kruppersgott, for example, which is in Ruhr, the big armors manufacturer. They are using tanks and elsewhere, plots elsewhere. So the Netherlands operation to Germany, they're doing Panzer training exercises actually in the Soviet Union at this time. There's all sorts of things going on. The Luftwaffe has been announced to the world in 1935, but it's obviously been in the process of developing long before that. The Messerschmitt one single engine fighter plane, for example, is created in 1934. So they're doing all these things against it. And the truth is he's just constantly pushing. What can I get away? And of course, Britain, France, the rest of the world, the rest of the Allies, they're all reading from Wall Street crash and the Depression as well. So have they got a stomach for this? Not really. And perhaps actually on reflection, the terms of this I treat a bit harsh anyway, so we don't need to worry about it. There's no political will. There's no political will to kind of fight against what Germany's doing. Then he gets away with it. So suddenly he starts realizing that actually he can push this quite a long way because no one's going to stand up to him. Which is why he makes a decision in 1936 to go back into the Rhineland, which has been occupied by the French and Allied troops. At that point, he just walks in, just do your best, and no one's going to do anything because there isn't the stomach to do anything.
That was a big step in 1936, demilitarizing the Rhineland. That's a huge step of like, oh, I don't have to follow anybody's rules, and I'm going to do nothing.
And he's looking at his military, and he's also looking at. So one of the things they do is they be clever. So they get over the head of the Army de l'Air, which is the French Air Force. And they invite him over, and they Erhard Milk, who's the second one, invites him over. So, come and see what we're up to. We want to be. You're our European neighbours, we're friends together. Come and see what we've got. And he takes him to this airfield, this row of Messerschmitt. head of the army of the air sort of looks at him. That's impressive. And Milton goes, well, let me go and take you to another airfield. And they go off sort of the boundary down the airfield. And that's a long circuitous route. And so all the questioners take off from that airfield, go land to the next airfield. Here's another, and they're all the same. And the commander-in-chief of the army of the air goes back to France and goes, we're never going to do any traveling. So you were alluding to this earlier on, how much is this just this ability to kind of portray the mechanized bullock. Yeah, it absolutely counts in. So they're increasing the effectiveness of their armed forces purely by propaganda, by mind games, and by talking the talk. And you look at, we might all think these military parades that the Nazis had looked rather silly by today's standards, but you look what that looks like if you're the rest of the world. You're in Britain and you're still reading from the Depression, and you see the triumph of will, see some of that footage, and you see these automatons in their steel helmets, and you see the swastikas, you see hundreds of thousands of people all lined up, and see filing and all the rest of it. You're not going to think again before you go to war with people like that.
It's also hard to put yourself in the mind of those leaders now that they're nuclear weapons. So nuclear weapons have created this kind of cloak of kind of safety from mutually shared destruction. You think surely you will not do, 1 million or 2 million soldier army invading another land, right? Just full on gigantic hot war. But at that time, that's a real possibility. You remember World War I and all of that. So, okay, there's a mad guy with a mustache. He's making statements that this land belongs to Germany anyway because it's mostly German populated. So, and like you said, treating Versailles was really fair. You can start justifying all kinds of things.
Yeah. So, but maybe they got a point about the Danzig corridor. There aren't any German speaking people there. It's disconnected from East Prussia, which is the thing. I sort of get it. And is Poland really a kind of private democracy anyway? Not really. By late 1930s, it's not. It's to all intents and purposes a dictatorship in Poland at that time. I mean, it's not right that you just go and take someone else's country. Of course, you can't. But you can see why in Germany people are thinking they've got a point. You can also see why in France and Britain they're thinking, is it worth going to war over? But there's kind of bigger things that play by this point.
Yeah, but before we get to Poland, this meeting, September 1938, so Chamberlain made 3 trips to meet Hitler, which culminated in the Munich conference, 5th of September, where it was Chamberlain, Hitler, Mussolini, and Daladier, Prime Minister of France. They met to discuss essentially Czechoslovakia without any of the government officials in Czechoslovakia participating. And Hitler promised to make no more territorial conquest, and Chamberlain believed that he chose.
Okay, so it's very interesting. So Germany gets a very bad press. Well, no, I'm not. No, it's not really hard. It's. I just think there's too much retrospective view on this, and that's fine because on history, so you can look back and you can judge decisions that were made at a certain point through the prism of what subsequently happened, which of course the people that are making the decisions at the time can't because they're in that particular moment. So I don't think Chamberlain did trust Hitler, but he wanted to give him the benefit of the doubt. Britain was not obliged to Czechoslovakia at all. France was. France signed the treaty with Czechoslovakia in 1924. But Britain had not. There was no obligation at all for Britain. The only reason why Britain would go to war with Czechoslovakia is because of the threat of Nazis and what the ramifications of not going to war with them. But the problem is that Chamberlain, because in 1935 he trusted Czechoslovakia when they started to He was very much of substantially expanding and rehabilitating the Navy, so updating the system of battleships, and so on. And also developing the Air Force. There's not really much argument for having a large army, because if you have a large army, you've got to maintain it. Britain is a small place. Where do you put them? You've also got to transport them. That's complicated. You've got to train them. You've got to put them in barracks. You've got to feed them, all this kind of stuff. There's a kind of impracticality in that. Whereas Navy's great. Keep the sea and they can use water. Air Force is slightly different. Air power is used very much the same way that naval power is used. But this is, we're an island nation. We have global assets, and air power gives us the flexibility that an army doesn't. He is all for backing the expansion of the army, of the Air Force and the Navy in that, because then he either enables the Air Force and the Air Ministry to develop first fully coordinate that system anywhere in the world. There is not a defense system in Poland, or Norway, or Denmark, or the Netherlands, or Belgium, or France. There is Britain. Britain is the only one. And frankly, it pays off big time in some of the 1950s. So you have to give him credit for that. Britain, interestingly, is also the world's leading arms exporter in the 1930s, which is made really everyone complains about the fact that we weren't very honest. Actually, well, we had all the infrastructure there, and we were expanding that infrastructure dramatically. I think we are. I think that was on the British. So you're working with that. 1938, Britain wasn't ready for war. You can argue Germany wasn't ready for war, but Chamberlain, the Prime Minister, in the democracy, the parliamentary democracies, when 90% of the population were against going to war in 1950. There was not a single democratic leader in the world that would go against the wishes of 92% of the population. And you could say, well, we should just this case better. But at that point, there was no legal obligation to protect the defense of Czechoslovakia. Czechoslovakia had been with a number of these new nations that had been created out of the 1919 Versailles Treaty. Who was to say, me and Britain are able to judge the rights and wrongs of that, how fantastic it would be to go to war with a nation a long way away about the people who we know very little, etc., etc. Paraphrasing this quote. But I'm not saying it's the right decision. I'm just saying I can see why in September 1938 he is prepared to give him the chance. I do believe it. And what he also does is a really interesting thing. He goes over to Hitler's flat, completely ambushes him, goes to his flat on the 30th of September, and says to Hitler, look, I've drawn up this agreement, and this is to continue the agreement that we've already made. And by signing this, you are saying that Germany and Britain should never go to war with one another. Then it goes here, whatever, signs it in the end. Chamberlain comes back, man's at end, and waves his little piece of paper, piece of my time, and all the rest of it, which obviously comes back to bite him in a very big way. But it's interesting that when Hitler then subsequently goes and moves in, France and Britain sign in rather the same way that they are deciding that large portions of Ukraine should just be handed over to Russia without consulting Ukraine a few weeks ago. It is incredible, I think, that France and Britain and Italy with Germany are deciding that yes, it's fine for Germany to go and take the state of that, without really consulting the Czechs. It's sort of similar kind of scenario, really, and it's equally wrong. But when Germany does then go and take over the whole of Czechoslovakia in March 1939, that's another night. That's the point where Chamberlain goes, okay, I'm giving him benefit of the doubt, no more benefits of the doubt, that's it. That is, he's crossed the line. So you reinforce your agreement with Poland, and you do a formal agreement. You go, okay, we will uphold your sovereignty. If you are ready, we will go to war with you. That is a ratcheting up of diplomacy and politics in a very, very big way. And it is that decision to make a treaty with the Poles is not heeded by Hitler, but it's heeded by literally everyone in his commanders. And it's It's also headed by Goering, who is his number two, and who is obviously the commander in chief of the Luftwaffe and is president of Prussia, and all the rest of it. And, he's the second most senior Nazi. And, he's going, this is a catastrophe. It's the last one we're doing is going to war. And he felt it.
The Munich conference is a very interesting moment, I would say, in all of human history, because you get the views of these bigger than life nations, the most dramatic brewing conflict in human history. That Chamberlain hit the Mussolini's idea. It's interesting when these bigger than life leaders are in the room together. Is there something that you know about their interactions?
Yeah, I think one of the things that's interesting is Hitler's got an advantage because it's on his turf. Start off the first meeting is in the Berghof, this beloved place in Salzburg, started in the Alps. So he's pretty confident because this is my manor, this is my turf. I'm not going to be bossed around by these guys. But James going there thinking, I've been around the blocks. No one can teach me anything. I've been a politician. I'm not going to be kind of capped out by this Austrian upstart. So they're both coming at it with a kind of slight kind of superiority kind of complex. Interestingly, he gets to the meeting of the Bernabeu in Munich a couple of weeks later. Chamberlain is cheered by the crowds. Come to this hotel and hotel to Bernabeu. There are crowds cheering him, wearing Union Jacks and all that stuff. Hitler does not like that at all. Not at all. But it's not about it. That's because German people don't want it. The same way that the British people don't want it, nor the German. The difference is that Hitler is a dictator and has the devotion of the people. So he can do what he wants in a way that Chamberlain can't. Chamberlain has a tie because he is an elected prime minister, an elected political leader, he's not head of state. So there is no question that it is Hitler and Chamberlain that are the top dogs in this meeting. Delany takes a backseat. Even Mussolini, when he's there, he doesn't want war. He wants to be left alone to do his own thing without anyone getting in the way. But he doesn't want to sort of, it's not in his interest to have a European war. So he's trying to avoid it. So he's really, you see that the kind of alpha males in the room are Chamberlain and Hitler, and it's really interesting because Hitler's got this sort of garrulous voice and very kind of pale blue eyes and such a distinctly quite a long nose. And, he always says this is why he has moustaches to kind of disguise the big nose. So saying to you earlier on before we started recording, he does have a sense of humour. It's not one that you and I would kind of tap into, but he does have one. Whereas Chamberlain is just sort of, he sounds like a sort of, like an old man. He's silver hair, and he looks like a sort of archetypal kind of British gentleman, rolled up umbrella, and his Homburg hat and all this. So they both sort of caricatures in one sort of way, and yet the consequence of these discussions is just great events happening. You're absolutely going, either which way the crisis comes out, you're taking a step closer to war. It's just whether war is going to happen kind of next week or whether it's going to happen in a year hence. But the Munich crisis obviously does stem the inevitability of war at all. It just makes it.
I think the words that Chamberlain should have said that put more pressure on him, intimidate him before.
Yeah, that's a really tricky one. It's such a difficult one because they're always looking at it through, the enemy has a vote and you don't know what that vote is going to be and you don't know what it's going to look like. There's no question that Europe and the rest of Europe is cowed by the impression of military might that the Germans they certainly fear that they are strong. And then on the other hand, they're also going, yeah, but Germany doesn't have natural resources, doesn't have access to the world's oceans. It's kind of, it shouldn't be able to win a war. So they're kind of contradicting themselves at the same time. So in 1 minute they're talking, oh God, don't want to take on all those Nazis and all those hostages and those automaton stormtroopers. But on the other hand, they're then saying that actually doesn't have much in this basket. It's got actually quite a lot of weaknesses, and we should be able to kind of prevail. However, just impose an economic blockade and all of this stuff. And Britain is not ready to fight a war in 1938, nor is Hitler, nor is Germany. So, one is sort of striking out the other. But it's very easy to say that in hindsight. But at the time, with people kind of digging trenches in Hyde Park in central London, and marriage willingness going up in London, and children being evacuated from cities, and 92% of the population don't want to go to war, you can see why he takes the course he does. I suppose that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying it's the right decision, but I think it's understandable.
Well, what about even just on a human level? If I go into a room with a woman versus going to a room with Trump, it feels like it's so much easier to read and manipulate and break down. Because Trump is like Trump-like characters. It's like Hitler, similar, Churchill, similar. It's like this guy can do anything. There's something terrifying about him.
Unpredictable.
Yeah. It feels like there's something very predictable about him.
Yes, I think that's true, but also one has to take a step back and think about what Britain represents, so therefore what Chambers is in 1939. Britain has the largest empire the world has ever known. Let's
Forget that.
a lot of the world is big. Saying goes, that saying comes from the atlas of the world where all British Jews are controlled. And on top of that, it has lots of extra imperial territories as well. So if you look at this cool map of shipping in 1937, and this is the landlines of ships going down. And one of the strongest landlines is going down to Argentina, South America, from Britain, so down across West Africa, down the Southern Atlantic, and there it is. And that's because Britain owns most of Argentina. It owns huge great farming estates and ranches. It owns the railway system. It owns many of the port facilities. So you don't even need an empire. You just need the facilities overseas, trade and possessions give you. And Britain not only has the largest navy, but has the largest merchant. It's 33% of the world's merchant shipping and access to a further 50% Norwegian, Canadian shipping that it can access. So if you've got access to 8 world and in excess of 80% of the world shipping, that puts you in an incredibly strong position. And actually also well, it might not be quite creating a huge army or quite producing enough Spitfires that they might want to up until this point. What they have also been doing is stockpiling things like copper and tungsten, huge reserves, because Britain has this huge global reach, because it has this empire and its extra assets. It can strike bargains that no one else can strike. So it can go into various countries around the world and go, okay, I want you to guarantee me for the next 5 years every bit of your rubber supply. I will pay over the asking price to secure it. And it's doing that in the 1950s. So when war comes, it's got everything it possibly needs. Now, you always need more because coming into account, probably a drawn-out war, but that is a huge advantage. So it is with that mindset that Chamberlain is going into those talks and thinking, okay, well, I'm not going to get a war over who cares about that. But I am going to show Hitler that I mean business. Hitler's going, this is stuff you go with his white hair. And he's coming out from a complete perspective. I think one of the things that's so interesting from a dramatic point of view and from a historian's point of view, or even a novelist's point of view, is Robert Harris writing his book about these negotiations. I don't know if you've read it, but it's really terrifically good. Is the fact you've got two alpha males who are going through those negotiations from totally different perspectives and vantage points. And I think it's very easy for people today to forget how elevated Britain was in the late 1930s. The gold standard was tied to the pound, not the dollar. And so Britain was the #1 nation in the world at that time. And it just was. And it's so diminished by comparison today, hard to imagine it. I think one of the interesting things about the historiography, about the narrative and how we tell World War II, is that so much of it has been dictated by the shift in power that took place subsequent to 1905. And when people started to write these major narratives in the 1970s, 80s, and 1990s, is through a prism of a very, very different world. So one of the reasons why you have this narrative that Britain is a bit rubbish and hanging on the shirtels of the Americans, all the blood was spilled in the Eastern Front, and Germany had the best army in the world and was only defeated because Hitler was mad and blah blah blah. That kind of traditional narrative. It's that narrative emerges through the prism of what was going on in the 1970s, what was going on in the 1980s, changing world rather than looking at it through the prism of the late 1930s or early 1940s.
So there is this moment of decision. When do you think, what lessons do you take from that? When is the right time for appeasement, where she hopes, and when is the right time for military strength, offensive, attacking, familiar conflict? Where's that line?
Well, I kind of think it probably was like that. I mean, yeah. Honestly, I'm not sure it would have been the right decision to go to war. I think it would. I can't predict because you can't second guess how because you just don't know. But I'm not sure that change. I'm not saying you make the right decision. I'm just like I'm being a bit wishy-washy.
You could have read, imagine Churchill, they'll say,
Yeah, but Churchill also abuses. I mean, he abuses Scotland all the time. I mean, so the idea that Churchill's a big strong man and never abuses, he's come over the war. Churchill's out of the government at that time. He recognises he can't trust Hitler. He recognises he can't see he's bad. But because he's out of the government, he doesn't have a window on exactly where Britain is at that time in a way that Chamberlain does. So I suppose what I'm saying is Chamberlain is better placed to make those decisions than Churchill is, which again doesn't mean that Chamberlain is right and Churchill is wrong. It's just that's a massive pump to go to war, and you still don't have, you've got a handful of Spitfires, you've got a handful of Hurricanes, haven't got enough, your air defense system isn't properly sorted at this point. The Navy is strong, but what's that kind of look like? If you do go to war, there's not going to be armies sweeping into Germany. It's going to be accelerated industrialization. So even if you go to war in 1938 over Czechoslovakia would not be saved. But France and Britain will not be going and invading Germany. But, that is absolutely not going to happen. So sort of what's the point? I mean, if you're not going to do that, why didn't you accelerate your rearmament thereafter, get your ducks in a row? And then you can consider it. I mean, after all, even in September 1939, we talked about the kind of facade offensive, which isn't really an offensive at all. It's firing one round of machine gun and Scotland dragging it. But I mean, they don't even do that then. They're still buying time in that. And Britain is only just about ready to take on the onslaught of the Soviet 1940.
nobody's ready.
No, and you always want more than you've got at any time, even when you're winning.
But really not. Even like you mentioned with Barbarossa, that's just really not ready. Nobody's really speaking French. I swear.
France had radio.
Fine. But come on. When that's Turin invades Poland,
Yeah, it's terrible. Because I also do think that had France gone in some force, with some British troops as well, had they gone in, what would have happened is that would have that easily could have brought down Hitler, because most of his commanders are senior commanders. What the hell is going on? This is a catastrophe. I mean, to a man. I mean, even Goering is thinking this is difficult. They are absolutely not convinced that when Hitler does his big talk, he asks all his senior commanders to come to Berghof to brief them about invasion of Poland. It's just after the Ribbentrop-Molotov pact, 22nd of August. He calls them all to Berghof and says, come in roughly, come in, civilians. They all turn up and he gives them this great speech. And this is the moment. This is the time. This is what we're going to do. And they're all thinking, what? You're kidding me? What, we're going to Poland to on the 26th of August, that's the plan, like 2 days' time. Where's the plan? The whole point is that, they're emerging and growing militarily, but they were supposed to have all these exercises where they, coordinating ground forces, hands up spearhead with operations in the air with the Luftwaffe. None of that happened. So Poland becomes the proving ground. And actually, they discovered the sorts of things that don't work and those things that don't work. But it's flying in the face of all military convention that doesn't about any kind of warning. And even by the 1st of September, where there's been this kind of 5-day delay, that's the last-minute negotiations. Last-minute negotiations are thrust upon Hitler by people like Goering and by Mussolini and the Italians going, oh my God, don't do this. There's got to be a solution. It's actually jumping in the bit.
Well, in that case, from a dark militaristic perspective, his bet paid off.
Well, except that it
tried to collapse the Germans, so you could say,
worse than he ever made. Going into Poland and stuff, it's pretty big. But I mean, yes, it's successful in that Poland's overrun in 18 days.
there's some counterfactuals here.
But I mean, if you would say to Hitler on the 3rd of April, as he's sort of taking out the pistol from his holster on his sofa in the Führerbunker, going, so, hello, 1st of September 1939. Still backing yourself on that one?
The guy's insane and full of blunders, and he probably would have said, yeah, do it all over again after conquest. Poland was not a mistake, so the Union was not a mistake. But it's just some of
people I was let down by people not
the Prussian generals.
yeah, of course, that's like it wasn't my
He might have quietly done some different decisions about Barbarossa. Maybe the timing would be different.
that all-out central France rifle kind of spinning the air. Yeah.
But he was very sure, it seems like, correctly, that Britain, France, still carry on peaceful even after he invaded.
Absolutely. He was completely convinced by it. There was clearly a kind of sort of 10 to 15% level of doubt, but I'm going to do it anyway. He wrapped himself up into such a lather of kind of, this is the moment, I have to do it now, this fate, I'm 50, and I could be taken out by an assassin's bullet, I've got this important life work that I've got to do, we've got to get on with it now, there can be no more delay, this is my mission, this is our mission as the German people, either the German people who've got the will and the spirit to be able to pull it off, or I was wrong and therefore, we do it 1,000 years right, we don't deserve to be the masters. Black or white, us or them, either or. Same.
So, can you tell the story of the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact between us and the Lisbon Agreement, Nazi Germany, the Soviet Union? And that leads us, just like you mentioned, in a matter of days, how compact everything is. It's just really fascinating.
It's a beautiful summer. Just glorious hours that sort of never rains. It's just sunshine, sunny day after sunny day. It's kind of, it's like that sort of golden summer of 1914 as well. Where the sky always seems to be blue, fluffy white cloud, one sort of, but this sort of the storm clouds of war, to use that cliche, are kind of brewing. The Russians have reached out to Britain and France and said, come on over, let's negotiate, let's see what we can do. And there is just no stomach for that at all. I mean, if ever there was a mistake, that's Britain and France should have been a bit more into real politics than they were. But it's such an opportunity to ensure that to snooker the Third Reich, and they don't take it because anyway, see the Western spread of communism in exactly the same way that the Nazis threatened the Western spread of communism. There's something that's every bit as repellent as Nazism, and they don't want to be getting into bed with these guys. Of course, they kind of have to change the tack on that one in summer 1941, very quick order. And that's the whole point about Churchill appeasing Stalin. I mean, it's all about people saying, well, Churchill appeased, but he does appease. He appeases all the time. And they've missed that opportunity. And the French and British delegates here, commanders, generals going over, it's a nonsense that they're not ready for it. They're not prepared. The British guy don't have any authority. Politics is a joke. It's never going to get anywhere.
You don't throw this question. Again, so you were in like the star.
They would have made up that. Well, I don't think they have. I think
you expect my word that they value the person. So like, like it's such a maybe it's a simplistic notion, but that could be the trajectory of history right there.
I agree with you. I think that's much more grievous mistake.
Why are leaders so hesitant? I'm told no, much of the best. That none of no process. First you have to diplomats meet and draft a bunch of stuff. And sometimes they have this simplistic notion like, why not me? Why not me? Like I think there is a huge element there. Of course, especially when there's force that is in there.
Yes, because we humans, we like to interact. Yeah. And you like to see people in 3 dimensions. And, I'm sure that's why you always, quite rightly, insist on doing your podcast face to face. Because you want to get the colour of someone's chin, and you want to be able to see them, and you want to see the intonation and the expression, and the whites of their eyes, and all that kind of stuff. And that just does make a difference, of course, because we're fundamentally animals, and we want to be sizing people up, and much easier to do that when you're a few feet away from each other than it is on a video screen or through the prism of someone else.
Yeah, but there's also see the humanity. It's so much. So you see social media. It's so much easier to talk shit about others. And like military conflict is the extreme version of that. Yeah, you can construct these narratives that they're not human, that they're evil, that you can construct communist ideology, and all these. You can project onto them the worst possible version of what of human being, and you're like, oh, it's the person.
Well, it's a military tragedy that there's only a few people that want to go to war, the vast majority want their family contented lives getting on with their neighbours. I mean, it has been ever thus. It's just, it is those few that can't ruin it for everybody else. But anyway, to go back to them, back in August 1999, they go half cockney. They're disrespectful to the Soviet Union as a result of that. Gets nowhere. Had they been able to put a really, really firm offer there and then through the Soviet Union, would have probably come in. I mean, the big thing is that the Soviet Union said, this is the big stuff. The Soviet Union said, yeah, but we want to be able to march through Poland and get threatened by Germany. But the British and the French just smell a massive weapon, and they're basically saying, either they agree to that, or then what they fear is the Soviet Union to march into Poland. Okay, you haven't used it before. Which they ask that question. But it was
you want to get these hitters.
well, they're not willing to appease anybody. They did for the other one. There's an outcome of one line, which is Poland. There's change. That's
Right.
But anyway, the bottom line is that there is a reluctance on the part of French and British to negotiate with the Soviet Union because they're communists, don't like them, don't trust them, worry about what they're going to do with Poland, and they're going to be, jumping out of the fire into the kind of warfare. And it doesn't come up. And as a consequence of that, the Soviet Union continued to pursue more hard, more vociferously the opportunities that the Germans were offering, which is because the Soviet Union wants that part of Poland back in its own sphere of influence, and it doesn't want to get as much as him.
And the agreement that they won't attack each other. think Stalin actually did that?
No, he believed it in the same way that him. That it was a cynical kind of, convenient bit of real politics for now. I mean, I think the Soviet Union was determined to get rid of the Nazis. The Nazis were determined to get rid of the Soviet Union. I think he wrote a fine verse was not decided at that point, but I do think at the moment they had to take power in 1933, a conflict between the Soviet Union and Germany is inevitable.
It's in either direction.
I think they,
There's a huge amount of that. So Stalin probably wanted, like in 42, 43, something like that.
yeah, and they're doing exercises, stuff going on. He's not ready yet because he knows he's done the verges. He's got to get his army, he's got to get his armed forces back into shape and all the rest of it. But, so they had this incredibly cynical agreement, but at that point, Hitler's hands are untied. He no longer has to worry about the threat from the Soviet Union. He's got Karl Marx go into Poland, and he doesn't believe that France and Britain are going to get a war over Poland. He's wrong about that, obviously. But France and Britain, despite going to war, still do nothing. So, he's got to go.
Who's Churchill? How did Churchill come to power?
Well, Churchill is this absolutely towering figure in British politics. He's been the first minister in the kind of noughties of the 20th century, in the first years of the 20th century. First the Liberals, then the Conservatives. He's a former Chancellor of the Exchequer. He's a towering figure, but he's been in the wilderness because he's out of favour with the Stanley Baldwin government. He's out of favour with Chamberlain, but he is this towering figure, and he has been very outspoken as a backbencher, which basically means you're not a minister, you're not a cabinet, you're just an ordinary member of parliament. But obviously, you're an ordinary member of parliament, but you're also a member of ministers of state. And he's this towering figure, so he's listened to it in a way that other backbenchers are. And he has been saying that we need to stand up for the dictators, we need to do this. We need to re-arm more heavily, blah, blah, blah. So when war is declared, he's brought back into the apparatus, charge of the Navy, which is the senior service. Suddenly he's there. And what happens is Britain doesn't do anything very difficult working with France because France is so politically fractured that they can't make any decisions. When you can't make decisions, you are just impotent. So Churchill first made going to Norway, finding the leads. So the idea is that you're making life very difficult for the Germans to get iron ore. Their main source of iron ore is in the northern part of Sweden, the Arctic Circle, and then gets on a railway through the northern tip of Norway, and then gets shipped down the west coast of Norway into Germany, into the Baltic. So Churchill suggests in September 1939, why don't we mine the leads, which the leads are these passageways out of the fjords in the north into the North Sea. Why don't we mine those and stop the Germans from taking this? Everyone goes, well, yeah, that's quite a good idea. They can't decide. The French are nervous, and if they do that, the Germans retaliate on France. So no decision is made until 1940. They go up to start mining the leads on exactly the same day that the Germans invade Denmark and Norway, and so they're caught off guard. At that moment, really, it's seen as a favour of the Chamberlain's government, and there is a massive realisation that no matter how good he was peacetime progress, he's not a water progress. He's not serving in the armed forces himself, doesn't really understand it, needs a different set of hands. And his government falls on the 9th of May. It becomes inevitable that he's going to have to resign. And the obvious person to take his place is Lord Halifax, who's in the House of Lords, still the Prime Minister. And he is, without question, the most respected politician. He's former Viceroy of India. He is seen as an incredibly safe pair of hands, man of resolute, sound judgment, etc., etc. But he doesn't want to take it. He feels physically ill at the prospect. He doesn't want this responsibility. He's also not really a military man. He's got a slightly sort of withered hand, which prevents him from doing this. And he just launches at this moment. That really leaves only one other figure that could possibly take on the position of West Churchill. So when Chamberlain resigns on the 9th of May and Halifax says it's not for me, the only person who's going to step into that position is Churchill, and he becomes Prime Minister. He accepts it gladly. He feels like the his mission in life. This is the moment, kind of the outcome of the man. But he comes from a huge amount of baggage. I mean, you know, he's known as a man who drinks too much. His judgment hasn't always been great. He was Chancellor General Sprite, 1926. You know, he backed Edward VIII over the monarchy crisis when the king wanted to marry Mary Simpson, divorcee, Catholic divorcee, etc., etc. So, you know, his judgment has been brought into question. You know, he is the man who came up with the idea of Gallipoli campaign, which is, you know, an ignominious failure, blah, blah, blah. So there are issues over him. You know, he is seen as a hothead and a man who doesn't have the kind of sound judgment. So the jury is very much out. And I think, again, it's one of those things where you have to put yourself in. You have to look at this through the prism of what thinking in May 1940. Yes, he was considered a tyrant politician, but he is seen also as a loose cannon and by no means the right person in this hour of darkness. And it is coincidental that the 10th of May 1940 that he takes over as Prime Minister. He becomes Prime Minister, not through an election, but by default, of a new nationalist government, no longer conservative government, but a nationalist cross-party coalition government for the duration of the war, which includes, you know, members of the Liberal Party and also the Labour Party, as well as Conservatives. But it is by no means certain that he's going to be able to deliver the goods. And it is also closely the same day that the Germans launched Case Yellow, Operation Yellow, the invasion of the countries. So these are tumultuous events. It's also the case that, you know, only a couple of weeks before, Paul Grayno was taken over as Prime Minister of yet another coalition government from
so much.
political turmoil is very watchword at this time.
We're trying to start a new fucking This motherfucker is stuck.
This idea that
He's talking about what the fuck is that? It's not a thing. It's like
that Churchill was not even the chief of the Second World War. To give a good faith interpretation of that, I believe that Churchill forced the expansion of Massachusetts beyond the World War. Churchill's the one who turned this narrow war in Slovakia, Austria, Poland, took over. Is that accurate? No, I don't think it is. I mean, not least because decisions over Poland were made by Chamberlain's government, not by Churchill and out of government. So, you know, Churchill was even involved in that decision-making process. So, I mean, again, I go back to kind of England's position in the world in 1939. If you say we are going to defend the sovereignty of Poland, that looks really bad for Britain's prestige. Sort of problem. You are saying that you're giving carte blanche to dictators to just run amok and take whatever territory they want. You are risking the future upheaval of the global order away from democracies into the hands of dictators. In the West, people believe in democracy and advancement of the freedoms of people. To echo words of Rothschild in August 1921, you know, that they're aspiring to a world free of want and fear. You know, obviously, there's still some issues with the form that democracy takes in the late 1930s. It's not democratic for everyone. You know, try saying that if you're in Nigeria or India or whatever, or if you're in black southern states of the United States. But the aspirations are there. I think that's an important distinction. I think by saying that Churchill was the chief warmonger of the Second World War, I think is you know, they think about the bombing, you know, the detractors of the air campaign was good. Yeah, but you know, the Germans had the Holocaust, but weren't the Allies just as bad for killing all their civilians? So no, because the moment they would stop the war, the bombing would stop. You know, the moment the war stopped, in his favour, killing would continue and be accelerated. So the thing you mentioned initially is the idealism perspective. Well, you can't allow this warmonger to break all these pacts and the democratic, murder a large number of people and conquest of territory. Okay, that's not realistic, but look at what decision minimize the amount of suffering on the continent. And one of the arguments he's making, I happen to disagree with it mildly, is that Churchill increased the amount of suffering. Churchill's presence in the city. We're not talking about the reality of Stalin, of Churchill, France, DR. Churchill dragged Hitler into World War, forced Hitler to force Hitler to then invade, attack.
Well, no, because Hitler was weak. That's something that Germany first. So that was always going to happen. No one asked Hitler to invade the Low Countries, Norway and Denmark, and attack Britain. He does that, of course, because he's not given a free hand in Britain. But there's no question that Hitler would also wanted to subdue France, or certainly turn France from a democracy into a totalitarian state as well. I'm absolutely certain about that.
I think there's pretty definitive evidence of obvious. Everything says that everything everywhere he's going to his city, no matter what. France, most likely, yes, most likely.
He would have done a deal with Britain, right? Could have existed.
So actually, there is a possible reality. I don't know where Hitler basically takes all of Europe separately.
Yes, but then he would go so strong that he would then turn over every rock. Because the fear is that if you let him do this, and then he gets greedy, what's the next one, then what's the next one, then what's the next one, and then he was taken over. That is the fear of the British. That is the fear of the Americans. That's the fear of President Roosevelt. Very touched on this, yeah. Very difficult case on his hands because he has come into power also in January 1933 as President of the United States on an isolationist ticket with a retrenching, with a kind of sort of step away from the European old order, its plan for European style road. It all sounds very familiar right now. And suddenly he's got to do this gargantuan political volte-face and prepare the nation for war because he also fears, like Churchill fears, like Chamberlain fears as well, that Hitler's designs are not purely on Eastern Europe and leave us from there, but would get ever bigger. And I don't doubt that they're right. I think if you prevail from the Soviet Union, you always wanted more. Because his whole concept is the master race.
Yeah, I think you just said if there was not Britain on the other side, if there was not a two-front war, then the chances of Hitler succeeding the Soviet Union is much higher, or at least the more prolonged war, there'll be more dead. Yes, more torture and all of this.
Yes, and ditto if if the Allies hadn't got involved in some Belgian power, it would have been catastrophic. I mean, 20 to 30 million Chinese dead anyway. With American and British intervention. What's it going to be in China without that? I mean, and elsewhere. Because the reason why Japan invades French China, now Vietnam, and Hong Kong, and Malaya, and Singapore, and so on, and Burma, is because it's not winning in China, and it needs more resources because it's resource poor. And America has come up the time. So it's going to these countries to get what it needs. It's rubber and oil and natural resources, or precious oils and all the rest of it. And if it had been unchecked, it would have done so. And then it would have absolutely built up its strength, overrun the whole of China with even more debts. So, I think I think that one of the interesting things about the Second World War is lots of wars and why people get involved in them are extremely questionable. But I think there is a moral crusade to the Allies and what they're doing that I think is entirely justified. What I think is interesting also is that as the war progresses, if the Allies are supposed to be on the force for good, how come they're doing so much bad? And at what point is doing bad stopping you from doing good? And at what point are you doing good but also doing bad at the same time? Such as destruction of cities, destruction of monasteries on outcrops in southern Italy, destruction of killing of lost civilians, etc., etc. These are difficult questions to answer sometimes. They're also incredibly interesting. I think that moral component starts to blur a little bit by the way. It's kind of easy to have a fairly cut and dry war in North Africa, the deserts of North Africa, where the only people getting in the way are these Benton tribesmen or something. But once you start getting into Europe or getting into the kind of the meat of highly populated countries in the Far East, for example, that's a different kind of thing because the scale of destruction is absolutely amazing. But it's also the job of political leaders to look after, defend their own people's promise. So what you're doing is you're trying to protect your own sovereignty of your own people before you're protecting other people. So that's what needs to be the whole way in which the Western allies, are protracting war is to try and minimize the number of deaths of their own young men as much as they possibly can, whilst at the same time winning the war. And that means bringing lots of destruction to your enemies, but also trying to minimize it. And the way you bring lots of destruction to your enemies is by using immense firepower, this concept of steel or hard flesh, which I mentioned earlier on, the technology, so that you don't have to bring to bear too many besides the repeat of the slaughter of the First World War. So, it is really interesting that in our mind's eye, when we're thinking of Western allies in the Second World War, probably the first thing that comes into mind is Americans jumping out of an aircraft on Omaha Beach on D-Day, for example. Those are infantrymen. They're the front line. They are the cold. They're the first people going into the fire of the enemy. And we tend to think about guys in tanks, infantrymen with their Garand rifles or machine guns or whatever. That's what springs to mind. Yet actually, they're apparently a small proportion of the army. So no more than 14 to 50% of any army, allied army, is infantry. 45% are service crews, driving trucks, cooks, and bottle washers, people lugging heavy boxes and stuff. And that's because by that stage, the Allies have worked out the way of war, which is to use what I call big war, this concept of a very long tail, logistics, the operational art, making sure that people have the absolute best you possibly can, medical care, huge advances in first aid and medical care of troops, getting them back onto the battlefield. And you're using firepower, technology, and mechanization to your martials. So that's the principle behind strategic bombing. If you go over bomb and you can destroy infrastructure and civilians and households, that makes it much harder for Krupp to make those tanks and Tiger tanks or whatever it might be, guns. And you're disrupting the transportation system in Germany. You're making life difficult for them to do what they need to do. Then that means it's going to be easier for those 50% of infantrymen who've got to jump out of that truck to do their job. And you're trying to keep that to a minimum. And you have to say, broadly speaking, that's a very sensible policy that makes an awful lot of sense. Consequence of that is a huge amount of destruction. Maybe that's what Darrell was driving at. But no one asked him to invade Poland. I mean, that is the bottom line. No one asked Germany to go to war. No one asked Hitler to come up with these ludicrous ideologies.
Yeah, there's complex ethical discussions here about just as you described,
which are fascinating.
And, war is hell, but there are many ways in which it is hell. just for a little bit to steal down there's what you might be coming from. Is since World War II, the simplistic veneration of Churchill, so saying Churchill good, Hitler bad, has been used as a template to project onto other conflicts to justify military intervention. So his general is to the other people, like libertarians, for example, resistance to that overtly simplistic veneration of somebody like Churchill. It has to do with the fact that that seems to cause the warmongers and the military-industrial complex in the United States and elsewhere using Hitler way too much, using Churchill way too much to justify invading everywhere.
But I do agree with that. I think oversimplification of anything is a mistake. You know, life is nuanced. The past is nuanced. It's okay to be proud about certain things, and it's okay to be disgusted by other things. That's absolutely fine. You know, we have a complicated relationship with our past. It doesn't need to be black and white. And you know, life is not a straight line. And of course, as the Allies made plenty of mistakes in World War II. Overall, I think they made the right calls. And I think one of the things that's really interesting is I think that the Allies, for the most part, used their resources much more judiciously, sensibly than the Axis powers did. And, good. Because that means they prevailed. I think, there are so many lessons from World War II that could have been brought into the history of the last 30 years, which weren't. Such as if you decapitate an incredibly strong leader, you get a power vacuum, and if you don't have a solution for that power vacuum, lots of bad elements are going to sweep into that in very quick order, which of course is exactly what happened to Iran. So, Tom Rumsfeld, we don't do reconstruction, but you should do. You're going to take on this particular challenge. You've got to see it through. That's simply not good enough. It's not good enough to go to Afghanistan and go, okay, we're going to change things around, it's going to be great, all the women are going to have education, they won't have to wear won't have to cover up their bodies anymore, anything goes, we love that, it's great, let's make carbon into refining city once more. And then suddenly like out. Because what's going to happen? You're going to undo everything. And I remember being in a segue here, but I remember being in Northern Helmand province back in January 2008. And British troops had just taken over an absolute dump of the town called Musa Khan. And I went to talk to this Afghan guy. He just had all these willow trees chopped down to make room for a helipad. The Allies wanted to put that kind of surrounding those cages with kind of rubble in the protective wall. Hester. Anyway. What do you think about the British being there? They stayed, great, but they won't. And he said, if they stay, that's brilliant. He said, I'll tell you what, he said, Taliban were great, they were fantastic. He said, but I could leave my personal weapon and no one will touch it. I could leave it on me for a week, no one will touch it. So will they bring that kind of thing? Will we have peace there? They just chopped down my willow trees. Thanks a lot. And you're seeing a total lack of understanding of the culture, ethnic differences. You're trying to impose a kind of Western-centric view onto something which is just something, of the nation which isn't ready for that. Now, there are ways in which it looked like Afghanistan was starting to kind of emerge. There was a path. Then, just at the critical moment, the West moves out with catastrophic consequences. What you have to say, though, is that in the West, post-1945, the rehabilitation of Italy, of Japan, West and Germany was really good. The consequence of all that destruction, all that turmoil, was thriving, high-producing democracies which burst forth into the second half of the 20th century and into the 21st century in pretty good order. So the lessons of the previous generation First World War had been learned, even though scale of destruction, the displacement of people is unprecedented in 1945.
In 1939, what was the state of the military? What were the most powerful militaries on the stage at that time?
Well, because of naval power, as we've already discussed, and the United States, France has a pretty large navy, Japan has a pretty large navy, Italy has a pretty large navy, but Italy's navy is by far away its most modern aspect of its three services, air, land, and sea. But it doesn't have any aircraft carriers and doesn't have any rig. So they've got modern battleships, battle cruisers, but without key modern bits of technology.
So Italy is really
It's just again, both Hitler and Mussolini, they lack geopolitical understanding. That's because they're so kind of focused on their narrow world, and they view everything through that prism. They can't see without information.
we should say that it's really correctly. I don't think at any point he wants to war.
He doesn't want a war. What he does want is he wants his own new kind of Roman Empire, which extends over the Mediterranean, certainly the eastern part of the Mediterranean, North Africa, all the way up to kind of East Africa, control the now. That's what he wants.
I think you make clear that and there's always like this little brother jealous in that kind of situation because he wanted absolute power and they admit it.
Doesn't have it.
It's described. Yeah, there's a bunch of
Often forgotten. It's amazing.
so there's always this limit and him wanted really wants to get some power he takes it all.
He completely lets you into it. And he likes him. Even when Mussolini's about 4, July 1943, there's a meeting at Rothschild, just a few days before. He does that because he likes Mussolini. He likes him as a man and thinks he's been his friend, and he respects him to a certain extent, even though he definitely views himself as top dog. So it's kind of curious because I don't think he does seem to like Mussolini. But anyway, the problem with Mussolini is Mussolini's Italy is very impoverished from the First World War. And that of course leads to the rise of fascism and the overthrow of parliamentary democracy. And why Mussolini takes those aspects. Again, it's like kind of there's been this disruption, there's been a financial crisis. That leads to kind of people looking at an alternative. What's the alternative? Well, Mussolini's going, we can be proud Italians again, chest pumping, wearing great uniforms, all the rest of it. People kind of think, well, a piece of that. That kind of works, and proverbially the trains work on time under him, and so on and so forth. But he just gets ahead of himself. And actually the writings on the war, like when it gets to Abyssinia, and against sort of what effectively are kind of like first world European standards, primitive tribesmen in Abyssinia, they have quite a tough fight there. They do prevail, but it's not a complete walkover, and they get a bit of a bloody nose at times. And it's interesting, and they're just not ready. They don't have the industry. They're tied up into the Mediterranean. They don't have access to have some merchant shipping, but not a huge amount. They just don't have what is required. They're dependent on Britain for coal. Britain's the leading coal exporter in the world in the 1930s. So Britain's approach to fascist Spain and approach to fascist Italy has been very much sort of stick and carrot, saying we'll let you do what you do as long as you kind of stay in your box, and we'll continue to provide you with supplies and coal and whatever it is you need, as long as you don't go too far. And so that's why Mussolini is very anxious in 1938 and again in 1939 to kind of be the power broker, kind of not let Germany go to war. But Germany is, they signed the Axis deal in May 1939, where they become formal allies. This is Mussolini, Italy, and Germany. But it's a very, very unequal partnership. One of the reasons Mussolini finds it is because he fears that Germany has designs on Italy. It's not because he thinks, these guys are great, but they're our natural benefactors. It's so that he can. It's a mutually convenient act whereby Germany gets on with whatever it wants to do up in Northern Europe and Eastern Europe. Italy is going to have to do whatever it wants to do. They'll just kind of watch each other's backs. They have borders, Austria and Italy for one another. And they'll just do their own thing, and they'll help each other out with supplies and stuff. But basically, they won't. They'll be there. It's a kind of marriage of convenience. They never expect to be fighting alongside each other. Not really. There is a kind of obligation to so, but it's an obligation with no expectation of anything happens. And so, from Mussolini's point of view, the fact still is kind of just saving your flag to one particular mast, and kind of trying to cover your back. And so long as he plays his cards right, he can still get his cult advice from Britain. He doesn't have to worry about that. The fact still doesn't make any difference to that. The problem for him is that in June 1940, he thinks that France is about to be defeated and that Britain will surely follow. And so he thinks, I've got some pretty big things I can take Malta, I can take British possessions, I can overrun Egypt. Now is my time, but I also need to kind of join the fight before France is completely over, right? Otherwise, it's like I'm a Johnny come lately. I won't get those spoils because the Germans will go, yeah, you can't have all this stuff. You've turned up too late. You need to be in the fight. So he does it, but he thinks it's the perfect timing. It turns out to be a catastrophic timing because when Britain doesn't exit the fight, Britain is still there. And by February 1941, a very, very tiny British army in Egypt has overrun, two entire Italian armies and taken 133,000 prisoners in North Africa.
So you mentioned the sea who was down there. Who was down with the air?
Well, in the air, it has to be the Luftwaffe. And it is also the Imperial Japanese, both the Imperial Japanese Navy and the Army. They both have air forces. And one of the reasons that is because the quality of pilots in Japan is extremely high because it's so difficult to get in the top position. You are going to your frontline squadrons with at least 500 hours of put that in some perspective. A British RAF or Luftwaffe pilot would be joining their frontline squadrons with 150 to 170 hours of Luftwaffe. So it is that these guys are disciplined to within an inch of their lives. They are up as well as physical endurance. They are the elite of the elite, and they are extremely good. The problem they have is that there is a good number of them, but Luftwaffe is the largest air force in the world in 1939, but it is already at a parity in aircraft production with Britain. And the French have a kind of similar size army, but they're very, very badly organized. So they're organized into different regions. One region is not really talking to another. And one of the problems is when the UK together, German invasion of the West starts, France's army of the air is spread throughout France and has its own little areas. So you have one bunch of fighters bombers in that block, in the Marseille area. You have another block kind of Brittany coast, and you have another block around Sudan, and you have another. So consequently, they're never able to kind of bring their full strength to bear. So it's although they've both got about 3,500 aircraft on paper and about 2,500 that are fit to fly on any one given day, the Luftwaffe, because they're the aggressor, choose how they mass their aircraft and where they attack and when. So, in other words, you can send Luftwaffe can send overwhelming amounts of bombers and fighter planes and pulverize the French airfield, catch them napping. Because the French don't have a defense system, they can't see where they're coming. So their only hope is to kind of take just hope in the sky, hope they bump into some Luftwaffe. And of course, that's inherently inefficient. They get destroyed. They get destroyed in penny packets rather than on mass. If the RAF is not done on an Air Force basis, where you have each air corps or air fleet has a handful of bombers, a handful of fighters, a handful of reconnaissance planes. They have different commands, so they have bomber command, fighter command, training command, coastal command, and they all have very specific roles. So they're structured in three different ways because they're an island nation, and because they see their role militarily in a different way. And because the rearming that Britain has done in the 1930s is all about defense. It is not about aggression. It is not about taking out the enemy. It is showing you're tough, but also first and foremost getting your ducks in a row and making sure that you don't get defeated. So this is the principle behind the world's first coordinated defense system, which is the radar chain, it is the observer core, it's control rooms, it is interesting technology such as identification of friend or foe, IFF, which is where you have a pulse, so you have these control rooms, and you have a map table, and you have a total board in front of you where you can see what squadrons are airborne, what state of readiness they're at, whether they're engaging the enemy, little lights come on, show you can see weather maps, you can see the cloud ceiling, you can see all that at glance. Then you're on a dais, and then down in front of you is a massive great map of southern England. You've got croupiers that are moving pots. So you, through a combination of radar, which picks up a kind of rough idea of what's coming towards you, combined with the observer corps, you have overlapping observer corps stations all over Britain, covering every single inch of airspace over Britain, looking up into the air and seeing how many aircraft there are and at what height they are. And you have little pantograph, which is a piece of equipment which helps you judge altitude. You then ring through that. That all comes into the control room along with information from the radar stations, which is going into a single filter room, fighter command headquarters, which is then being pushed straight back out to the sector stations. So this information is being updated all the time. So you have a plot that looks like it might be, enemy bombers, 30 plus, for example. That's constantly being adapted. So as more information comes in, you would change that, and then you can see that actually it's only 20 aircraft or 22 aircraft. So you're updating that, and that the figure is put on your little plot and moved across, and so you see it. And then because you can identify your own aircraft and see where they are moving, you also want the guys in the air are on the radio to ground controllers who are in these rooms, and they're saying, okay, well, if you see that Angel's 18,000 feet, on a vector of 150 degrees, you should be seeing your enemy bombing formation any moment now. What that means is that you're not on the ground when the enemy are coming with their bombers to hit your airfield. This means you're in the air, so that all they're doing is hitting a grass airfield, which you've already got bulldozers, diggers, graders, and lots of scalpings and earth ready to fill in the potholes, and it's good to go. And it means, as a consequence of all that, when the Germans do launch their all-out assault at Atlanta on the Eagle Day, the 13th of August 1940, the British are ready. They can see them coming, they know what to expect, and they anticipate. And it means that they're not being caught with their trousers down off the ground. And as a consequence of that, of the 138 airfields there are in Britain, only one of them is knocked down for more than 48 hours in the entire summer of 1940. That's Manston on the duration.
So these are the two biggest airports.
So those are the two biggest
So Luftwaffe, German, and they're legendary, terrifying airports.
They are.
Maybe
They're slightly believing their own hype. There's no question.
well, the rest of the world is also
They've just had it too easy. So they don't have ground controllers. They don't have an air defense system in Germany, because why would you need an air defense system? Why would that be aggressive? There's no scenario where we'll have to defend the airspace of the Third Reich, because we're on the offensive. So they have to prepare it.
So there's that clash, the clash of air force. What explains the success of Britain in defending?
Well,
And everyone always says,
the few were the last line of defense against the Nazi hordes, all this kind of stuff. It's rubbish. They're the first line of defense. The second line of defense is the Royal Navy, which is the world's largest. There's absolutely no chance on earth that a German invasion force made up of flying river barges, one out of every three is motorized and the other two aren't, is ever going to get successfully across the English Channel. And even if they did, they would be repulsed. It's just no chance. And it's often forgotten that while the Luftwaffe is coming over from Britain every single day, so is the RAF from Germany. And one of the problems that the Germans have is that these bombers need fighter protection. The fighter planes are there to protect the bombers. And they don't have much fuel. I'm mentioning the 109E, the ML, the model is the 1940 is mainstay of the German fighter force in the summer of 1940. And they don't have much fuel. So they need to conserve their fuel, which means they need to be as close to Britain as they possibly can, which is why the majority of them are all in airfields which are hastily created in July 1940 in France, in the Pas-de-Calais, which is the closest point. That's where the channel is, it's narrow, it's the rest of it, and also in the northern Normandy. And that's where they're flying from. But what that means is that even if you're completely rubbish at a bombing, which the British are in 1940, they haven't developed those navigational aids that create told accuracy by getting hit war. In 1940, they don't have that luxury. It's a target-rich environment. I mean, you can barely miss if you go to the other, the Pas-de-Calais. I mean, it's literally just like one huge great harbor of fiber airfields. Consequently, that means that every single German squadron, which only is 12 airplanes strong on establishment, and very often fewer than that, always has to leave 2 airplanes behind to defend their own airfield. And it's really interesting when you look at the kind of Bristol War statements from the Fluffy Crown down. They're all bugged in a holding place on Trent Park. You can see the transcripts of this conversation. They're all going about how annoying it was. Our airport every night, they can't sleep. And when they just shut up and leave them alone and not bomb them. This is part of the narrative of the Battle of Britain that's completely left out. It's always the stocky, the plucky few against the kind of the Nazi hordes and the rest of it. It's a complete misnomer. By that time, aircraft production in Britain is massively outpacing the Germans. And the best ratio that the Germans achieved in 1940 to July 1940, when the British produced 496 new Hurricanes and Spitfires conventional fighters, and the Germans only produced 240 conventional fighters. That's the best ratio. Of course, that is the British outproducing the Germans 2-1. And what that means is, by the end of October 1940, when the Battle of Britain is sort of being designated as being over, the conventional fighter force of the Luftwaffe is less than 200, from 750 or whatever it was in July, whereas the British fighter force had been 650 or whatever. The beginning of July is now well over 700. And Britain was quite to a massive degree. And that continues. And that is a ratio that just increases as it progresses. I mean, Britain produces 132,500 aircraft in the Second World War. America produces 300.
Why is there this budget?
Well, because it's the spearhead.
That has to do with the word.
It's sort of the Luftwaffe can't sort of the bogeyman with the third lane for everything, but that's because they're completely immune. They're the only part of the Third Reich Armed Services. They're part of the Wehrmacht, the Navy, the Army, and the Air Force. That is in constant use the whole time, or constantly use, like you said. In America, they rotate their pilots really, really carefully. By the time you've got the 8th Fighter Command, for example, part of the mighty Air Force, by the end of 1940, you would have in a squadron you would never have more than 16 airborne in a squadron. You would have 40, 45 pilots, but to service 16 in the air, similar number of aircraft, which means you're not overusing these guys. And what would happen by that stage of the war, by 1943, a young fighter pilot coming to a Thunderbolt squadron or a Mustang squadron, for example, at the end of 1943, he'd have 350 hours of consecutive flights, because you can train in America, in Florida, or California, or Texas, or wherever, you can process many, many more people, because the training is much more intensive, because you've got clear skies. So it's not a question of we'd like to take you out for it this morning, but it's a bit cloudy. Oh, the RAF are getting their force over, so we can't fly today. So in Germany, pilot training is constantly, aircraft training is constantly interrupted by the war, by shortage of fuel, by inclement weather, etc., etc. In America, you have none of those problems. And Britain, because of its reach, also has training bases in what was recognized Zimbabwe, in South Africa, in Canada as well. And so you're able to process these guys better, give them more training. So when they come, they're absolutely finished articles as pilots. What they're not the finished articles is, say, a bomber pilot or a fighter pilot. Well, that's okay, because you join your squadron with 40 other guys, the 16 aircraft. And the old hands kind of take you up a few times, so you arrive at, let's say, some airfield in Suffolk, And you'll have 10 days to acclimatizing, getting into it. The old hands through the paces. You can some trick tips. You can pick their brains during kind of while they have some chow and listen in on some briefings. Then first mission you do will be a milk run over class where the changes kind of, and you can build up your experience. So by the time you're sent over on a mission to Berlin or Bremen or Ruhr or whatever, so qualitatively and quantitatively, you are just vastly superior to anything from Luftwaffe. Luftwaffe by that stage, in contrast, 1940, new pilots coming to frontline squadrons with 150, 170 hours in their logbooks. Less than 100, 190, 92 hours, something like that. It's not enough. And they're just being flown straight to battle, but they're getting absolutely stuck. And they're also, because their machines are quite complicated, there's no two-seaters. So, no two-seater trainers. First time you're flying in your Hawk 190 or your Messerschmitt 109, it's this horrendous leap of faith, which you, as a young, bright Luftwaffe fighter pilot, know that you're not ready for this. And it can bite you. Something like a Messerschmitt 109. It's very high wind load. It's very maneuverable in the air, but it's got tiny wings. It's got incredible torque, deep event, 605 engine with this huge amount of torque. It's supposed to flip you over. So if you're not used to it, and it's got a narrow undercarriage, which is what we're not used to it, you could just crash. So in the first couple of months of 1944, they're doing something like 2,400 aircraft in the air, and pilots, and about 3,400 accidents.
So it has to do with training, not training enough.
Training and resources and supply. And Second World War, more than any other conflict, is a war of numbers. There are differences, the decisions that generals make. There are moments where particular brilliance and bravery can seize the day, take the bridge, the enemy at bay or whatever. But ultimately, you're talking about differences which might make months difference, 6 months difference, maybe even several years difference. But ultimately, there's a certain point in the Second World War where the outcome is absolutely inevitable because the guys that lose can't compete with the numbers of the guys who get win.
So in that sense, people think of World War II as about factors.
Yes.
What does it take to win in battle of factors? How manufacturing military equipment against the Allies?
It's efficiency. So I was kind of, I was thinking, let's take the example of the Sherman. The main Western Allied forces, a fair number of percent of the Soviet Union and all that matter.
I think you've said it doesn't get the respect it deserves. Maybe it
Doesn't get respect. So the Sherman tank was 75 millimeter main battle barrel, so it's a medium course speed, fire a shell around 2,000 feet per second, compared to the notorious infamous German 88 millimeter, which can fire at third fast again, like 3,000 feet per second. But on paper, a Tiger tank coming around the corner and a Sherman tank coming around the corner, it should be no match at all. Tiger tank is 58 tons, looks scary, is scary, it's got a massive gun, got really thick armor. Sherman tank doesn't have a stiff armor, it doesn't have a gun that's big. It should be an absolute walkover. And yet, at about 5:30 p.m. on Monday the 26th of June 1944, a Sherman tank came around the corner of the road called a pursuit, a little village called Fontenay Pesman in Normandy, came face to face with the Tiger tank, and won. How does this happen? Well, I'll tell you how it happened, because the commander of the Sherman tank was experienced and well understaffed. That is, he had an armor piercing gun already in range. As soon as he saw the Tiger tank, he just said fire. That armor piercing gun did not penetrate the Tiger tank. But what it did do is it hit the gun magnet, which is a bit of reinforced steel that you have just as the barrel is entering that turret. And that caused spalling, which is little shards of bits of metal, which then hit the driver of the Tiger tank in the head. He was screaming, from him or whatever, couldn't really see. The moment they got hit, the commander of the Tiger tank retreated into the turret of the Tiger. The moment you retreat into the turret, you can't see. You can see because you've got periscopes, but your visibility is nothing like this as it is when you've got your head above the turret. Immediately after that, a armor piercing round from the Sherman tank was repeated by a number of high explosive fragile rounds, which kind of detonate with a little minor charge, and the second charge breaks off the smoke. Onwards, in the first 30 seconds, 10 rounds from that Sherman tank had hit the Tiger tank from the Tiger tank had unleashed a single round. And the crew then surrendered. So you didn't need to destroy the Tiger tank, you just need to stop it operating. If it hasn't got a crew, it's just a chunk of metal that's inoperable. So that's what you need to do. And what that tells you is experience counts, training counts. Agility of Sherman tank also counts. It's a smaller shell, therefore it's easy to manhandle, because you can put more in the breech quicker. There's people in the Sherman tank, that was the first time I had a gun step as a turret, which is more effective on the move. There's also an overweight switch on the underside of the turret, so the commander needs to see something up bottom of his eye, immediately start moving the turret before the gunner who was down in the belly of the turret could react. There's many different factors of it, but the main factor is the 1,347 Tiger tanks, 49,000 Shermans. So that means 36 Shermans for every single plane.
So you actually have an incredible thing. You talk about this a lot in different angles about the top 5 tanks and the bottom 5 tanks. I think was it the Tiger that made both the top 5 and the bottom 5?
The problem with the Tiger tank is
Was to say that you keep saying top, but one of the pros of the Tiger tank is what you is, I mean, the psychological warfare aspect of it is terrifying. Yes. I don't know what the other pros. I mean, I guess the AB millimeter.
It's pretty fair stuff, but there are pragmatic problems. The big problem is that the Germans are capable of mass production on the scale that the Americans do, but even British, and they're just not in that league. The reason they're not in that league is because they're in the middle of Europe, they don't have access to the world oceans, they don't have a merchant fleet, they can't get this stuff, they haven't got everyone in the Soviet Union. They can't process it, and they're being bombed 24 hours a day. And so all their factories are split all up, and that is inherently inefficient because they're having to come move different parts around, and they're having the whole process of having to travel from one place to another to get stuff. You haven't got much fuel. So the consequence of that is that what you do is you think, okay, well, we can't mass produce, so let's make really brilliant things. But they've lost sight of what really brilliant is. Really brilliant to their eyes is big, scary, big guns of armor. But actually, what conflict in World War II shows you is that you need ease of maintenance, you need reliability. There's 3 people for every automobile, and that includes the old and the children. So almost every young man knows how to drive. And when you get into a Sherman tank, it's got a clutch, it's got a throttle, brakes are the steering mechanism. The clutch is where you would expect the clutch to be. It's got a manual shift. You put your foot on the clutch and you shove it into second gear, and off you go, or reverse or whatever. And it literally could be easier. Anyone who can drive a stick car can drive a Sherman tank. Seriously, not everyone can drive a Tiger. It's incredibly complex. Really, really is. That comes with a whole host of problems. And of course, you don't have the numbers. You've got 1,347 of them. You've got 492 King Tigers. And at a time where you are really short of fuel, you're really short of absolute everything. And those shells are huge, and they're harder to manhandle. Weird little things that the Germans do, for all their design genius. The logo is always on the right-hand side. Now, in the 1920s, 1910s, and 30s, children were taught to be right-handed. You weren't allowed to be left-handed. So you were right-handed. So you want to be on the right-hand, the left-hand side of the gun. So you take the shell from your right and swivel it into the breech with your right side. But the logo in the Yak Panther or Panther or Tiger is always on the right-hand side of the breech, which is ergonomically makes no sense whatsoever. Why do they do this? I've never had an answer. But so there's all these little things, and as a soldier coming up against, you're an American GI, and you're coming up against a Tiger tank. You don't care about the fact that it's difficult to maintain, or the problems involved in trying to get it to the battlefield. All you care about is this monster coming in front of you. It's squeaking and cranking away, and it's incredibly scary, and it's about to blow you to bits. That's all you care about, and quite understandably so. But those who have been tracking the war at a higher level, and historians that have come subsequently and look at all this stuff, they do need to worry about this. And I remember the same Georg Thomas, the architect of the Hunger Plan. I found these minutes of this meeting, which I think was over on the 5th of December 1941. So she asked before the Red Army counter-attackers outside Moscow, winter of 1941. And it's a meeting about weaponry. And this is a verbatim quote. It says, "We have to stop making such complete setting." In other words, we constantly building over-engineered and setting these weapons up until this point. And this sort of part managing.
You could probably talk for many hours about each of these topics. We talked for 10 hours about things. I encourage people to listen to your podcast. World War II pod. We have ways to make it talk. It's great.
But yeah, we also do. We got a YouTube channel, website called World War II Headquarters. Some walking ground and videos of that, all sorts of stuff, and little explainers of getting around tanks and stuff, and the weaponry and the documents, and photographic archives. So the idea is to turn it into a real hub. Anyone who's interested in this subject, it's a place where they can go and find out just a whole load more.
I love it. So, like I said, we could probably talk for many hours on each of these topics, but let's list some of the battles, and then you can tell me which jumps out at you. I want to talk to you about Western Front. Definitely talking Normandy, but sometimes the battle in Midway.
Yep.
In 1942, which is a major battle. There's Eastern Front, Stalingrad, the deadliest battle in human history. Then there's the Battle of Kursk. It's the tank battle, the largest tank battle in history, probably the largest battle period in history. 6,000 tanks, 2 million troops, 4,000 aircraft. And then that takes us also to the Falls of Normandy, Italian campaign that we talked a lot about. So what do you think is interesting to try to extract from before we get to Normandy? Do you find this story in the Battle of Kursk or the Battle of Stalingrad more interesting? Stalingrad itself is seen as a turning point.
Well, I think so. I mean, it's really interesting. So they get through 1941. Barbarossa doesn't happen as the Germans hope it will. And the whole point is to completely destroy the Red Army in 3 months. That just doesn't happen. And I think you can argue convincingly that by, let's say, beginning of December 1941, Germany is just not going to win. It just can't. And let me tell you what I mean. So if you take an arbitrary date, let's say the 15th of June 1941, Germany at that moment had one enemy, which is Great Britain, albeit Great Britain plus $1 million. Fast forward 6 months to, let's say, the 16th of December. So 3 enemies. You've got Great Britain, $1 million empire, USSR, and the USA. It is just not going to win. All the talks of modern weapons or weapons, it is lost that at that point. Having said that, the Soviet Union is still in a really, really bad situation. It's being helped out a huge amount by supplies from the United States. just unprecedented amounts of material being sent through the Arctic or across Alaska into the Soviet Union at that time. It is absolutely staggering how much is committed by Roosevelt and Churchill to try and stem the flow in the Soviet Union, because all the announcements and the pride that the Soviet Union has about moving factories to the other side of the Urals and stuff in 1941, huge amounts of overrun intact by the Germans in the early stages of World War II. I mean, really, colossal losses, huge amounts of, rain is gone, coal is gone, entire factories have gone, steel production goes down by kind of 80% in the Soviet Union in 1941 and 1942. So in 1942, despite the vast amount of numbers of men that they have at their hands, I mean, they create 80 new divisions in the second half of 1941, for example. I mean, Britain never has 80 divisions in the entire Second World War, division being about 50,000 men. So, despite that, and that is because Stalin's meddling, woeful state of the Red Army in 1945, etc. So in 1942, it's still in a really bad way. But the Germany's in a really bad way. The attrition it's suffered in 1941 is winning itself to death in 1941. So it's having these huge wins, 7 key in September 1941, capturing a further kind of best part of 700,000 Red Army troops, etc. But in the process of doing that, it is constantly being tricked. Both practical casualties and also casualties. Just can't touch it. The scale is too big. And what happens is, with every moment that the German forces, that ultimate victory slips away, so Hitler's personal handling of the battle increases. And, something you like about him, but he just hasn't had military training to do that. He might have amazing attention to detail. He might be able to understand, have an enormous capacity to remember units and where they are on a map. But he was only a half corporal in the First World War. He's never been to staff college. He might have read lots about Frederick the Great. I mean, I've read lots of history, but that doesn't say I'd be a competent field marshal. So he is not the right person for the job at all. He micromanages, and he looks at figures and figures and doesn't understand what it's like at the actual front of the coalface. So he's stifling the very thing that made the German army effective, which is the ability to give commanders at the front freedom on their leash to be able to make decisions, battle command decisions. And he's taken that away from them. So he's basically making them go to battle with decreasing amounts of supplies and firepower with one hand behind their back in terms of decision-making process. And that is not a good combination. The other problem is that he decides, rather than going for Moscow in 1942, because basically there's a kind of cooling off period in the winter because of the conditions, but everyone knows the Soviet Union, the Red Army knows that at the moment spring's come, there's going to be another offensive, another major offensive in the summer. That is absolutely as certain as day following 1971. The problem that the Germans have is they just don't have enough. They have less than they had when they lost Barbarossa the previous year. The Soviet Union has more. It is better prepared and knows what's coming now. It's kind of learning some of the lessons, starting to absorb the lessons. Stalin, coincidentally, is pulling back from his very tight leash in a way that it was doing the opposite, increasing his micromanagement and control. And what Hitler decides is, rather than go to Moscow, he's going to go to the Orient. This is absolutely insane, because what's going to happen when they get to the Orient? Does he think really that the Soviet Union is going to let those orphans come into German hands? Even if he does let them get in, what are they going to do about it? I mean, oil needs to be refined. Where are you going to refine it? They don't have any oil. They don't have many oligarchs. How are you going to ship that oil to where you need it to be? Factories in the Third Reich, to your, process it into gasoline, and then get it to diesel, get it to your U-boats, get it to your tanks, get it to your army units. How are you going to do that? How do you transport it from the Caucasus, long way away from Berlin? How are you going to do that? There's no pipelines. There's only some pipelines. They've been built by American money and American engineering. They're getting backwards towards the Urals, not forwards. They have no more rail capacity whatsoever. They just don't have the oil tanker. So it is absolute la-la it is incredible that when you look at the detailed literature that the Germans have, no one is asking this question in the spring and early summer of 1942. The logistics question of place. No one is saying, okay, it's great that we're going to go to Caucasus and get all this off, then what? No one is asking that question.
Nor how do you provide resources and feed the soldiers and all that kind of stuff during this.
So the case proof, first of all, they get distracted by going into Crimea and go, well, go do that first. So they have to get this past the whole of Crimea, which they do. And then they have to push on. And at this point, suddenly looming in front of the Stalingrad, banks and Balkans, cities, industrial city, which has Stalin's name. And Hitler goes, okay, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to split my forces so half of you can go south towards the Caucasus, the rest of you can go front to Stalingrad. And Botkus, who's the commander, goes, that's nuts, that makes no sense whatsoever. You know, you're splitting the mission. So it applies. So suddenly they get into this assault for Stalingrad. And it becomes this sort of street fight. Street fighting is the worst kind of fighting. I mean, the reason why the Israelis explode everything up in Gaza is because otherwise you can't see. You need to feel part. This is fighting in a built-up area. It's horrendous.
Yeah, to clarify, we were talking about urban warfare, door-to-door, building to building.
It's incredibly difficult. And home advantage is colossal in this instance. And of course, it's piping hot when they attack in kind of August into early September, and then it suddenly gets very, very cold. And at the same time, American mechanization, slightly British mechanization, but primarily American trucks are enabling Zhukov to plan this great pincer. So it is, you know, and Russians will hate me for saying this. I probably will get on it, but the truth is it is not the street fighting that destroys the Sixth Army. It is the encirclement, subsequent encirclement. So the Germans have been sucked into the street. Stalingrad. We cannot give up. We cannot give up. We cannot back down. We cannot pull out. We've got to destroy this city. Meanwhile, while their backs are turned, and while most of their forces are going off to the Caucasus on a wild goose chase for absolutely zero oil, and they never get remotely close to that, this huge great pincer movement is being planned, and it is only possible through mechanization from the United States. And that is the big turn, because from that moment onwards, the Germans are on the back foot. They're basically going backwards. There are little small counter-attacks. There was obviously the cursed salient, but it's game over. You know, the catastrophe of the surrender of the final threat. I mean, the right for the war begins by November 1942. When the two Soviet fronts meet up, then there is no possible chance of escape. The Sixth Army, they are consigned, they are total. And their final threat, obviously, but that's all ever. And then, at the same time that is happening, disaster is unfolding. Because Hitler has insisted on massively resupplying the Mediterranean theatre. The problem there is the amount of equipment that is lost in North Africa is greater than it is in Stalingrad. I don't think you could argue that psychologically Tunisia is a greater loss than Stalingrad. It absolutely is. You have to see them in action. This is two fronts. This is Eastern Front, Southern Western Front, and this is the first time that the Americans have been on the ground against Axis forces, and they lose big time. The Allies become masters of the North African shores on 13th of May 1943, and it is a catastrophe. And in that time, 2,700 aircraft Luftwaffe aircraft have been destroyed over North Africa between November 1942 and May 1943. And overall, the subsequent that summer as well. It's really interesting. Luftwaffe lose between June and October 1943. So this is including the cursed battle, which takes place in July. In that period, the Luftwaffe loses 702 aircraft over the Eastern Front, but 3,704 aircraft over the Mediterranean. So I think one has to also, one of the lessons about studying the Second World War, one has to be careful not to assign strategic importance to boots on the ground. It can be of great strategic importance, and not necessarily. No one would argue, for example, that the Guadalcanal is not an absolutely game-changing battle in the Pacific War, and yet the number of troops compared to what's going on the Eastern Front, or the Western Front is tiny in comparison. So it is absolutely true that the most German blood is lost on the Eastern Front, but that doesn't mean to say that it's more strategically important than the Western Front. It's not saying that the Western Front is more strategic either. It's just you have to kind of be balanced around this. The psychological blow over Stalingrad is immense. You cannot belittle that.
And there's we went over it really fast, but there's a human drama element.
Yes.
But yes, when we're talking about the operational side, the material loss of the battle is also extremely important to the big picture of the war. And we often don't talk about that because, of course, with war, the thing to focus on is the human warfare. There are humans.
And I also think that what's interesting is that Nazi Reichenberg's response to Stalingrad, which is not to go, we're screwed, it's to double down. It's, so Goebbels, for example, gives his infamous speech in Horse Palace on 3rd week of February 1943, where he goes, are you ready for this? And this is now turning point. The war is coming. This is a fight for survival. We're all in it together. You are in this as well. Every single one, every single German is now, this is a fight for survival. And we are now in total war. And everyone is just so impressed. They realise that they will are going to reap what they have sown. Because everyone knows what's being happened in this front. Because the first part of the war, Germans have loads of cameras, they're really into photographing everything, taking city footage of everything. It's still part of recording the greatness of the Reich and the drives of the Reich. They want to record it, so all this stuff is a bit like radios, made very, very cheap, so lots of that. People are sending it all back. And the people who are developing the stuff are all seeing it, people are talking about it, and then it's sent to families, and they're all seeing it. And they're seeing pictures of Jews being rounded up and beaten, and they're seeing Ukrainian partisans being executed, and they're seeing villages being tortured, and everyone knows. They all know.
Yeah,
This whole idea is, do they really know what's going on? Yeah, they do. They do know what's going on. So that's all great detail, of course. Some people don't. A bit like people know about the news today. Some people do, some people don't. I don't know the news. I know this is the news. So you have that, of course. But it is widely understood, widely known that really brutal things have been going on. The troops coming back are utterly traumatized by what they have taken part in, what they've witnessed, a kind of unspeakable brutality. This is more a completely different level to anything that's been kind of seen in recent years.
Yeah, we should mention the Western Front and Eastern Front are very different. So a lot of the Holocaust by bullets, the Holocaust by concentration camps, extermination camps, is not in Germany. It's not in the Western Front. It's in Poland. It's in the Soviet Union.
Yeah, but don't forget that even Auschwitz, for example, is part of the New Reich. It's part of an area which has been absorbed into Germany. So as far as they're concerned, this has now got, it's now no longer got the Polish name. It's now called Auschwitz in Germany, and it's part of Germany. And there are German people moving there into this, common model town. And they all know exactly what's going on.
Yeah, you, by the way, have a good podcast series where I'm talking about the evolution of the dream world town that becomes a camp, a work camp, that becomes an extermination camp. On a big movement by Rothschild, probably never produces a single game. So this, for sure, is something that I'd like to dive deep in. There's a book I recommended, KL.
Yes, it's just called KL. It's about the whole concentration camp system. Because K is concentration in German. Lager is a camp. It's an exhaustive book, and I'm full of admiration for him for writing it, just because it's cheap as it must be. So I was very impressed doing that work on Auschwitz, that deep dive. I just found it utterly dispiriting. And I've been there a few times, and it's ghastly. So how you read on the book?
I think in the details, there's two ways I think to read the Holocaust. One is the answer for meaning of Viktor Frankl, so this philosophical thing about how human confront that and find meaning in what it looks like. What does the human condition look like in the context of such people? And then there is the more detailed, okay, well, how do you actually implement something like the final solution? So you have this ideology of evil, the fine detail of what different technologies used, what the different humans in the hierarchy of humans in the camp, how do they, what's the actual experience of the individual person who shows up at a camp. Just get into the details. In those details, there's some deep, profound truth that can emerge. The mundane, one step at a time, is how you can achieve. Yeah. So you can get lost in it's yes, honestly,
It's incredible. I think what is so completely horrific is that half the 6 million were killed by kind of bullets in the back of the head. And the reason they stopped doing that, and they wanted to stop doing that, was because the guys that the perpetrators were finding it so traumatic. You know, him that goes and visits an execution in Ukraine, or maybe he's not successful, I don't know where he goes, but we witnessed some in some of the one. So that's horrible. You know, do that. I don't want my men to do that. You've got to find out more humane way of doing it. You talk about more humane way of doing it. Humane for the executioners, not the victims, because trust me, Cyclone B is not a nice way to go. You know, it basically is personal injuries to the lungs. It's extremely painful, and you can no longer breathe. It can take up to 20-25 minutes. You know, some people can take a couple of minutes, but all of those who are standing naked in that gas chamber, first of all, extremely humiliated by this process in the first place. Then there's some realization that they're not in the shower, gas, and they're going to die. Imagine what you're thinking as that process is due, because you might be the first, but you're still going to, even the first person is going to know that I can't breathe and I'm dying. Everyone else is going to see the first few dying and then going to realize that is what's going to happen to them. And you've got those minutes, sometimes many minutes, where you've got to contemplate that. That's in extreme pain and pain. And just think about how cruel that is.
while being humiliated.
So, the inverted commas, humanity of the gas chambers is anything but. It's disgusting. And the fact that people could do this is just beyond horrific. And then the fact that you are taking your Jewish prisoners, getting them to cut off all the hair, pull out the teeth of the dead, before you put them on a lift, incinerate them. If you go to Auschwitz now and you go to the collapse of blown up gas chambers, which the Germans destroyed before the Russians overran them in January 45, you can still see some of the actual ones. And there are bits of bone still there. It is utterly repulsive. And imagine arriving from that train on that incredibly long journey where you've had no comfort whatsoever. You've had humiliations and privations you've had to suffer as a result of that. You know, having to come defecate in a bucket in the corner in front of other people. It's just tremendous. And then you get there bewildered, and immediately your kids are taken away from you, or your husband and wife will be married 20 years, they're separated just like that. Set off into different routes, straight to gas chambers. I mean, the scale of cruelty is so intense. It's hard to fathom, and the thing that I find really difficult to reconcile, and this is where I think the history is important, is that Germany is such an amazing nation. You know, it's the country of Beethoven and Strauss and Goethe and incredible art and culture and some of the greatest engineers and scientists that ever lived. And look how quickly it flipped into the descent of unspeakable inhumanity, which manifests itself in the Holocaust and the gas chambers and the executions into pits and tiny places and crooks in Lithuania or Ukraine or whatever. I mean, it's just horrendous. And this is from a nation which a decade earlier had been democracy.
It seems like the human civilization we walk that social and life is good and evil. Then thin line and you have to walk carefully.
Yes.
So one of the great battles in World War II on the Western Front is Normandy. I have to talk to you about it. That was D-Day. The Normandy landing is famous on June 6, 1944. This was Allied invasion of occupied Western Europe. What was the planning? And it was likely planning. What was the planning? What was the execution of the Normandy landing?
Well, the decision to when the Americans joined the war in December 1941, the Arcadia Conference, a few days later, the British Chiefs of Staff and Churchill and Roosevelt, his own Chiefs of Staff, about what the policy should be. The proposal is to get American troops over to Europe as quickly as possible, get them over to Britain, get them training, and get them across the Channel ASAP, and start the liberation of Europe. The reality is that in 1942, the Americans just aren't ready. They come from this incredibly tiny army that's not growing. They've got no battlefield experience. British are still recovering. They're good on the naval power. They're kind of increasingly good on air power. But manpower, they've had to kind of make up from the loss of their ally France, and then expand as well. So kind of ground zero for America and Britain has been kind of June 1940, when France is out, and suddenly that's the strategic earthquake. And that's the issue that needs settling. And they need to just completely realign everything that they fought in 1939. They've got to start again. But it also becomes clear that they're not really ready in 1943 either. One of the problems is that Molotov, who's the Soviet foreign minister, come over to Britain in May 1942 and said, we need you to come and do your bit and get on the campaign trail against the Germans and fight on the ground. The British will go, because some of those not really going to help them. We're doing that in North Africa. Then it goes over to Washington, and the Americans go, we're definitely going to go and take on the attacks of the Germans in 1942. They've made this promise. So the summer of 1942 becomes clear that they can't keep that. So Churchill says, well, look, here's an idea. We've already got an army in Egypt. Why don't we land another one in Northwest Africa? That's run by Vichy France, which is pro-Axis French colonies. Why don't we take that? We can do that, and then we can meet in the middle. We can pinch around. We can conquer the whole of North Africa. You can kill two birds with one stone because you can get some experience fighting against Axis troops. Test some of your equipment, commanders. What's it like, and then we can sort of see how it goes. So this is a kind of opportunistic strategy. Whereas the Americans are very much sort of, we want to draw straight lines to Berlin, and that's the quickest way. Let's do it that way. So it's a kind of a different viewpoint, but Roosevelt kind of gets that and agrees to that. So that's where the whole North Africa Mediterranean campaign comes from. And as a consequence of the huge commitment to Tunisia, 3,500 aircraft, huge navies, two allied armies in North Africa by the time Tunisia is won in mid-May 1943. Well, we've got all this here. We might as well kind of really try and get from the nail into the coffin. Italy's one, we'll get them out of the battle. Sicily's an obvious one. Let's go in there, and then we can take a view. But between Sicily happening and the whole of North Africa is the Trident Conference in Washington. That is where the decisions made. Americans go, okay, enough of this opportunistic stuff. Let's just, get it, buy it, but no more faffing around. May 1944, 1 year hence, we are going to cross the Atlantic. The British go, okay, that's cool. So that is where Operation Overlord gets given its code name, its operational name. That's when the planning starts. Serious planning starts at the beginning of 1944. One of the lessons from Sicily to Normandy is that you can't have commanders fighting one battle while preparing for the next one. So you have to have a separate command structure, and that's okay because by this time you've got enough people that have got experience in battlefield command that you can actually split it. There are very good reasons for going into Italy, not least getting the Rothschild airfields, so that you can further tighten the use around Nazi Germany. And one of the great prerequisites for the Normandy invasion is total control of the airspace, not just over Normandy, but over a large swathe of North. Why is that? Because the moment you land in Normandy, the cat is out of the bag. And it's then a race between which side can build up men and material quickest. Is it going to be the Allies, who've got to come from southern England, which is a distance of a slow journey across the seas, and a distance between kind of 80 and 130 miles away, or is it going to be the Germans that are already on the continent? Well, clearly on paper it's the Germans, so you have to slow up the Germans. Well, how do you do that? You do that by destroying their means of getting there. So bridges, destroy the bridges over the Seine, destroy the bridges over the Loire, hit the marshalling yards. The glue that keeps the German war machine together is the Reichsbahn, the German railway network. So destroy the railway as much as you possibly can. Make it difficult for the Germans to reinforce the northern region as and when it comes. But the way you do that, in turn, is by very low-level precision bombing. And that has to be done by twin-engine, faster, smaller bombers going in low. The problem is you can't go low and destroy those bridges if you've got proper water measures that's hovering above you. So you've got to destroy those. Which is why you need to have air-to-air of these large Northwest Europe. The problem is, while the industrial heartland of Nazi Germany is in the west, is in the Ruhr area, which is very convenient for bombers coming out of Lincolnshire or East Anglia on the east side of Great Britain. The aircraft industry is much deeper into the right, and it is beyond the range of fighter escorts bombers. The American daylight bombers who are going over are discovering that despite being non-flying fortresses, they're not fortresses, they're actually getting decimated. And whenever their bombers go in strength over to try and hit the aircraft industry in Germany, beyond fighter range, they get decimated. First, infamously on the private recognized raid on the 17th of August 1943, coincidentally the same day that Sicily falls to the Allies, and also coincidentally the same day that face-to-face negotiations begin with the Italians for an armistice in Lisbon. But on that day, of the 324 heavy bombers that the Americans send over to hit Schweinfurt and Regensburg, where there are a Messerschmitt plant and also a ball bearing plant, which is essential for aircraft manufacturing, they lose 60 shot down and a further 130 odd, really, really badly damaged, even for the fast manpower and bombers that are coming out of America. This is too much. So they can't sustain it, so they've got to find a fighter escort that's going to be able to escort them all the way to the right. And the race is on, because basically if they haven't got one airspace by April 1944, it's game over. You can't do a cross-channel invasion. You have to have that control of the airspace. So the race is on. Unfortunately, they come up with a solution, which is the P-51 Mustang, which is originally commissioned in May 1940 by British developers, sketches to reality in 117 days. It's a work of absolute genius. But Star's design for the really bad engine. The Anderson engine is just not right for that aircraft. And it's not until a Rolls-Royce Merlin, which is the same one that powers the Lancaster, the Mosquito, and the Big Line Hurricane, is put into the P-51 Mustang, that suddenly you've got your solution. Because that means it can now fly with extra drop tanks and fuel tanks. It can, it's so aerodynamic, it's so good. The higher it goes with this engine, the more fuel efficient it becomes. It can actually fly, over 1,400 miles, which is not just to Berlin and back, but to Warsaw and back. So suddenly you've got that solution. And actually, by April 1944, they have cleared airspace, and by the end of May 1944, at the eve of the invasion, Operation Overlord, the closest German aircraft that is seen fighting Allied aircraft is 500 miles from the region. So it is absolutely job done. Meanwhile, new fighter, comparatively new ground attack fighter planes like Typhoons and Tempests, adapted P-47 Thunderbolts, are attacking German radar stations all along the coastline. They now do have an air defense system. They're destroying kind of 90% of their effectiveness. And in the intelligence game, they're winning that one as well. They're just much better because Germany intelligence is power, so people tend to, Hitler always has to kind of divide and rule thing going on to how the command structures, which is not conducive to bringing together intelligence. While much play has been made about the successes of Bletchley and code breaking and all the rest of it, actually, what you have to do is you have to see the kind of the decrypts of the Bletchley cryptanalyst as just a cog, and those various cogs together, from listening services to photon reconnaissance to agents on the ground, but also the cogs collectively add up to more than some of those individual cogs. So the intelligence picture is a broad picture rather than just code breaking. But anyway, they win that particular battle as well. And what you see really with D-Day is, I think, is the zenith of coalition warfare. What you've got is you've got multiple nations who have different overall aims, different cultures, different attitudes, different start points, but they have all coalesced into one common goal. Until they've achieved that common goal, they're kind of putting differences to one side. Much play has been made about kind of Anglophobia amongst American commanders and Americophobia amongst I like British commanders, but actually it's nothing. It's a marriage made in heaven compared to the way Germany keeps it, looks after its own allies, for example. And what is remarkable about the Allies is they're not actually allies; they're coalition partners. There's no formal alliance at all, and there is a subtle difference there. But what you see them is you see them really, really pulling together, and you see that manifest itself on D-Day, I think, where you've got 6,939 vessels, of which there are 1,213 warships, 4,127 assault craft, 12,500 aircraft, 155,000 men landed and dropped from the air in 24-hour period. It is phenomenal. It is absolutely phenomenal. And while it is still seen as a predominantly American show, all three service commanders are British. It is most of the aircraft, two-thirds of the aircraft are British. Two-thirds of the men landed are British and Canadian. You never forget the Canadians consistently punch massively above their weight in the Second World War. In all aspects, as I said, air, land, and sea. They're key in the Battle of the Atlantic. They're key in the air power. They're key in the D-Day and indeed in the Battle of Britain as well. So the Canadians should never be forgotten. But one of the reasons it is the British Navy that dominates in D-Day is because, of course, the enormous strength of the Royal Navy in the first place, but partly because most of the US Navy is like the state of the Pacific, it's not slacking by any stretch of the imagination. It is because it's elsewhere doing its bit for the kind of overall Atlantic cause. But D-Day is just extraordinary, and despite the terrible weather, which is such a debilitating factor across things, because of course, many more people get killed on our beaches than might have done, and on other beaches besides. And actually, in terms of lives lost, proportionally, it's the Canadians and some of the world, more so than the Americans. It's just there's fewer of them overall. D-Day has to be seen as an unqualified success. It's absolutely extraordinary what they achieved. While they don't 100% achieve their overall D-Day objectives, the objectives are always going to be the outer reach of what can be achieved, and you need absolutely perfect conditions for that to happen. And they don't get perfect conditions, but they're so balanced, they're so thought of absolutely everything, and their logistics fine. And even things like the minesweeping operation is the biggest single minesweeping operation in the entire war, because there's huge minefields off the Normandy coast, and ahead of the invasion force, the minesweepers, which amount to I think something like 242 different minesweepers in 5 different operations across every single region, creating lanes through these minefields through which the invasion force can go. Not a single ship is lost to a mine in the actual invasion. That is phenomenal, and can only be done with the greatest of skill and planning, and all in a period where there are no computers, there's no GPS, there's nothing. It is absolutely astonishing. The scale of it is just frankly mind-blowing.
Yeah, that was really the beginning of the end for
Once you get the only cause for doubt is, will they be able to secure that bridge? The moment they get that bridge over, it is good. There's only, there is no other way it's going to be, because of the overwhelming amount of men and material that the Allies are being rejected in the state. And of course, you're being attacked from the fronts. The Italian front to the south, and of course, in a very major way, you've also got the eastern front. Operation Graduate, which is launched that summer as well, is in.
So let's go to the very end. The battle of Berlin. Hitler sitting in his bunker, his suicide, Germans surrender. You actually said that downfall the movie was a very accurate representation of it.
You said the girl was a different.
But I think it's probably my favorite. It's strange to say because it's not really about World War II. It's about Hitler in the bunker, but
I think within it, Bruno Ganz was so many accounts of him, so much written about him, and so many millions and millions of his works. There are translations of many of his conferences. You can see what he's saying, get inside his head, very clear way, much more clearly than you can start a leader, really. And so, one has a very, very strong impression of him was like there's so many accounts of it. And it just feels like they're going to stop him.
But it's a fascinating story of evil maniac, and then it has this certainty, crumbling, right? Like realizing that this vision of a 1,000-year right is.
In a sense, says, my reputation might be good to start off with, but I have a few years time that people start to realize it can be a good option.
They're all the same, aren't they? You always believe that there's so many deep lessons there. So now you've written so much, you've said so much, you've studied this so much. What do you look at World War II as the lessons we should take away?
Well, I suppose it's what happens when you allow these individuals to take hold of great power, great authority, and make these terrible decisions. If you allow that to happen, there are consequences. You have to recognize the moments of trouble when they arise. So when there are financial crises, the political unrest is going to come, and you need to be prepared for that. You need to be able to see the writing on the wall. You can't be complacent. Complacency is such a dirty word. You've got to keep your wits, and you can't take things for granted. You've got to recognize, I think, that the freedoms we enjoy in the West are, they're not necessarily permanent, and you need to make the most of them while you've got them, and cherish them, and consider what happens if the milk turns sour. What the consequences are the other way. Because although I don't think there'll ever be a war on the scale of the Second World War, you've only got to look at pictures of those early days of the war in Ukraine and see sort of knocked out Russian tanks, dead bodies, bloated bodies all over the place. Put that into black and white, and it could be the road out of Falaise in 1944. It could be any number of German battlefields. In World War II, and the similarities and the trenches, people hiding in foxholes, that's horribly reminiscent, as are huge casualties in the suffering of Russian Ukraine. And it's a shock. It's a shock to see that, and it reminds you just how quickly I think things can descend. And that's the other thing. At that point, I was making about how quickly Germany descended from this amazing nation of arts and culture, and science, and development, and engineering into one of the Holocaust. Life is fragile, and peace is fragile, and it's you take it for granted.
You take for granted at our peril that nobody will use nuclear weapons ever again, and that's not a thing we should take for granted. That's what gives you hope about the future of human civilization? We've been talking about all of this darkness in the 20th century. What's the source of light?
The source of light is that I think the vast majority of people who want to live peacefully, want to live happily, and are not filled with hate. And so it's some brilliant minds out there. And I think the capacity for the human brain to come up with new developments, new answers to problems, challenges, is infinite. And I think that's what keeps me up.
James, this is a big fan. This was an honor to talk to you, and please keep putting incredible history out there. I can't wait to see what you do next. Thank you so much for coming.
Well, thank you, Max. It's been a hearty privilege to talk to you.
Thanks for listening to this conversation. Support this podcast. Please check out our sponsors in the description or at letsdo.com/sponsor. And now, let me leave you with some words from this church. If you're going through hell, keep going. Thank you for listening. And I'll see you next time. following this conversation with Oliver Anthony, singer-songwriter and contributor, who first gained worldwide fame with his viral hit "Rich Men Want the Rich Women." He became a voice for many for Voice Fest. With his songs speaking to the struggle of the working class in modern American life. His legal name is Christopher Anthony Bishop. Oliver Anthony was his grandfather's name. So Chris used this name as a dedication to his grandfather and the 1930s Appalachia, where his grandfather was born and raised. Third floors, 7 kids, hard times, as Chris says. He's happy to be called either one. We got to know Chris more as we're working this conversation. He truly is, as he appears online and in his songs. Down to earth, humble, and a good man who deeply feels the pain of the downtrodden. This is a Let's People podcast supported. Please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, there's Christopher Rothschild, or as many of you know him as Oliver Anthony. So I was texting you last night. I was sitting at an open mic, listening to a guy perform Greek Balls of Fire. Like I told you, he's giving everything he got for like 5 people in the audience plus me.
Well, you were there. I've been doing it too. You were all there.
Oh man, he's this big dude on the keyboard, just like sweating, long hair. You can tell like he's there in his own role. I love the courage of that, of just giving it everything. I don't think he wants to be famous. I don't think he wants anything except to be there to play with his heart out. That's why I love open mics. I think some people still aspire to be famous when they play open mics. But some people, maybe they've given up. Maybe they never wanted to be famous. They're just there because of your artistry. And you said you started out playing open mics with shitty bars. What was that like?
Well, yeah, real quick before I forget, to a great example of a guy who had that same mindset and was able to maintain it really well. It's this random player named Johnny Stats in West Virginia. To me, and he's won all these awards and stuff. He still works for UPS full time. And like he could go out and tour with it, play manhood for anybody he wanted to. But man, when you meet Johnny, like you can tell he's just got this joy in him that I don't think he would have if he. But as far as me with the open mics, yeah, it was just a lot of them were embarrassing. There was a couple. I remember there was times where I'd go up and try to do like one song. I get like halfway through the next song, and I'd be so nervous that I couldn't read the words. And there's a couple times I remember there was one time in particular that I just walked off halfway through the song and put my guitar in the case. I just left. I didn't even couldn't even stay in there. It was totally, just total freak out, just embarrassment. And I never drank in bars either. Like I wasn't really a social drinker, so I was just there to try to. So it was kind of, I was a little out of place anyway. I feel kind of out of place in the bar to start with. So.
Yeah, it's back when you can smoke in bars. There's a whole vibe to it. You smoking and drinking. Yeah, definitely. Bombing in a place like that, an audience. There's like 5 people on board.
Yeah, there was one like that. It was in Matoka. It wasn't that far from where I live. The place is gone now, but it was about as big as around here. If that, like. The ceiling tiles are yellow from where everybody had smoked in it since the beginning of time. But that was about the spot. Those were the kind of spots.
You do covers? Would you play? What was your go-to?
Back then it was like I don't know, Fishing in the Dark, Nitty Gritty. Any of those old Hank Jr. songs, like any of those bars, like David on the Co, like Never Coming By My Name, any of that kind of stuff. And I haven't even played any of that forever now, but that was. Maybe there's ones where you get people singing along and stuff. That's what I'd always try to do.
Yeah, that song you performed, Take Me Home, Country Road. How's that go? West Virginia.
Yeah, John Denver was just one of those guys that who knows where he would have went long term if he wouldn't have passed. But
it's a fun song that I love. I shouldn't, but I love is Thank God I'm a Country Boy.
I think that's what I liked about John Denver was he was a little bit he let himself be a little bit corny in the spirit of having fun with it. Great example, there's this older guy that not a lot of people have heard of named Boyd Clark. My farm's like a mile down the road from Boyd Clark's old farm, but he
used to be on Hee Haw. You probably ever heard that old show from like the '60s or whatever. But crazy dude, he could pick any instrument up. Like there's videos on YouTube of it, but he would just sit there and just pick anything up and just rip it. But he would always just be real silly about it. He never took it too serious.
Some people go to a fun place and go to a dark place. You know, country can be both. You more often go to the dark place to the pain.
Yeah, well, especially some of the new songs that are coming out, they'll be probably not. I mean, I don't know what they'll be. I don't know what is country anymore. But I don't know that many people who listen to the type of music that I grew up listening to probably listen to country radio anymore anyway. Like I think there's quite a lot of people who would sort of disown that space. You know, in commercialized country, you only really get what sells, and a lot of what sells isn't necessarily what matters.
Well, you had that whole experience with the tape where you recorded, polished it, try to make it perfect, and so did the soul. So probably that happened with these big artists. They're so famous, it's like a machine. And so what the machine does is it over polishes things. So the raw power of the person, the uniqueness of the person, the soul of the person is gone. Do that.
Yeah. Well, I think professionalism, like applying the tactics of corporate America to anything that is baseline artistic is not going to end well.
They're all individually brilliant, but together, corporates become brilliant.
Yeah.
Just the soul of the people dissipates, disappears. Why are you all pretending that like life is not terrible and beautiful and like you're both scared shitless and excited and this guy's going through divorce, this person just fell in love, like you're forgetting the intensity of life with this corporate like 9 to 5, like hi John, it's great to see you today. Oh, you too, you as well. You as well. But when I look at it, I'm like, why am I whining? I feel like a Bukowski type character. It's like really nice. They're all good people, but like something is wrong with this corporate machine.
Well, they're there to fill a role contractually. I think if they bring too many of their human elements into that, then they jeopardize losing their sense of security. And it's all just out of fear. It's out of fear of losing their job. I mean, it's the reason why all the songs say Oliver Anthony and not Christopher Lunsford on it. You know, like it's fear of. It's so difficult, especially now. I mean, who knows? I was never around in the 40s or 50s and work a job. I'm sure they were probably pretty visible back then, but you know, they talk about now like how difficult it is, like the impossibility of having a single family household or anything else. But like when you find a decent paying job that you can do without it just torturing you every day, that's a pretty important thing. Now, you know, like and so it's pretty easy to kind of turn yourself into a robot for 8 or 10 hours a day out of fear of. It's like you don't want to be yourself too much because maybe part of yourself isn't something that's accepted in this like dystopian nightmare that you go to work at every day. So you just got to do your best and just not step on any toes or do anything that makes you stand out too much. You know, and now it's like when you scroll through some of these videos, people like even when I was still working my lane job, it was like there was this whole big thing, people talking about quiet quitting or something like that. They're just going to go to work and not really do anything. But
that hurts me so much. That hurts me when you just stop. When you're there, but you're not really. It's so sad.
Yeah, so then they wonder if these companies just slowly kind of fall apart and disintegrate because they're so worried about structure. You know, like, I mean, God, man, even in America today, our culture has become, because so many big corporations own and manage everything that we live under, like food, agriculture, healthcare, like social media, it's all in corporate structures. And it's almost like a lot of the problems we find ourselves in now with society, I think, are like, it's just because of, it's almost like corporate HR has been implemented into our whole thought process of everything, you know? It's like, I think that's kind of what you're touching on, though. It's like, it's hard to be a human and be a good little corporate employee at the same time. And as our whole society moves more into like becoming like basically one big corporation, it's like You don't want to piss the HR lady off, so it's a lot easier for me because we're all turning into robots. You know?
And that's a thought of great engineers about this. Jim Keller is a legendary engineer. Elon Musk is another example. That you need that, I don't know what's a nice term for it, but you need the asshole because you want to get to the ground truth of things, to the first principle of things. Like how do we simplify, how do we make it more efficient, how do we move faster, how do we get shit done? And that has no place for this kind of light speed. And then, other great team members swoop in and repair the damage that
Do you think that's because I'm not super well versed about all this, so I'm probably dumb to even mention it. But this guy who's been helping me with doing a documentary, he's been following me around since the very first show in August of '23. His background was doing promotional videos for Boeing, like for on their new spacecraft to pitch it to whoever. And so we touched base a little bit on Boeing. Of course, they're having a lot of problems now, sounds like. And he was comparing that with SpaceX, or with I think it's that exactly what we touched on with that thought process of that sort of dehumanization of companies. I think that's what ultimately causes things. I don't know if there's a connection there or not, but it seems like Boeing is would be more of that. They don't have that tornado. They're very ancient. Like he was telling me, even just with his protocols and some of the people he works with, everything's just very, lightly touch everything. No one, don't touch anything too hard.
It's not just HR, it's just this managerial class where it's like Bob from this department has to schedule a meeting with John from this department and Debbie. Like they have to have a meeting 2.5 weeks from now, and then there's paperwork, and then that bureaucracy that's created in the managerial class just slows everything down. And one of the things that's slowing everything down does is it really demotivates people that are actually doing this shit. Like people on the ground, engineers and building stuff. It's again soul drenching to you decide to show up, and now you hit this wall of paperwork. You have to wait for John and Debbie and that third guy's name I can't imagine in my head to have a meeting. And then you kind of slow down and you disappear in terms of that fire, that passion that's required to create big things. So,
yeah, because they don't believe there's a lack of leadership, and if they don't believe in that leadership, then what the hell would they do? I mean, I remember a while back watching Jocko Willink talk about that when he was in leadership, when he was leading his guys. I think he mentions it in his book. It's probably where I remember seeing it, one of his books, and he talks about how important it was for the people under him in Brain to believe in the actions he was giving them, even if he necessarily didn't agree with them himself. It was it's really hard to take orders and go and to have human spirit, and especially in something that's innovative and not if you're working for a company where you just think everybody's dumb. I mean, I can certainly relate to that. I mean, God, that's all. In my old job, that's all we did was we spent half our day just talking about how dumb we thought everybody was. That was above us. It's easy to fall into that in the corporate world, and so yeah, the morale gets terrible, and everyone suffers as a result of it. The people at the top who are implementing all that dysfunction suffer, and the people at the bottom. It's not good for anybody. I had thought now that I'm doing this that I could escape away from that, but that exact same mentality and that dysfunction and that inefficiency, I still battle it every day.
that's what it takes. It takes unique characters to lead the way. Such unique characters are very much needed in the music industry to revolutionize everything. Cut through the bureaucracy, the bullshit, but ultimately it's just a machine that steals money and doesn't get anything done, really. We'll talk about it. By the way, all the love in the world to Jocko. He's great. I've been going through lots of ups and downs in life, lots of low points for myself over the past 3 years really, but recently especially he always texts and it's with some very high testosterone way of like good bro. Just checking in. He's a good man. This obviously an inspiration to me as a people, but also just as a good human being.
literally, I would imagine you way more than me. It's just feeling like wow, I have the ability to influence or the ability to either bring truth or to improve people's lives, or every word that you say sometimes matters so much, and you're just like, man, I'm an idiot. I don't know, like I would have never guessed. I mean, we were kind of talking about that before about like I would have never guessed that this would have turned into all this, but it is a weight that you bear, whether you really acknowledge it or not.
Yeah, and I think the songs you've created, they speak to the human condition, the struggle of everyday working people in a society that has the elites that try to take advantage of the working people. And you're just speaking through your music those truths of how life is. And that has a huge impact on a lot of people, hopefully positive. But then you also get attacked and misrepresented and lied about from different angles. And just the turmoil, the intense chaos of that, it disorients me. Like, to be attacked by a very large number of people you lied about, because I love people, I have a general optimism about humanity. It just disorients me. Like, it gives me this feeling like I generally, just like you said, think of myself as kind of an idiot, not really knowing what I was doing. And when a lot of people tell you that you're correct, you don't know these things, you start to want to hide. You want to hide from the world, hide from yourself. And then there's also just the chemistry of the brain. So you shake up the brain a little bit, and you start getting and so you get a many friends get available and get attacked, and you kind of fucking things up in many ways and get lonely. Yeah, so that's what you get a text from job with people. And I mean, I have good friends, that's been great, Rogan's been great.
Well, Lex, however many years ago, was in a different place in society than Lex is now. So it's like every conversation you have or every relationship you have is inherently different, even if you aren't any different. Friends that you had from before, maybe, or even just new people you meet, your interactions with them are going to be a lot different than if this wasn't a thing. And so it's like that can be tricky too. When you've spent your whole life, from the time you're 3 years old and you're starting to play with other kids, like developmentally learning how to share and how to interact. And you're playing you're playing on the playground with kids and learning how to set rules and boundaries and how to basically fit into society. So you have this whole learning pattern up until whatever point in time when success happens. It's like all that shifts pretty dramatically on a short period of time. So how do you think managing your previous friendships or your has that been tricky for you or
Yeah, it's been tough, but I value deep, close, long-term friendships, and but I have amazing friends, but they certainly do treat me a little different. They bust my balls noticeably less.
Yeah, and you need that.
I not sometimes, all the time. But first of all, it's how dudes show love. Is making fun of each other. At least my friends. You watch. I think get trouble. We watch women interact. They're all really positive towards each other. Oh, you look great. Like that. When you watch dudes interact, close friends, they're just me bust each other's balls. I'll stop making fun of each other. So yes, that has been a little bit harder. But I tried to break this off. But that's why with the game starts a little bit easier. Rogan goes nonstop. So it just feels good. I just sit there and get caught up, and it's good. It's great.
And I still do it all the time. It's just a different experience now. But I'm like a goodwill junkie. Most of even my clothes were from Goodwill. But I have this addiction to buying paintings from Goodwill. The $8 paintings worth
along with like the Bob Ross
Yeah.
video, and it didn't work out quite right. Like I buy every one of them. I'll go in there and buy like 10. And so just even anytime you go to the public now, it's just like it's gonna be a little different. I don't know if that makes sense or not.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I'm trying to deal with it, but all of it when you talk to world leaders, when you step into politics a little bit, and you apparently stepped into politics even though you never meant to, you're not a political person. That world is like what the fuck? It's very intense, especially at an intense moment in history. It's in an extremely divided country. So.
Yeah, it's like saying that I'm not in politics, people are like, well, of course you're in politics. And I don't know whether I am or not, but just, I do think a lot of people in politics, like, as far as people who sit on the internet all day and argue about stuff on X or on whatever, on their Facebook and all, like, I do think their heart is in it for the right reasons. They observe that there's a lot of things wrong in the world that they'd like to see different. It's just, how do you get those people out of this 4x4 square and like really like they're entrapped in a same kind of box that the people at Boeing might be with that structure. It's the tornado metaphor. It's a draw, but in politics too. Like there needs to just be a tornado in politics, and we need to just like lay all this other stuff aside and just figure out what's really pissing everybody off, what's really affecting our quality of life. A lot of times we're arguing over the symptoms of problems instead of identifying the problems, if that makes any sense. I mean, if Jordan Peterson were here, he would tell us about fire and how important that is and burning up. And like, but it's all the
water and fire and ice metaphor. There's definitely be a connection with the Bible, and then we'll receive a 3-hour lecture.
But it's all true. Like,
that's all true.
It's all 100% accurate. Yeah, that's the crazy thing. But it all ties into that same thing. Like, in politics now, it's almost like there's a rule book that you have to follow, and if you can't agree with this unless you also agree with that. It's like, and maybe it's like the way that we receive information about what's going on in the political landscape is always so biased. It's like it's contingent upon this algorithm, this like algorithmic system that we live under, where we're fed. It's like we're almost fed certain subcategories, and it's easy to fall into that because you don't like hearing things you disagree with, and so it's a lot easier to just turn the TV on or go on Facebook and look at whatever page posts things that you're going to consistently agree with every day, and it's not going to challenge the way you think in any little way, or like expand your thinking. It's easy to do. It's kind of like it's a cult-like type of thing. It's like, this is what we all agree with, and if you don't, then go on, dude. Like, but it doesn't. We're far too obligated for it to really work that way.
Well, this actually relates to one of my favorite things in the conversation with Jordan, where you're just shooting the shit about like playing live music, and he looks to Kierkegaard.
Yeah,
it's like Soren Kierkegaard, the philosopher. I love it so much. He just goes on and on. Nietzsche, and there, this idea of Kierkegaard that the crowd is our truth. So when there's elements to the crowd that there's the humanity and the honesty of an individual that makes up the crowd. Because the default incentive of the crowd is to conform to some kind of narrative. It's like a distributed system that arrives at a narrative, and the narrative holds control of that crowd as opposed to the individual humans who are thinking for themselves and being honest with their own thoughts and realities and so on and so on. Then he was saying that as a reason, from a communication perspective, to speak to individuals in the crowd. So from the former perspective, the moment you speak to the crowd, you're speaking to the lie that is the crowd according to Jordan Kierkegaard. It's pretty hardcore. Kierkegaard is pretty hardcore. Jordan's pretty hardcore.
But that is true. I mean, but specifically in my case, I mean, really, it applies more than it probably does in a lot of cases with crowds and music. Talking about Richmond, I wasn't necessarily even excited that Richmond did as well as it did. It was like, in a way, it was almost like alarming that it did so well. And so those crowds that show up, like, maybe they do like my music, but I also think that they're there for something. There is something bigger about it. I mean,
I wish I would have done a better job of having people there at shows to capture some of those crowds I had in 24 minutes.
The size, the intensity.
Like it was revolutionary almost.
Song of Revolution. The redemption song from Bob Marley. But that song just connected with people. There's something there.
Well, and so many people identified different elements. Like I said, it goes back to when we were kind of talking when we first got here, but it was crazy how it was almost like at the beginning, along with the scrutiny and some of the other things, it was a lot of different people like almost fighting over me or fighting over it, like because it resonated with different. It resonated with people who voted differently than each other, which is probably a pretty terrifying thing if you're in the business of keeping people divided and angry at each other. So it was one of the only times that I can think where there was that much of a sense of unity among people who otherwise wouldn't. I think about 9/11 when I was a kid. I was in 4th grade, but God, man, people were just like, people just put everything aside for a little while. It's kind of like there's bigger problems that just aren't in our face, and if they're in your face just for a second or two, you realize that it's hard in your mind to create a graph that's got like all these. We argue about a lot of these problems, but if you were to really look at them, like if you really just stand back and look at all the problems we spend time focusing about on the internet versus all the things that are affecting us, like that really, it probably at our core, even if it's all, it's got to be very disproportionate. And like the reason it got the reaction it did is because we all, like, no matter what it is that we're upset about or what we think needs to be different in the world or our opinions of things or how we're raised or what our parents told us, it's like I think we all feel a little bit out of control in this society. We all feel like we're probably all feel like we're falling into this kind of like corporate power structure where none of us, where we all are just robots. We're not allowed to be ourselves and be human almost.
There's enough people feeling that. I mean, people on the left feeling like the people in power, fucking on the working class. People on the right feeling the exact same, with different words assigned to it. The deep state, fucking over middle America, whatever the narratives are. They're just, when enough of that is happening, again, through the corporate politeness, there's something about politeness that's really dangerous. I feel like there's a lot of politeness in speech.
Yeah,
Underneath that, it's like Chernobyl. The bonfire melted down. I feel like the bureaucracy needs politeness and civility and paperwork to function. And then atrocities are never agenda. So everybody, people in power with a smile on their face, they would just do horrific things. And then give propaganda that put, rainbows and sunshine. Yeah, so people that are rude, and I'm starting to awaken this a little bit, like, you need a little, like Conway says, like my town, little drop of poison. You need some poison, some swearing, some meanness, some bullshit, some intensity to shake up the system, because when it converges towards this polite bureaucracy, the atrocities can happen.
And what's probably the most terrifying to me is that politeness is theatrical, whereas it emulates the respect that we would normally give each other in society if we were healthy and functional.
What was the process of writing that song? It really spoke to the pain of the anger of millions of people. There's magic there. How many edits? How many lines did you write? Were there any lines that you were trying not to buy, come back, shred, this way, or that?
Do you have, I don't know, can you pull TikTok up on this? So if you go to my page, so if you go to Sample Blues, go down Free Richmond, you can see the original version of Richmond where I put it out.
This is so cute.
There it is. Okay, so that's you play that. That's
that minute fish song.
Yeah, play that. Put that and play it. 7:24.
if you read through this and stuff, when everybody's like, you're about to blow up. But that's all I had. So I had just that.
You should probably finish this one, but you're real popular. That's the post for minutes later.
That was in July.
That's so inspiring.
So that's what I had.
That's so inspiring. That's what, like, a couple weeks before you posted finally.
That's all I had. Yeah, that's all I had. Like in my mind, that's the inspiration for the song was that little bit. And I wrote that just because I was on job sites all day. Going into like all these just terrible places to work, like dealing with different contractors and stuff. You were talking about wanting to go and talk to blue-collar people, and I was like, that's what I did for work basically for 8 years, was build long-term relationships with people in blue collar. I was in the industrial space, so I would talk. Sometimes I'd talk to 20 different people a day. So when you sit in the job site trailer and talk to a group of dudes, like you're not there with some news camera, you're just there as like a random dude. Like you hear so much about what really goes on behind the scenes of the structure of what builds this country keeps it going. And I think that's probably what it was. It was just it was how I felt, but also how I guess a lot of others, like, it was just, I don't know, it just seemed like the truth. So
you jotted down into the details in a notebook?
No, it's always just on my phone. I would just keep recording it. I would just keep, so if you were to go back to TikTok and look at any of those original videos, so like the songs that ended up charting, let's say, like the ones that were on there that charted with Richmond, like this, I've got to get sober. So literally what I did was this video I took in my car. This is my cardboard with my camera was. And I took this video. I went to some sketchy virus-ridden MP3 to WAV file or MP4 to WAV file transfer. I would rip the audio off of this video, put this on TikTok, and put that on this video. That was the song. But basically, like this would have been the first time I played I've Got to Get Sober all the way through. Like I would just keep writing it and working on it, and record myself. Maybe I would record myself 30 times over the period of like 2 months. You know what I mean?
Oh, but it's when you say writing, you have not actually typed out everything.
Right. It was just it was mostly just video.
Over and over, just video.
Just trying to figure out how to make it. Yeah. But that's what all these are, like audio files and all these videos is what ended up on Spotify and all that.
It's cool to see these videos before you do it. So this is a good song. You're going to play that. That's one place to say, yeah.
Yeah, these are all.
Also, your soul brother, this is the best music I've heard in a long time. That's a comment before you flow.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I had about 10,000 followers or something.
What a fucking song. That's a good one.
You gotta think, like, this was, like, that was when I could, you know what I mean? Like, say,
that's coming from your heart right there. Just imagine thousands of people you help with that.
yeah. And if I wake up tomorrow and that sun comes back down, I'll be wishing I was sober. It's so crazy how those cicadas and stuff come in, like, I just felt like it was, I don't know how to do it. Like, that's just off my phone. All that stuff's just there. Saving my soul from the pain that world's put on me. Lord, I know that's there. There's an old man who cares, and one day he'll set me free. I'll go on the hill, start fighting the hill.
It's a genius song. It's a genius, brother.
It's just crazy.
Yeah, what's this one here before? What is this? Oh,
Yeah, so that's like the private.
and this is Electric Boy.
Yeah, so this video got uploaded, and then Draven from Radio WB would have gotten a hold of me in between this and that. He watched this. It was like, man, you got. He said we got it before that one, and so I didn't have it all. I just had whatever was in that video is all I had written. So I think it was just the chorus and the first verse. Draven saw that video.
I said we gotta do this.
Reach out to me to record, and he's like, yeah. He's like, no, we got to do that one. And I was like, dude, that's all I got.
Tell me about that guy. Yeah.
He probably is like, he's probably like my best friend now. We hit it off with this, and we're like brothers now, I guess. But
He's talking about like what he's doing for music in general, country music, for discovering talent, for like.
yeah,
He's clearly he's something.
yeah, he's a little bit younger than I am, and he wrote music and played, and he's got some of his. If you look up Draven Rife, he's gonna kill me for even saying this, but he's got some pretty. Dude, he can. If he was like a pop singer, he would be like he can write the most catchy stuff ever. Go, yeah. So put on like I don't know, like
Bye-bye. That's him.
yeah.
5 years ago.
I was feeling on my way. I was 10 years old, walking underneath the blanket of West Virginia. So they don't all drive by, no trespass sign in the grass. Rain across the property line, bye.
You know, he could probably do. He could probably be real famous.
Well,
He's got a certain look.
that dude will sit there and he'll just like, we'll just be sitting there at like 2 in the morning, and he'll just all of a sudden do this little thing, and he's got like the most amazing first part of this like song. We just started to co-write together like the last few months. So I'm really excited for that. But if you go to this is really funny too. I'm sorry, Draven. I love you, man. So go to videos and go to Oldest First. This is what's so awesome about Grant. He was originally working for this lady who was trying to develop different types of hair care products, but he thought the market was too saturated, so he was going to get into beard oil. So he created Radio WV. It's like a fake plug page for his Burly Boy beard brand. He was working with somebody. If you look at, it's like it's got all of his beard on it. If you look at, there's multiple ones like that. So he started it just to do this beard thing with, and then like I don't know if he just kind of felt called to like keep going with it, and it just sort of naturally progressed.
That too is inspired. He started out one way to discover something expression. He's got an eye for how to bring out. I don't know what it is. Both the audio side and the video side, how to bring out the best.
He says he just wants it to sound like the way he likes to hear it, which kind of makes sense, you know. Like it's kind of the same way talking about when you're talking about setting the cameras up, and a professional would tell you you needed 3 lights. So you're like, well, I think it would work. He's just kind of like, well, it'll just work like this.
And do it in the way where he likes it. Yeah, just do it for yourself.
He does it because he loves it. And you can see, it shows.
Yeah, you can see. But it's a good talent when you're showing his lady.
Yeah, she's got it. Not a lot of people would report her doing that song. He's like, I don't know, it just was different. I just thought people did. But it was a blessing that he came along when he did. It's like, it really changed both of our lives.
We gotta talk about that. So you posted the song Michigan, North Michigan on August 8th, 2023.
I remember I was at work that day. Yeah.
So it blew the fuck up. Straight to number 1 on the charts. Tens of millions of views and listens. And a few days later, on August 17th, we made a post that I thought was pretty gangster. It was beautiful and gangster. So one of the things you said is it's been difficult because I browsed 50,000 plus messages and emails I've received in the last week. Stories that have been shared paint a brutally honest picture. Suicide, addiction, unemployment, anxiety, depression, hopelessness, and the list goes on. And he went on to write, people in the music industry give me blank stares when I brush off people the dollar offers. I don't want 6 tour buses, 15 tractor trailers, and a jet. I don't want to play stadium shows. I don't want to be in the spotlight. I wrote the music I wrote because I was suffering with mental health and depression. These songs have connected with millions of people on such a deep level because they've been sung by someone feeling the words in the very moment they were being sung. No editing, no agent, no bullshit. Just some idiot and his guitar. The style of music that we should have never gotten away from in the first place. So, huge props for that, for walking away from lucrative multi-million-dollar record deals and a few shares of money that was just coming your way. Huge props. You know, moments happen where the world tests you, and integrity is what you do with those moments. Huge props for that. What was your philosophy? What was your thinking behind it?
It was all those messages I got. I mean, you can see in the comment sections of a lot of the videos after everything happened, but people just felt this spark, like wow, like maybe we actually have a chance to, like maybe we actually do have some kind of power, you know? Like those people put that song and nobody else, and like gave me the opportunity to make, even without signing anything, we still have been getting millions of dollars and have financial freedom. Like I felt like if I was going to do anything like that, I'd be portraying, like I would be taking those people and almost betraying them somehow, you know? Like I hate the people shoot just like everybody else. And the last thing I want to do is ever support it or be a part of it. Like I want to watch it crash and burn, you know? Like,
this is the really important thing is whether it was betrayal or not, we'll never know. But you felt like that it was, and to have the integrity to walk away from the bag of money when you felt that way, that's fucking epic.
But also you got to think a couple months before this. Like of course I had a wife and kids that I love. Like I had a lot of really important things to live for, but I didn't have a whole lot to lose. Like none of this was even really real. Like I didn't care about it. Like I didn't care to lose this just as quick as I got it. Like this didn't mean anything to me. It just meant something to me that I could do something for. Like it's like even if I'm not smart enough to figure out how to fix some of my own problems in my life, the fact that I felt like I could help fix somebody else's, like that meant a hell of a lot more to me than anything. That's what I think. I didn't want to lose those people's trust or like feel, you know what I mean? Like, yeah. And so I've just tried to make every decision around as best as I can what I think the right thing is. Who knows what the hell the right thing is to do, but I just try to follow. We all have that little voice in us, like that. We all have some. And I think sometimes it's hard for us to listen to that little voice, whether it's like whether it's our gluttony or our lust or our we numb ourselves with medications or with alcohol. We scroll on YouTube for 4 hours a night instead of because we don't want to listen to our conscience. But there is this like very intelligent, discerning thing inside of us that's able to tell us what's right and wrong. It's a spiritual thing, I guess. I just try to listen to that when I can. I don't know. I just still feel like I have to.
I think you did a lot. I think you did a lot. I think you're an inspiration. You've helped a huge number of people, and you're also an inspiration to the other side, not just the artists and just the humans to have integrity. I don't think people realize how much of a test of integrity, fame, money, and power also is. Logan and I talked about this quite a bit. We get to see, and Joe especially, but Abbott, I think they're the same. We get to see people become famous, and we get to see how they do that. And it's not easy. A lot of people will sell themselves a bit, sell the soul a bit, give away a bit of their integrity of the spirit that makes them who they are. You get caught up in the wave of it, So to keep on holding on to that, that's a powerful thing.
Yeah, that's all I got. You use that with the hell of you. Like, And you see it, like you see these celebrity people that just like fall, they fall off this, they go off the deep end. It's like basically, you have to have something in your life to keep you centered and to keep you, your whole perception of reality and like your just existence in reality is all contingent upon this sort of like this center that you exist in. You have to, if you don't have that, you're just flying through space. I mean, we're all just riding on this rock that's going who knows how fast.
You said something. I think the job really everything that has purpose behind it comes with risk. So there in that moment, and you're thinking that how to risk.
I was terrified. I talked about this a little bit too, but I was terrified to hear that song. Like, I knew I was going to be the subject of scrutiny and judgment. I knew people were like, I kind of knew all that was going to happen. I was like, going back to that, talking about the crowds, like, to stand in front of thousands of people and everybody be in some sense of unity. Like, a lot of times when I think church, I'll always leave with the statement. No matter what, like, no matter how you feel when you're going on, everyone feels so small and insignificant and powerless. But I just say, no matter how they make you feel online, or when you turn on the TV and when you look at polling numbers or whatever, like when you just look at all this trash that we digest every day, like there will always be more of us than them, and all that. But like, just to see the light in people's eyes when you say that. But the truth is, like, it's like who is us and who is them? And it's like us just represents humanity and like and all the things we talked about so far, like just the fire and the chaos, but also the love, just life. Life is just such a crazy, complicated, beautiful, disastrous thing. And then them is like it's the power structure. It's that same terrible side of us that created things like the Soviet Union, and it's ultimately what's created this monster that we all live under today. Which now doesn't just exist within the confines of the Soviet Union, but seems to almost be a global epidemic.
And then that song became the rebel call against that, against the power structure.
Yeah, it's like how much fire am I willing to play with? Because I know something I am running from it. I just pray a lot that God. I don't have a lot of self-worth in myself anyway, so I don't really care what they say. I don't care. Like, I don't even care if I die, whatever. Just protect the people I love. So that's all I ask of God. I have this dream of just creating this parallel system that sits beside all these stupid systems that we live in, that are all sort of engulfed in this thing that we talked about at the beginning, this type of structure, where none of us, where we're all just robots. It's like if we hate the way music is, and all these artists are complaining about the way the venues are monopolized and the ticket sales are monopolized, and let's just go find other places to play music, because there's so many people hungry for music in places that aren't getting it. If you look at it, there's so many passionate people that are fighting all these different causes, like just in food. It's the word that you use for more or less starvation. It's more for like food insecurity. But if you look up, just in Virginia, just where I live in Virginia, in the rural areas, how much food insecurity there is, and how many empty vacant farms. It's like this is an obvious problem that we should be on Twitter talking about nonstop. Like, this is like everyone has to use it. It don't matter what you vote for or what you look like or any of that crap. So, let's just, why are we living in a country why are we living in a country where half of us are obese and eating shit food and don't know any better, and then the other half of us don't have, it's lack of leadership which causes dysfunction. So, if we're tired of that, then let's just fix it. Like, we don't need anybody's permission. Like, that's the whole beauty. That's the whole beauty of what America is. It's like, we don't need some greasy-haired corporate schmuck to give us permission to go fix all these things that are wrong. Let's just go do it. If they don't like it, fuck it.
In all domains of life, from food to the music industry, honestly, to education, and also to government itself. And that, your music is also just a soundtrack to that spirit that makes America great of just constantly trying to revitalize itself. And when the bullshit piles up all the by, it's that revolutionary spirit that's behind me to fix the shit.
And that inspiration that created this country was from years of people living under tyranny. Like, we forget the story of the people who really created this country. Like, it's funny, one of the statements I made at the very beginning that got taken way out of context, but I wasn't in a position to like even begin to have a conversation about it. I made this comment early on in one of the shows about how our diversity is a strength. But that term has been hijacked now to mean something a lot different than what it was. But it's like, think about how many different people came together. This is the founding of this country. Like, people who spoke different languages, different cultures, religions, ways of thinking. So many different people came together to even create this place now. Like, we've just forgotten about all that. They didn't all come here because they wanted to ride some miserable boat ride and risk their whole lives to go live in some crazy jungle, essentially. They had no structure, like no infrastructure, no medicine, like they didn't come here for like some glorified camping trip. It's because they were tired of like generations of being persecuted and living under tyranny and not being allowed to practice their, it's not like they wanted freedom of religion and they didn't want separation of church and state because they were a bunch of goody two-shoes and they loved going to church every Sunday. It's because they weren't allowed to believe in what they believed in because some asshole king or some hierarchy told them they couldn't, and they were just tired of it. That's what we're losing now. It's like we've forgotten where those people, like the same structures that have plagued this country are, they're multinational corporations, and it's just the ideology behind it. Structure is the problem.
Yeah, I mean, it's multinational corporations, it's nation states that are deeply corrupt and are authoritarian and ultimately use power, and thus creates elements of tyranny. And from that, the human spirit rises. Like I said, songs that want to write or at the volume of this country. And that's why all of these diverse outcasts come together and make something as crazy as all men are created equal. What a gangster lie. Like, it's not an easy thing to take a lot of that stuff for granted. That's not an easy thing to come up with. That's a really gutsy thing to see the value in all people equal. And of course, they also were suffering from delusion. They didn't see black people as equal. They didn't see women as equal. But even that first leap of like all men are created equal, that's like a gigantic fuck you to the past.
Taking that leap forward really took a lot in the 80s and the time when it probably sounded, and it's not like they just made a statement and put it on Twitter. Like they like think about how much, just think about the insanity. Like, I can't even conceptualize the insanity of what took place from the time that, like, even from the Revolutionary War until now to try to preserve that. So much has happened, so much sacrifice has been made, just so many hours of labor and thought and intensity.
In the 20th century, 2 world wars, and especially in the Second World War, the United States played a very crucial role. There was a lot of ideological battle of ideas going on at that time. The role of peace, and the role of the United States as the center place for the ideals of freedom and the rights. Yeah, we continue to innovate. So I'd love to get back to talking to Blue people you mentioned. Those are some of my favorite people. So it was actually really cool to find out that for many years of your life, basically where you made a living is talking to and getting their story. So I'm traveling across the world for a bit, but of course the world that I love the most and I'm most curious about is different subcultures and towns in the United States. So I took a road trip across the U.S. in my early 20s for several months, and that was like a transformative experience for me. And that's something, one of the luxuries I have is to have the freedom to do whatever the hell I want now. So I want to take a road trip across the United States for several months. And one of the things I wanted to do is to talk to people in small towns, in America. I don't know what words to put on it. construction workers, plumbers, waitresses, roller rink workers, people that do something real, people that are real, that don't make much money and struggle, but have as you talked about, have like a richness to them. That's not often revealed, that's not often talked about. So, can you speak to that, to your time with powerful?
When I got all those messages, like we were talking about earlier in this, like so many of them, and even now, it's even since even like the last couple of days, I've gotten some where they start going, "Hey, I'm a nobody," but like that's how a lot of this start, like the nobodies of the world, if you want to call them. Like it's frustrating that the people who literally have built and preserved and maintained the structure of society that we all comfortably live in, those people have the least amount of representation. They're ignored just because of the way the social hierarchy exists. But some of the most dimmed, irrelevant, terrible people are put here and are idolized and spotlighted, and they're all over television, they're all over the internet, and we act like they're kings and queens, and like they're royalty. And all these people do jobs that most of us would be too terrible, either wouldn't have even the ability to do. We'd be terrible. Like how many people are going to go underwater and weld? But if we didn't have underwater welders, like one of my best friends, who's also Jocko, the dude works 70, 80 hours every week. He's on the Chesapeake Bay tunnel job now. But the dude's gotten on heights that I couldn't get on. He's went underground places I wouldn't go, and nobody even knows those people's stories or what they went through or like the kind of lives they live. And they're like the people who create the fabric of society, and even the waitresses and the waiters, and like all these factory jobs that I worked in, all these people, like you talk about the craziest place I ever worked, the craziest people I ever met was this little place called Perfect in North Carolina. They went to this commercial air conditioning factory, which is I think closed now, but they didn't pay very well, and so everyone they hired was either people that had criminal backgrounds who couldn't get jobs elsewhere, or idiots who dropped out of high school and couldn't work elsewhere like me. So I was 18 years old working in this place with people who were mostly in their 50s and 60s. But you want to talk about being exposed to just a whole other world of people, like, and just the stories. Just, those people are far more interesting than many of the people that we consider to be celebrities. Like most people who are celebrities are just pretty boring and irrelevant and don't really even know what their life is about. They're pretty unrelatable to the rest of the world, so it would be really cool. I mean, that's the whole reason that I want to go out and do these shows in places that haven't had music in 10 years, because those people, like, that is America. How many people in Pittsburgh have been an hour outside of Pittsburgh? Even in Virginia, if you live in Northern Virginia and you got 2.5 hours southwest, you're in a whole other planet. Like the people, the accents, the culture, and so I feel driven in the same way. Like I would love to find a way to try to bridge that cultural gap, to make those people relevant, because they are like some of the most, and it's funny because we emulate a lot of those people. Like, modern country music is a bunch of people emulating those people,
And there's also I love people that have a skill and become masters in that skill also. So that element is also there. Even if it's like insanely difficult work, like being a mine, that takes skill for that. There's stories there. There's like what it takes to do that. It's like, some of my favorite humans engineers, all they do is solve really hard problems that they develop. And it's a pain in the ass job. Anything in the factory is extremely difficult, but learns so much about what it takes to solve intricate, nuanced problems in the physical world. Coal mining, oil rigs, you mentioned welding. That's fascinating.
and those are trades that are in many cases dying because they aren't popular in culture anymore. Everything from agriculture to plumbing and electrical is like, those are all areas I think if you were to go out and talk to some of those people and shed light on it, like you could change the entire landscape in America of how it's perceived and make it cool.
Yeah, so thank you for what you're doing on that front. I want to say write it down. Please, if you know people that will be willing to talk, reach out to me. A good way to do that is luxweaver.com/contact.
This was another one of the things early on that I had an idea about, and I thought was getting done, and it wasn't. That I've got to go back and try to figure out is doing prison shows and doing rehab shows and all that. But I am really intrigued, like going into those places and trying to immerse myself in just the mental state that those people are in. It's just like it's not talking a whole lot, but
Also, people who get out, ex-convicts, that's a hard life. That's just a hard life. You're trying to reintegrate back into society.
yeah. And a lot of those people in Perfect Hair that I worked with, they almost all were in some form of legal trouble. Like there was a lady that worked on the assembly line beside me named Denise, and her and her husband had been manufacturing methamphetamine, and he took the fall for most of it. She only had to go on probation. He was still in prison. But man, like Denise was a very sweet lady. Like aside from the meth manufacturing, like she was like great, you know, like and just such a character, like in such a good way. So it's like, yeah, just
Denise, luxweaver.com/contact. God. Yeah, like both sort of the plumbers and the coal miners, and Denise, they're walking the line of like, surviving is hard. So you have to do a real hard job, and then you also have to live life, which is in general hard. Divorce, kids, people die, the medical issues, that can destroy you completely. Also, if something happens, you can't afford it. The insurance system destroys people, all of that. You have to somehow navigate life while working your ass off in a real hard job. And those people, their stories, that's a real pain. Like from that pain, that anger, that's where Rich Red North and Rich, that just feel their pain coming through that song and the other words. So that, but there is a landscape of suffering.
yeah, it doesn't have to be that. We don't all have to be that decentralized either. Like if there is that much commonality among people, which I think there is, like it just innately suffering. And then, yeah, like there's a guy in West Virginia that I talked to that he's got a piece of property beside of mine that he was interested in selling. But the reason he's got this dream of opening like putting some cabins there and renting out for people to come Airbnb. He works at Lowe's full time, but his son's got this. His son's like 19. He's got this heart surgery he's got to have, and so he's trying to sell the place for that. And just that guy, and all you'd ever see him as is the guy that works at Lowe's, like pulling lumber or whatever. But he's got this very insanely complex life he's trying to manage. He doesn't want to lose his son. He's just himself. And like at one point in time, maybe the church served that role of like when people really fell off track and they didn't have a support system and they were like on this tiny boat out in the ocean, they figured out some kind of way to rally. In my mind, that's like the dream of all this. If I die and there's any like legacy left or anything done, it's like finding a way to take all the people that fill that role and organizing them and empowering them and protecting them. It's rebuilding the community, but in a real way, not in like this fairy tale bullshit. Everybody's gonna love each other. We're all just gonna be one big happy family. Like everybody's supposed to get mad at each other in certain ways. That's good. Like we need those tornadoes, like you said. We need people to be pissed off and angry, and we need people to feel like they can be angry and open about things that are wrong. Like people should be able to speak their mind, and we shouldn't all just kiss each other's ass, and we shouldn't all just pretend to be over polite and say, "Hey, Debbie, you have a good weekend." Like you said, like we need all this controversy and this turmoil, and like we need the hell of what that side that the internet brings out to people, but it just needs to be in real life, and it needs to be in a way where we all are at least chasing the same common goal, which is probably that we don't want to starve, we want to have decent health, and we want to be able to like provide a decent life for our kids, or at least we just don't, we just want to live a decent life. Like, I think somehow that fixes what you describe, like the people who fall in despair and are isolated. It's a terrifying world to live in. It's that principle. Again, I need a phone a friend thing. We can just keep going, Jordan, for all these things. But like he explains to me, there's this principle in the Bible about about those who about it, the more you have, the more you'll receive, and the less you have, the less you'll receive. Kind of thing. And it's just a universal law in society where it seems like the lower you get to the bottom, it's almost like like the less resources you have available, and the less friends you have. It's like you just the further you go, it snowballs into where it's like if people just hit rock bottom, and then what? It's like when you get out of prison, what are you supposed to do? Or when you're a veteran with mental health, like what are you supposed to do? Like in my mind, that's what the church is supposed to be there for. It's like, but obviously it doesn't fill that role anymore.
For some people, at least religion does a little bit. Gives it's at least a foundation of community, a foundation of hope for people who's just struggling. You got thousands of messages you talk about people. You got to talk to thousands of people about it, right? Through your work, through your music, and an inspiration to those people to find a way out of it. Can you tell the full story of your own lowest point? Before all of this, for the music, for the blog, take me through the story of the depression, drinking, just the roughness of life.
It's sometimes it's not even it's funny, but it's almost not even where you're at in life. It's where you perceive yourself at in life and what your goals are moving forward. And I think like I dropped out of high school at 17. Basically ran away from home. I have always had this authority problem, and so I just didn't want to listen to my parents. I didn't want to go to college. I just wanted to go live in the mountains. I was running away from responsibility, I guess. And so got this girl pregnant. Had my first kid when I was 18, or just about to turn 19. And like I said, I'm working in an air conditioning factory with a bunch of convicted felons. And so from there, everything was just reactionary. I never really had a plan. I would jump from job to job, just like most everybody else. I don't know. I just got to a point where I guess I just quit believing in myself. I just knew I wasn't filling my purpose, and I wasn't being the best version of myself I could be. So the alternative to like facing yourself in the mirror and accepting that I'm not a shitty person, I just let myself fall. It's like it's so hard to accept when you've had that fall that it's just easier to just get drunk and just do the bare minimum you can to keep everything sort of kind of moving along. But you don't really care if you live or die. You don't really care about much anything. Like your whole, I don't know. Life is just so beautiful when you're a child. You're just so imaginative and exploratory, and you're learning all these things, and you just can't wait to be an adult because you're just going to go out and do all this incredible, and then
You face the reality of it.
the pressure and the fear of failure. Like I think maybe even my own fear of failure is what drove me. But yeah, you think negatively about yourself for so many days and weeks and months, and you don't even have a real self-awareness of like what you're doing or how destructive you become, but you always have that discernment, that conscious, that little voice in your spirit that is letting you know you're messing up. I was almost like I was wrestling with myself. And so I don't know. I just got to a point where it's just like just a very overwhelming sense of numbness. Like you don't nothing that mattered before really matters anymore. Like I guess that's probably to me the definition of depression is when all the things you love and care about are just meaningless, and you really can't find meaning or purpose or excitement in anything. Like I think especially with men that commit suicide, it's a prolonged period of that. It's not like they just wake up one day and they have a bad day and they kill themselves. It's like you self-reflect negatively about yourself and your life, and you don't do the things that you're supposed to do every day for a long enough period of time. And it's like pretty soon you've built this whole mountain of mismanaged, neglected stuff, for lack of a better word, like this mountain that you have to climb back up in order to fix all these things that you should have been doing all along. and then on the other side of it, it's like, well, I could just die. Like that seems less. Like it's almost like, I think from a man's perspective, maybe, the friends that I've had that I've lost, it seems like a lot of times you think you'd never see it coming. You know, like I don't know, maybe that's a general thing. With it seems like a lot of times men mask that better, and you don't pick up on it as much. But I think it's like you just dig yourself into a point where it's like you have a mountain of responsibility in front of you that you haven't faced, that you don't know how to face, and you haven't been able to do so for a long time. But there's this really easy detour. It's just, you know, putting your big toe on the trigger. And it's like, which one of those? I don't know. Like they both seem, but at that point, your perception of reality is so distorted that like you don't, all the things that would normally compel you to move along, like love and joy, and like your drive to be that. None of that really, it's not there for you to even contemplate, if that makes sense. It's like that part's on it. It's almost like, at least for a little while, and all you see is fear and responsibility, and just this. Like I said, I just envision it like a mountain that you don't really know if you're even able to climb. And the other option is just. So I think that's probably where a lot of people go, and that's probably where I was. It's just like, you know.
Yeah, I mean, there is not just the possibilities, the immensity of the mountain. And I think you're accurately describing how it happens, which is gradually.
Yeah.
Seeing yourself in the negative light over time, slowly suffocates. The burden of the responsibility that piles up. And unfortunately, of course, one of the ways out is pull the trigger. And the other way out is the Jordan Peterson, back to Jordan, sort of one gradual step at a time of making better. It's like start climbing out, like the responsibilities before you one at a time every single day. Just climb it out and have faith that it will work out.
That was what's so powerful for me. Just beginning to open my mind back up and reading just a little bit of stuff, like a little bit of stuff from the New Testament that Jesus said with some different perspectives and teachings. That, like, you know, an apostle would be in prison, like basically being tortured and facing death, but like just overjoyed and writing about talking about. It's all about your perspective. It's like I said, like that's why I never could understand why, you know, like celebrities and professional. I mean, giving one example of any, like a Kurt Cobain type scenario where you have a guy that's just immensely talented, will always be loved by plenty of people. Like I never could understand why that guy.
There's an ocean of quiet suffering in a lot of, and I think it is disproportionately in men. A lot of men, and they hide it well.
That's why blue collar workers have such a high suicide rate now, and why it's so important to talk to those people.
Yeah, it's you can see it in the eyes, and there is a lot of pain there.
Without trying to open up too many doors. I think that's probably the best way I would describe it. It's just a series of negligent decisions, and also just misperception. You know, like I think this was an Andrew Huberman thing where he talks about medications and how it's a lot more likely for somebody to keep their dog on their medication schedule, but not themselves. You know, you love your dog. Your dog, like, is just this great little thing. You don't see the flaws and the faults and the sin and the disgust in your dog that you do yourself. So it's much more likely for people to make sure their dog has their medication every day. But like, there's this alarming statistic with just the amount of people that don't even fill their prescriptions they need to fill or take care of themselves the way they do. And then that also, like over time, you know, like if you quit taking care of yourself, you're not in good health and you're not in a good routine. You're not like a long series of doing enough of those things. Like you do, it's easy for you to just think that your self-worth is zero because if you're not even willing to have basic hygiene and eat decent food and try to take care of yourself, it's like how on earth are you going to go face all these things that you need to face to make your life better if you don't even care enough tragic road to get to that point. At least in my case, the idea that there was something bigger than me that loved me, even despite I had all these flaws and problems, and just that I was just such a wretched person. That's what, at least in my situation, that's what I think helped. But, more than anything, like I said, that's certainly what the motivation was. Once I quit the drinking, it helped a lot because I was able to, even though it was pain, it was difficult, I was able to actually be able to be honest with myself and reflect on a lot of things that were. And you got to think, like I said, we watched it. I mean, it was like, of course, in my case, it was a little unfair to have an example because within a month, all the stuff that happened like after I quit. But I see it in my friends that have quit and have tried to turn things around. And it's like it is the most beautiful thing in the world to see somebody like come to life again after being in one of those. You're able to like sort of like escape this shell of all those terrible things. And even if you are still in that position, you're still. You got 30 grand worth of credit card debt, working some shit job, or that's sorry, half the time, and like, your girlfriend left you for some other dude, and like, don't matter what it is, like, at least that little glimmer of hope, that like that faith that there is a chance, it's something greater like that. That'll push people. You can push them out inside with that. Like you can do anything with that. And I think it's also good. I think it is important to have a good support structure. Like when you get to that point, I don't think anybody should have to face that stuff by themselves. And there's plenty of other people out there that are in the same position. I think that's why it's so important for us to try to get reconnected on a personal level and not just through digital communication, because like we don't all we see of each other online is the good stuff. Very rarely are people posting on Facebook talking about, how could you? It's like all you see is the best of people, but I don't think you realize that we're all going through a lot of the same things anyway, low points and stuff.
Guess what happens when you lose your job and can't quite figure out a good job, making how much money you basically broke, you have a girlfriend that's not happy about you being broke, she's gonna leave you. If it's a wife that could face divorce, look like the breakups and divorce can break a lot of people even when they're doing well. And now when they're not doing well, that's a rough one. And that basically your support system for a lot of people is the relationship, is your wife and them. And so that's taking the support system from one country to the other.
I've had good friends of mine I've seen be in constructive relationships, and like they'll start to date a girl, and then like within a year they're just like a shell of what they were. Because sometimes I do think you have to be careful with like your self-validation and the way you perceive yourself, and making sure that it's you giving yourself that and not somebody else. Because I do think too, it's like, like you're, how are you supposed to, if you can't even keep a woman around to love you right, like how are you supposed to love yourself? It's easy to think about that. Like I've seen a lot of men get wrecked in bad relationships and stuff too. It's tough,
Yeah, ultimately I think, and Doug said, there is a base layer which we're all in this world. Like you need to be strong by yourself first and foremost. Sometimes there'll be times in life where everything leaves you. The life leaves you, job leaves you, and for some people it might even people you thought are friends will backstab you. And even then you have to have the strength to find your footing again. Like that ultimately comes from you.
I mean, man, of course, like I said, in all the experiences I've been through, I'd be a fool to deny it, but like I do think there is God there. It's always there. But you certainly can self-isolate yourself too, even from that.
You can find faith in yourself. I said to you, wonderful things for you. You are God. The faith in something bigger than you. Yeah, that can give strength to a lot of people. But allowing yourself to survive strength solely from other people can be a dangerous thing. Because people are complicated. They can betray. They can, just like they can fill your life with love, they can also destroy it. That's also the beautiful thing about life.
Yeah, it is.
You make yourself vulnerable to other people and you form deep relationships. That means that you can also destroy you. That's what makes this whole thing. That's what, and then you write really great art.
People, there's something valuable about people fucking you over and hardship.
Even the best of us have terrible parts of us. Like, we are all flawed inherently because we're human. And so, there'll never be another garden Eden on earth, like figuratively, where we all just live harmoniously and everything's great and happy and wonderful. But it's those basic principles that you talk about, like love and those relationships and those connections that make it all. Because think about it, I mean, like in a lot of cases, it's like, that's the position you get in when you get so depressed and you get so low. It's like, what's the point of doing all this? Like, it is just, for anyone, it's just so crazy, overly complicated and exhausting. Isn't it? Like, even in this modern society where we have all these wonderful little conveniences, we can just have food delivered right to our door, and all this kind of crap. It's like, people are still, like, more depressed now than they've ever been. Like, all the mental anxiety, all the mental health stuff is just probably just as prevalent as everything. People talk about money not making you happy. It's like it's easy when you're broke to think, man, if I had some money, and of course, financial freedom is what we're really looking for, not like an abundance of wealth. But the things that we talk about that make life worth living aren't things that you can buy. They are things that you obtain through relationships and love and life. And so it is just an infinitely complex and crazy thing to think about. But it's like that human component of us is what's so important to our long-term existence, like our ability to have connection with each other, and the joy we find in that, the purpose we find in that. It's not anything that's replaceable with anything.
Yeah, I've seen that with the effects of war on people, and basically war strips away everything. You lose your home, you lose everything. And you get to see what's actually really important. Unless the other people in your life, friends, family. It's almost cliche to say, but it's the people you love in your life that make up the essence of what makes life worth living. Not the homes, the material possessions, the job, whatever else. It's the humans. Yeah, it's important to remember. A lot of us, especially in the United States, under a capitalist system, are chasing money. Yeah, it's important to remember what you're doing it all for. I gotta talk to you about your writing process. You're writing a bunch of really good songs. You say you're not good at you're not a good musician.
Dude, I have no self-confidence. I mean, just about anything. But when I say that, I'm not being funny. Like, I'm like,
you get nervous when you get on stage.
oh yeah. Yeah, like I can think about shows coming up and my hands are sweating.
Yeah, you told me that you haven't really played the songs for a couple months, like old songs.
In September, yes. Well, dude, like think about how I'm not going to sit around and play. I've got to get sober for fun.
So you feel the song.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's rough. That's rough.
A lot of musicians talk about that kind of thing, right? Like about this. I don't know. I've heard about that with people, like about hating to play songs because of that side of it.
But yeah, I've become close friends with Dan Reynolds, who's lead singer for Imagine Dragons. And he says every time he performs a song, he songs and depression and all that kind of stuff. He says the only real way to do it is to feel. You have to. You can't just think it. You have to be in it. You have to really feel the song as if you're singing it, as if you're writing it. So, as a performer, that he says that's his duty. It has to the audience, but then that actually takes a hold. It's not easy to do. Especially with the song you write. And there's a lot of darkness there in the song.
Yeah, and I do have some lighter-hearted ones too that I'll, the thing is like I've only put out I'm a little funny about like God, I don't know how many songs I've written that I will probably never do. Like I mean, probably at least 20 or 30 of them that are just like they're just not. I just don't know why I don't want to put them out.
What's it look like? What do you have like a notebook of ideas, or do you have like little videos of half these songs?
Yeah, I got my old phone. Like even just that old phone that I recorded all this stuff for TikTok on. It's got loads of like little, just like the way that Richmond one was, where it was like in the bathroom. I had like that. You know, that's all that. Even that one I showed you on there, it had been sitting on my phone for probably a couple months before. That's why I said I had too many unfinished songs. That's exactly what I meant. I've got all these little snippets of things, like a little blip here and there. But the writing process, well, it's a lot different than I thought most people write. Like there's a lot of people who do these writing rooms and stuff, and they'll have, or you know, these co-writes where they'll have people sit down and they like sit on the couch and smoke a joint. They're like, all right, let's write this song, and they just like start plugging away. And to me, that's like I can't do that. I have to just. It's like almost the opposite. It's like a lot of times the songs come when I'm not prepared for them.
You like to do a lot.
Well, alone in my head, I could be out. I could be anywhere. You know, some of them I'll just be in the shower and they'll just like, and I'm like scrambling. Because the thing is, it's like, it's a certain part of your brain, I guess, that creates that stuff or picks it up or does whatever. But they come and they go just as quick as they come. It's like when you wake up. It's exactly like when you wake up. You've had this crazy vivid dream, and you wake up and it's all right there, and then you stop thinking about it for like half a second, and then it all goes away, and you'll never remember it again. You know, like you can't remember your dreams like that. It's exactly like that. It's like it'll be there. It's like perfect. Like it's all right. It's like it's almost like giving you like this perfect like parts of the whole thing or whatever, and then you get into this flow state where you just like it's all there in front of you. You just figure it all out. It's like somehow you've like unlocked this little part of your brain that you don't even really know how to get to, but you just get to it and it's all there and you figure it out. But man, if you don't get it, it's gone. Like you'll never get it again. Like you'll never even be able to replicate that song ever again. It's like it'll just go away. And typically it's like it's only maybe the first half of the first verse is what I'll get. Or it'll be like the chorus song I'll get. And then I'll build the rest of the song around that.
The words, the music, the melody, like what about you?
The emotion, I guess, the words. Sometimes it's a phrase, like one thing I will do is like, especially out in the country, people say the craziest things, and so sometimes I'll like jot down a little bit of something. Like I will sometimes on my phone take a little note. If somebody says something real crazy that I've never heard before, and then maybe one day it'll just pop in my head like, oh, you know, I don't know. It's very random. Like I don't sit and just try to write songs. That's why I haven't put out like. That's why I haven't just been dumping out. Even though I have been writing a lot of songs, I haven't just been like dumping out all this crazy music. I don't want to force it. I don't want to do Truck Beer Girl songs. Like, I don't want to force songs. I don't want to like.
Do you have any Truck Beer Girl songs? That'd be interesting.
Yeah, I got the silly one about this guy in West Virginia that he's like he's the most laid back. Because I always get in my head and get over analytical about stuff and get real serious sometimes about things. And he's like, buddy, you just got to take a drag off this thing. He was the one, he'd always like peer pressure me to take a shit off a joint or something. Like just try to cheer. And he just didn't take life so seriously. So I've written a song about it's called Dr. Dane. And it's about, he's a doctor, but he's not like a conventional doctor. That's a silly one that I'll put out. So I do have some silly ones like that. I have a couple funny ones that I'll never ever probably play with the public. But I played them at the mothership, only because nobody has their phones in there. But right after we did Rogan, I got connected with Tom Segura right after Rogan, and we went over to the mothership, and I got to meet him. I love Adam Agat. He was on the thing with Norm Macdonald. Was how I got introduced to him at that show Norm Macdonald had, but he's an awesome dude. So we ended up at the mothership. I think it was the evening after the Rogan podcast. And, Tom's like, well, they've never had live music in here. He's like, you can do the first one. And I was like, whatever. And so we only had one guitar, and I had my guitarist Joey with me. So Ron White was there. It was Tom Segura and then Ron White that night. And Ron took Joey in his car, drove him across town to his house, and grabbed another guitar and came back. And we got up there and we did like two really silly songs on Richmond in between Tom's set and Ron's set. And I was like, again, that was one of those moments in my life. I was like, what? Like, what is this? Like, what is this crazy reality? I do have some funny. I used to, because a lot of, when I wasn't playing open mics, Brian that you met, a lot of my guitar playing was spent at places like his house, and we were all heavy drinkers, and we were just sitting around at a party playing or whatever, So I definitely like the silly stuff too, but I was really in my head when we were talking about being low and what I would suggest people to do if they're in that point. But if I was just to like, not to flip this, but just, it just popped in my head, but probably what I would tell anybody to do if they're like suicidal and thinking about, like if they're at that point, is just to go find somewhere outside, like in nature, That's what, I kind of miss this stuff when we're talking about things, but like selling my house and buying that property and putting a camper on it and trying to go into this whole off-grid thing really, like, I don't know, it does a lot of good for you being reconnected to nature, because we are a part of it. But
I've been to the junk. I went to the jungle for that reason. Being out in nature in every way. That's how you got. Maybe that's what. I got two. I can give you. I have more questions. Why are you giving me? That's their excuse. They need to know. Well, they're goats. Yeah. So pretty much. How many? You got goats. You got all kinds of animals. What's the story? You out? What are you doing out there?
Just as trying to escape this dystopian world with another, like, it was just a form of escape. But you got to think in such a short period of time. My grandfather grew up like, they were in a survivalist state, like trying to make enough money, pay the tax on their land, growing tobacco, and here I am, like in this digital world 2 generations later, and I'm just like, something's not. I just felt called to try to figure all that out and get back into that. There's such a purity to if you raise an animal and kill it, and I'm not talking about like fusion style, but just like raising meat birds and pigs and stuff, and having the ability to put those in the freezer and cook them for dinner. Like, they taste so much better, but it's just I don't know how to describe it, but it just brings me joy. The grow stuff. Even just flowers and everything else, just watching stuff that's alive like that. Just such a, what we're doing now is I bought this permaculture farm that hadn't been operational in like 6 or 7 years. And they did a lot of herbs. They had to pre-culture blueberries. But my dream there is to create the space that it's like the optimal place for humans to go to fix their mind. So like what's the animals and the food that I can have there, and the trees that I can plant, and certain types of wildlife that I can bring in and track, like the noises and the sounds and the smells that are optimal for a human being in order to like fix whatever it is. I had an opportunity to meet Robert Kennedy early on with all this. He actually came out to my property. We talked. We're still. I think the idea is that we're going to launch this kind of like healing center thing out there. Once they get through all the mess that like they got their hands full with technology, but whether I go that route or not, it's like that's my goal is to basically create a place that people can go and like fix their mind and find an optimal thing. We've got laying birds and meat birds, so we get our eggs and meat and some pigs and sheep and goats, and then I'm going to get cattle in the spring. So we'll start doing like wagyu. Playing around with it. And I want to get some funny stuff too. Like, large animals have a lot of, there's all these like large animal therapies out there for mental health, like that and stuff. It's just something really relaxing and rewarding about being in that space.
What do you find out there in nature that you can't find anywhere else? You can't find in the quote civilized world.
Well, everything in civilization seems so, like, everything we've talked about, it seems so, like, there's such a level of despair and unorganization and chaos, and it's like, and all these, like, terrible parts of life seem, like, so unstructured and just so uncertain. But in nature, everything is a system. Like, even on the microbial level of soil, there's this like intricate system. You know, soil fixes, like the bacteria fixes the soil, and you can grow certain types of plants to restore certain types of nutrients, and then that can grow certain types of trees, and then that can bring in certain types of birds, and it's like this whole big. Nature is just this whole big beautiful system, you know. Like Earth is just such an intricate, complex system that is structured, and although there is chaos, there's literal tornadoes, you know, like the metaphor we were using earlier. Like there are literal tornadoes in nature and other things, but there's a piece about observing the structure that we made. Like it just helps. It helps remind and restore my faith that there is something bigger than like, yeah. And there's a spiritual side to it that I don't know that I can really correctly articulate, but man, sitting out in the woods with some creek flowing by you and just sitting in stillness, like where you don't hear anything, there's no traffic on the road, there's no, you know, you're just there in stillness and just watching the earth do it. Just
I've got a chance to a day at night alone and teaching young uncles.
That's like my dream.
You basically take the woods and the creek and quiet. Let's put that like a 3 on a scale of 1 to 10. The Amazon job is like an 11 because you're not just listening to the street, you're listening to like a lot of different species of animals having sex or trying to kill each other. You just like birds, monkeys, just everything, and the floor full of insects. Yeah, bigger kinds of ants, smaller kinds of ants. It's an orchestra of insects, but it's quiet in the sense that there's no machinery. The really dark thing about the Amazon rainforest is that sometimes, depending on where you are, you sometimes hear in the distance the sound of a chainsaw. You hear and it pierces your day because like there's just no machinery anywhere around. Once you hear it, it is like this undeniable symbol of what human civilization does to nature.
It pains me seeing woods get knocked down and residential subdivisions taking their place. Like this, like the monkey part of my brain wants to just go burn it all down. Like it's just like not good. Like I don't know, I just instinctually observe it as being not good. And I don't know exactly how to describe it, but I'm with you. Like that was, like I said, that's why I felt so compelled. I mean, I had this little house that I had maybe a little bit of equity in, and it was in 2019, and the housing market was up, and I was like, I sold our little house and got that. I was able to find 92 acres for like 1,100 an acre, and so I still had to finance it, but it was at least like within my barely within. And so that's what we did. We had I was paying $600 a month on the land, and I bought a little camper for $750 off this hunt club in Waverly, Virginia, and drug it up there. And that's what we had. And like, went and bought I got a little Kubota tractor for 0% financing. It was like cutting, like this property was a mile off the road, so I had to basically recut an old logging road and stuff. And you want to talk about if you're married, that'll do it, buddy. It's selling your modest little rancher and doing that. But man, that's when I really started to live. And I think probably that was like the beginning point of the restoration of me, you know. And I feel bad that a lot of people just don't even know what that's like to be on a farm or be out in nature. And I can't imagine just living in a suburb or a city your whole life and never getting to experience that. You know, it's good that we have all this technology. It's great. Like the science and the innovation is important. Even the fact that you can go on YouTube and look up how to do almost anything is important. It's just that there isn't a clear, definitive line between what's beneficial and educational and what's predatory and harmful. And so it's like, it happens to me all the time, but I could go on YouTube and look up how to change the brake shoes on my truck or something. And if I click on a short of somebody doing it, I automatically go to the next video, and I may be 3 or 4 videos deep before I'm watching some lady throw a pie at somebody, and pretty soon I'm like, wait, I'm changing my brake. That's the only issue.
And you're just doom scrolling, and it does something to your mind. It just completely takes the humanity away.
Yeah,
it's really horrible. But that really is the opposite of nature. Like the feeling I remember being out in nature. Not just a hike. Hike is good, but like for prolonged periods of time, several days away from the internet, away from all that. What is that? I don't know what that is. But I don't like what X, Twitter are doing. I don't like what Instagram is doing. Whatever that is, I don't think that's good for the soul.
Yeah, it's emulating things that we need to be healthy humans, but it's just like feeding it visually and audibly to us, but it's not giving us it's giving us the instant gratification of it, but it's not giving us the long-term pleasure. Like I said, like, and the beauty is we're in this weird period of time, like it's a breath of time that we're in, where we are able to conceptualize and observe what life was like, and that transition point just got us up to now. We also have because in order for all this to continue to evolve, like even with AI, like it needs us more than we need it right now still for a very short period of time. But we have access to nearly all the information that the world has, theoretically. But we also still have the perception and the memory of what life was like before. And so this is like a very short window of time, like a breath of time, where I think we can find a way to like incorporate this into normal life. But I think like if that breath leaves us, like I don't know, I think it's irreversible. I believe it. I truly believe it is irreversible. And I think like, and that's just going to be the end of us. And it could take 2 or 3 more generations to get to that point. But like I think like, why don't we find people that are way smarter than me and look at all the things that trend on social media, like the videos that everybody watches. Like I don't know what it is, if it's wood splitting and plumbing and blacksmithing and doing something with, like, let's find all the things that people are attracted to online that they obviously are like interested in, and just figure out a way to have them in real life for people to immerse themselves in.
Yeah, it is the transitionary state. One of the responsibilities I take very seriously because I really is I try to pierce the bubble that is San Francisco, that is the Silicon Valley, that is the people that build these technologies. They often live a bit in the bubble. That said, the people that criticize tech folks also live in a bubble.
Yeah.
And to sort of, first of all, piercing bubbles in general is good for people to get along, to understand each other. Because people that say all technology is evil, unfortunately, technology, even if that's true, which I don't think it is, it's coming. It's going to be built. So you have to figure out how to do it in a way that preserves our humanity, that doesn't drag us into this black hole of like just maximizing engagement, maximizing this dopamine thing, where instead of reading Dostoevsky, which I should be doing, I'm looking at some girls shaking her ass on Instagram and never feeling over about myself 5 days later. That at scale seems to be happening. And so, like, reminding ourselves that this is not the way to steer civilization, to progress, to flourish.
The problem is I think we're wasting a lot of our bandwidth, like a lot of it. Like we only have so many minutes in a day to even use our brains, and our brains can only do so much in a day anyway. And when we're wasting any of it on just that, it's like I see it in my own professional life as the world is becoming just a little more in the last decade or two, as the world becomes a little more dreary and dark, and more problems happen, and city streets become more littered, and jobs are like all these kind of problems that we all argue about all the time. As they become more prevalent, it's like the internet and just the visuals of the internet become so much more immersive. The video games are so much more. Everything's so much better. Everything's improving at lightning speed in technology, and it's degraded in society and in the real world. And somehow there's got to be a way to find a balance there. But right now it seems like as technology becomes more immersive and addictive and interactive, you know, like the way these algorithms like feed us exactly what we want. And there's so much psychology and just so much research that goes into making them as addictive as possible. It's like the real world kind of sucks. Like, you know, cities that were beautiful and thriving are now falling apart, like, and have all kinds of problems that are being unaddressed. It's like there's got to be some kind of way, but it's easy for us to feel more and more inclined to escape into the digital realm because the digital realm is becoming more fun while real life is becoming less fun. And there's got to be some kind of way to balance between the two. I'm with you. I'm not against technology at evil most certainly existed long before there were computers. Like, and in even more treacherous ways. Like now we have the ability to do. We're like I said, we're in a very temporary state right now in 2025, where we have access, where the general public has access to basically all the information there is, artificial intelligence, and just and the ability that like a guy can just set a bunch of cameras up and start doing a podcast and have just even just the fact that that your platform could be created is like immensely powerful. It probably never existed in world history up until now. But we also still have the problem is if we just keep going without being careful about losing the real world aspect of it, that like at some point we're just going to get so lost and so immersed in space we're not even going to know that we're not even going to know what we're missing out on. You know, all there's going to be is real time. Like all there's going to be is that.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure it all out. That's super fun. The CEO of Epic Games who created Fortnite, who created Unreal Engine, a lot of interesting video games, like revolutionary video games. So I don't know if you know, but Fortnite is this gigantic video game where people go into an online world and they shoot stuff. It's fun. It's not like Call of Duty intense, militaristic, like raw, real kind of shooting. It's more fun shooting each other. But at first I was skeptical. Like, is that a good way to hang out with friends? But then I got to do it with people that I'm actually friends with in physical reality, and you get to hear each other's voice and you just talk shit about each other together. And it's basically a phone call, honestly, with some visuals. It's not about the visuals, it's about the phone call, and it just makes it a little more convenient to connect regularly.
Yeah.
But I think if people need to come with it, all of that only works if you're consistent in returning to physical reality. In this case, taking the quote unquote guy trip, not that I put that wrong stuff, it's just friends. We trip out in nature together, like dudes on a hunting trip, or just fishing, or just hanging out with physical reality together. It's really fun. Like, we should not forget the importance of that.
You talked earlier about loneliness. I think that got brought up at some point, but I do think that's a problem that's caused a lot of our symptoms. Is that we are all like charismatic, even though we all seem to be so well connected digitally. We are all so lonely. You got to think. I mean, Modern Warfare 2 was a big. I was supposed to be in class in 2010, so you can think like when I was in whatever grade, 8th grade or whatever. Call of Duty was like the thing. I've certainly trust me. I'm not saying that I'm right in the space of digital immersion with anybody else. Like I've been there and seen it. But I've wasted who knows how many hundreds of hours on Modern Warfare 2, and I really built some great friendships from it. There's a place for all that stuff. It's just like we have this innate responsibility to again, it just goes back to talking about our founding fathers and the way this country was created and the importance of what it did for the world. My understanding is that it was the first time ever that people got together and agreed that, like you said, every man is equal. Because they were created in the image of God, they had unalienable rights that no government could take away from them. And that's really important. There won't be Fortnite if we don't worry about that. And honestly, just collapsing in our structure with the mental health with our youth and the suicide rates with our blue-collar workers and all these kind of things we've touched and talked about those are all just things. We just need more time together in real life to fix those problems. Those are just things, like I said, I make the joke that there's never been one argument there's never been one dispute with my wife that I've been able to figure out how to fix through a text message. It takes being in person with people and having human connection to fix any problem, heal anything. So it's difficult. It's not anybody's fault that we're like that. We're not even able to really get to know each other and understand each other. We almost have to be together in person to even just get each other's point of view or perspectives on things.
Yeah, fuck the division that the internet creates, honestly. Like the left and the right. It's been kind of a nightmare for me just to watch. Because I see the very simple reality that we're in it together, that there's a lot more commonality between people. It seems cliche to say, but it's like now, like you said, more than ever, divided, but we're not.
Well, and people are always going to think differently too. Like just in our structure and the way we, again, it's like that. It goes back to that Jordan Peterson lecture about, I think in Matt's meeting where he talks about people who think more conservatively or more liberally about things. Like it's been applied to politics, but it's based more in psychology. Like some people are going to think more inside the box, and some people are going to think more outside the box. But we have to have both in order to have a healthy society. Like,
Oh, and also the thing that bothers me, you saw in Richmond, a lot of people are like pretty even split people on the left and the right in terms of weapons supply. And sadly, they've drifted towards the extremes a bit. Those on the left definitely developed a case of Trump derangement syndrome. Those on the right seem to think that every person on the left is a kind of radical leftist.
Yeah.
It's like hilarious to listen to people talk. It's like everybody's lost their mind. But also, on top of that, people on the right see Trump as this savior, as this figure who can do no wrong, who's going to restore freedom in America and all, continue, full list of really positive things. To me, he's yet another rich man, another rich man. Biden, Trump, it's all the same thing. Some might be able to do more good than others, but ultimately, there are positions of power, and power corrupts, and those in those positions often forget about the everyday person, the working class, and then leave them behind. Ultimately, serve the people that are close to them, and sometimes serve themselves to maintain power, to grow their power. I think the good thing you can say about them is I can say that about both Donald Trump and Joe Biden, is that they really love their families. I can say that one of the things that I love about both people is that they genuinely love their family. Like, it was always heartwarming to me to see how much Joe Biden loves his family. And honestly, just do anything for his family. And it just reminds you that they're human beings. All that to say is we need to see the humanity in each of us. And to some degree, always distrust people.
the power that people have only exists because we allow it, whether willingly or just through our own negligence. But I think that's the important thing. Is like I said, there's always more of us than there will be of them. There's always more. There's always more nobodies than there ever will be people at the top. But we just have to figure out how to do that and how to. And I think this is, like I said, a short window of time where we can still figure that out.
I gotta ask you this before I forget. I think I saw on Instagram talk about the cat. Is that a real thing?
Yeah.
Cat. The reason I want to ask you that, first of all, I want to hear the story. Second of all, I want to read to you one of my favorite gospel poems afterwards. About another cat. All right, what's the story?
I had this cat lady neighbor. It was a real sweet lady, but older lady lives in a trailer, single wide trailer, and it's probably got, I don't know, 30 or 40 cats that she feeds in her house. It was a rainy Saturday morning. It's pouring down rain. It's gonna be it's like 8 o'clock in the morning on Saturday. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be. And then I hear this lady yelling, "There's this cat stuck in my car." She's all freaking out. I don't know what to do. And like I said, my wife's a veterinary technician or whatever, so she's got a little bit more sense about animals than any of us. We go over there, and the lady's trying to start the car, and there's this kid that is up under the hood. And she started the car, and the cat basically it almost ripped its whole front leg off already. It was just a little bit still attached, like some tendon or whatever. But the leg was wrapped up under the water, like the pulley of the water pump, knocked it all off. There was no way to save this leg. But the cat was pinned upside down. And so we ended up grabbing her. We asked the lady if she had a knife in the house. So she gave us this terrible looking knife, but it's all that we had. I was we were trying to get this knife. So yeah, my wife was the one that did it. We got the rest of the stuff cut, got the cat out, and I don't know. I just to spend I was over $1,000 we spent getting this cat getting it properly sutured or whatever to where the cat can have a healthy recovery and all. But I'm one of those type of people, like, I'm not gonna, I couldn't just like, I'm not gonna go, they were gonna just go put the cat down or whatever. Like, so yeah, it's my, I named her Hop, so that's my little cat, and it hops around. But it was one of those things where, yeah, I don't know, like, great example with animals. I guess it's the same way with people. I just always see the best. I just couldn't.
I mean, that's one of the most amazing things about it. It's irrational to spend that much money on this cat, right? Because there's so many other cats that are suffering and dying and so on. But that's what makes humans really special. To see that the person, the creature suffering in front of us, and we're willing to move mountains to save that person. Like, it's irrational, maybe, and it doesn't make sense because the allocation of money and effort might not be correct, whatever. We just don't give a shit.
The reason that we're willing to go for a cat, like I said, it's just like the thing with the dogs about giving the dogs the medication, but not yourself. So we see all the flaws and all the problems with all the disagreements and all the anger we have with each other. Just like you said, your friends on the right and the left and stuff. And like we could show that kind of compassion. We do. Humanity does kind of show that kind of compassion. We could show that kind of like just undeserved, just love, you know, to each other too. Like love is like, it's funny, you know, you talked about how both of those presidents, you could say they at least love their family, but love is like, I think everyone's capable of love. It's probably the most powerful thing there is, even beyond hate. I think it's love, you know, like, but it is crazy to me. So it comes out of us so easily with animals because to us, they're just this innocent little lives. We don't have anything that keeps them, you know, like they don't have, they don't talk, they don't have political views, they're just little creatures. But the reality is we're all just creatures like that.
We do that with human children, but we don't do it enough with adults. We're also nice to children. We're still fucking lost in this world. So I gotta read this. It's kind of one of my favorite poems. It's called "The History of One Tough Motherfucker" by Charlie Bukowski. People should go look at videos. There's videos of Bukowski doing interviews with the cat by his side, and that's the cat he's talking about. He goes like this. He came to the door one night, wet, then beaten and terrorized. A white, cross-eyed, shapeless cat. I took him in, fed him. He stayed. Grew to trust me until a friend drove up the driveway and met me. I took what was left to the vet and said, "Not much chance. Give him these pills, his backbone is crushed." But it was crushed before, and somehow meant it. If he lives, he'll never walk. Look at these x-rays. He's been shot. Look here, the pellets are still there. Also, he once had a tail. Somebody cut it off. I took the cat back. It was a hot summer, one of the hottest in decades. I put him on the bathroom floor, gave him water and pills. He wouldn't eat. He wouldn't touch the water. I dipped my finger into it, wet his mouth, and I talked to him. I didn't go anywhere. I put in a lot of bathroom time and talked to him, and gently touched him, and he looked back at me with those pale blue crossed eyes. And as the days went by, he made his first move, dragging himself forward by his front legs. The rear boy. He made it to the litter box, called roll my name. It was like the trumpet of possible victory along the battle of the city. I related to that cat. I had it bad, not that bad, but bad enough. One morning he got up, stood up, fell back down, just looked at me. "You can make it," I said to him. He kept trying, getting up, falling down. Finally he walked a few steps. He was like a drunk, rear legs, didn't want to do it. He fell again, rested, got up. You know the rest. Now he's better than ever. Cross-eyed, almost toothless, but he races back. And I look in his eyes, and I laugh. And now sometimes I'm interviewed. They want to hear about life, literature, and I get drunk, hold up my cross-eyed shot, run over a detailed cat, and I say, look at this. But they don't understand. They they say something like, you say you've been influenced by something. No. I hold the cat up. Influenced by what happened, by things like this, by this, by this. I shake the cat, hold him up in the smoky and drunken light. He's relaxed. He looks. It's then that the interviews end. Although I am proud sometimes when I see the pictures later, and there I am, and there's the cat, and we're photographed together. He too knows it's bullshit, but that somehow it all helps. So, when you posted about the three-legged cat, there you go. And I think if you use it in the West Coast the same way, it's just good for some shit. Just like the house. But you know, that's kind of what it's all about. I was wondering if you could play for the songs.
Sure.
Yeah. You want to take a break or no?
No, I'm good. It might take a break just to get this figured out. But of course, yeah.
Where is the song? Like where?
I think, yeah. Well, I guess I'll do, if I was going to do anything on here from the older songs that was relatable to everything we've talked about, it'd probably be I Want to Go Home.
For my home dogs and the good Lord, they have me strung up in the side. Every day living in this new world, or until many days for me, son, we're on the brink of the next world, and I don't think I'm just praying no more, and I hate saying that I'm good for sure. I'm just down on my knees, begging the Lord to take me home. I wanna go home. I don't know if it's cold, though. It's been so long. Just know I didn't used to wake up feeling this way. Cussing myself every damn day. People have really gone and lost their way. I'll just do what the TV say. I wanna go home. For generations, farming, grandson sells it to a man in town. 2 weeks later, trees go down. Only got concrete growing around. I wanna go home. I wanna go home. I don't know if it's cold, no. It's been so long. Just know I didn't used to wake up feeling this way. Cussing myself every damn day. Always some kind of bill to pay. People just doing what the rich man say. I wanna go home. For my old dogs and the good Lord, first time.
Probably not the first. Oh, it's not the first song I wrote.
What a song, man. What a song. What a song. Let's start that guitar.
Well, the guy who made this like saved my butt because everything blew up, and I was playing that little Gretsch resonator that's in all the original videos. And my wife had got me that off of Amazon, I think, or something, for like $300 or $400. It's like just an entry level like import with Gretsch, and the pickup never would work right in it. So this string wouldn't work when you plugged it in. So here we are, everything happens all at once, and we're trying to do these shows, and like, I think the biggest one I did. So basically, what I ended up having to do was I bought one of these suction cup rigs that sticks right here, and the mic goes down under here, picking that string up. And we played like I think the biggest show I did, I think was like 10,000 people, but it was enough to where I couldn't be doing a $300 guitar with a rigged up thing on it anymore. It just wasn't gonna work. So this guy reached out, and Brett wouldn't help me with my Brett. Like, there's no way to really get a hold of him. It's such a big company. And I finally did get a hold of Diane and Brett, and she's like really nice. And so it's nothing personal against Brett. It's just at the time I couldn't get a hold of him. I figured I would have been able to because like everywhere sold out of that Gretsch model when the song blew up, like it was a real pop, but I couldn't get a hold of him. So this guy, Beard Guitar, Paul Beard, Maryland, he reached out, fixed my Gretsch, and then gave me one of these made with him. But it's all handmade and all it's like whack somebody over the head with it. But yeah, he makes them all by hand. Little family owned place.
I know nothing about that. Is that like, you play regular acoustic?
Yeah, it's just basically a regular acoustic. It's just a full step down. There's no difference. I just got it tuned all the way down.
Is that it? Because there's also like the.
Oh yeah, well, the body's different. So you can see it's got like a solid, instead of being a hollow body like an acoustic, it's got that. It almost looks like a hubcap, that black with all the corners.
It's all the same.
Yeah, it's just the same. Yeah, I was just smart enough to play anything special. Like it's just a regular guitar.
I don't know, there's a different vibe.
Yeah, well, I like that.
Cool.
Well, I'm real fond of like the old acoustic, like so like where all my family's from. So my dad was adopted, so I don't have any like Lunsford's not really a real last name to me. They're all just. It was just my grandparents that adopted my dad, so all of my family's Engle is like INGLE. That's like that's all my mom's side of my family. And they're all from this place about 20 miles from where like the Carter family was from. So all that old Virginia, like kind of bluegrass folk music and stuff. And so I was just always attracted to that. And so I like the resonator a full step down because to me it kind of gives it that old sound like. A lot of instruments back then had like bad, dull strings, and they were older and they were out of tune a little bit and stuff. And I listened to a lot of that type of music, so I like the strings being a little out of tune and dull and everything, and just that. Yeah, that's why I was so attracted to it. Plus, like some of the old blues players, like playing the dobro and stuff. But that's why I wanted to do this. Just that whole. I mean, that's even why. I had to use my grandpa's name as an alias, but that Oliver Anthony music is really supposed to represent like old music from like the 1930s Virginia or something. Like it's kind of got that type of feel to it, or at least in its core.
It feels like from another time, but it also feels timeless.
It's also that my music catalog is so limited, like what I listen to, that a lot of it's in my head. Like if you think about when you're writing songs, like coming up with chord progressions and stuff, whether you realize it or not, it's all being influenced off of other songs. So when you only have a lot of older music and like a little bit of metal and stuff in there, it's like there's not really a whole lot. It's like that, it's kind of going to sound that way, I guess, the same anyway, because that's what's in your head already.
So you're gonna go out there and see what are some things you would go to play there?
The idea is to go to a town like, let's just use Iowa as an example. Instead of the big city in Iowa playing at the venue where everybody looks, let's find a farm field 45 minutes outside of that big city. Figure out the ingress, egress, security, find a good promoter that can like show organizer basically that has experience to where it's still professional and it's done correctly. But establish like a new venue space that can't be put under contract by a monopoly, that any artist can go play, like without like if all these musicians are sick of Ticketmaster and Audition, let's just start playing in fields and on Main Street and set these venues up and establish them correctly and professionally where they exist in their own space. And then imagine the economic impact that would provide to a town that otherwise would never have, like, and imagine what you want to talk about trying to give blue collar people like some hope or give them some relatability or do anything for them. Like bring a big band to their town that they would otherwise have to drive an hour and a half somewhere to see and couldn't even afford the tickets to start with. Like my tour last year, pretty much every show we did that was mine had a $25 ticket option, and everybody scoffed at that. And I was basically like made fun of for that by people in the professional space, even people I was working with. They just thought it was so stupid. But you know what? There were people at my shows that came up and were wearing hand-me-down clothes, and like you could tell they didn't have any money, and they said it meant a lot to them that they could come and there was a $25 option. And so, and I'll continue to do these shows like this where any band that wants to come play the show, all their expenses are covered, and I'm sure there's some kind of tax write-off for it. But basically, they can come in, do the show, help bring in the crowd. Like I'm taking the risk setting the venue up and establishing it. The venue will be owned or managed by either the town or the farm or whatever, but it'll be a non-profit, and then that space will always exist for people to rent. And the idea is just like, man, imagine if I could do 20 of these a year, even if that's all I can get done. Like that's 20 places that will always have music and will always have a center where people can go, like and build this sense of community we talk about. Like, it's almost like a sanctuary, if you want to call it that, but it's just a space that can't be perverted by corporate America, and just a place where people can go and like do all these things that we want to do. What are you excited for this year? Obviously, you're going to travel overseas, and sounds like you got some other cool stuff you're going to do.
Yeah, I'm going to see. I want to see some more theaters. Hopefully that end up being pretty amazing. Part of that, honestly, I'm excited. You know, like India, to see the same humans, but in very different parts of the world. I'm not proud of that, but I love seeing humans. But there's like a lot of us humans all over the place that are very different. I mean, you have funny accents, just a funny way of being, you know. So I'm excited to take it all in because I fundamentally love people.
Yeah, man. Like I would definitely say if you're ever over towards Virginia or West Virginia, either one there, like, yeah, it'd be cool to spend a couple days out in the woods or a day out in the woods and do. I'm really new to the whole psilocybin thing, but I had tried a few smaller doses of it actually to help with being up on stage and all. And it's an interesting thing. But it's great. Yeah, definitely the dogs and the woods part. I got you on that.
Oh, I would love to join it. I mean, I'm big of mushrooms a few times. Listen, I usually just love everything. And when I put with mushrooms, just love it a little bit more, but especially out in nature. But when I look out in nature, I'm just in awe of how incredibly beautiful it is. And just like to stare at a tree for hours. And then you take mushrooms, and like that tree starts like having some more dynamism to it. So it's just a little boost of it. Like,
yeah, I get into this crazy. Like I say, it's only been a handful of times. I don't know. It's one of those things where it's still a little unfamiliar to me. But like talking about trees, psilocybin. You know, you start to look in those trees and you think like, in their relative perspective of time, you know, because they're constantly moving around and growing and doing all these things that you think about, like in their perspective, maybe we're just moving way faster than their perception, and they're moving at just a normal speed. I don't. It's just that you get into all these crazy trains of thought when you sit out and do some of that stuff. But
100%. I mean, like maybe that's the history of life. I mean, humans have some chance of destroying 99% of the population with nuclear weapons. And the trees will remain, and they will reconstruct the environment of Earth and help us humans their mates and survive. They'll be the fucking trees that we be grateful for. They're actually deep, ancient wisdom. So maybe they're the intelligent ones. idiots. Maybe we're the idiots.
When you're out in nature like that and just reading, but just looking at and studying the way all those systems work with soil and trees and animals and how it all just integrates in together so perfectly, it does give you some sense of peace that maybe there is some system in place that's out of our hands that can just help us with our faults and our repercussions. And again, like for me, just yeah, I think just being out there, especially now looking at it through the lens of God, of God, it helps. I've found no greater peace than just being out in the woods and praying and just trying to focus my mind on that. But yeah, I would love for you to come up first.
I'm 100%. Just, see, like, feeling peaceful out in Virginia was easy. Try to get the Amazon jungle when I was trying.
Oh, I'd love, dude.
It just bites you.
I would do anything to go there.
And all the pieces is gone. You're like, motherfucker. What? And then the second one joins in, kills the first one, and bites you again. And you're like, okay, nature is not all. I mean, there is harmony to it, but part of the harmony is the violence.
Yeah.
It's just the reality. It's sex and violence.
Like, I guess that's the thing about it, though, is like it has all the same components of humanity, almost, like almost to a comical level.
I mean, the real comedy is the monkeys out there. It's like real humans. They're arguing, screaming at each other, throwing stuff, they're getting into fights. It's like reality TV, but like more pure, real, more distilled down to its fundamentals. Like we are that. We put on clothes these days, have fancy words that we say to each other, and look all sexy on Instagram, but we're the same. Monkeys, apes.
It's like the old lobsters, But it really is true.
Yeah.
We all, we're all in this kind of same operating system.
Brother, this is a huge honor. I don't have the words to describe how incredible this was. And I think it was just fun. It was really fun talking.
Total honor to be able to come on here for me as well. Especially just to get to meet you in real life and see, like, you are what I expected you to be, like, in a good way. Like, you just don't ever feel like, you're a good dude. So I appreciate what you're doing.
I'm gonna show you the sex dungeon downstairs.
Nice.
Where I keep sex stuff. It's very different. No. Yeah. Time to wake up. Let's go back. Thanks for listening to this conversation with Alpha. Support this podcast. Please check out our sponsor description. And now, let me leave you with some words of children. Political language, shot. The lies, sound truthful, murder, respect. And to give it appearance of solidity, pure wit. Thank you for listening. I hope to see you next time.
Black holes curve space and time around in the way that you can describe it. Things follow up the curves of space. If the black holes move around, the curves have to follow them. But they can't travel faster than the speed of light either. So what happens is the black holes, let's say, move around, maybe if that two black holes are orbiting around each other, it takes a while. Waves are created in the actual shape of space. And that wave follows the black hole. Eventually, those two black holes will merge. And as we were talking about, it doesn't take an infinite time because there's time dilation. So it goes so big, really deforming space-time a lot. I don't have a little tiny marble across the event horizon. I have two event horizons. And in the simulations, you can see it wobble. And they merge together and make one bigger black hole. And then it radiates in the gravitational wave. It radiates away all those imperfections and it settles down with one quiescent, perfectly silent black hole that's spinning. Beautiful stuff. And it emits E equals MC squared energy. So the mass of the final black hole will be less than the sum of the two starting black holes. And that energy is radiated away, ringing the space. It's really important to emphasize that it's not light. None of this has to do literally with light that we can detect with normal things that detect light. X-rays, form of light, ERAs are a form of light, infrared, optical, all this whole electromagnetic spectrum. None of it is emitted as light. It's completely black. It's only emitted in the rippling of space. A lot of times it's light gets closer to sound. Technically, we've kind of argued, and we haven't done an anatomical calculation, but if you're near enough to colliding black holes, they actually bring space-time in the human auditory range. The frequency is actually in the human auditory range. That the shape of space can squeeze and stretch your eardrum, even in vacuum, and you could hear, literally hear these rays ringing.
The following is conversation with Jana, theoretical physicist, cosmologist, specializing in black holes. Cosmology actually mentions topology of the universe and gravitational waves. He has also written some incredible books, including How the Universe Got Its Spots, on the topic of the shape and the size of the universe, A Madman Dreams of Turing Machines, on the topic of genius, madness, and the limits of knowledge, Black Hole Blues, other songs of outer space, on the topic of LIGO and the detection of gravitational waves, and Black Hole Survival Guide, all about black holes. This was a fun and fascinating conversation. This is a Let's Record podcast. Support it. Please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, with Jenna, I should say that you sent me a message about us starting early in the morning, and that made me feel like a spirits. You wrote to me when the great physicist Sidney Coleman was asked to attend the 9 a.m. meeting. His reply was, "I can't stay up that late." So
Tiffany was the love.
I think all the best thoughts, honestly, maybe the worst thoughts too, are all of the night. There's something about the night. Maybe it's the silence, maybe it's the peace all around, maybe it's the darkness. You can be with yourself and you can dig deeper.
I feel like they're stolen hours. Because it's not busy. Gadgets aren't pinging. There's really no pressure to do anything, but I'm often awake in the middle of the day. And so it's sort of like these extra hours of the day. I think we were exchanging messages before you went.
So in that way, another way to interest is. So let's go. In one of the coolest objects of the universe, black holes, what are they? And maybe even a good way to start to talk about how they form.
Yeah. In a way, people often confuse how they're formed with the concept of black hole in the first place. So when black holes were first proposed, Einstein was very surprised that such a solution could be found so quickly, but really thought nature would protect us from their formation. And nature thinks of a way. Nature thinks of a way to make these crazy objects, just to fill up a few stars. But then I think that there's a confusion that dead stars, very, very massive stars that die, are synonymous with phenomena. And it's really not the case. Black holes are more general and more fundamental than just the death state of the star. But even the history of how people realize that stars form black holes is quite fascinating, because the entire idea really just started as a thought experiment. And if you think of it's 1915, 1916, Einstein fully describes relativity in a way that's the canonical formulation. There's a lot of changing back and forth before that. It's World War I, and he gets a message from the Eastern Front in front of us, unfortunately. He solved Einstein's equations between sticking in the trenches and like cannon fire. It was jokes that he was calculating ballistic trajectories. He was also perusing the proceedings of the Prussian Academy of Sciences, as you do. And he was an astronomer. He had enlisted in his 40s. And he finds this really remarkable solution to Einstein's equations. It's the first exact solution. He doesn't call it a black hole. It's not called a black hole for decades. But what I love about what Rothschild did is it's a thought experiment. It's not about observations. It's not about making these things in nature. It's really just about the idea. He sets up this completely untouchable situation. Imagine I crush all the massive stars to a point. Don't ask how that's done, because that's really absurd. But let's just pretend. Let's just imagine that that's a scenario. And he wants to decide what happens to space-time if I set up this confounding but somehow very simple experiment. And really what Einstein's equations were telling everybody at the time was that matter and energy curve space and time. And then curved space-time tells matter and energy how to fall. So he finds this beautiful solution. And the most amazing thing about the solution is he finds this demarcation, which is the event horizon, which is the region beyond which not even light is seen. And if you were to ask me today, all these decades, over 100 years later, I would say that is the black hole. The black hole is not the mass crushed to a point. The hole is the event horizon. The event horizon is really just a point in space-time or a region of space-time. It's actually, in this case, a surface in space-time. And it marks a separation in events. That's why it's called the event horizon. Everything outside is causally separated from the inside insofar as what's inside the event horizon can affect events outside. What's outside can affect events inside. I can throw a probe into a black hole and cause something to happen on the inside. But the opposite is true. Somebody who fell in can't seem to probe it. And this one-way aspect really is what's profound about the black hole. Sometimes we talk about the black holes being nothing because at the event horizon there's really nothing there. Sometimes when we think about black holes, we want to imagine a really dense, dead star. But if you go up to the event horizon, it's an empty region of space-time. It's more of a place than it is a thing. And Einstein found this fascinating. He helped get the work published, but he really didn't think these would form the nature. I doubt Rothschild did either. I think they thought they were solving theoretical mathematical problems, but not describing this what turned out to be the instinct of gravitational flux.
And the purpose of the thought experiment is to find the limitations of the theory. You find extreme versions in order to understand what it breaks down.
Yeah.
And it just so happens in this case that might actually predict these extreme kinds of objects.
It does both. So it also describes the sun from far away. So the same solution does a great job helping us understand the Earth's orbit around the sun. It's a great job. It's almost overkill. You don't really need to be that precise. It's relatively. And yes, it predicts the phenomenon of black holes. It doesn't really explain how nature would form them. But then it also, on top of that, does signal the breakdown of theory. You're quite right about that. It actually says, oh man, so you go all the way towards the center, and yeah, this doesn't sound right anymore. Sometimes I liken it to like a dying man marking in the dirt that something's gone wrong here, right? It's signaling that there's some culprit, there's something wrong with the theory. And even Roger Penrose, who did this general work trying to understand the formation of black holes from gravitational collapse, he thought, oh yeah, there's a singularity that's inevitable. It's in there's no way around it once you form a black hole. But he said this is probably just a shortcoming of the fact that we've forgotten to include quantum mechanics. And that when we do, we'll understand this differently.
So according to him, the closer you get to the singularity, the more quantum mechanics comes into play, and therefore shows the singularity is less.
I think everybody would say that. I think everybody would say the closer you get to singularity, for sure you have to include quantum mechanics. You just can't consistently talk about magnifying such small scales, having such enormous ruptures and curvatures and energy scales, and not include quantum mechanics. That's just inconsistent with the world as we understand it.
So you described the brain-breaking idea that a black hole is not so much a super dense matter as it's sometimes described as more akin to a region of space-time, more so just nothing. It's nothing. But that's the thing you seem to like to say.
I do like to say that. Black holes are no thing.
Okay.
They're nothing.
Okay, so what does it
And
mean?
that's the more profound aspect of black holes. So you asked originally how do they form? I think that even when you try to form them in messy astrophysical systems, there's still nothing at the end of the day left behind. This was a very big surprise. Einstein accepted that this was a true prediction. He didn't think that they'd be made, and it was quite astounding that people like Oppenheimer, actually it's probably Oppenheimer's most important theoretical work, who were thinking about nuclear physics and quantum mechanics, but in the context of these kind of utopian questions. Why do stars shine? Why is the sun radiant and hot? It's amazing sources of light. And there's people like Oppenheimer who began to ask the question, well, could stars collapse to form black holes? They become so dense that eventually not even light can escape. And that's why I think people think that black holes are these dense objects. That's often how it's described. But actually what happens is very massive stars, they're burning thermonuclear fuel. Earth full thermonuclear fuel. And emitting energy at E equals mc squared energy. So it's fusing, it's a fusion bomb. Constantly going thermonuclear bomb. And eventually it's going to run out of fuel. It's going to run out of hydrogen, helium, stuff to fuse. It hits an iron core. Iron, to go past iron fusion, is actually energetically expensive. So it's no longer going to do that so easily. So suddenly it's run out of fuel. And if the star is very, very, very massive, much more massive than the sun, maybe 30 times mass of the sun, it'll collapse on its own weight. And that collapse is incredibly fast and dramatic and creates a shockwave. So that's the supernova. So a lot of these, they rebound because once they punch, they've reached a new critical capacity where they can reignite to higher elements, heavier elements, and that sets off a bomb. So the star explodes, hopefully, because that's why you and I are here. The stars send their material back out into space, and you and I get to clean carbon and oxygen and all this good stuff. We're not just hydrogen. So the suns do that for us. And then what's left sometimes ends at a neutron star. So very cool object, very fascinating object, super dense, but bigger than a black hole, meaning it's not compact enough to become a black hole. It's an actual thing. I mean, some stars are real thing. It's like a giant neutron. Literally, electrons get jammed into the photons and make this giant nucleus and superconducting matter. Very strange, amazing objects. But if it's heavier than that, the core, and that's heavier than that's the sun, it will become a black hole. And Oppenheimer wrote this beautiful paper in 1939 with his students, saying that they believed that the end state of gravitational collapse is actually a black hole. This is stunning and really a visionary conclusion. Now the paper is published the same day the Nazis advanced the whole. And so it does not get a lot of fanfare in the newspapers.
I think there's a lot of problem with it.
Yeah.
Like, here's a guy who predicts how actually in nature would be the formation of this most radical object that broke Einstein's brain, while one of the most evil, if not the most evil humans in history is starting the first steps of the Cold War.
What I also love about that lesson is how agnostic science is, because he was asking these utopian questions, as were other people at the time, about the nuclear physics of stars. You might know this play, Copenhagen, by Michael Frayn. There's this line that he attributes to Bohr. Bohr was the great thinker of early foundations of quantum mechanics, Danish physicist, where Bohr says to his wife, nobody's thought of a way to kill people using quantum mechanics. Now, of course, then there's nuclear bomb. And what I love about this was the pressure scientists were under to do something with this nuclear physics and to enter this race over a nuclear weapon. But really, at the same time, 1939, really, Oppenheimer was thinking about black holes. There's even a small line in Chris Nolan's film. It's very hard to catch. There's a reference to it in the film where they're sort of joking, well, I guess nobody's going to pay attention to your paper now. No, because of the
That's the other remarkable thing about Oppenheimer is he's so separate.
right.
So it's theory and experiment clashing together with the geopolitics.
Exactly. So, of course, Oppenheimer, now known as the father of the atomic bomb, he talks about destroyers of worlds. But it's the same technology, and that's what I mean by science is agnostic, right? It's the same technology, overcoming a critical mass, igniting thermonuclear fusion. Eventually, there was a fission. The original one was a fission bomb. Fission was first shown by Lise Meitner, who showed that certain uranium, when you bombarded it with photons, broke into smaller pieces that were less than uranium. Right? So some of that mass, that E equals mc squared energy, had escaped. And it was the first kind of concrete demonstration of this Einstein's most famous equation. So all of this comes together. But the story of, they still weren't called black holes. It's 1930. And they had these very long-winded ways of describing the end state, the catastrophic end state of gravitational collapse. But what you have to imagine is as this star collapses, so what's the sun? The sun's 1.5 million kilometers away. So imagine a star much bigger than this, much bigger radius, and it's so heavy it collapses, it's supernovas. What's left is still maybe 10 times the mass of the sun, just what's left in that core. And it continues to collapse. And when that reaches about 60 kilometers across, just imagine 10 times the mass of the sun, city size. That is a really dense object. And now the black hole essentially has begun to form, meaning the curve in space-time is so tremendous that not even light can escape. The event horizon forms, but the event horizon is almost imprinted on the space-time because the star can't sit there in that dense state any more than it can race outward at the speed of light. Because even light is forced to radiate. So the star continues to fall. That's the magic. The star leaves the event horizon behind, and it continues to fall. And it falls into the interior of the black hole, where it goes, nobody really knows, but it's gone from sight. It goes dark. There's this quote by John Wheeler, who's like the granddaddy of American relativity, has a line that's something to the effect: the star, like the Cheshire cat, fades from view. One leaves behind only its grin, the other only its reputation. And he was giving a lecture. It's actually about Tom's Restaurant, from Seinfeld, near Columbia in New York. There was a place, and there still is a place there, where people were giving lectures about astrophysics. And it's 1967. Wheeler is exhaustively saying this loaded term, the end state of catastrophic gravitational collapse. And rumor is that someone shouts from the back of the row, well, how about black hole? And apparently he then foists this term on the world. Wheeler had a way of doing that.
Well, I love the Big Bang, black hole. There's some, it's just pointing out the elephant in the room and calling it an elephant. It is a black hole. That's a great acting. I just wanted to point out that just looking for the first time for 1939, that Oppenheimer, it's like 2 pages, it's like 3 pages.
Oh yeah, it's gorgeous.
The simplicity of some of these, it's so gangster. It just revolutionized all physics. Einstein did that multiple times every year. When all thermonuclear sources of energy are exhausted, this additionally heavy star will collapse. That's the big thing. Unless fission due to rotation and radiation of mass, or blowing off of mass by radiation reduce the star's mass by order to that of the sun. This contraction will continue indefinitely. And it goes on that way.
Yeah, now I have to say that Wheeler, who actually coins the term black hole, gives Oppenheimer quite a terrible time. He thinks he's wrong. And they entered what has sometimes been described as kind of a bitter, I don't know if we would just say feud, but they were bad feelings. And Wheeler actually spent decades saying Oppenheimer was wrong. And eventually, with his computer work, that early work that he was doing with computers when he was also trying to understand nuclear weapons, and in peacetime, the world found themselves returning again to these astrophysical questions, decided that actually Oppenheimer had been right. He thought it was too simplistic, too idealized a setup that they had used, and that if you looked at something that was more realistic and more complicated, that it just would go away. And in fact, he draws the opposite conclusion. There's a story that Oppenheimer was sitting outside of the auditorium when Wheeler was coming forth with his declaration that, in fact, black holes were the likely end state of gravitational clouds for very, very heavy stars. And when asked about it, Oppenheimer sort of said, well, I've moved on to other things.
Because you've written in many places about the human beings behind science. I have to ask you about this, about nuclear weapons. There's creators and physicists coming together to create this most terrifying and powerful of a technology. And now I get to talk to world leaders about this technology, this part of the tools that is used perhaps implicitly on the chessboard of geopolitics. What can you say as a person from the physicist and who have studied physicists and written about the physicists and humans behind this, about this moment in human history? This point, physicists came together and created this weapon that's powerful enough to destroy all of human civilization.
I think it's an excruciating moment in the history of science. And people talk about Heisenberg, who stayed in Germany and worked for the Nazis in their own attempt to build a bomb. There was this kind of hopeful talk that maybe Heisenberg had intentionally derailed the nuclear weapons program, but I think that's been largely discredited. That he would have made the bomb quickly had he not made some really kind of simple errors in his original estimates about how much material would be required and how to get over the energy barriers. And that's a terrifying thought. I don't know that any of us can really put ourselves in that position of imagining that we're faced with that quandary, having to take the initiative to participate and thinking of a way that quantum mechanics can cope with it. And then making the decision. I think overwhelmingly physicists today feel we should not continue the proliferation of nuclear weapons. Very few theoretical physicists want to see this continue.
That moment in history, Soviet Union had incredible scientists, Nazi Germany had incredible scientists, and the United States had incredible scientists. And it's very easy to imagine that one of those three would have created the bomb first, not the United States.
Yes.
And how different we can be the game theory of that. I think, say the probability is 33% of the United States. The Soviet Union had the bomb. I think they would have used this in military conflict in return of the United States. And obviously with Hitler, he would have used it. I think there's no question he would have used it to kill hundreds of millions of people.
In the game theory version, this was the least harmful outcome. Yes, but there is no outcome with no bomb that any game theorist would, I think, would play.
But I think if we just remove the geopolitics and the ideology, all of those people are just scientists. They don't necessarily think about the ideology. And it's a deep lesson about the connection between great science and the annoying, sometimes evil politicians that use that science for means that are either good or bad. And the scientists perhaps don't, or if they even have control of how that science is used, it's hard.
Control, right? Once it's made, it's no longer scientific reasoning that dictates the use or restraint. But I will say that I do believe that it wasn't a 1/3 down the line, because America was different, and I think that's something we have to think about right now in this particular climate. So many scientists fled here. They fled to here. Americans weren't fleeing to Nazi Germany. They came here and they were motivated by it's more than a patriotism. I mean, it was patriotism, obviously, but it was sort of more than that. It's really understanding the threat of Europe, what was going on in Europe, and what that like, how quickly it turned, how quickly this free-spirited pluralistic culture, was suddenly in this repressive and terrifying regime. So I think that it was a much higher chance.
Yeah, there's something about the American system, the it's cliche to say, it's freedom, all the different freedoms, that enable a very vibrant and pleasant environment or community setting.
Absolutely.
Besides, it's very valuable to maintain that, the vibrancy of the debate, of the funding those mechanisms.
Absolutely. The world swapped here. And that won't be the case if we no longer have intellectual freedom.
Yeah, there's something interesting about the tension of Cold War between China and the United States in the 21st century. You know, some of those same questions, some of those ideas will rise up again. And we want to make sure that there's a vibrant, free exchange of scientific ideas. And I believe most Nobel Prizes come from the United States, right?
Oh, yeah, I don't have the number.
It's proportional to the proportion.
So in fact, a lot of them from particle physics came from rocks. And they were European immigrants.
Explain this.
Like Europe, precisely because of the geologies we're describing. And so instead of being Nobel Prize winners from the Soviet Union or from the Eastern Bloc, they were from the Bronx.
That's the thing you write about when we refer to time and time again. You know, science is done by humans. Some of those humans are fascinating. There's tensions, there's battles, there's some are loners, some are great collaborators, some are tormented, some are easygoing, all this kind of stuff. That's the beautiful thing about it. It gets because it's humans are messy and complicated and beautiful and all that.
Yeah.
What were we talking about? Oh,
The stars collapsing.
okay. So can we just return to the collapsing star that forms a black hole? At which point does the thing become nothing? If we can just say, we've done this concept.
Yeah. So if I were falling into a black hole and I tried really fast, why does it cross this empty region, this demarcation happened to know where it was and calculate. There's no line there. There's no sign that it's there. There's no signpost. I could emit a little light pulse and try to send it outward exactly from the horizon. So it's racing outward at the speed of light. It can hover there because from my perspective, it's very strange. The space-time is like a waterfall draining in. And I'm being dragged in with that waterfall. I can't stop it to the horizon. It comes and goes. It's crazy. Really crazy. That might be try to sit there. It's like a fish swimming against Niagara, swimming against the waterfall.
It's like stuck.
But it's like stuck there. And so that's what made it up with signposts. You fly by, you think it's moving at the speed of light. It flies past at the speed of light, but it's sitting right there with the horizon.
You're falling back, crossing the horizon, right at that point, shoot outwards a photon.
Yes.
And it's just stuck there.
It is get stuck there. No, it's very unstable. So a star can't sit there. It just can't. So it rains inward in this waterfall. But from the outside, all we should ever really care about is the event horizon. Because I can't know it. It could be pure matter and antimatter thrown together, which annihilates the photons on the inside and loses all its mass and the energy. Like, what matters to me? Because I can't know anything about what happens on the inside.
Okay, can we just like look at this? What models do we have of what happens inside the black hole at that moment? So I guess the one intuition, one of the big reminders you're giving to us is like, hey, we know very little about what can happen on the inside of the black hole, and that's why we have to be careful of it. It's better to think about the black hole for the back horizon. But what can we know? Like, what do we know about the physics of space-time inside the black hole?
I don't mind being incautious about thinking about it. I'm not such an observer. Right? I'm very theoretical in my work. It's really kind of paper a lot. These are thought experiments that I think we can perform and contemplate. Whether or not we'll ever know is another question. So one of the most beautiful things that we suspect happens on the inside of a black hole is that space and time, in some sense, swap places. So while I'm on the outside of the black hole, let's say I'm in a nice, comfortable space station, this black hole is maybe 10 times the mass of the sun, 60 kilometers across. I could be 100 kilometers out. That's very, very close. Orbiting quite safely. No big deal. Hanging out. I don't bug the black hole, but it doesn't bug me. It won't suck me up like a vacuum. But my astronaut friend Johnson. as they cross the event horizon, what I'm calling space, I'm looking on the outside of this spherical shadow of the black hole, cast by maybe light around it. It's a shadow because everything that's too close falls in. It's just this contrast against a bright sky. I think, oh, there's a center of a sphere. And in the center of the sphere is the singularity. It's a point in space from my perspective. But from the perspective of the astronaut who falls in, it's actually a point in time. So their notions of space and time are rotated so completely that what I'm calling a direction in space towards the center of the black hole, at the center of a physical sphere, they're going to tell me, or they can't tell me. They're going to come to you, oh no, that's not a location in space. That's a location in time. In other words, the singularity ends up in their future. And they can no more avoid the singularity than they can avoid time coming their way. So there's no shenanigans you can do once you're inside the black hole to try to skirt it, the singularity. You can't set yourself up in orbit around it. You can't try to fire rockets and stay away from that because it's in your future. And there's an inevitable moment when you will hit it. Usually for a stellar mass black hole, we hit it.
Microseconds to get from the event horizon to the singularity. That describes your astronaut friends' perspective.
Yes, from their perspective, the singularity's in their future.
Well, from your perspective, what do you see if a friend falls into the black hole and you're chilling outside and watching?
So one way to think about this is to think that as you're approaching the black hole, the astronaut's space-time is rotating relative to your space. So let's say right now, my left is your right. I'm not shocked by the fact that there's this relativity left and right. Completely understand. And I can perform a spatial rotation to align my left with your left. Right now, completely rotated left. If I just want to draw a kind of compass diagram, not a compass diagram, you know, at the top of the maps, there's a north, south, east, west. But now time is up, down, and one direction of space, let's say east, west. As you approach the black hole, it's as though you're rotating in space time. There's one way of thinking about it. So what is the effect of that? The effect of that is as this astronaut gets closer and closer to the event horizon, part of their space is rotated into my time, and part of their time is rotated into my space. So in other words, their clocks seem to be less aligned with my time. And the overall effect is that their time seems to dilate. The spacing between ticks on the clock that their watch gets in on the face of their watch is elongated, dilated relative to mine. And it seems to me that their watches are running slower, even though they were made at the same factory time, both synchronized beautifully, excellent Swiss watches. It seems as though time is elapsed more slowly for my computer. And likewise, for them, it seems like mine's going really fast. So years could elapse in my space station. My plants come and go, they die, I age faster, I've got gray hair. And they're falling in, and it's been minutes from their frame of reference. Flowers and their little rocket ship haven't rotted. They could have gray hair. Their biological clock is slowing down relative to ours. Eventually, after that horizon, it's so extreme, so it's as though their clocks have stopped altogether from my point of view. And that's to say that it's as though their time is rotating into my space. And this is connected with the idea that inside the black hole space and time are switching places. So I might see them hover there for millennia. Other astronauts will be born on my space station. Generations could be populated there, watching. Poor astronaut never fall in.
So basically, the time almost stands still, but they do fall in.
Right, they do fall into that. Now that's because they have some mass of their own, so they're not a perfectly light particle. And so, deform the event horizon a little bit, you'll actually see, they're not about 1 rise and bobble and absorb the astronaut. So it's some finite time. The astronaut will actually fall in.
So it's like this weird space-time bubble that we have around us. There's a very big space-time curvature bubble thing in the black hole. And there's a nice swirly situation going on.
Yeah.
That's how you get sucked up.
Yeah,
So if you were perfect, like you feel a small particle, you'll just
it
be
takes longer and longer.
and probably just be stuck there. Some of more respond mechanics.
Eventually you'll fall. Any perturbation will only go one way. It's unstable in one direction. In one direction only. But it's really important to remember that from the point of view of the astronaut, not much time has passed along. You just sail right across as far as you're concerned. Nothing dramatic happens, or you might not even realize you've come to the event horizon. You might not even realize you've crossed the event horizon because there's nothing there, right? This is an empty region of space-time. There's no marker to tell you you've reached this very dangerous place of motion. You can fire your rockets like hell when you're on the outside, maybe even escape, right? But once we get to that point, there's no amount of energy. All the energy in the universe will not save you from this demise.
You know, there's different size black holes. Maybe when we talk about the experience you have falling into a black hole, depending on what the size of the black hole is.
Yeah.
Because as I understand, the bigger it is, the less drastic the experience will be.
Yeah, that might surprise people. The bigger it is, the less noticeable it is that you cross that horizon. Yeah, one way to think about it is curvature is less noticeable the bigger it is. So if I'm standing on a basketball, I'm very aware I'm balancing on a curved surface. My 2 feet are in different locations, and I really notice. But on the Earth, you actually have to be kind of clever to deduce that the Earth is curved. The bigger the planet, the less you're going to notice the curvature, the global curvature. And it's the same thing with the black hole. Huge, huge black hole. It just feels like it's flat. You don't really notice.
I try to figure out how it is. You don't notice.
And there's nothing there.
The physics is weird.
In your frame of reference.
Oh.
Well, so another cool thing, so I like to dispel this.
Yeah.
You're holding your head.
There's a sense like you should be able to know when you're inside of a black hole and cross the horizon. But no, from your horizon, you might not be able to know.
Yeah, at first, at least, you might not realize what's happening. There are some hints. For instance, black holes are dark from the outside, but they're not necessarily dark from the inside. So this is a kind of fascinating that your experience could be quite bright inside the black hole. All the light from the galaxy could be shining in behind you, and it's focusing down. You're all approaching this really focused region in the interior, and so you actually see a bright, white flash of light as you approach the singularity. I kind of I joke that it's like a near-death experience. You see the light at the end of the tunnel. So you'd see millennia pass from Earth. You see the evolution of the entire galaxy. One big white flash of light. So it's like a near-death experience, but it's definitely a total death experience.
It goes pretty fast, but you looking out, everything's looking super fast.
Yeah, the clocks on the Earth and the space station seems to be progressing very rapidly relative to theirs. The light can catch up to you, and you get this bright beam of light as you can see the evolution of the galaxy unfold. And it sort of depends on the size of the black hole and how long you have to hang around. The bigger the black hole, the longer it takes you to expire in the center.
Obviously, human sensor system are not able to process that information correctly.
Right, it'd be a microsecond and it'd be too fast.
Yeah, but you think, wow, it'd be so cool to get that information.
But a big black hole, you could actually hang around for some months.
So yeah, how are small black holes, supermassive black holes form? Just so we can kind of look at it. Is it always a star?
No, so this is also why it's important to think of black holes more abstractly. They are something very profound in the universe. And there are probably multiple ways to make black holes. Uh, Making them with stars is the most plentiful. There could be hundreds of millions, maybe even a billion black holes in our Milky Way galaxy alone. That many stars, it's only about 1% of stars that will end their lives in a dense state that is a black hole. But we now see, and this is really quite a surprise, that there are supermassive black holes. They're billions or even hundreds of billions of times the mass of the sun. Millions to tens of billions, maybe even hundreds of billions. So extremely massive. We don't think that the universe has had enough time to make them from stars that just merge. We know that two black holes can and make a bigger black hole, and those merge and make a bigger black hole. We don't think there's been enough time for that. So suspect that they're formed very early, maybe even 100, 200 million years after the Big Bang, and that they're formed directly by collapsing out of primordial stuff. That there's a direct collapse right into the black hole.
So, like in the very early universe, these are primordial black holes. And the stars not quite. Wait, how do you get from that soup to black holes right away?
Right. So it's odd, but it's weirdly easier to make a big black hole out of something that's just the density of air. If it's really as big as what we're talking about. So in some sense, if they're just allowed to directly collapse very early in the universe's history, they can do that more easily. And it's so much so we think that there's one of these supermassive black holes in the center of every galaxy. So they're not rare, and we know where they are. They're in the nuclei of galaxies. So they're bound to the very early formation of entire galaxies in a really surprising and deeply connected way.
But what if the chicken or the egg, like how critical, how essential are these supermassive black holes in the formation of galaxies?
Yeah, I mean, it's ongoing, right? It's ongoing. Which came first, the black hole or the galaxy? Probably big early stars, which were just made out of hydrogen and helium from the Big Bang. There wasn't anything else, not much. Those early stars were forming, and then maybe the black holes and kind of the galaxies were like these gassy clouds around them. But there's probably a deep relationship between the black hole powering jets, these jets blowing material out of the galaxy that shaped galaxies, maybe kind of curbed their growth. And so I think the mechanisms are still ongoing. We'll attempt to understand exactly the ordering of these things.
That is space time. Let's go back to the 20th century. How do you imagine space time? How do you really visualize and think about space time where time is just another dimension, it's 4G space, recognized space and time? Because we've been talking about multiple all kinds of different ways of curvature of space time. How is Krista conceive of it? How do you think of it?
Yeah.
Not just another dimension.
There are different ways we can think about it. We can imagine drawing a map of space and treating time as another direction in that map. But we're limited as three-dimensional beings. We can't really draw 4 dimensions, which is what I'd require. 3 spatial, pretty sure. There's at least 3. I think there's probably more. But I'm happy just talking about the large dimensions. The 3 we see up, down, right? East, west, north, south, 3 spatial dimensions. And time is the 4th. Nobody can really visualize it. But we know mathematically how to unpack it on paper. I can mathematically suppress one of the spatial dimensions, and then I can draw it pretty well. Now the problem is that we call it a Euclidean spacetime. Euclidean spacetime is when all the dimensions are orthogonal, are treated equally. Time is not another Euclidean dimension. It's actually a Minkowskian spacetime. But it means that the spacetime, we're misrepresenting it when we draw it, but we're misrepresenting it in a way that we can really understand. I can give you an example. The Earth, I can project onto a flat sheet of paper. I am now misrepresenting how math appears. And I know that, but I understand the rules for how to add distances on this misrepresentation because the Earth is not a flat sheet of paper, it's a sphere. And as long as I understand the rules, how I get from the North Pole to the South Pole, that I'm moving along really a great arc, and I understand that the distance is not the distance I would measure on a flat sheet of paper, then I can do a really great job with the math and understanding the rules of addition, multiplication, and the geometry is not the geometry of a flat sheet of paper. I can do the same thing with space-time. I can draw it on a flat sheet of paper, but I know that it's not actually a flat Euclidean space. And so my rules for measuring distances are different than the rules I would use that, for instance, Cartesian rules of geometry. I would know to use the correct rules for the cosmos. And that will allow me to calculate how long time has elapsed, which is now a kind of a length, a space-time length on my map, between two relative observers, and I will get the correct answer. But only if I use these different rules.
So then, what does point of general relativity does objects with mass do to the space-time?
Right, exactly. So Einstein struggled with completely general theory, not a specific solution, like the black hole or expanding space-time, galaxies, like lenses. Those are all solutions. That's why what he did was so enormous. It's an entire paradigm that says, over here is matter and energy. We call that the right-hand side of the equation. Everything on the right-hand side of Einstein's equations is how matter and energy are distributed in space-time. On the left-hand side, tells you how space and time deform in response to that matter and energy. And it can be impossible to solve some of those equations. What was so amazing about what Rothschild did is he found this very elegant, simple solution within like a month of reading this final formulation. But Einstein didn't go through and try to find all the solutions. He gave it to us. He shared this, and then lots of people since have been scrambling to try to, I can predict the curvature of space-time because I tell you how the matter and energy is laid out. It's all compact in a spherical system like a sun or even a black hole. I can understand the curves of space-time around it. I can solve for the shape of space-time. I can also say, well, what if the universe is full of gas or light and it's all kind of uniform everywhere, and I'll find a different and equally surprising solution, which is that the universe expands. In response to that, it's not static, that the distances between galaxies would grow. This was a huge surprise. So all of these consequences of this theory came with revelations that were not at all obvious when we first broke down the general theory.
He was afraid to take the consequences of that theory.
Often,
The theory itself, in its scope, grandeur, and power, is scary, so I can understand. Then there's, the edges of the theory where it falls apart, the consequences of the theory that are extreme. It's hard to take seriously. You can sort of empathize.
yeah, he very much resisted the expansion. So if you think about 1905, when he's writing the sequence of unbelievable papers as a 25-year-old who can't get a job, he's a physicist, he writes all of these remarkable papers on relativity and quantum mechanics. And then even in 1915, 16, he does not know that there are other galaxies out there. This was not known. People had mused about it, but it's kind of smudges on the sky. Contemplated what if there are other island universes. Nobody went to Kant, thought about this. But it wasn't until Hubble, it really wasn't until the late 20s, that it's confirmed that there are other galaxies. Yeah.
But you guys probably think there's so much we think of now that you think of there's no Big Bang.
Right.
That universe.
These are all connected.
Wow. Yeah. So these operate very little information.
Very little information. Absolutely true. Actually, one of the things I like to point out is the idea of relativity is foisted on people in this kind of cultural way. But there's many ways in which you could call it a theory of absolutism. And way Einstein got there with so little is by adhering to certain very strict absolutes, like the absolute limit of the speed of light and the absolute constancy of the speed of light, which was completely bizarre when it was first discovered. Really, that was observed. There were experiments trying to figure out what would the relative speed of light be. It's the really, only massless particles have this property that they have an absolute speed. If you think about it, it's incredibly strange.
Yeah, it's really
Incredibly strange.
and also from theoretical perspective, he takes that seriously.
He takes it very seriously, and everyone else is trying to come up with models to make it go away, to make the speed of light a little bit more reasonable, like everything else in the universe. If I run at a car, two cars coming at each other, they're coming at each other faster than if one of them stops. It's really a basic observation of reality, right? Here, this is saying that if I'm racing at a light speed, and you're standing still relative to the source, they'll measure the same exact speed of light. It's very strange. And he gets to relativity by saying, well, what's speed? Speed is distance in space over time. It's how far you travel, it's the space you travel, in a certain duration of time. And he said, well, I bet something must be wrong then with space and time. So this is an enormous leap. He's willing to give up the absolute character of space and time in favor of keeping the speed of light constant.
How is he able to intuit a world of space time? I think it's one of the most special leaps in human history, right?
It's amazing.
But it's very, very, very difficult to make that kind of leap.
I'll tell you, it took me, I think, a long time to. I can't say this is how he got there exactly. It's not as though I studied the historical accounts or his description, his internal states. This is more having learned the subject, how I try to help people get there in a few short steps. One is to start with the equivalence principle, which he called the happiest thought of his life. The equivalence principle comes pretty early on in his thinking. And it starts with something like this. Right now, I think I'm feeling gravity because I'm sitting in this chair, and I feel the pressure of the chair, and it's stopping me from falling. Lie down in a bed, and I feel heavy on the bed, and I think of that as gravity. Einstein has a beautiful ability to remove all of these extraneous factors, including atoms. So let's imagine instead that you're in an elevator, and you feel heavy on your feet because the floor of the elevator is resisting your fall. But I want to remove the elevator. What does the elevator have to do with fundamental properties of gravity? So I cut the cable. Now I'm falling, but the elevator is falling at the same rate as me. So now I'm floating in the elevator. And if this happened to me, if I woke up in this state of falling or floating in the elevator, I might not know if I was in empty space or floating. Or if I was falling around the earth. They're equivalent situations. I would not be able to tell the difference. And actually, when I get rid of the elevator in this way by cutting the cable, I'm actually experiencing weightlessness. And that weightlessness is the purest experience of gravity. And so this idea of falling is actually fundamental. It's how we talk about it all the time. The Earth is in a free fall around the sun. It's actually falling. It's not firing engines. Right? It's just falling all the time, but it's cruising so fast.
Yeah. So one of them is really one of the ways to experience space-time is to be falling.
To be falling. That's the purest experience of gravity. The experience of gravity, unfettered, uninterrupted by atoms, is weightlessness. That observation, no, it has an unhappy ending, the elevator story, right? Because of atoms again. That's the fault of the atoms in your body interacting electromagnetically with the crust of the earth or at the bottom of the building or whatever it is. But this period of free fall, so the first observation is that that is the purest experience of gravity. Now I can convince you that things fall along curved paths. because I could take a pen, and if I throw it, we both know it's going to follow an arc. And it's going to follow an arc until atoms interfere again and it hits the ground. But while it's in free fall, experiencing gravity at its purest, what the Einsteinian description would say is it is following a natural curve in space-time inscribed by the Earth. So the Earth's mass and shape curves the paths of space, and then those curvatures tell you how to fall, the paths along which you should fall when you're falling free. And so the Earth has found itself on a free fall that happens to be a closed circle. But it's actually falling. The International Space Station uses this principle all the time. They get the space station up there, and then they turn off the engines. Imagine how expensive it would be if they had to fuel that thing at all times, right? They turn off the engines. They're just falling. And they're not that far up. They're certainly, people sometimes say, oh, they're so far away, they don't feel badly. Oh, absolutely. You stopped the space station, it's going like 17,500 miles an hour, something like that. If you were to stop that, it would drop like a stone. Right. So they're in a state of motion, and they're falling along a curved path. And that curved path is a result of turbulence.
That particular curve path is calculated in such a way that it curves upwards of your orbit.
Right. So it has to be cruising at a certain speed. So once you get it at that cruising speed, you turn off the engines.
But yeah, to be able to visualize the beginning of the 20th century, that free falling, curved space time. Boy, it reminds people. Some of that is constructive thought experiments that combine with an understanding of reality. Maybe in collisions and contradictions, try to think of extreme thought experiments that exacerbate that contradiction and see like okay, ways to actually is there another model that can incorporate this? To be able to do that. And it's kind of inspiring because there's probably another generality out there. In all, not just in physics, in all life and work, in all scientific pursuits. There's certain theories where you're like, okay, I just explained like a big elephant in the room here that everybody just kind of didn't even think about.
Right.
There could be the stuff we know about in physics, there could be stuff like that for the movie as well.
Yeah.
Everyone's like, yeah, okay. Everyone's like, like companies like, yeah. Somehow it's dark.
Right.
Nobody knows.
I find it wild that that's so elusive.
Yeah, it's strange. You know what?
It's strange that it's so elusive.
I think it's a relativity thing. There's going to be something that's going to involve aliens, wormholes, dimensions that we don't quite understand, or some field that's bigger than life. It's possible. Maybe not. It's possible that it has field that's different, that will feel fundamentally different from chemistry and biology. Maybe it's physics. Again, but maybe the key version of life is in the same there, like a weird neighbor is consciousness. It's like, alright, okay.
Your neighbor, yeah.
It's like, okay, so we all know that life started out of nobody knows. We all know that we're conscious. That's a different theory. Nobody understands. People have ideas and so on, but it's such a dark. So we're entering a dark room where a bunch of people are whispering about like but nobody has anything. So, and then somebody comes along with a general relativity type of conception where like reconceives everything, and you're like,
It's like a watershed.
it's there. And until it's there, we're living in a time until that day comes along. It'd be obvious in retrospect. Right now,
Right. Well, it was obvious to no one that space-time was curved, but even Newton understood something wasn't right. So he knew there was something missing. And I think that's always fascinating when we're in that situation where we're pressure testing our own ideas. did something remarkable. Newton did with his theory of gravity, just understanding that the same phenomena that work with the Earth around the sun as the apple falling from the tree. That's insane. That's a huge leap. Understanding that mass, inertial mass, which makes something hard to push around, is the same thing that feels gravity in the Newtonian picture in that simple way. Unbelievable leap. Absolutely genius. Didn't like that the apple fell from the tree even though the Earth wasn't touching it. Reaction to physics.
That is weird too.
No, but
That is a really weird.
it's really weird. But see, Einstein solves that. Relativity solves that. Because it says the Earth created the curve in space. The apple wants to fall freely along it. The problem is the tree's in the way. The tree's the problem. The tree's actually accelerating the apple. It's keeping it away from its natural state of weightlessness in a gravitational field. And as soon as the tree lets go of it, the apple will simply fall along the curve that exists.
I would love it if somebody did that.
Told him all this.
Probably some like some like hippie be like, "Look, it's a gravity is just motion space time, man." I wonder if you would feel. I don't think every idea has time. You might not even be able to feel that. Like that. Sometimes even the greatest genius can't. Like you
Too
need,
out of context.
you need to be standing on the shoulders of giants and on the shoulders of those giants and so on.
I heard that Newton used that as an unkind remark to his competitor Hook.
Oh no! People talk shit even back then.
Trash
love it.
talking.
It's one of the hilarious things about the science too. Like, this huge amount. There's moments in history where you see this in universities, but everywhere else too. Like you have gigantic minds, obviously also coupled with everybody has an ego. And like sometimes it's just the same soap opera that played out amongst humans everywhere else. So you're thinking about the biggest cosmological objects and forces and ideas, and you're still like jealous.
Right. I know.
You're
It's
off
fascinating.
buying off
I know.
this chair, this or maybe you got married to this person that I was in love with at the trail or something.
The one woman in the car ride.
Yeah. And it's just, I mean, but that is also the fuel of the nature that
You know the expression, I'm sure, battles are so bitter in academia because it's like so loud.
but also, I just shouldn't forget that I love seeing that in academia because it's seeing that. And the thing is, there is a degree to academia where the reason you're able to think about some of these grand ideas is because you still allow yourself to be childlike.
Oh, yeah.
There's a childlike
Oh,
nature to
it's most fascinating. Oh, yeah.
children could also be like
Children.
children. So like you don't in the corporate context and maybe the world it forces you to behave. You're supposed to be a certain kind of way. There's some aspects which are really beautiful aspects reserved to celebrate academia. It's like you're just allowed to be childlike curiosity, your exploration. You just explore and that's the biggest question.
The best scientists I know often ask the simplest questions. They're really, first of all, there's about some confidence there, but also they're never going to lie to themselves that they understand something that they don't understand. So even this idea that Newton didn't understand the apple falling from the tree, had he lived another couple hundred years, he would have invented relativity because he never would have lied to him. He understood it. He kept asking this very simple question. I think that there is this childlike beauty to that, absolutely.
Yeah, just some of the topics. I don't know. But there's
I'll talk about this.
some of the most brilliant people I know are stuck with just like with Newton and Einstein. They're stuck on it. This doesn't make sense. I know a bunch of brilliant biologists, physicists, chemists, and thinking about the origin of life. They're like, this doesn't. I know how evolution works. I know how biological systems work, how genetic information propagates. But this part, this singularity, which really doesn't make sense. We don't understand. We can't create in the lab. They're bothered every single day. They're bothered by it. And that being bothered by that tension, by that gap in knowledge, yeah, that's the catalyst. That's the fuel for the
Discovery.
discovery.
Yeah, absolutely. The discovery is going to come because somebody feels it. And could it rest?
So that way, the black holes are kind of portal into some of the biggest mysteries of our universe. So there's a good domain I want to explore these ideas. So, can you speak about some of the mysteries that the black holes possess?
Yeah, I think it's important to separate the idea that there are these astrophysical states that become black holes from being synonymous to black holes. Black holes are kind of this larger idea, and it might have been made primordially when the Big Bang happened. There's something flawless about black holes that makes them fundamental, unlike anything else. So they're flawless in the sense that you can completely understand a black hole by looking at just its charge, electric charge, its mass, and its spin. And every black hole with that charge, mass, and spin is identical to every other black hole. You're like, oh, that one's mine. I recognize it. It has this little feature, and that's why I know it's mine. They're featureless. You try to put Mount Everest on a black hole, and it would shake it off in these gravitational waves. It will radiate away this imperfection until it settles down to be a perfect black hole. So there's something about them that is unlike, in other words, the reason why I don't like to call them objects, unlike anything else in the universe that's macroscopic. It's kind of a little bit more like a fundamental particle. So an electron is described by a certain short list of properties, charge, mass, spin, and maybe some other quantum numbers. That's what it means to be an electron. So an electron that's a little bit different. You can't recognize your electron. But they're all identical in that sense. And so in some very abstract way, black holes share something in common with microscopic particles. And so what they tell us about the fundamental laws of physics can be very profound. And it's why even theoretical physicists, mathematical physicists, not just astronomers and use telescopes, they rely on the black hole as a terrain to perform their thought experiment. And it's because there's something fundamental about it.
Yeah, general relativity, deep quantum mechanics, deep singularity. Sadly, fundamentally so, it's out of reach for experiment at this moment. Basically, that's within reach for theoretical.
It's in reach for thought experiments, which are quite beautiful.
Well, on that time, we have to ask you about paradox. The information paradox of black holes, right?
So this is what catapulted Hawking's fame. When he was a young researcher, he was thinking about black holes and wanted to just add a little smidge of quantum, just a little smidge. Wasn't going for full-blown quantum gravity, but kind of just asking, well, what if I allowed this nothing, this vacuum, this empty space around the event horizon, stars gone, there's nothing there. What if I allowed it to possess sort of ordinary quantum properties, just a little tiny bit? Don't go crazy. And one of the properties of the vacuum that is intriguing is this idea that you can never say the vacuum is actually completely empty. Well, you could talk about Heisenberg. The Heisenberg uncertainty principle has kicked off a lot of mechanical thinking. It says that you can never exactly know a particle's position simultaneously with its motion, with its momentum. You can know one or the other pretty precisely, but not both pretty precisely. And the uncertainty isn't a lack of ability that will technologically overcome. It's foundation. So it's that there's, in some sense, when it's in a precise location, it is fundamentally no longer in a precise motion. And that uncertainty principle means I can't precisely say a particle is exactly here, but it also means I can't say it's not. Okay? And so it led to this idea that what do I mean by a vacuum? Because I can't 100% precisely know. In fact, there's not really meaningful to say that there's zero particles here. And so what you can say, however, is you can say, well, maybe particles kind of walk around, seething quantum sea of the vacuum. Maybe two particles come into existence and they're entangled in such a way that they cancel out each other's properties. So they have the properties of the vacuum. They don't destroy the properties of vacuums. They cancel out each other's spin, each other's charge, maybe things like that. But they kind of froth around. They come, they go, and that's what we really think is the best that empty space can do in a quantum mechanical universe. Now, if you add an event horizon, which, as we said, is really fundamentally what a black hole is, that's the most important feature of a black hole. The event horizon, if the particles are created slightly on either side of that event horizon, I have a real problem. Now, the pair has been separated by this event horizon. Now, they can both fall in, that's it. But if one falls in and the other doesn't, it's stuck. It can't go back into the vacuum because now it has a charge, or it has a spin, or it has something. It's no longer the property of that vacuum it came from. It needs its pair to disappear. Now it's stuck. It exists. It's like you've made it real. So in a sense, the black hole steals one of these virtual particles and forces the other to live. And if it is going to escape, radiate out to infinity, and look like to an observer far away that the black hole has actually radiated a particle. The particle did not emanate from inside. It came from the vacuum. It stole it from empty space, from the nothingness. And the reason why this is very tricky is because in the process, because of this separation on other side of the horizon, the particle it absorbs, it has to do with the switching of space and time that we talked about, but the particle it absorbs, well, from the outside, you might say, oh, it had negative momentum, it was falling in. From the inside, you say, well, this is actually motion of time, this is energy, this negative energy. And as it absorbs negative energy, its mass goes down. Black hole gets a little lighter. And as it continues to do this, the black hole really begins to evaporate. It's more than just radiate, it evaporates. And it's intriguing because Hawking said, look, this is going to look thermal, meaning featureless. It's going to have no information in it. It's going to be the most informationless possibility you could possibly come up with your radiating particles. It's just going to look like a thermal distribution of particles, like a hot body. And the temperature is going to only tell you about the mass, which you can tell from outside the black hole anyway. You know, it's the black hole from the outside. So it's not telling you anything about the black hole. You have no information about the black hole. Now you have a little problem. And when we first said it, a lot of people described that not everyone understood how really not interesting. But some people who love quantum mechanics were really annoyed. People like Lenny Susskind, they were mad because it suggested something was fundamentally wrong with quantum mechanics, if it was right. And the reason why it says there's something fundamentally wrong with quantum mechanics is because quantum mechanics does not allow this. It does not allow quantum information to simply evaporate away and poof out of the universe and cease to exist. It's a violation of complementarity, but really the idea is it's the loss of quantum information that's intolerable. Quantum mechanics was built to preserve information. It's one of the sacred principles. That's sacred as conservation of energy. In this example, more sacred. Because you can violate conservation of energy with Heisenberg's uncertainty principle a little tiny bit. But so sacred that it created what became coined as the black hole wars, where people were saying, look, general relativity is wrong, something's wrong with our thinking about the event horizon, or quantum mechanics isn't what we think it is, but the two are not getting along. And just to tell you how dramatic it is, so the temperature goes down with the mass of the black hole, heavier black hole. The cooler it is, we don't see black holes evaporate, they're way too big. But as they get smaller and smaller, they get hotter and hotter. So as the black hole nears the end of the cycle of the black years away, a very long time, much longer than the age of the universe, it will be as though the current event horizons yanked up. Like it'll literally explode away. Boom. And the event horizon, in principle, will be yanked up. Everything's gone. All that information that went into the black hole, all that sacred quantum stuff, gone. Poof. Because it's not in the radiation. It's radiation has no information. And so it was an incredibly productive debate because in it are the signs of what will make gravity and quantum mechanics unite together. Some quantum theory of gravity. Whatever these clues are, they're hard to assemble. If you want a quantum gravity theory, it has to correctly predict the temperature of a black hole, the entry of the black hole. It has to have all of these correct features. The black hole is the place on which we can test quantum gravity.
But it still has not been resolved.
It has not been fully resolved.
I looked up multiple different ideas for the resolution. So there's information loss, which is what you referred to. It's perhaps the simplest, it's most radical resolution. That information is truly lost. This would mean quantum mechanics currently understand it specifically unitarity is incomplete or incorrect under these extreme gravitational conditions.
I'm happy with that. I would not be happy with this process. I love that it's telling us that there's this crisis because I do think it's giving us a quiz. And we have to take that seriously.
For you, the gut is like, for quantum mechanics
we have to come to rescue it. Lenny Suskind in his book Black Hole War says his subtitle is My Battle with Stephen Hawking to Get the World Safe for Quantum Mechanics. Something to that effect.
So then from string theory, one of the resolutions is called fuzzballs. Originating from string theory, this proposal suggests that black holes aren't singularities surrounded by space and horizon. Instead, they are horizonless, complex, tangled objects, aka fuzzballs, made of strings and braided roughly the size of the horizon. There's no single point of infinite density, but now the two horizons across.
In some sense, it says there's no interior to the black hole, nothing of the process. So I gave you this very nice story that there's no drama. Sometimes that's how it's described at the event horizon. You fall through and there's nothing there. This other idea says, well, hold on a second, it's really strange as I get close to this magnifying quality and slowing time down near the event horizon. It is as though I could magnifying glass like things, and now the strings aren't so microscopic, they kind of shimmer around, and then they get caught like a tangle around the event horizon, and they just have to fall through. I don't think that either, but it's interesting.
So it's just adding a very large number of extra complex
degrees of freedom. There are no teeny levels to fall through.
which is similar to what we already have in quantum mechanics. It's just giving that
It's really saying the interior is just not there ever. Nothing falls in, so the information gets out because it never went in the first place.
So there is a strong statement there.
It's a strong statement.
Okay, so soft hair challenges the classical no hair theorem by suggesting that black holes do possess subtle quantum quote hair. This isn't classical hair-like charge, but very low energy quantum excitation, soft gravitons or photons, at the event horizon that can store information about what fell in.
Rothschild also figured that's the case. So the no hair theorems are formal proofs that the black hole is this featureless, perfect, fundamental particle that we talked about. That all you can ever tell about the black hole is its electrical charge, its mass, and its spin, and that it cannot possess other features. It has no hair. It's one way to describe it. And that those are proven mathematical proofs in the context of general relativity. So the idea is, well, therefore I can know nothing about what goes into the black hole, which is wrong. But if they could have hair, I could say that's my black hole. Because it had features that I could distinguish, and it could encode the information that went in this way. And the event horizon isn't so serious. It isn't such a stark demarcation between events inside and outside, where I can't know what happened inside and outside. I don't think that's the
Okay, the pros and cons of that one. The pros of what's within the framework of quantum physics, because space-time actually requires less radical modifications than first laws or information laws, using the hypothesis theory from revitalize this idea. Cons, and precise mechanism by which information is encoded and transferred to the application is still debated, technically challenging to work out fully in it needs to store a vast amount of information. Okay, another one, some weird ones, right, is ER equals EPR.
This is probably it.
Oh boy. So ER equals EPR is Einstein-Rosen bridge equals Einstein-Podolsky bridge posits a deep connection between quantum entanglement and space-time geometry. Specifically, Einstein-Rosen bridge, commonly known as wormholes, suggests that the entangled particles are connected by a non-traversable wormhole. So tiny wormholes connect. Okay.
I can say that this is not a situation where you follow the chalk. You can't start at the beginning and calculate to the end. So it's still conjecture. I think it's very profound. I kind of imagine Juan Maltesina, who's part of this with Lenny Susskind, they were kind of like, oh, it's like ER equals EPR. They couldn't even formulate a popular intuition that they landed on and now are trying to formulate. But to take a step back, one way of thinking about ER equals EPR, you have to talk about holography first. And holography, both Juan Maltesina really formalized it, Lenny Susskind suggested it. The idea of the black hole hologram is that all of the information in the black hole, whatever it is, entropy is a measure of information. Whatever the entropy of the black hole is, which is telling you how much information is hidden there, how much information you don't have direct access to, is completely encoded in the area of the black hole. Meaning, as the area grows, the entropy grows. It does not grow as the volume. This actually turns out to be really, really important. If I tried to pack a lot of information into a volume, more information than I could pack, let's say, on the surface of the black hole, I would simply make a black hole. And I would find out, oh, I can't have more information than I can fit on the surface. So Lenny coined this a hologram. People who take it very seriously say, well, again, maybe the interior of the black hole just doesn't exist. It's a holographic projection of this two-dimensional surface. In fact, maybe I should take it all the way and say, so are we. The whole universe is a holographic projection of a lower dimensional surface. And so people struggled, nobody's really landed it, to find a universe version of it. Oh, there's a boundary to a universe where all the information is encoded on this entire three-dimensional reality. It's so compelling and so convincing. It's actually just a holographic projection. Juan Maltesina did something absolutely brilliant. It's the most highly cited paper in the history of physics. It was published in the late 90s. It has a very opaque title that would not lead you to believe it's as revelatory as it is. But he was able to show that the universe in a box with gravity, and it's not this universe we observe, it doesn't matter, it's just a hypothetical called an empty space. This universe in a box with gravity, everything gravity can do in it, on its boundary is the theory with no gravity. A universe that can be described with no gravity at all, so no black holes, and no information loss problem. And they're equivalent. That the interior universe in a box is a holographic projection of this quantum mechanics on the boundary. Pure quantum mechanics, purely unitary, no loss of information. None of this stuff can possibly be true. There can't be loss of information if this dictionary really works. If the interior is a hologram, a projection of the boundary. I know that's a lot.
So there's some mathematics there, there's physics, and then there's trying to conceive what that actually means for us.
Mm-hmm. Well, what it would mean for us is that information can't be lost, even if we don't know how to show it in the description, which there are black holes. It means it can't possibly be lost because it's equivalent to this description with no gravity in it at all. No event horizons, no black holes, just quantum. So it really strongly suggested that quantum mechanics was going to win in this battle, but it didn't show exactly how it was going to win. So then comes ER equals EPR. A visual way to imagine what this means. So ER has to do with little wormholes. EPR, Einstein-Podolsky goes, it has to do with quantum entanglement. The idea was, well, maybe the stuff that's interior to the black hole is quantum entangled, like EPR, quantum entangled, with Hawking radiation outside the black hole that's escaping. And that quantum entanglement is what allows you to extract the information, because it's not actually physically moving from the interior to the exterior. It's just subtle quantum entanglement. And in fact, I can kind of think of the entire black hole. If I look at it, it looks like a solid shadow cast on the sky. It's a piece of space-time. If I look at it very closely, I will see, oh no, it's actually sewn from these quantum wormholes, like a embroidery. It's when I get up close, it's almost as though event horizon isn't the fundamental feature on the space-time. The fundamental feature is the quantum entanglement, embroidering event horizon.
Embroidering is just tying wormholes. So the quantum entanglement is when two particles are connected at arbitrary distances.
And they're connected by a wormhole.
And in this case, they will be connected by a wormhole.
So the reason why that's helpful, it helps you connect the interior to the exterior without trying to pass through.
No, the concept is highly conceptual and abstract. The exact mechanism for information retrieval via these non-traditional wormholes is not fully understood. Primarily explored theoretical employee out of the world. Never I go hard. Theoretical employee models like the space-time rather than realistic black holes.
We do what we can do in baby steps.
So look, another idea to resolve the information paradox is firewalls. Proposed by Ameri, Tinsky, and Son Hales. This is a more drastic scenario arising from analyzing the entanglement requirements of population to preserve unitary and avoid information loss. They argue that the entanglement structure requires the horizon not to be smooth, not to be the smooth and remarkable place predicted by general relativity. Instead, it must be a highly energetic region with a firewall, incinerates anything attempting to cross it. Okay, so yeah, that's a nice story, everything that crosses. Did you find this at all a convincing resolution?
I would say the firewall papers were fascinating. Again, were very provocative and very important in making progress. I don't even think the authors of those papers thought firewalls were real. I think they were saying, look, we've been rushing too much under the rug. And if you look at the evaporation process, it's even worse than what we thought previously. It's so bad that I can't get away with some of these prior solutions that I thought. Some kind of duality idea, complementarity idea that, oh, well, maybe one person thinks they fell in, one person thinks they never fell in, and that's okay. You know, no big deal. They sort of exposed flaws in these kind of approaches, and it actually reinvigorated the campaign conversation. So it stopped it from stalling. I don't think anyone really believes that event horizon, active event horizon is not a firewall. But it did lead to things like the entangled wormholes and primary black hole, which was born out of an attempt to address the concerns that Hans raised. So it did lead to progress.
So for you, the resolution would.
I'm going back to the vacuum, the empty space, the beautiful event horizon. I'll give up. I'll give up locality, meaning that I will allow things to be connected non-locally by a wormhole.
So that's the weirdest thing you'd like to allow for arbitrary distance connection of particles going on. Quantum mechanics must be preserved.
I'll entertain pretty weird things, but I think that's the one that sounds promising. The implications are so dramatic because this is why you start to hear things like, wait a minute, if the event horizon only exists when it's sewn out of these quantum threads, does that mean that gravity is fundamentally quantum mechanics? It's not that gravity and quantum mechanics get along, and gravity theory, you don't know how to quantize gravity. Actually, something much more dramatic. Gravity is just kind of emerging from this quantum description. That gravity isn't fundamental. And what is the only thing that we have when we go rock bottom, when we go deeper and deeper, smaller and smaller, is quantum. So all of this, like space-time looks nice and smooth and continuous. If I look at the quantum realm, I'll see everything set together at the quantum threads. And that space-time is not a smooth continuum all the way down. Now, people already thought that, but they thought it kind of came in chunks of space-time. Instead, maybe it's just quantum mechanics all the way down.
Quantum threads, so these entangled particles connect to black hole.
Yeah.
So that's how would you even visualize a black hole? So it's all, maybe it's all from our perspective, in terms of detection, the light goes and go again, it's all still the same. When you zoom in a
If you
lot,
zoom in a lot, the quantum mechanical scale at which you're seeing the Hawking radiation, you would be noticing that there's some entanglement between the radiation that I could not explain before and the interior of the black hole. So it's now no longer a perfectly thermal spectrum with no features that only depends on the mass. It actually has a way to have an imprint of the information interior to the black hole in the particles that escape. So now, in principle, I could sit there for a very long time if I take one of the age of the universe and collect all the Hawking radiation and see that it actually has details in it that are going to explain to me what was interior to the black hole. The information is no longer lost.
yeah, the information is not being destroyed, so in theory you should be able to get information.
Now I can't do that anymore than I can recover the words on that piece of paper once it's been burnt, but that's a practical limitation of it. It's just too hard. But when I burn a piece of paper, technically the information is all there. It's in the smoke, it's in the currents, it's in the molecules, it's in the ink molecules. But in principle, I had to the ancient universe, I could probably reconstruct, I should be able to, in principle, reconstruct a piece of paper on the right side.
Do you think theory of everything that unifies general everything and quantum mechanics is possible? So we're like skirting around it.
Yeah, we're skirting around it. I think that this is the way to find that out. It's going to be on the train of black holes that we figure out if that's possible. I think that this is suggesting that there might not be a theory of gravity, that gravity will emerge at a macroscopic level out of quantum phenomena. Now, we don't know how to do that, but these are all hints.
Emerge. So a lot of the mathematics of things that emerging from complex systems are very difficult to.
The transition's very difficult, right?
So if that's the case, there might not be a simple equation that connects everything.
There are examples of emergent phenomena which are very simple to think. I can just take electromagnetic scattering, which is law of physics, where particles scatter just like electromagnetically. And I have a lot of them, and I have a lot of them in this room, and they come to some average. Well, I call that temperature. And that one number, the fact that there's one number describing all of these gazillions of particles, is an emergent quantity. There's no particle that carries around this fundamental property called temperature. It emerges from the collective behavior of tons and tons of particles. In some sense, temperature is not a fundamental quantity. It's not a fundamental law of nature. It's just what happens from the collective behavior. And that's what we'd be saying, oh, this emerges from the collective behavior of lots and lots and lots of quantum actions.
When do you think we will have some breakthroughs on Rothschild's theory of everything, show this possible and impossible, all that kind of stuff? If we look at the 21st century, say you move 100 years into the future and back, when do you think the breakthroughs will come? So I'll give you some hard problems. And I guess my question is, how hard is this problem? What does you got to say? Because, finding the origin of life, figuring out consciousness, solving some of the major diseases, then there's doing everything understanding it's resolving information going on. So these puzzles that are before us, physics, this feels like really one of the big ones. Of course, there could be other breakthroughs in physics that don't solve this.
Yeah, we can discover dark matter, dark energy, we can discover extraspatial dimensions. We can discover that those three things are linked, that there's a dark sector to the universe that's hiding in 7 dimensions. It's something that I love to work on. I think it's really fascinating. progress, and the progress, as we've said, comes from the childlike curiosity of saying, no, I don't actually understand this. I'm going to keep leaning on it. I don't understand it. And then suddenly really you understand it. So I don't have, I think it's a harder problem than the problem of the original life. I think it's technically a harder problem. But I don't know, maybe the breakthrough will come.
So you mentioned discovering extra dimensions. What do you mean? What could that possibly be?
Well, we know that there are three spatial dimensions. We like to talk about time as dimension. We can argue whether that's the right thing to do. But we don't know why there are only three. It very well could be that there are extra spatial dimensions. That there's like a little origami of these tightly rolled up dimensions. Not all of them, not all the models require that they're small, but most. String theory requires extra dimensions to make sense, but even if you feel very hostile towards string theory, there are lots of reasons to consider the viability of extra dimensions. And we think that they can trap little quantum energies in such a way that it might align the dark energy. The numerology is not perfect. It's not hard to stabilize them. It's possible that there are these kind of quantum excitations that look a lot like dark matter. It's kind of an interesting idea that in the Big Bang, the universe was born with lots of these dimensions. They were all kind of wrapped up in the early universe. What we're really trying to understand is why did three get so big? And why do the others stay so small?
Is it possible to have some kind of natural selection of dimension kind of
Yeah,
situation?
there is, actually. And people have worked on that. Is there a reason why it's easier to unravel three? Some people think about streams and grains wrapping up in the other dimensions, causing a kind of constriction, but preferentially loosening up in three. Sometimes we look at exactly models like that, which have to do with the origami being resistant to change in a certain way that only allows three to unravel and keeps the others really taut. But then there are other ideas that we're actually living on a three-dimensional membrane that moves through these higher dimensions. And so the reason we don't notice this is because they're small. Maybe they're not small at all, but it's because we're stuck to this membrane. So we're unaware of these extra directions.
Is it possible that there's other intelligent alien civilizations out there that operate in a different membrane? This is a bit of an out there question, but I ask people more times, is it possible, do you think, from a physics perspective, to exist on a slice of what the universe is capable of?
I think it is certainly mathematically possible on paper to imagine a higher dimensional universe with more than one membrane. And if things are mathematically possible, I often wonder if nature will try out. Which is how people get into the strange territory of talking about a multiverse. We start to say, one of the aspirations was, in the same way that we identified the law of electrotheory of matter, that it was a single description, exactly landed on the description that matched observations. People were hoping the same thing would happen for theory that also incorporated gravity. It was one beautiful law, but instead it had proliferation, all of which did bad or did equally bad. They suddenly had trouble finding, not only finding a single one, but sort of that would just beg a new question, which is, well, why that one? And if nature can do something, why should you do anything she can try? And so maybe we really are just one example in an infinite sea of possible universes, such as possible. So if I can do some of these things on paper, like imagine a higher dimensional space, which is confined to a brain, and there's another brain, and maybe a whole array of them, maybe just try that out sometime. Maybe that's what we tried out here. And then, yes, is it possible that there's life and civilizations on those other brains? Yeah, but we can't communicate with them. They'd be like in a shadow space.
you seriously said you can't communicate with them.
Well,
So
no,
it's
that's fair. I'm limited in my communication because I'm ingrained with some things. We call the bulk. Gravity, for instance, a gravitational wave. So I could design a gravitational wave system, and I could send gravitational waves to the bulk and have SETIs to move light into space. I could send signals into the bulk, telling them where we are and what we do, and singing songs.
sending gravitational waves is very expensive.
Very expensive, very hard to localize. It's going to be long wavelength. Very hard to do. A lot of energy to invest.
So is it possible that the membranes are quote unquote carrying the other waves? That's kind of
It is possible that there's other things that live in the bulk. Flashlights. Looking at something that lives in the bulk.
So, I mean, okay, can we take a little bit more seriously about looking at home? Look out there, the stars. I am a basic intuition. Cannot possibly imagine there's not just any civilizations that are for it. Life is so damn good there. It's like nature tries stuff out.
Yeah. Nature's an experiment.
And I just can't, just basic observation. Like you said that someone with sewer files. Life just figures out.
Yeah.
It just finds a way to survive. Now, there could be something magical, but origin of life, the first part, I can't even see that. It's just over and over and over. I bet actually, from stories full of told figured out, life originated on Earth almost right there. So billions of times, multiple places, over and over and over and over. That seems to be the thing that just, whatever is the life force behind this whole thing, seems to create life, seems to be a creator of different sorts. From very original primordial stuff creates them. I just can't imagine. Well, we don't see the aliens. So.
Right, yeah. We don't even have to go to something as crazy as dimensions, brain rolls, all of that. What's happening right now, in the past 30 years in astronomy, looking at real objects, is that the number of planets, exoplanets outside our solar system has absolutely proliferated. There are probably more planets in the Milky Way galaxy than there are stars. Now we have a real finding. I don't have a budget. I think it's really exciting. It becomes impossible. What you just said, I totally agree. It becomes impossible to imagine that life is not spread somewhere else. In our Milky Way galaxy, and maybe even in our local neighborhood of the Milky Way galaxy, maybe within a few hundred light years of our solar system.
So my gut says, like some crazy amount of solar systems have like bacterial life somewhere at some point in their history had some bacterial type of life. Something like bacterial maybe for different kinds of life. So then I'm just facing questions like why have we not been able to see alien civilizations? And there the answer I don't find any great filter answer convincing. There's just no way I can imagine an advanced alien civilization not a collision from destruction. I can see a lot of trouble. I can see how we people are really like 50-50.
Well, isn't that kind of a quality? Just take that statement. You've only been around for like 100,000 years tops. That is not very long. And we're at a 50-50. I mean, that's unbelievable. I mean, it's indisputable that we have created these, at least potentially, for our own destruction. Will we learn from our mistakes? Will we have a work course and save ourselves? One hopes so, right? But even the concept that it's conceivable, whales have not invented a way to kill themselves, to wipe out all whales and Earth and life on Earth.
There's one way to see it, but I actually see this as a feature, not a bug, when the entirety of the universe. Because it does seem that the mechanism of evolution constantly creates. You want to operate on the verge of destruction. It seems like a competitor or prey dynamic is really effective at creating accelerating evolutionary development. It seems like us being able to destroy ourselves is a really powerful way to give us a chance to really get our shit together, to flourish, to develop, to innovate, to go out amongst the stars, or to destroy ourselves. So like, we as humans horrible thing. There's a lot of other aliens. It's pretty cool thing. You want to give everybody nuclear weapons. Half of them will figure it out, half of them won't. And the ones that figure it
all
out,
these civilizations.
all these civilizations. And then the ones that figure it out will figure out some incredible technologies about how to expand, how to develop, all that kind of stuff.
Right. You could use a kind of evolutionary Darwinian natural selection on that, where survival isn't just a harsh, naturally induced climate change, but it's because of the so, and then something will be created that is now impervious to that, that now knows how to survive.
Yes, exactly. So why haven't we seen it?
Right. Well, because that's a pretty big bar. So if you look at it, just to say, for comparison, dinosaurs, 250 million years. I mean, maybe not very bright. Maybe about climate, didn't write sonnets. They didn't contemplate the birth of the universe, but they lived. And in a benign situation without conflicting their own demise at their own hands. Pause. Quotes. So it's just a sheer numbers game. That's a long time, 250 million years. I do think, though, that life can flourish without wanting to manipulate its environment. And that we do see many examples of species on Earth that are very long-lived, very, very long-lived, and have very different states of consciousness. They have the jellyfish does not even have a localized brain. I don't think they have a heart or blood. They really do have this stuff. And that's what I think we have to start thinking about aliens. Those species have lived for a very, very long time. They even show some evidence of immortality. Wound one badly. And there are certain jellyfish that will go back into a kind of pre-state and start over. So I think we're very attached to imagining creatures like us that manipulate technology. And I think we have to be way more imaginative if we're going to really take seriously what we're doing.
Yeah, they right now prioritize conquest and expansion. They might not be violent.
They might not be violent.
Because
They might be solitary. They might not be social. They might not be in groups. They might not want to leave records. They might, again, not have a localized brain or have a completely different kind of nervous system. I think all we can say about life is that it has something to do with moving electrons around. And like neurologically, we move electrons through our nervous system. The brain has electrical configurations. We metabolize food. That has to do with getting energy, electrical energy, in some sense, out of what we're eating. The organisms on the earth that eat rocks are amazing. Minerals, talk about extreme abundance. They can metabolize things that we would have thought were impossible to metabolize. And so, again, I think we have to kind of open our minds to how strange that can be and how different from us. And we are the only example, even here on Earth, that does manipulate its environment that extreme way.
if you think of life as selection, is there some degree of information processing required? But it does something interesting in codes with information.
I think there are arguments like that. How entropy is changing from the beginning of the universe to today, how life lowers entropy by organizing things, but it costs more as a whole system. So the whole entropy of the whole system goes up. But of course, I organized things today and reduced the entropy of certain things in order to get up and get here. And even having this conversation of organizing thoughts out of the cloud of information, but it comes at the cost of the entire system increasing entropy. So I do think there's probably a very interesting way to put that way. I'm sure somebody has.
We've heard about different worlds. The kind of mechanism, the kind of object, the kind of life form that can do that probably can take arbitrary forms. And you can think now, if you reduce it all to information, now you just start to think about physics and the realm of physics with the multiverse and all this kind of stuff. You start to think about, okay, how do I detect those pockets of low entropy?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, people have tried to make arguments like that. I look for entropic arguments that might suggest we've done this before. The Big Bang has happened before.
So is it possible that there's some kind of physics explanation why we didn't see it? It's like you said, membranes.
I don't think membranes is going to explain why we don't see them. I think that is just a problem for spectrum. Whether or not there are extra dimensions, or whether or not there's life in another membrane. I think we know that even just in our galaxy, which is a very small part of the universe, 300 billion stars, something like that, a whole kind of variety of possibilities to use for by nature, in the same way that we're describing. And I think you're absolutely right when life was kicked off, first sparked here on Earth. It was voracious. That took a really long time, though, to get to multicellular. That's interesting. It's weird. It took a really, really long time to become multicellular. But it did not take long just to start.
Yeah, what do you think is the hardest thing of the chain of leaps that got to humans?
I would say multicellularity to strictly an energy problem, I think. Again, it's just like can electrons flow the right way? And is it energetically favorable for multicellularity to exist? Because if it's energetically expensive, it's not going to succeed. And if it's energetically favorable, it's going to take off. It's really just, and that's why I also think that going from inanimate to animate is probably gray. Like the transition is gray. At what point we call something fully alive? Famously, it's hard to make a nice list of bullet points that need to be met in order to declare something alive. Is a virus alive? Is a prion alive? They seem to do some things, but they kind of rely on stealing other DNA and replicating it. I don't know. I guess they're not alive. But I mean, the point is that it really, at the end of the day, I really think it's just, you asked if it's just physics. I think it's just this laws of energetics.
Yeah, the very area between the non-living and living is way simpler just on Earth. It's very complicated on Earth, but it's probably more complicated elsewhere where the chemistry can get into.
Carbon is really cool and really useful because it finds a lot of nice. It finds a lot of ways to combine with other things, and that's complexity. The complexity is the kind of thing you need for life. You can't have a very simple linear chain of life. But I don't know, maybe sulfur would be okay.
Okay, as we get progressively into crazier and crazier ideas, so we talked about these microscopic workflows, which my mind's still going with that. But if we talk about a little bit more seriously about wormholes in general, also called the Einstein overpictures, to what degree do you think they're actually possible as a thing to study, creeping towards the possibility maybe centuries from now of engineering ways, creating wormholes, using them for transportation of human life?
I think wormholes are a perfectly valid construction to consider. It's just a curve in space-time. The topologically, it has to do with the connectedness of the space. It's a little tricky because we know that Einstein's description is completely in terms of local curves and distortions, extensions, etc. But it doesn't say anything about the global connectedness of the space. Because he knew that it could be globally connected on the largest of scales. This kind of origami that we're talking about. That you could travel in a straight line through the universe, leave our galaxy behind, watch the Virgo cluster drift behind us, and travel in a straight line as possible, and find ourselves coming back again to the Virgo cluster and eventually to the Earth, that we could find ourselves on a connected, compact space. So topologically, there's something, for for sure something beyond Einstein's theory that has to explain that to us. Now, wormholes are a little funky because they're topological. They create these handles and holes in these sneaky, by topological, I mean these connected spaces.
Yeah, it's like Swiss cheese.
Like Swiss cheese made, right? So I could have, I could have two like flat sheets that are connected by a wormhole that then wrap around a large scale, this cool stuff. There's nothing wrong with it, as far as I can see, is abusive towards the laws about a wormhole, but you can reverse engineer. You can say, oh look, I know how matter and energy are distributed. I can predict how space-time is curved. I can reverse engineer. I can say, I want to build a curved space-time like a wormhole. What matter and energy do I need to do that? It's a simple process. It's the kind of thing Kip Thorne worked on, very imaginative, creative person. And the problem was that he said, oh, here's the bummer. The matter and energy you need doesn't seem to be like anything we've ever seen before. It has to have like negative energy. That's not great. There are some conjectures that we shouldn't allow things that have that kind of a property that have negative energies. Only things that have positive energies are going to be stable and long-lived. But we actually know of quantum examples of negative energy. It's not that crazy. There's something called the Casimir effect. Two metal plates, put them really close together. You can see the quantum fluctuation between the plates. It's called the Casimir energy, and that can have a negative energy. It can actually cause things to attract or repel depending on how they're configured. And so you could kind of imagine doing something like that, having wormholes propped up by these kinds of quantum energies. And people have thought of imaginative configurations to try to keep them propped up. Are we at the point of saying, oh, this is an engineering problem? I'm not saying that quite yet. But it's certainly possible.
Yeah, so you have to get a lot of this kind of weird matter.
You need a lot of this weird matter kind of person.
Right.
And that's going to be really challenging. So I'm not saying it's simply an engineering problem, but it's all within the realm of plausible physics.
I think that's super interesting. I think it's obviously pretty deeply connected to black holes. Is it fair to think of wormholes as just two black holes that are connected to each other?
People have looked at them. They tend to be non-traversable wormholes. You're not trying to pop them open. But yeah, I mean, some of this ER quantum entanglement, we're trying to black hole. It's really cool. It's not quite following the chalk. And by that I mean we can't exactly start in a concrete place, calculate all the way to the end.
So if I may read off some of the ideas that get thrown in this head about how to artificially construct wormholes, the first method involves quantum mechanics and concepts of quantum foam, and this is the thing what I'm talking about now. In a wormhole, these tiny wormholes need to be enlarged and stabilized to be useful for example. With the exact method we're doing for the entire there, no shit.
Yeah.
So these tiny wormholes that are basically in a quantum entanglement of particles that are large. Man, playing with the topology of the Swiss cheese would be so interesting. Even to get it in, that would be like top three. Maybe number one question for me to ask. If I got a chance to ask a mission being of like question that get answered to maybe some conversation. Like to shape the topology of the universe.
Yeah.
But like I need some details.
Right.
Unfortunately I'll get an answer that I can't answer.
Right. It's a hyperbolic manifold that you get applied across. Yeah, exactly. You need to be able to ask a follow-up question.
Exactly. Yeah, that was so interesting. Classical quantum strategy. The second approach combines classical physics with quantum effects. This method would require intense civilization to replicate quantum gravity effects. As we can understand, there's a lot of
In ways we don't understand.
there's a lot of exotic matter requirements. There's a lot of.
But I can tell you, I'm pretty sure all of them have in common the feature that they're saying, here's what I want my wormhole to look like first. So it's like saying, I want to build a building first. So they construct, there's an architecture of space-time. bets thereafter. And then they reverse the Einstein equations to say, what must matter in energy? What are the conditions that I impose on matter and energy to build this architecture?
It's unfortunately a very early step.
Right, but it's important because it's how they realize, oh wow, they have to have these negative energies, they have to violate certain energy conditions that we often assume are true. And then you either say, oh, well then, all bets are off, will never exist, or you look a little harder and you say, well, I can violate that energy condition without being that weird. And again, quantum mechanics often does. But
do you think the study of black holes and some of the topics that we're talking about will allow us to travel faster than the speed of light or travel close to the speed of light or do some kind of really innovative breakthroughs on the propulsion technology we use for travel in space?
yeah, I mean, sometimes I assign an advanced general relativity class the assignment of inventing a warp drive. And it's kind of similar. So the idea is, here's a place you want to get to, and can you contract the space-time between you with some kind of something antithetical to dark energy, the opposite, and skip across, and then push it back down again. That's all. You can do that in the context of general relativity. Now, I can't find the energy that has these properties, but I also can't find dark energy. So we've already been confronted with something. We look at the space-time. The space-time is expanding ever faster. So what could possibly do that? We don't know what it is, but I can tell you about its pressure. I can tell you certain features about it. And I just call it dark energy. I actually have no idea. It's just, that name's just a proxy for what this, it should be called invisible, but it's not actually dark. It's in this room. It's not hard to see through. It's not dark. It's literally invisible. So maybe that was a misnomer. But the point being, I still don't fundamentally know what it is. That's not so terrible. That's the state of the world we're actually in. So we warp drive is just kind of a version of that. I don't know what form of matter can do that yet, but at least I can identify the features that are needed.
So figuring out what dark energy is like.
Yeah, it actually it might. It is positive energy and a negative pressure, which is kind of like a rubber band sort of quality. You can pressure pushing things outward. And dark energy has a very strange sort of quality that as things move outward, you feel more energy as opposed to less energy. The energy doesn't get lower, it gets more. But it doesn't have the right features for the wormhole, but those are some pretty surprising features. We again can conjecture, like, oh, hey, the quantum energy of the vacuum kind of behaves that way. That would be a great resolution to the dark energy problem. It's just the energy of empty space. And it's the quantum energy of empty space. That's an excellent answer. The problem is by all our methods, all the understanding we have, that energy is either really, really huge, way bigger than what we see today, or it's like zero. So that's a numbers problem. We can't naturally fine-tune the energy of empty space to give us these really weird values that we just happen to be seeing it today. But again, we can think of a kind of dark energy that exists. So the question is, why is it such a weird value? Not how is this conceivable?
Yeah, but it's a weird value that we should raise a shut all.
Yes, it's absolutely phenomenal. Nobody's going to say they're happy with that. We're all going to say we're something done. Which is why we look to the extra dimensions. Because then we can say, oh, maybe it has to do with the size of the extra dimensions, the way that they're running up. And so maybe it's foisted on us because of the topology, the connectedness of the higher dimensional space. These are all things that we're exploring. Nobody's landed one that's so compelling that your friends like it as much as you do.
What do you think will be the breakthroughs on dark matter?
I think dark matter might be less peculiar than dark energy. My hope is that they're tied together. That would be very fascinating. These aren't just separate problems coming from different sectors, but that they're actually connected. That the reason dark matter is where it is in terms of how much it's contributing to the universe is connected with why the dark energy is showing up right now. I would love that. That would be a solution like no other, right? And like I said, if it revealed something about dark dimensions, that would be a happy day.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Dark matter is localized in space.
Yeah, dark matter is localized in space, so it clumps. I mean, it doesn't clump a lot, but I mean, it's around the galaxy. It's in a halo around the galaxy.
So people get increasingly more confident that it has.
Oh, it's really compelling.
Yeah.
I mean, you see these images of galaxies that cluster that pass through each other, and you can see where the light, that's the luminous matter is distributed. And then by looking at the gravitational lensing, which shows you where the actual mass is distributed, so that light bends around the most massive parts in a particular way, so you can reconstruct where the mass is gravitational. They're quite separate from looking at the luminous matter, which is not dark, and they are separate. Because the stuff, as they pass through each other, the interacting stuff, the luminous stuff collides and gets stuck. You can see it colliding and lighting up. The dark stuff, which by definition is dark because it doesn't interact, passes right through each other. Right? And this is so compelling. And there's lots of other observations, but that one is just, before you just look at it, you can see that the mass is distributed differently than the interacting luminous matter.
So dark energy is harder to get hold of.
Dark energy is much harder. I mean, the Higgs field could have also explained dark energy. If you've heard of the God particle, I don't know if you know originally Leon Letterman co-authored the book and he wanted to call it the goddamn particle because he couldn't find it. And his publisher convinced him to call it the God particle. He said they managed to have found two groups, those that believed in God and those that didn't. He was very funny.
So, Higgs turned out to be
His great discovery, unbelievable. There it was, built this massive glider in CERN in Switzerland, and there it is. Unbelievable, kind of where you expect it to be. Now, the reason I say it could be dark energy is because the Higgs particle, like the particle of light, also has a field, like an electromagnetic field. So light can have this field that's distributed through all space, like a magnetic field, and you shake it around and it creates some particles. So the Higgs field is actually more important than the Higgs particle, the complement to the Higgs particle, because that's what you and I connect with to get mass in our atoms. So the idea is that our atoms are interacting with this really field that's everywhere. And that's what's giving us this experience of inertial mass. But you don't actually there's not a lot of quanta lying around. There's not a lot of Higgs particles lying around because they decay. So it's the field that's really important. And that field could act like a dark energy. It's just not in the right place. Meaning it's not at the right, the energy's too high to explain this tiny, tiny value today. Again, we're back to this mismatch. It's not that we can't conceive of forms of dark energy. It's that we can't make one really find it.
So, I wonder if you could talk about something that I've learned from Steve. There's some people who say, people outside of physics say that dark matter, dark energy is just something physicists made up to put a label on the fact that they don't understand a very large fraction of the universe and how it operates. Is there some truth to that? What's your response?
There is some truth to it, but it's really missing a huge truth, which is that if we did not understand the universe as incredibly precisely as we do, it's stunning that this modern precision cosmology is absolutely incredible. When COBE, which is an experiment that measured the light left over from the Big Bang in the 80s, first revealed its observations, I mean, there was applause, people were cheering. It was unbelievable. We had predicted and measured the light left over from the Big Bang. And because of all the precision that's happened since then, that's how we're able to confront that there's things that we don't know. That's how we're able to confront everything everybody has ever seen and ever will see, as far as we understand, makes up less than 5% of what's out there. And so I would say, yes, we're just giving proxy names to women who don't understand. But to dismiss that as some kind of, oh, they just don't know, that it is actually quite the opposite. It's a stunning achievement to be able to stare that down and to have that so precise and so compelling. We're able to know that there's dark energy. I don't think those are disputed. And they were up until, recently. They were still disputed.
I think we're still in such early stages where we're not really giving it a good explanation. And I've mentioned a few.
Well, I can think of examples of dark matter that exist that we really know for sure are real versions of dark matter, like neutrinos. Right now they're radiating through us. That's very well confirmed. And they're technically dark. They don't interact with light. And so we can't see them. Right now they're raining through us. We can see the dark matter in this room. We absolutely know it's coming from the sun. It will be wild. A rainstorm. But they're just invisible to us. Mostly they pass through our lives. Mostly they pass through here. Occasionally they get caught in some fancy detector experiment that somebody built specifically to catch solar neutrinos. So dark matter is known to exist. It's just, again, there's not enough of it. It's not the right mass to be the dark matter that makes up this missing component.
I wanted to say that I'm used to be fascinated by the flat earth people because it's been a split in the community. There's a really fascinating study in psychology, but they did this experiment where I forgot the funding it, but they sent physicists and flat earthers to Antarctica.
Really?
And they split half of this half of them back in the round earthers.
Wow. Well, good for them.
But then the other half just went, there was all science.
Really? That's fascinating. Somebody film that? That'd be a great documentary.
Yeah, I think the thing is the end of last year. I mean, I think it's such a clean study of conspiracy theories. Because, like, so many conspiracy theories have some inkling of truth. There's some elements about like governments operate, there's psychology, it's too messy. Flat Earth to me is just clean. It's like spaghetti monsters.
Right.
It's just a cleanly wrong thing.
Right.
Nice way to
Understand
discuss
the psychology.
how a large number of people can believe it.
Yeah, and why? What's very interesting is you trying to use rational arguments. Right? That makes it even more confounding to me. I would understand more somebody who just said, look, I have faith and I believe these things, and it's not about reason, and it's not about logic. Okay. I mean, I don't know it too. Okay. But to say, I'm going to use reason and logic and to prove to you this completely orthogonal conclusion, that I find really interesting. So there's some kind of romance about reason and logic.
Yeah, but also there's a question of
Well, I mean, I actually appreciate the skeptic's stance. I don't. Scientists also have to be skeptical, to be childlike, naive, and somewhat, in some sense, really open to anything. Right? Otherwise, you're not going to be flexible. You're not going to be flexible. But also to be skeptical. So I have respect for it. I guess that's exactly what I'm saying is more confusing because to invoke skepticism and then to want to use rational argument, what is the other component that's going into this? Because as you said, this is something that's easy to verify. I mean, we have people in space. So you have to believe a lot more machinery. That's a lot more difficult to justify explaining as a wild conspiracy, especially with conspiracy that stirs an positive emotion.
I think one of the most incredible things I have to talk to you about this, one of the most incredible things that he was ever accomplished is Rabbi. We have to talk about gravitational waves. And the very fact that we're able to detect gravitational waves in the early universe.
It's crazy. Yeah.
Can you explain what gravitational waves are? We should actually work about the whole journey. waves and why those black holes produce the book. But when we talk about gravitational waves, how do you make the connection?
Let's just start with the idea of gravitational waves. I have to move around a lot of mass to make anything interesting happen in gravity. I mean, if you think about it, gravity's incredibly weak. Right now, the whole Earth is pulling on me, and I could still get out of this chair. That's insane. The whole Earth. Gravity's weak, right? So to get something going on in gravity, I need those big objects. It's like black holes. So the idea is that black holes curve space and time around the way that we've been describing. Things follow along the curves of space. If the black holes move around, the curves have to follow them. But they can't travel faster than the speed of light either. So what happens is the black holes that say move around, maybe it's like two black holes orbit around each other. It takes a while. Wave is created in the actual shape of space. And that wave follows the black hole. The black holes are undulating. Eventually, those two black holes will merge. And as we were talking about, it doesn't take an infinite time, even though there's time dilation, because they're both so big, they're really deforming space-time a lot. I don't have a little tiny bubble across the event horizon. I have two event horizons. And in the simulations, you can see it wobble, and they merge together and make one bigger black hole, and then it radiates in the gravitational waves. It radiates away all those imperfections and it settles down to one quiescent, perfectly silent black hole that's big. Beautiful stuff. And it emits equals mc squared energy. So the mass of the final black hole will be less than the sum of the two starting black holes. And that energy is radiated away and bringing space. It's really important to emphasize that it's not light. None of this has to do literally with light that we can detect with normal things that detect light. X-rays, form of light, gamma rays are a form of light, infrared, optical, all this whole electromagnetic spectrum. None of it is emitted as light. It's completely dark. It's only emitted in the rippling of the shape of space. A lot of times it's likened closer to sound. Technically, we've kind of argued, I mean, I haven't done an anatomical calculation, but if you're near enough to two colliding black holes, they actually bring space-time in the human auditory range. The frequency is actually in the human auditory range. That the shape of space can squeeze and stretch your eardrum, even in vacuum, and you can hear, literally hear these waves ringing. So the idea is that they're closer to something that you would want to map as a sound than as something as a picture.
Sorry, so what do you think you would derive the gravitational wave? So like to exist. Because you mentioned
When you could literally bob around, like the orbit would change, right? If you were orbiting black hole, two black holes would be on a kind of complicated orbit, but your orbit would get tossed about.
how would the experience be? Because you're inside the
Yes, I see. So the black hole's experience within space-time is squeezing and stretching. So you would feel it as it's sort of squeezing and stretching, and you could also find your location. Where you would fall would be redirected. So it's literally like a squeezing and stretching. That's the way. And it's very detailed, the sort of nature of this. But for many years, people thought, well, these gravitational waves kind of have to exist for these intuitive reasons I've described. The space-time's curve, the curve, the wave has to propagate through that curved space-time. But people didn't know if they really carried energy. The arguments were forth, papers written in decades, right? But I like this sound more than an analogy, because I liken the black holes as like mallets on the drum. The drum is space-time. As they move, they bang on the drum of space-time, and it rings. Remarkably, these gravitational waves, these don't interfere with them. So they can travel for 2 billion years, light years, in distance, 2 billion years in time, and get to us as they were when they were emitted. Quieter, more diffuse, maybe stretched out a little bit from the expansion of the universe, but they're pretty preserved. And so the idea of LIGO, this instrument, is to build a gigantic musical instrument, kind of like building an electric guitar, where the electric guitar starts recording the shape of the string, and it plays it back to you through an amplifier. LIGO is trying to record the shape of the ringing drum, and they literally listen to it sort of hum and wobble, and they're like trying to play this recording drum back to you. It's supposed to be taking a snapshot in time.
Yeah, but to start this guitar,
Yes,
you have to,
it's a candy house.
it has to be very large and extremely precise.
It's unbelievable. I can't believe this. I honestly, I can't believe this. It was so insane. It was such a crazy thing to attempt. It took them 50 years. Really. People started in the 30s and 40s with when it succeeded. And imagine that tenacity, the unbelievable commitment. But the sensitivity of the talking is this musical instrument is sat 4 kilometers, spanning 4 kilometers, in an L shape with these tunnels with the largest holes in the Earth's atmosphere because they hold the vacuum in these tunnels to build this instrument. And they're measuring, they're trying to record the wobbling of space as it passes undulation. That amounts to less than 1/10,000 the variation in a proton over the 4 kilometers. It's an insane achievement. I don't know how they did it. I followed them around. So I just, for fun, I'm very theoretical. I don't build things. I'm always super impressed that people can translate something on the page. And it looks like wires. I don't know how. I'm always surprised at what it looks like. And when I walked the tunnels with Ray Weiss, who won the Nobel Prize, and Barry Barish, the project managers, I walked the tunnels with it was a delight. Ray's one of us delight with the ships, one of us wonderful. Ray said to me, the reason why it was called Black Hole Blues is about a month before they succeeded. He said to me, we don't detect black holes in certain things. And led this country down this wrong path. Really proud of this tremendous responsibility for this project to succeed. It weighed on me. It was just quite tremendous with the integrity, the scientific integrity. And the first instruments he built, he was building outside of MIT on a tabletop. His colleagues said, "You're not going to get tenure. You're never going to succeed." And they just kept going.
People like that, huge teams, huge collaboration, are just this hard world moves forward.
As an example.
These things are all about bureaucracies with a large number of people, especially in the government, productive bureaucracies slowly down. So it's nice to see an incredibly unlucky, exceptionally difficult project like this. So I understand why there's this weight on the shoulder of greatness. I'm grateful that there's great leaders that push us forward.
Yeah, I realize you see so many moments when they could have done more. And they built the first generation machine just after 2000. It wasn't a surprise to them, but it detected nothing. Crickets. And they just, how they were keep going. Second generation. They're about to turn the machine on, quote unquote, for simplification to do their first science run. And they decide to postpone because they feel they're not ready. September 14th. The experimentalists are out there. They're banging on the literally driving trucks and slamming the brakes on the scene, the noise it creates. So they're really messing with the machine, really interfering with it just to kind of calibrate how much noise can this thing tolerate. I guess the story is they get tired. There's an instrument in Louisiana, there's one in Washington State, and they go home. Put the tools down, they go home. It's they leave the instrument locked to them, mercifully. And it's something like in the span of an hour, they're driving back to their humble abodes that they have in these remote regions where they built this instrument. This gravitational wave washes over and hits Louisiana first. It travels across the U.S., brings the instrument to Washington State. It began over 1 million years before multicellular organisms had emerged on the Earth. Just imagine this from like a distant view, this collision course, right? And it's the centenary. It's the year Einstein published General Relativity. So it was this, 100 years. And you just think about where that signal was when Einstein in 1915 wrote down. Okay, it was almost here.
What do you think is cooler? Einstein's general relativity or Ligo?
Well, I can't disparage my friends, but of course, relativity is just so hard.
No, but so come on. So all-encompassing, super powerful leap theory,
Yeah,
and
they built it.
they built it.
I don't know, man.
The greatest
You got
engineer
yeah.
because I don't know, people getting together, building, and that's really ultimately what would impact the world. Right?
Yeah, I mean, I just, as I said, my admiration for Ray and Kip and the entire team was enormous. And just imagining Ray had been out there on site. He just left to go back home. Wakes up in the middle of the night and sees it. Can you imagine? There's a signal. There's something in the log. So, what was that?
Well, speaking of the human story, you also wrote the book that the Dreams of Turing Machines connects two geniuses for his entry on Turing and Turing. What specific threats did that
Yeah, I was really mesmerized by these two characters. People know of Alan Turing for having ideated about the computer, being the person to really imagine that. But his work began with thinking about kernels. That's where it began. It began with this phenomenon of undecidable propositions or unprovable propositions. So there was something huge that happened in mathematics. People imagined that any problem in math could technically be proven to be true. It doesn't mean you can prove every fact about everything in mathematics, but it should be proven. Right? I mean, it seems kind of not that wild supposition. Everyone believed this. All the great mathematicians were all of us to prove that. And go to a very strange character, very unusual. He was a Platonist. He literally believed that mathematical objects had an existential reality. He wasn't so sure about this reality he struggled with. He was distrustful of physical reality, but he absolutely took very seriously platonic reality. Often his own way of thinking, he proved that there were facts, even among the numbers, that could never be proven. To think about that, how wild that is. That even a fact about numbers, it's very simple, could be true and unprovable. It could never exist as a theorem, for instance, in mathematics, unreachable. This incompleteness result was very disturbing. Essentially, it's equivalent to saying there's no theory of everything for mathematics. It was very disturbing, but it was very equivalent. And Alan Turing got involved in this because he was thinking about uncomputable numbers. So, and that led him, what's an uncomputable number? A number like 0.175 just goes on forever with no pattern. I can't even figure out how to generate it. There's no rules for making that number. And he was able to prove that there were such things as these uncomputable, effectively unknowable numbers. It might not sound like a big deal, it was actually really quite profound. He was related to Gödel intellectually, right, in the space of ideas. But he goes a very different path. Almost philosophically the opposite direction. He starts to think about machines. He starts to think about mechanizing thought. He starts to think, what is it? How does a magician reason? What does it mean to reason blood? What does it mean to think? And he begins to imagine inventing a machine that will execute certain orders, mechanize thought in a specific way. And maybe I can get a machine that does this thinking, and then you can prove that And a machine could not compute these uncomputable numbers, but where he ends up is the idea of a universal machine that computes, essentially can take different software but execute different jobs. Right? We don't have a different computer to connect to the internet than we do to write papers. It's one machine and one piece of hardware, but it can do all of these almost huge variety of tasks. And so he really does invent the computer, essentially. And famously, he uses that thinking in a very primitive form in the war effort, where he's recruited to help break the German Enigma, which is heavily encrypted and largely believed to be uncrackable code. And people believe that Turing and his very small group actually turned the tide of the war in favor of the Allies precisely by using the combination of this thinking and just sheer ingenuity and some luck. But the other profound revelation that Turing has is that, well, maybe we're just machines, right? And it's biological machines. And this is a huge shift for him. It's very different from Gödel, who doesn't really believe in reality, thinks numbers are platonic realities, and Turing kind of thinking we're kind of like we're actually machines that we can replicate. So, of course, Turing's influence is still widely felt.
On many levels, so it's the
Many levels.
complexity things like theoretical computer science and mathematics, but also philosophy with papers, Turing tests, papers, like you said, conceiving, like what is the connection that I guess during the debate between mathematics and humanity, Turing did. But I think there's another connection to those two people is that they're both in their own way kind of tormented.
Yeah, they were very tormented.
What aspect of that who they are, what ideas they know?
I mean, I think so much. I don't want to promote the kind of trite trope of the mad genius. If you're brilliant, you're insane. I don't think that. I don't think if you're insane, you're brilliant. But I do think if somebody who's very brilliant, who also chooses not to go for regular gratification in life. They don't go for money. They don't necessarily value future comforts. They're not leveraging for fame. I mean, they're really after something different. I think that really can kind of run away with stability afterward sometimes. So they're already outside of kind of social norms. They're already outside of normal connections with people. They've already made that break. And I think that makes them more vulnerable. So Gödel did have a wife and a strong relationship, as far as I understand. Was a successful mathematician and ended up at the Institute for Advanced Study, where he walked with Einstein to the Institute every day. And they talked about he proved certain really visual things in relativity. He made reference to these rotating galaxies. We were talking, actually, Gödel had a model of a rotating universe that could travel backwards in time. It was mathematically correct. Showed Einstein within relativity time travel. Just unbelievably influential, brilliant man. But he was probably a paranoid schizophrenic. He did have breaks with reality. He was, I think, quite distrustful and feared the government, feared his food was being poisoned, and ultimately literally starved himself to death. And it's such an extreme outcome for such a facile mind, for such a brilliant mind.
I think it's important to sort of not to glorify or emphasize madness or suffering. But to me, you flip that around and just be inspired by the peculiar maladies of the human mind that can be leveraged and channeled creatively.
Oh, yeah.
I think a lot of us, obviously probably everything has those peculiar qualities. You know, I thought to you sometimes about psychology. I'm extremely self-critical. And I'm drawn to the beauty in people because I make myself vulnerable to the world and communicate hard people. And that thing, if you really build that out, this is particularly and there's a bunch of people that will say, well, many of those things you don't want to do. Maybe don't be self-critical. Maybe don't be so open to the world. Maybe have a little bit more reason about how you interact with the other people. Yeah, baby. Or maybe be that feeling, channel that into a productive life. We're all going to die. In the time that happens. So make the best of the particular weirdness that you have. And maybe you'll create something special. And in the end, it might destroy you. And I think a lot of these stories are that. It's not that.
Oh yeah.
It's not like saying, oh, because in order to create a great you have to suffer. No, if you're already suffering, if you're already weak, if you're already somehow don't quite fit in your particular environment, your particular part of society, use that somehow, use the tension of that, function of that, to create something. And that's what I Nietzsche, who suffered a lot from even the stupid stuff like stomach issues, like that can be everything.
Right.
Migraines,
Psychosomatic or psychophysical.
but all of that's the real. It's like that can somehow be channeled into a productive life. It should be inspiring. A lot of us suffer.
Yeah. I'm a big believer in the tragic plot, actually. I think that Greeks really had that right. You're describing what makes us great is ultimately our downfall. Maybe that's just inevitable. The choice could be not to be great. And I guess that's sort of what I mean by they'd already broken from a traditional path because they decided to pursue something so elusive and that would isolate them to some extent inevitably and that could fail. Right? And whose rewards were hurt for dead. And I do think that all the character traits that went into their accomplishments were the same traits that went into their demise. And I think you're right. You could say, well, Lex, maybe you should not be so empathetic. Push yourself off a little bit, yourself, right? But isn't that exactly what you're bringing? One of the elements that you're bringing that makes something extraordinary in a space that lots of people try to break through.
Yeah, and we should mention that for every girl on touring, there's millions of people who have tried and who have destroyed themselves without that reason.
I would find it impossible to not pursue a discovery that I could imagine my way through, if I could really see how to get there. I could not imagine abandoning it for some other reason. Fear that would be misused. Just real fear. Right? It's a real concern. I don't think in my words it's extra dimensions in the early universe, or black holes, I feel pretty safe. But, I mean, who knows, right? Or couldn't think of a way to explain the chemistry of it. I cannot imagine pulling back and saying, nope.
I'll give you a counter example of exceptionally versus style.
Brilliant.
Brilliant lesson. He is better than, out of all the brilliant people I've ever met in the world, he's better than anybody else at working on a hard problem. And I realized that when it's for now, stepping away, yeah, he's like, okay, this is now a weekend problem. Because he has seen too much for him. It was different. People like Perlman, or Andrew Wiles, who give so great completely many years worth of problems.
Yes.
And so every
And they might not have.
You choose your life story.
I totally agree. Now, I'm not going to say sometimes I take too long to come to that conclusion, but I will probably say, as most theoretical physicists should, that I feel more connected to this. And that's, I am absolutely able to say, I'm not going to deny that sometimes I maybe take a while to come to that conclusion, longer than I should, but I will. I absolutely will. I'm drop it. And that is any self-reflecting. This should be a good thing. The problem is with somebody that there's while you're describing ferments last year. It took him 7 years. I remember something like that. He went up into his mother's attic or something, and did not emerge for 7 years. Is that maybe he did? He was on the right track. He wasn't wrong. And that's it could have been a turn. He still might not have gotten it in the end. And so that's the really difficult space to be, where you're not wrong. You are onto something, but it's just asymptotically approaching that solution you're getting going to land. That happens.
He had a really, we have a break, straight up break. He had a break.
Yes.
Balanced it, and somebody thought of mistaken. That was great.
Yeah.
Now everybody's excited,
Right.
and now you realize it's a failure.
And it was taking a year for me to check it. Some kind of thing you look over and
To have the will, to have the confidence and the patience to go back, unbelievable stories to go through, work through it. Then there's another great story. Roman, who spent 7 years, turned down the Fields Medal, did it all alone. After he turned down the Fields Medal, the Millennial Prize, who in the bucket, he walked away.
that's a very different psychology. That's wired differently.
He doesn't care about money, doesn't care about fame, doesn't care about anything else. In fact,
Where is he now?
the beautiful Russian tried to get competition. It turns out, when you walk away, you're a recluse and you enjoy that. Weird dude in the fight. So, I'm trying.
Well, if you look at someone like Turing, his eccentricities were completely different. Right? It's not as though there's some mold, and I really don't like it portrayed that way. They're really individualists who were still lost in their own lives, but in very different ways. Turing was openly gay, really, during this time. He was working during the war, World War II, so we understand the era, and it was illegal in Britain at the time. He kind of refused to conceal himself. There was a time when the kind of attitude was, well, just going to ignore it, but he had been robbed by somebody that he had picked up somewhere. I think it was in Manchester. And it was such a small thing. I don't know what they took. Like nothing. It was nothing. But he couldn't tolerate. He goes to the police, and he tells them. And then he's arrested. He's the criminal because involved this homosexual act. Now here you have somebody who made a major contribution to the Allies winning the war. I mean, it's just unbelievable. Not to mention the genius, mathematical genius. I mean, he saved the lives of the people that were doing this to him. And they essentially chemically castrated him as a punishment. That was his sentence. And he became very depressed, suicidal, and the story is he was obsessed with Snow White, which was recently released. He used to chant one of the little, I don't know if you call them, poem songs, dip the apple in the brew, let the sleeping death secure its chant from Snow White. And the belief is that he dipped an apple inside it and bit the poison apple. Now, I don't know if this is apocryphal, but people think that the apple on Macintosh with the bite after was a reference to Turing. Some people deny this. But some people say he did that so his mother could believe that maybe it was an accident. But yeah, quite a terrible end.
Yeah.
I think the reason why I tie them together, not just because ultimately their work is so connected, but because there's this sort of impossibility of understanding them, there's this sort of impossibility of proving something about their lives. That even if you try to write that individual biography. There's something that eludes you, and I felt like that's kind of fundamental to good mathematics, the incompleteness, the undecidable.
Yeah.
So structurally, it was about what we can kind of know and what we can believe to be true but can't ever believe.
Yeah, limitations of formal systems, limitations of
Biography, fiction and nonfiction.
limitations. So there's so many layers to it. One of which is this romantic notion of just understanding humans, exploring humans, and there's the exploring science, there's the exploring very rigorous, detailed physics and cosmology of things. So there's art, because the kind of artist you said, I saw that you're the chief science officer for Pioneer Works. It's mostly like an artist kind of situation. It's a place in Brooklyn. Can you explain to me what that is, and what role does art play in life?
Yeah, I can start with Pioneer. Pioneer, in some sense, it was inevitable that it would land with Pioneer. It's a photo was marching there for many years. It came together again. It was founded by this artist, Dustin Yellen, very utopian idea. He bought this building, sold iron works factory called Pioneer Iron Works in Brooklyn. It was in complete disrepair, but beautiful building from the late 1800s. And he wanted to make this collage, just definitely collage artist works in glass, very big pieces, very imaginative and wild narrative into nature, into consciousness. And I think he wanted to do that with people. He wanted a place, a collage, a living example of artists and scientists. And it was founded by Dustin and Gabriel Florence was the founding artistic director. It was started just before Hurricane Sandy. I don't know if people feel as strong about Hurricane Sandy as New Yorkers do, but there's a real moment around 2012, 2013, sort of pause the project. You can see the kind of water line where safety was. I came in and collided with these two shortly after that. And it really was a good collision. I'm science, their art, Gabe makes everything, builds everything with bare hands. Dustin, the dreamer, they love science. They really want science. Science is hard to access. I have always loved the translation of science in literature, in art. I've loved fiction writers, really literary fiction writers, who dabble thinking about science. And I very firmly believe science is part of culture. I know it to be true. I don't think of myself as doing outreach education. I don't like those labels. I'm doing culture. And artists in their studio working out problems, understanding materials, building a body of work. Nobody says to them when they exhibit, why are you doing outreach? Or are you doing education? It's the logical intervention. So I feel that if you have the privilege of knowing some of these people, seeing a little bit from the summit, have a little glimpse yourself that you bring it back to the world. So we exploded. Pioneers became science and art. It's not artists who call to scientists, scientists who do art. It's real hardcore scientists talking about science in a lot of live events. We have a magazine called Broadcast. We feature all of the disciplines coming together, artists working on all kinds of things. When I first started doing events there, my first guest, like you always talking about, I don't have to people just I know this guy. And I've been on the interviewee side so much that I know exactly it's like fully formed for me how to do those conversations.
Yeah, you're good at that also.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. But if you learn how to do it too, then I don't think the first one I did, I think I've learned. Right? You acquire, you get better. It's really interesting. And I love to study. I think you do too. I really look into material. And I love science. I really do. I want to talk to a CRISPR biologist because I don't understand it and I want to understand it.
And I saw this question before. Very fascinating.
Yes, a really fascinating variety of humans. That's a good way of putting it.
Yeah, so maybe put in my mental map was like it's a cool place to go and visit in New York.
Yes, you have to come see us. I think you would love it.
Also, it's fashion. Let's see, there was talk. There's a lot of fashion.
Oh my God. I am so you're giving me an opportunity to give a shout out to Andrea Lara, who's a designer who makes these amazing jumpsuits that I often wear in a lot of my events. She has a jumpsuit design line called Risen Division. She just makes these incredible, they're fantastic. We also design patches for all of our events, and these string theory patches and consciousness patches.
Show this is okay.
Right.
Open up nice pictures.
So, I think all of this is just, I just like to experiment with life. I think making the magazine was a big wild experiment.
With light.
With light.
Light.
Yeah. This kind of idea you were just describing, I find it hard to stop the momentum if I think I can make something. I have to try to make it. And to me, this is the closest I come to experimentation and collaboration. Because even though I collaborate theoretically, I have great collaborators, Brian Greene, Massimo Carati, Dan Cabot, these are my really close collaborators. A lot of theoretical physics is around here in your mind. This is something that really was built, this triad of best and good. And all of the amazing people who work on are amazing. Or we really are doing it together. You take one element out, and it starts to change shape, and that's a very interesting experience. Okay, making things is an interesting experience.
You mentioned literature. Is there books that had an impact in your life? Whether it's literature, fiction, non-fiction.
I love fiction. I think people expect me to be like sort of sci-fi or non-fiction, and mostly. I had a syllabus of great fiction writers that had science, and I love that syllabus.
Do you ever make that public or not?
Yeah, I can tell you some of them that they come to mind. Katsura Ishiguro from the Nobel Prize, what he made to the day, probably most famously. His book Never Let Me Go. It's unbelievable. It's totally devastating. It's stunning. I say I really love literature, so when people can do that with these very abstract themes, it's sort of my favorite space for literature. Martin Amos read books that much backwards. I love some of his other books even more, but sometimes it was pretty clever.
Do you like to when these non-traditional mechanisms are applied to tell a story that's coming up? There's some
And the beauty of the language, like I really appreciate that. Even Orwell is amazing. Hitchens writing on Orwell is amazing. There was some plays on the syllabus. I have to think what else was in there, but there was one book that just kind of surprised me that I think is an absolute masterpiece, which is The Road. And you might say, this is the road of science. Well, first of all, because he absolutely loves science, and science. And you can feel this very subtle influence. And that book is, it's a really remarkable, precise, stunning, ethereal, all of these things at once. And there's no who, what, where, when, or how. I might guess it's a clear event that kicks off the book. Like the road from the movie, but really the book is magnificent. And it's very, very abstract. There's a sense in which it is science is structuring.
And still fundamentally that book is about human story.
Yeah, absolutely. A boy.
Yeah. So the science plays a role in creating. Really, it's a different way to explore human dynamics and with its blend some clarity and depth that may be a more direct tone. Yeah. Now, even surreal worlds. I don't know why, but I return to Warlord's Animal Farm a lot. He's kind of like, it's another art form to be able to tell a simple story, some surreal elements. Well, just simple language.
Oh, yeah, that's incredible. That's I've played with some animals are more equal than others. There are anecdotal terrains where some affinities are bigger than others.
books just kind of inject themselves into our culture in a way that just reverberates. I don't know, has it creates culture, not just like influences. It's just like it's quite incredible how writing and literature can do that.
Yeah.
If you could have one definitive answer to what's the question, this is the thing I bet you there's an oracle that you can talk to that oracle with. You can ask multiple questions, but it's got that topic. So just clarify. What mysteries of the universe would you want that oracle to help you?
You know, it's funny. I should say the obvious thing, but I feel like this would be greedy. I think of a complicated response to this. The obvious thing to me is that I want to understand gravity, or if gravity's emergent. It's not even something I work on day to day. I mostly just look at interesting stuff that you're doing. If I think I can jump in, I would. I'm not jumping into it, right? But obviously that's the big one. And there is a sort of sense that with that will come the answers to all these other things. My complicated relationship is that, well, you know, part of the scientific disposition is having stuff you don't know the answer to. I mean, we're not going to have all the answers, I hope, because then sort of, right, it's sort of dystopian.
I totally agree with you. There's some, I like the mysteries we have. I kind of had this assumption that there will always be mysteries that you want to keep solving.
It will lead to more. In the same way that relativity led to black holes led to information loss paradox, or the Big Bang, or what happened before the multiverse. It's because we learned so much we were able to escalate to the next level of abstraction.
Yeah, by the way, we should mention that if you're talking this work, even if you ask the obvious question about flying back, I almost guarantee with 100% probability that even if all your questions are answered, it's impossible to get to the end of your question. It says, Oracle will say, no, you can't reply. And then you say emergent, and then the Oracle will say, well, everything you think is fundamental is not, it's emergent. So, okay, more questions.
I mean, it's been 100 years more since Rothschild, we're still picking them up.
And they're amazing people. You were right that eventually all of these supposed to be released. How's that make you feel?
Yeah, it's a tough thought. But again, I think there's a way in which we can come to terms with that. That's kind of poetic. When you build something in the sand, and then you read it.
Yeah.
So I think it's just a reminder that we have to be concerned about our immediate experience, how we are to those around us, how they are to us, what we leave behind in the near term, what we leave behind in the long term, how we contributed. Did we contribute overall of that positive? Eventually, I think it's kind of hard to imagine. But yes, all of these Nobel Prizes, all of these mathematical proofs, all of these conversations, all of these ideas, that we have with each other, even the AI, eventually, inspire.
Well, at the very least, we can focus on drawing something beautiful in the sand before it's washed away. Well, this was an incredible conversation. I'm truly grateful for the work you do.
For your work. Thanks so much for having me.
Thank you for coming.
Yeah, lots of fun.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Dan 11. Support this podcast. Please check out our sponsors in the description. Now, let me leave you with some words from Albert Einstein on the topic of relativity. You're courting a nice girl. An hour seems like a second. When you sit on the red hot cinder, a second seems like an hour. That's relativity. Thank you for listening. I hope to see you next time. Humans are by far the hardest part of computer graphics because millions of years of evolution have given us dedicated brain systems to detect patterns and faces and infer emotions and intent. Because cavemen had to, when they see a stranger, determine whether they were likely friendly or they might be trying to kill them. And so people in the world have extraordinarily detailed expectations of a face, and we can notice imperfections, especially imperfections arising from computer graphics limitations. Okay, one part is capturing humans, and so we built really advanced dedicated hardware that puts a human and capture a sphere with dozens of cameras and then taking high resolution, high frame rate video of them as they go through a range of motions. And then capturing the human face is complicated because it wants detail of our faces and how the muscles and sinews that work together to give us different expressions. So it's not only about the shape of a person's face, but it's also about the entire range of motion they might go through. So that's the data problem. There's a lot of other problems with computer graphics. There's technology for rendering hair, which is really hard because you can't render every. Again, we know the laws of physics. It would be easy to just render every hair. It would just be a million times stuff. So you need approximations to capture the net effect of hair on rendering on pixels without calculating every single interaction of every light with every strand of hair. That's one part of it. There's detailed features for different parts of faces. There's subsurface scatter because we think of humans as opaque, but really our skin is light travels through it. It's not completely opaque. And the way in which light travels through skin is impact on appearance. And this is why there's no way to paint a mannequin to look realistic for a human. It's just a solid surface. And we'll never have the sort of detail you see. That kind of blew my mind, like thinking of that. I think I heard the oiliness of the skin creates very specific, nuanced, complex reflection. And then some light is absorbed, travels through the skin, and that creates textures that are humanizing. So that it creates the thing that we consider human, whatever that is. All of that while considering all the muscles involved in making nuanced expression. Just the subtle squinting in the eyes, the subtle formation of a smile. It's the subtlety of human faces that you have to capture. Like the difference between a real smile and a fake smile. But the way to show like getting formation of a smile that actually is sadness. All of that, like when I watch the human face, I can like read that. I can see that. You have to have the tools that in real time can render something like that. And that's incredibly difficult. That's right. Getting faces right requires interplay of literally dozens of different systems and aspects of computer graphics. And if any one of them is wrong, your eye is completely drawn to that and you find it on the wrong side of unhappy value. The following is conversation with Tim Sweeney, a legendary video game programmer, founder and CEO of Epic Games, and created many incredible games and technologies, including the Unreal Engine, Fortnite. Both revolutionized the video game industry and the experience playing and creating video games. This is the Let's Do It podcast. If you support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, because Tim, when did you first fall in love with computers? I mean, people programming. My brother Steve Sweeney was 16 years older than me. And at some point when I was a little kid, he went off to work in California for a tech company. And he'd gotten one of the first IBM PCs. So for one summer, I think it was about 11, I went to visit him in California. My first trip away from my family, just hanging out with him. And he had this brand new IBM computer that I learned to program over the course of a few days to face it. I was just blown away with computers at the time. It's unbelievable what they could accomplish. And I was a coach from that point onward. And very much wanted to be a programmer. Do you remember what you wrote in BASIC? Is it a video game type thing? Is it like for loop, some numerical thing? What do you remember? Yeah, it's funny. I have a vivid memory of all the first things I learned to program. I have a hard time remembering people's names, but like code really sticks with me. Every step and every challenge, there were lessons learned. And some folks I've come to realize, just like me, getting over some learning hurdles, but other things were actually shortcomings of programming languages. And the realization there are actually better ways, and that the programmers learning to program for the first time, a lot of what they're facing isn't challenge of learning real art. It's the done more and more things, including building programming.
Yeah, the friction and the pain is the guide to learning in programming. Like if I were to describe programming journey, that would be marked by pain. And that pain, you shouldn't escape the pain. Pain is instructive for you to understand programming. But do you remember what kind of stuff you were writing at that time? Just the program?
Yeah, in the early days, I wrote a little bit of everything. I wrote some games. The first game I wrote on the Apple II was I only knew how to program in text. The computer would throw asterisks across the screen. They flow from left to right, and you have a parenthesis on the right-hand side of the screen, and you have the baseball net. And you're supposed to catch the asterisks. That was my very first game. It took about a couple hours to build it, and I went from there. But I built a lot of things. I built databases at different points. I built a programming language and a full compile for a language like Pascal. I didn't know where you went to buy one of those, so I made my own. And one of the fun things at that time was bulletin boards. Before we had the internet and we had the consumers, you used your modem and you dialed into a local phone number and it connected to whoever was running the computer there. Every town or city had hundreds of these bulletin boards run by different people with their own personalities and teams. I spent a lot of time building a bulletin board program and learning how to build database management and user interfaces and work with multiple users concurrently and things. So I probably spent about 115,000 hours writing code just on my own as a kid between like age 10 and age 20 before I actually shipped the program to the outside world.
10 to 15,000 hours. What was the value of the hours as a kid you put in programming that led to the success you had in your life? This is by way of advice to younger people in terms of how they allocate the hours to really like.
Yeah, it's not just hours. It's really striving to learn, to understand what knowledge you have, what knowledge you lack, and to continually do experiments and work on projects to improve your knowledge base. And did this what's great about the structure of planning. I was rather from project to project doing things that I thought would be fun and cool. And with each project, I learned new things. I was learning about how to store and manage data, learning how to deal with advanced data structures, how to write complex programs that have deeply nested data and control flow. Each one of those, provided lessons that way. Or later, essentially. In 1991, I released my first game, and over the course of that decade, went from zero commercial releases to the first generation of Unreal Engine. But yeah, this was largely just using the knowledge that I built up over the previous decade. Just doing fun hobby projects. If I hadn't done all that work, there's no way that I've ever built the things that came later.
All the experimentation and all the exploration somehow contributed, somehow made sense later on. The goal of that is somehow. That's funny how life works. The pieces kind of come together eventually.
Yeah, there were definitely karate kid moments. Because all the time I was learning math in high school, I studied mechanical engineering, and so learned all kinds of math, vector calculus and vector math, and matrices, and all these related fields, physics and stress and strain, and how to deal with complex physical systems. And yeah, I wasn't really sure how engineers would actually make use of that knowledge. You just forget about it when you actually go off to do work, or you write down equations on paper. It's actually not clear. It's an early engineering student what you do. But when I started writing first generation on Unreal Engine, I was doing the 3D math. Wait, I know this stuff. And suddenly like the karate kid, you get the fence and wax the car, and suddenly you put all the pieces together into a 3D engine based on a whole lot of accumulated programming language and math knowledge, and often knowledge gained without ever anticipating that I might use it.
Also, I think what's useful is over and over learning the hard thing, and then showing to yourself, that you can do it. You can learn a hard thing, but then when you come to having to write a 3D engine that in ways that haven't been done before, you're like, I've been here. I've been here in this experience, and I don't know what to do, but we'll figure it out. We'll learn. I think that's the part. So just not being afraid
of something new.
And that's right. And constantly striving to make connections between these fields and look for their applications. Long after I chipped on Unreal Engine, it was like going back through an engineering test. Use that. And then I got to this section on eigenvalues. I don't know what the hell this is. It turns out eigenvectors and eigenvalues were the critical breakthrough that made the Google search engine technology work and stand apart from the rest, because they found if you draw the links that exist in the web and links from and to the United matrix, you found the dominant eigenvalues, then there's eigenvectors described the best search results for different things. So constantly picking up knowledge and looking for ways to put it together is the thing to do. And if you aspire to be a programmer, write a lot of code, continually learn new things and improve. If you want to be an artist, you've got to continually draw artwork, all styles, all kinds, constantly push yourself to learn more and more. Because you never know exactly what you're going to end up doing in the long run. But the more knowledge you have, the more skills, the more chance you have putting it together and being successful.
Whether you're a programmer or an artist, you should probably take linear algebra, even though it doesn't make sense.
I found getting an engineering degree, and never working in an engineering field, just being a computer programmer was immensely valuable. University of Maryland, for some disciplines, it's kind of known as practice. You work the engineers to death. Work really hard, and if you learn any engineering, it's massive amounts of math, and you learn the rigor of problem solving. Not just what you find from the Wikipedia article, but going through all the exercises of solving complex problems and going up a series of solutions to derive an answer. It's valuable, and it embodies the knowledge that you need as a programmer. And people often go to university and think, okay, my goal here is to get good grades, so I get a diploma, and I go to an employer down value. But no, that's just kind of the superficial bookkeeping of the university. The real purpose of all of this is to learn. And whether you learn formally or you learn on your own, it's the learnings that are really valuable in a career. And especially if you're going to be entrepreneurial, it's really knowing the stuff that matters and not having the diplomas. There's ever more pressure to make you go to society more and more around credentials. You have this certificate, you have that proof. But companies that are focused on just building great products and doing great things gravitate towards people who do the great work.
Yeah, one of the great things about youth is there's more freedom. There's just more time to learn. And people, when they go to high school, they sometimes think, "Well, I can't wait to get out of this, be an adult, be free." But it's not quite freedom. When you get a job, start a family, all wonderful things. You get more and more busy and less time to learn in the general sense. Learn whatever the hell you want. That is a wonderful time in life, the teenage years, the early 20s, the 20s, when you can just learn random shit.
I think this is something that's kind of changing in America. So much focus on grades and homework and structure around kids' lives. When I was growing up, my mom would feed me my neighbors' breakfast. My neighbors and moms would feed them breakfast, and they would be like, "Well, be back by dark."
Yeah.
And we'd go out and play, and we do all sorts of things. We'd explore in the woods. We'd build the go-karts. We'd salvage old pieces of electronics and build what we thought were our spacecraft control panels for the big spaceships we were building this day. And it had an enormous amount of freedom. And from basically being a little kid through the time I went off to college, I had an enormous amount of free time. And some people just used that and wasted it and watched TV. Some people socialized. And some people really got into serious projects. So many people at all times were doing cool things. I was programming, learning to build things. I was before I was releasing games to the world, I'd be having neighborhood folks over to play the things I was working on and check them out. And sometimes they're impressed and sometimes they weren't. And they'd have their own projects. And often we'd have spare-time jobs, and everybody was entrepreneur. Everybody had a sidekick. Sometimes you go around and move people's lawns, rake the leaves up, earn money. There's freedom there, and the organic learning that occurred there, I think it's something that's really critical to the American experience that I worry is increasingly going away as society is ever more protective of children. It makes it harder to get these experiences.
So on the video game side, when did you first fall in love with video games?
I've had a funny relationship with games because my real aspiration has always been to program cool stuff. I get more enjoyment out of programming than anything else in the world. And so, my first really two formative experience with games were playing this game called Adventure for the Atari 2600. It's like you move this dot around the screen and picked up objects like swords and fought dragons and invaded castles and solved puzzles. It was very, very simple, iconic stuff, rather than realistic graphics. And then the other game that really got immersed in was Sword, which was a text adventure game. It would tell you where you are and what you see, and you type in commands like gun or pick up sword or open door or explore a world that way. So the game didn't have any graphics. In your mind, you had this elaborate picture of what you were seeing there. And it really brought in inspired imagination more than other things. And playing those games led me to golf and learn to program everything I saw there. And that drove a lot of my growth. I learned how to move player around the screen. I learned how to build a design tool so I could build castles and save them off and play the game. And I realized there was a separation between the tools you use to build a game and the game itself, and that the more powerful tools you have, the more creativity you could unleash in yourself or others. And I learned all the programming techniques that supported games, how to parse text, pick up sword and go north. How do you make that sentence into an actionable series of commands on the computer? And that was really, really exciting. I have to say, until the time that Fortnite came out, I played video games primarily to learn what they were doing, to go off and do it myself. I'd sit down, when Wolfenstein came out and when Doom came out, I'd go through and look at pixel objects. And I was just like, exactly what's happening to figure out what technique was being used. That was puzzle solving at a grand scale. So fun.
So take me there in the early 90s. So you launched Epic Games in 1991. So the writing of your first big video game, ZZT, what was it like? What was the technical challenges? What was the psychological challenges of building that?
It was a funny project because I didn't start out on a video game. I just moved from an Apple II. So my brother bought my family an Apple II right after I visited him in California. So I've been programming with that for a few years, learned techniques, but there weren't many Apple II users around still by the time that cycle came to an end. So I just gotten an IBM PC of my own. I was learning to program, and I realized I needed a text editor. So I started writing a text editor. A text editor is a program that edit text files, get logic, move the cursor around, let people type things, and backspace, and do all those mundane actions. And one night, finished it up, and I was like, well, okay, the text editor, but this is pretty boring. So I made the cursor into a smiley face character, and it had the different characters you could place in this document perform different gameplay actions. Some would be walls, and some would kill you, and some would be moving objects that could fly around the screen. And so this text editor I made evolved into a little game editor, so I was building these levels for a game. I put a lot of time into building an editor in a primitive set of objects, about 20 or 30 different objects, enough to build a really cool and compelling game, but not so many that players would lose track of what they're seeing. I started off just building different game levels, and ideas you'd be on a series of boards. You'd be connected by going north past the end of the current board and take it to a new one if it was open, or maybe it was blocked and you couldn't go there. I built this whole game world around that, and this was the game that became DCT. And I was having fun with it, building it and playing it, but I didn't know if it really worked. So I did this experiment. I started inviting neighbors over, some dogs, some kids, all different ages, and I sat them down in front of it and said, here's a game I made, figure it out. And I had to force myself not to tell them what they need to do, right? Because I really wanted to learn if they were able to, discover it all for themselves. And today we call this user experience test. And there's a whole field of research around user experience research. But back then it was just inviting some kids over to play the game. I took notes about what they got stuck on and what they enjoyed and where they felt bored. I just iteratively polished the game until I felt it was good, and I put it out and released it on. Well, this was before the internet, so there were bulletin boards. I uploaded it to a bunch of local bulletin boards, and from there it started spreading. Because the way to build up cred for bulletin board users was to upload new files. I mean, hey, that was the first that brought this to you. Mm-hmm. And so there was a natural tendency of the software this idea is to share a model. And so I didn't just build this one game. I built a trilogy of 3 games. I released the first one for free, and I said, hey, if you like this, write 2 sequels. I included my parents' mailing address and said, send us $30 and you can get the sequels to this game. And the text started coming in within a few days. I was making like getting 3 or 4 orders a day. I was like $100 a day. I'm like, oh, we're rich. Because, being a 20-year-old, that was like a pretty big deal.
What did that feel like? Just getting money and probably feeling this immense success from something good.
Well, yeah, I would look at money always as a tool to help you fund accomplishing things. Having enough to do the things you want to do is the critical thing. It's always been very utilitarian. But then I always look at people all around the country and a month later, all around the world playing the game, and it was mind-boggling. That me, like this little kid that put out the game on a local bulletin board, could be doing international business and shipping discs all over the world. The players, because the software is spreading on its own, it's just magical. And that was a new thing for software. That did not happen with mechanical devices. You manufactured one, you sold it to somebody, and they had it. That was it. The software was spread. That was just really cool to see, and it made me realize there's really no upward limit on the potential for a business like that. We saw Microsoft as a big juggernaut company at the time, but it's like, hey, if it does games good enough, we could accomplish what they have accomplished with operating systems. And the sky was the limit. I think this is the age we live in now. You don't have to be an industrialist manufacturing physical products. Anybody who builds anything digitally, if it's good enough, it can reach the entire world and build, next Microsoft or Meta or Apple or Google or Epic Games.
Such a cool origin story, though. You start out building text editor. So you're looking at this project, you're playing around with it, you're building up the tools. It's an inspiring moment because a lot of us start out building a project. Allow yourself to see the potential pivots, the potential trajectories that can go. Because you don't have to sit back. Allow yourself to be bored. You're like, I'm going to go this way. I mean, that's like a crossroads. You came to a crossroads. I mean, you built compilers. If you design your own programming language, compilers, databases, all the things you mentioned, and started building a text editor. And here came to this crossroads. I'm going to make this fun. And then from there, one of the most legendary gaming companies was great. It's kind of cool. That's an inspiring thing for some developers, like being open to the possibility of creating something you didn't plan to create and just go with it, right? That's cool.
Yeah, and it was a bunch of learnings emerged really quickly there. The neat thing I did with CZT was I didn't just release the game, I also released the editor with it. I built this tool so I could make these CZT boards for people to play, but I also gave it to all of the players themselves. And like 30 years later, I still run into people when I go to a gaming street. It's like, hey, I grew up playing CZT. And here's an adult who grew up playing that game. And it was because it enabled anybody to become a creator too. So board editor, and it also had a little scripting language. You learn a little bit of programming in it too, and it kind of impressed. And it really set a formative principle of Epic, which was that the company's mission is to make awesome entertainment, but also awesome tools, and to share those tools with everybody so they can build their own amazing things too. And when we got into Unreal Engine a few years later, the interplay between us building a game, us building tools that were widely used by others, was a critical part of it. And I think that's the sole reason that Epic has been massively successful, and actually the reason that we've survived all this time is that by serving both creators and gamers, been able to weather the ups and downs of the game industry. It's a brutal place for companies. They've been able to survive every financial downturn, and sometimes the engine's been funding the business because it didn't have a game. Sometimes the games have been funding the business, and it really set a principle in our culture that's persevered and is continually fought to the forefront.
But on the editor front, that's such a fascinating philosophy that you always allow people to create their own worlds. You have an engine on which you simulate the world that the game is in. You have the actual game. You also have the the freedom for creators to create various, for that islands of their own. It's like with everything you ship, that freedom to create is almost there. That's really interesting.
Yeah, and something we aim to do more and more fully over time. In the course of building Fortnite, build a lot of other tools that we use, of course, too. But it's not just a game powered by Unreal Engine, but it's also a social ecosystem where people can make friends and voice chat and get together and parties. We've opened up all of those social features and connected online services. Give them away to all developers for free, because we all benefit from growth in that user base. Our goal is ultimately to build the company's products and the same technology that we share with everybody else, and to hope that foster a bigger and bigger ecosystem over time where everybody benefits.
If we could just look around the 90s. So you said bulletin boards. Maybe you can explain what that's like, and also explain the birth of the internet, what that was like. What was the internet like in the 90s?
So the other is a funny thing. It started out as this Defense Department research project called the ARPANET, the Advanced Research Project Agency Network, and it was kind of like this revered secret thing. It became more and more open as they connected universities. Universities connected to the internet in the mid-1980s. A prestigious institution with access to computers and get on there. But consumer back then, we just had these modems. This thing you plug into your phone line, and it dials up my phone number, and then sends wireless sound effects over that over the telephone line to send digital signals back and forth. And these were really slow. The first modem I had was 300 watts. That means 30 characters per second of data. So you're like sitting there watching a sentence that suddenly emerge character by character as you're flying online. But that's how we got online and we talked with each other. So you dial up your local bulletin board. It'll be run by a person. Usually they have a computer sitting in their kitchen or something. It's running the bulletin board, and they have a small community of a few hundred users, all competing to connect that one phone line. It was often busy and you couldn't get in. The more popular bulletin boards were hardest to get. We had all kinds of communities develop, and you could see like there was the programming community, so people talk about programming. There was the news and events, community. I lived in the outskirts of Washington D.C., so it was like a big thing. And there was like the pirate community where they were sharing pirated Apple videos, and very different community ethos and efforts out there, but all really nice, but also very small. These things, bulletin boards couldn't grow to the size of Facebook. Your phone line couldn't take that many calls. And then later in the 1990s, the internet, which had been fostered in colleges, it started opening up to the public, and anybody could connect to it. And suddenly the world took on a life of its own. It became much, much easier to reach a global audience faster.
And you would start shipping games to the internet, which is a bit of a crazy thing to do. Because you're supposed to have like a physical copy, but most on the internet, even share words pretty innovative.
It's been a funny transition to the game business. Epic started out with materials distributed digitally. It's the first 3D games took off, Wolfenstein and Doom from id Software, and then Unreal from us. Took off. We had to reach a huge audience of billions of users. We had to go into retail. So we worked with a retail publisher. We made a box, and CD-ROMs in the box, and then the world started transitioning back to digital. And that transition didn't start well, right? The initial transition of gaming to digital was all of it pouring all tires. And the other horror stories about games that would sell like 100,000 copies but have 2 million users. Most people pirated it. And then, Steam came along and introduced digital distribution and made digital distribution of legit games so convenient that most players moved away from piracy towards that. And their practices were then followed by others, and the early digital industry took form.
Yeah, it's fascinating. I mean, pirates do lead the way for innovation. The same as the story of Spotify. Basically, I think most people, when they derive value from things like video games, want to pay for those video games. They just want it to be. So that the same thing with music with Spotify. But maybe just staying in the 90s, there are going to be a lot of indie game developers who listen to this topic today. Can you come back to that mindset and try to derive some wisdom and advice to those folks when you were just a people creating the early games that eventually became this huge gaming company. But in the early days, what were we going through? What were the ups and downs? What did it take to sort of stay strong and persevere?
Well, one of the critical things that Epic always worked hard to do was to make something different that nobody else was doing, and to try to satisfy a small audience rather than competing globally with game companies. Back in the 1990s, Epic was new. Electronic Arts and Activision and the other big publishers had been around for a decade, and they were huge companies, had giant retail distribution networks. And if I tried to make a game and then send to publish it, I doubt I could have had a chance, and I doubt that even if I made a successful game, that I would have made much money from it, though they might. So the really unique angle to Epic and share. And that was just the idea that if we distribute our game differently, then we can reach a much larger audience than these bigger competitors. I worked on this first episode of the game being great. It was kind of the advent of what later became free to play. And the logic of that is just as true now as it was then. If the thing is anybody can get into it, it's going to spread from friend to friend. People bring their real world friends into the games they're playing, and they have the opportunity to go out and so the other lesson there was minimize the friction of people getting into your game. Make it easy to get into and make it fun. And I think the other, I was very fortunate. ZZP was a funny game. It was not much like any other game. It had much worse graphics because it was all just text characters, smiley faces, and other Greek letters and things participating in this game simulation. They were kind of iconic representations of characters rather than real ones. And this was decades into the age of real graphical games with interesting graphics. And so it wasn't even trying to compete in that area, but it was able to compete in a different area, which is that it wasn't just the three games I'd made and shipped as sort of a trilogy that were successful and drove the success of the product. In fact, I released an edit, and there's a whole community around it. And you see that trend has repeated itself. Like there was ZZP was on it. Before that, there was low budget pinball construction. It was a 1980s Apple game that users go there and pinball games. And since then, you've had some of the world's most successful games pop out of the hat, like Minecraft, Build Your Own Stuff, Roblox, Fortnite Creative, and Video Editor for Fortnite. Games that become platforms for other people to build stuff with real opportunity. I think the big thing to realize that is for indie developers right now is there's massive competition in every major genre, and it's very unlikely that unless you just happen to be the world's best at a particular thing, you're going to release a game in an existing highly competitive genre and win. A much better chance of success is releasing something that hasn't been done before. Really unique and reaching an audience, even if big or medium size or small, reaching an audience is becoming really popular with that. Making some money from it, being able to reinvest and then expand towards your offering too. I think the one shot go from idea to commercial success at massive scale is a lot less likely than the multi-step process. Continually build better and better stuff over time until you get into a position of excellence.
And constantly try to do something that others want to do.
Yeah, that's right. Because if you look at every market, few markets where the current leader came late to the space, usually because the prior leader failed so horribly. But most of the time, the company that's succeeding and winning in a market is first or second entrant there. They just continue to move to success.
Great advice. Fascinating. But on a human level, was it lonely? Was it scary? You sitting there as a developer?
I'd say it was the opposite of lonely because the thing that spurred me to actually release it was seeing kids playing the game in my neighborhood and having fun. And, this is good. And seeing them enjoying it and laughing and pointing at the screen and getting together and wanting to play more. And the human element was always pervasive. Like not only receive orders, but actually write letters. We wrote letters back then in the 1990s. People would say how much they're enjoying the game and how their kids are playing the game and so on and so on. But it felt very connected. And I think a lot of businesses have to make scary decisions because you're spending hopefully all the money you have to take a shot at something you're not sure will succeed. I was very fortunate starting a business like this because I didn't really need any capital. The capital was, well, the several $1,000s in computers I bought by mowing lawns. And it wasn't much risk. If I hadn't succeeded, I guess I could have figured out how people with mechanical engineering to pursue that. But once it took off and once the orders started coming in, I started writing letters in there, I knew I was going to go all out and try to build the company and succeed. That was like going to be my big goal.
So I'm sure people know, but Epic Games was created in 1991 and went on to transform the gaming industry several times, one of which is Unreal Engine. So let's talk to the origin story of that. You said that when Wolfenstein and Doom came out, that changed everything. So take us to that moment.
Yeah, that was a very interesting time. Epic had, after my first couple of games, I had recruited developers, usually college students, high school students who are just working on their own, had real skills, but didn't have an outlet for their work. Epic had been matchmaking the best artists and programmers together for all of them. Chad Jackrabbit was the high school kid in California to make a really cool adventure game together with Arya and Brucey, a demo coder from Hollywood to make amazing graphical stuff and to build a 2D game engine. They connected them together, and musician Robert Allen in California, and by telephone and modem and so on, we're building these little 2D games and getting quite a lot of success. There are a bunch of people making thousands of dollars a month while they're still students, and royalties from the games. Epic was kind of producing and coordinating people with people and publishing through shareware. And that was all going great. In a little office, and you're copying floppy disks and mailing them out. But when Wolfenstein came out, we realized the future of gaming was going to be 3D. There have been a lot of experiments in 3D before that. And there were 3D renderings of mazes that were not in real time. We're always looking north, south, east, or west. And then there were vector graphics with little wireframes moving around and things. But Wolfenstein was the first game that was fast enough, running at 30 frames per second. It really felt immersive. It felt like you were there. Like you're in this castle Wolfenstein fighting Nazis. And it was a really amazing and immersive experience. 3D graphics were pretty primitive, and it offered shockingly fast with Doom, which was much, much more capable 3D engine to stairs, and though it was still what we call 2.5D, it was environments were very realistic, textures were very realistic. Form of lighting was approximate, but incredibly realistic, and such great artistry and sound effects. It felt completely visceral and real. You might look at it today from our point of view of a modern game player with 20 teraflops of computing power in your device and say, oh, that's not very impressive. But it was amazing at the time.
I mean, for me, just decided to pause on that. I think Wolfenstein was one of the most amazing moments in my own life. Just being able to, like you said, in real time move out of the dimensional world. I just remember just moving around, just like, what is that feeling like? I mean, you feel transported into another world.
You feel that you're there.
Yeah.
Especially when you turn the lights down in your room and you turn the sound up on your speakers, and it will scare. And you'll feel like that fireball that's coming at you is going to kill you. That was an amazing time because we hadn't experienced that before. There was nothing like that. You watch a movie, a scary movie, this thing that was happening. This was you. This was you in a 3D world.
So how did that change after this realization that the future game is going to be 3D?
Well, at first I was really depressed.
Yeah.
The wizardry of Doom especially was so incredible that I gave up on programming for like 6 months. I was like, I don't know if you want to keep it because I have no idea what we're going to do. We just keep making 2D games and hope that the business goes on. But that was the nature of it. Things that were like not just one innovation leap ahead, but like a dozen simultaneously. Interplaying in a way that you couldn't pick them apart until you implemented pieces. But funny thing happened. Michael Abrash, long timer in computer graphics, wrote a book the techniques for 3D graphics and texture mapping. And he wrote some articles in one of the programming magazines today, and explained it and showed assembly code to do texture mapping, drawing these 3D graphics on the screen. And it's actually really simple stuff. I was like, oh, I can do that. And then so much of us at Epic independently went off and started writing our own 3D graphics to figure it out. And we found at one point that a number of people dabbling in this, in different parts of it. And at that point, we decided, okay, this 3D graphics and 3D gamers have completely changed the world. We need to go all in on this. And so we took the best people for our best 2D game development teams, put them all together to make a 3D game. We didn't really know what we were doing at the time. None of us had ever a 3D game, and most of us were still learning. But everybody was like trying different disciplines to see what they were best at. And it was a combination of a bunch of people who came together to make Unreal. I initially volunteered to make the 3D editor for the thing, and James Schmaltz had made Epic Pinball. Epic Pinball, that wasn't a crazy game. This was one of the 2D terror games. He made it while he was in college, and he was making like $30,000 a month from the royalties from this game, because everybody had wanted an awesome pinball game. Massively successful. But just a multi-disciplinary person. He wrote the code for the game, the art for the game, and basically everything. And the code was 30,000 lines of assembly language. And so he was initially going to write the 3D engine. I was going to write the editor, stuff his code, so I could integrate with the editor. It was like, sorry, I love the assembly code. Why don't I just write this myself? And so James started going off and doing 3D models, 3D animation using tools at the time. And so Cliff had done a lot of design work and built the levels on Jazz Jackrabbit, went off and started learning the basics of level design. So I was writing this editor, and Cliff Blazinski was customer number one for it. Starting to go off and build levels, and James Schmaltz was doing awesome features, sending them to me, and then implementing games. We brought an animator to life, and we brought more and more people until at the peak of Unreal 1 development, we had about 20 people working on it, which was a huge team for the time. It was really stretching Epic's finances nearly to the breaking point. We barely survived and almost ran out of money a number of times, but somehow we always pulled through. And it was a crazy project because it was 3.5 years of development, and a game we always thought was 6 months from shipping. And it was like that, 3.5 years and 70 or 80 hour weeks for most everybody working on the project. Not even knowing what problems we need to solve next because we're selling our current ones.
Were there moments when you were losing hope that this might take too long and the company will run out of money?
Sure. We were always very financially stressed, so I was continually worried about that. I had total confidence that we'd work out all the technical and artistic problems. We knew the pieces, and it was largely a matter of typing code and solving some problems. We knew we could ship a version of it, and the thing that was continually interesting was the ongoing discovery of new techniques as we went. Because at the time, Quake had shipped, it had a little bit of dynamic light. Unreal really pushed dynamic light much higher than they've also done before. In colored dynamic lights, with some shadow casting capabilities statically or moving lights without shadows, and figured out how to do volumetric fog, so you have foggy areas full of lights. You get the kind of glow of the lights standing out in the fog and affecting the appearance of the level. A whole lot of amazing techniques came together to build the game. Made a number of leaps ahead of the state of the art at the time. It was really crazy, but I think most companies wouldn't have survived that, but the sheer talent of the people involved made it possible. Epic has often done things that most companies wouldn't fail at least succeed. Not because of awesome management or awesome planning or awesome financing, but because of the sheer talent and willpower of people involved to make it happen.
What about the interdisciplinary aspect of it? Like you said, with artists, engineers, programmers, designers, all of them working together. What was that? The 20 people, what was the dynamic that like working insane hours? And what was it like to sort of make a team like that work together well as an orchestra to actually deliver the game?
That's one of the really unique things that is in here, not in normal normal big tech companies, which are engineering and business driven. Gaming really does require all of the best people across all the creative disciplines working together. And you know, that could be grown organically by recruiting people with awesome talent. But we always had a limited budget. We could never pay to fit up people's salaries and hire them away by paying. We just had to find awesome people who were at the beginning of their career and put them together. And so everybody was very new to this, and didn't have any assumptions about how companies work. And so we put all these people together, and it was really a constant interplay of talent. People were learning how to work together as a team. Nobody had management experience. Most people hadn't shipped a game before they were that big. We were figuring out as we went. But it was a constant iterative cycle. We make several new versions of the game every day. We compile every new feature, or get through some bugs, get artists improve their levels, continue building stuff, and then we see what they're doing really well. It's like, I see what you need now. We constantly be improving the tools, and just the iterative process and the speed at which that improves products is a critical element to success. The slower the iteration cycle, if you make a build every week and you go through one iteration every week, you're going to be way worse at the end of your project than being a company that gets new stuff every day. And that was the magic that happened together, and there was really nothing but passion and everybody's visual dedication to it.
I heard you still program, but how much programming were you doing back then? Hours, probably insane hours. So it'd be almost fun to talk about your setup. What a day in the life of Tim Sweeney in the 90s when you building that real look like.
Well, we'd all gravitated towards a work schedule that maximized productivity, and that usually meant waking up late. Usually get to work around noon, or usually work till like 2 a.m. or so, 3 a.m. sometimes. And I didn't have anything else going on in my life, so it was really just work and sleep and occasional eating. I always need 8 or 9 hours of sleep a night. Without good sleep, I would just become a zombie. It wouldn't be nearly my best. I always need good sleep. I didn't need anything else in my life. So the programming itself was so pretty nice and drawing. And so it was 3.5 years of that during the project. Mostly spent programming. I'd say probably 60 hours a week of programming. Coordinating with other people and iterating and sitting down with them and looking at what's going on the screen and figuring out what they needed. 25 hours of business stuff. There's a good division of labor then. I didn't have a big executive team. I was basically myself running Bill and all the part of the company and Mark Rain running the business part. But doing deals and maxing out his credit card and going around the world. If you bring in sources of revenue to keep the company funded.
What programming language are we talking about, Steve? You mentioned there's this power of assembly. Did you what was your decision in choosing the programming language that Unreal Engine would be written in?
I've grown up learning with Pascal as my favorite language. In order to just get maximum performance and get the latest operating system features, I had to move to C for my second game, Joel Temple, Nintendo style platformer. And so when I started Unreal Engine, it was 16-bit Windows using C programming language. And over the course of the first year, it moved to 30-bit using these DOS extenders and then using Windows NT, and I moved to the C++ language, and because it simplified the code so much, went from a really complicated pile of code to a much simpler one, making that transition. And so almost the entirety of Unreal Engine development, about 2.5 years of it was all in C++, 30-bit, completely state-of-the-art code. 30-bit protected mode was kind of a magical thing, having come from the days when computers were much less reliable and crashed all the time.
Yeah, it turned out to be a pretty good bet because C++ out of all those languages ended up being the dominant sort of performance-oriented language. Surprised to this day.
Yeah, it's because it solves all the problems at scale, often through manual pain, but always solves them. And a lot of other languages do better, a lot of theoretical aspects that are better for some usage cases, but you can't do everything, and it's very, very limiting.
So, ridiculous questions, but like, did you have one monitor, two monitors? Were you picky on the keyboard? I'll pick you on the chair. What are we talking about? So let's paint a picture.
Okay, I went through a big transition there. So I started out
Great.
being pretty lazy. I had a bunch of, like, I bought used computers because you often get them at half the price of the new one. You get them. So I had this old 46 I was developing on. I guess it was a unit monitor at the time. It was a 4 workstation setup, but it's very economical. And so as we started on Unreal, I realized that I had to write a ton of code. I had to write absolute maximum productivity. So I had to rearrange my entire life around delivering maximum output. So at that point, I realized that actually spending money on getting good equipment was a good investment. And we're not talking about millions of dollars here, or billions if you're building a GPU farm. We're just talking about supplying some basic hardware. And so I bought the biggest CRT you could buy at the time. This was the CRT. It was 24 inches. It weighed like 100 pounds. I had back pain for a week after I installed it. But it got me 1920 by 1200. Wow. View. In 1996. In 1996, that was pretty cool. So I upgraded to 90 megahertz pen and did a lot of programming on that. It was on the 90 megahertz pen. These were the main consumer computers at the time, and I optimized the Unreal Engine software render on that, which was, the Pentium was the first super scalar architecture in consumer computing. It could run up to 2 instructions at a time. And if you wrote your assembly code very carefully, you could get absolute maximum throughput. So I just found my texture mapping code down to 6 CPU cycles, comprising 11 instructions. That was required for every pixel on the screen. It was just enough performance to deliver it. But I don't think about what these new workstations, and until it just launched the Pentium Pro, the first out of order processor. So I basically bought the absolute maximum configuration that money can buy. It cost $7,000. I had a gigabyte of memory, 1996, 200 megahertz CPU. So it tripled the speed of compile. It's maybe massively more productive. So that's why I was using Grout on launching the development with it.
By the way, people in the 90s would have been blown away by this course. I love it. Yeah. Were you, in writing, were you considering the hardware much? Was there a sense like, for people who don't know, Unreal Engine rendering, I guess, is all software, doesn't use the hardware. But were you trying to optimize, as I understand, maybe you can correct me, but were you trying to optimize it to the hardware at all?
Well, at the time, so we did most Unreal Engine development before the first real GPUs came out. The 3D effects really long. The first GPU that actually delivered serious performance compared to software render. The first GPU that was really meaningful came into development, and we supported it really quickly, but it was not the target all along. And so development was focused on building 2 parts of the engine, right? There's all the gameplay systems, the managed simulation and physics and so on. It's all written in very high-level C++ code. And maintainability is as much of the goal as performance, because we had to build massive amounts of systems over time. But there was one thing that was really the bottleneck was graphics. That the cost of rendering a single pixel was really high, and so you had to do everything you possibly could to optimize the rendering of pixels on the screen. And so we were talking about how many CPU cycles. When you say your CPU runs at a gigahertz or whatever, it's a billion instructions per second. How many instructions do you need to run to get a pixel on the screen? So there's a constant challenge to optimize that down. And there was also a competition among all the graphics programmers who often send emails, bragging to each other about what new technique they've discovered to try to get the cost down. Abrash's original art was like 12 CPU cycles to render a pixel. Everybody else had figured out how to get it to down to 6, sometimes even 4. And that involved lots of different trade-offs, caching and memory higher, and so on. It was just like a magical time where a human could actually understand exactly what the CPU was doing under the hood, and could write code that exactly targeted that. And that's largely lost now. When we talk about optimization of software now, it's largely about heuristics, and statistically, this memory access is likely to hit the cache. And this algorithm is faster than that algorithm. Because CPUs now have such advanced out-of-order execution, you really can't micromanage what's happening on an instruction-by-instruction basis at basis. You can only manage the aggregate performance of code. And so there's kind of this lost art. Some people miss it, some people don't, in which the programmer had absolute control over the machine. It could work miracles in special cases.
It seems like there's still value to that art when it comes to GPUs and ASICs. They're basically trying to understand the nuances of hardware, how to truly optimize it, whether it's for machine learning applications or for ultra realistic, real-time graphics applications. Is that true?
Yeah, that's absolutely so. The optimization problems have just moved around. In a system like Nanite, the virtualized micropolygon geometry system that Brian Harris, a brilliant engineer with Epic, built, was one of his multi-year optimization efforts that required understanding everything from the highest levels to the lowest levels of the hardware to figure out how to make this breakthrough technique work in a way that was actually maximally performant on GPUs.
And so Nanite is the system, we'll jump around in time, that takes us to today with Unreal Engine 5. It's the system that does the geometry. Yeah, the rendering the world geometric. There's many layers to this project. I'll sneak up to each of those. But one, you have to actually create the geometry and work around. You do that in real time really efficiently. There's a bunch of different ways to optimize that. Can you just speak to it?
Yeah, with the advanced art tools we have today, it's really easy to create the scene with billions of polygons. The hard part is how to render it efficiently, because you can't render billions of polygons. Right? Basically, you want to render an image that's indistinguishable from the full detailed geometry if you render it at ridiculous costs. And so the challenge is how to simplify every component of the rendering, the geometry, the lighting, and so on, down to real-time techniques. They're efficient. They capture a realistic view of what's around you. And so when an object is up close to you, want to render it with a lot more polygons than when it's far away. But one of the cool principles of mathematics is the Nyquist sampling theorem. It says if you're trying to reconstruct a signal, there's a limit to the amount of data you need to bother capture. If you want to render a texture at a certain resolution, then you never need more than twice the pixels than the texture you have on the screen. And that's called the Nyquist limit. So one of the challenges of computer graphics is given the need to render objects at extreme close distances and extreme faraway distances. You always want to be able to generate the right amount of geometry so that you have enough to be indistinguishable from reality, but not any more than necessary. And with geometry, the idea is that if you render 2 triangles per pixel, you should get an image that is indistinguishable from thousands of triangles per pixel. If you render less than 2 triangles per pixel, you're going to start to see visible artifacts and blocks. And GPUs have this amazing hardware in a lot of different pipelines, but it's all very fixed function. There's pixel theater hardware, there's geometry processing hardware, and then there's triangle rasterization hardware. One limit to GPUs is triangle rasterizers are built for pretty large triangles. If you're building a triangle, rendering a triangle with 10 pixels, it's pretty efficient. But if you're rendering a triangle with 1 pixel, it's very inefficient. So one of the breakthroughs Brian made was to design an entire pipeline for avoiding the rasterization hardware in the GPU and just going straight to pixels and calculating what should be done with that pixel as a result of some ray tracing and geometry intersection calculations done with pixel theater. So instead of using triangle pipeline, we're just using pixel pipeline and getting a better result.
Because of the limitations of the triangle rasterizer in the GPU. That's fascinating. Because, as you described, you need the tiny triangles for that, for the detail, for the stuff that's up close. I mean, this might seem obvious to people, but it's not just stuff up close. It's like, depends on where you're looking, like the human eye, the human focus, and the human attention mechanism defines how much detail you want to show. Because the thing that the human is likely to be giving attention to, you want that to be super high resolution. And everything else, including due to distance, can have less geometry, less texture, less information in it.
Yeah, that's right. But there's a lot of challenges like that. It turns out it's a lot easier to render one frame that looks perfect than it is to render a series of frames in motion that look perfect. A lot of the problems with the earlier algorithms that inspired rendering some number of triangles for a while. You switch to a different number of triangles, and you'd see a visible transition. And the screen would look like it got shaken up. It's a disturbing artifact that distracts you from the game. So one of the magical trade-offs of Nanite is how to avoid all of the visible transitions and get them down to a point where, though they exist statistically, they're not really perceptible to the person looking at it. You look at something like Nanite, and there's a nice blog post, there's nice descriptions about the details, but you can tell even under the details, it's just incredible engineering that goes on. It's so cool. It's so cool how underneath this, the actual experience of beautiful detailed scenery, there's just incredible engineering to bring to you simulation, ultra realistic simulation of reality in real time, like lights changing everything. And then, it just takes you back to that feeling I had with Wolfenstein, but like more, and you can completely lose yourself in that world, and you forget that this real world exists. What is the real world? So it's that coupling of great engineering and great storytelling with it just feeling is super cool. It's great to know. It's great to know that these teams are behind it. And it's cool that you're also releasing a bunch of details around it. At least for folks like me, it's inspiring to see. So Unreal Engine is this fascinating creation. It's a big, bold, crazy bet that you made. Maybe it's good to actually explain what Unreal Engine is for people sort of outside this world. I would say it transformed the gaming industry. That was a big bet in 1995. That most of the effort would be on creating the gaming engine, not the game. Yeah, Unreal Engine is a big bundle of code and tools, a huge software package that provides all the functions you need to build any sort of a 3D graphics application. Game developers use it to make games, and that's the predominant use. But it's also used in Hollywood film and television production to create 3D scenery in real time for production sets, to do pre-visualization. It's used by car makers to visualize their cars before they're constructed or manufactured. It's used by architects to preview buildings before they're made, and then that's used by designers of all sorts. And it provides all the 3D simulation features you need, both for creating highly realistic 3D graphics, but also physics and interactions between objects and making things happen that you might see in the real world. And supports a huge variety of styles, from Pixar stylized movies to cel shading to photorealism. It can be used for anything that needs a real-time 3D graphics, including humans that populate those three-dimensional environments. And we'll probably talk a bunch of the details involved in the process of creating ultra-realistic humans. Because we humans care about how other humans look and how they convey emotion and express how they speak, all that kind of stuff. But so yes, it's the 3D objects that are static, the 3D objects that are dynamic, and the dynamic parts including humans that are ultra-dynamic. So all of that, you have to create this engine that simulates that world. The world is this beautiful world that we know and love. Okay, so that, but you're early. So you see Doom, and you're trying to create this world and trying to create an engine that will not just power Unreal the video game, but future video games. So how do you go about it? What are you thinking? And that should sort of linger. That is crazy fact that we're going to build an engine as a company. Yeah, well, that philosophy began with CGC and continued onward. We're not just building a game for players to play, we're also building tools to be used for building that game or any other game, and catering to all the artists and designers that use the tool. And so that philosophy started very early parts of Unreal development. I was building the tools for level designers like Cliff Kuzinski and artists like James Schwartz. As we began marketing the game, thinking it was 6 months away, other times we releasing screenshots and things like that. Other companies started calling us and saying they wanted to build 3D games too, but they didn't have the expertise for that. They wanted to license business guy, and so they wanted to license our engine. And Mark Graham was like, "What? You want to license what? An engine? What engine?" And they explained to him what they wanted to license. He's like, "Oh, that engine. Yeah, that's very expensive." But this was one of the critical things that kept I've been going through that 3.5 years. We're starting to license our engine now to other developers. Microbros took 2 licenses, and we got in $500,000 from that. And company TT Interactive licensed our engine to go on another game, and we got paid for that. And so we had this revenue stream funding the development of Unreal from other games that were being held by other developers. And because they were the lifeline for the company, we took the engine business very seriously from the start. We set up mailing lists so that our partners could ask us questions, and all the developers and the artists working on our games were participating, helping customers. Everybody took that very seriously because it was our funding source. And it's kind of set this dual spirit of Epic, building technology and supporting game developers simultaneous with building games and supporting gamers. It's continued onward and just grown over time.
Can you just go back to that? You programming. What are some interesting technical challenges that go on? You mentioned dynamic lighting, the Crete. Create this three-dimensional world and try to figure out possible how you actually do that at a time when nobody Carmack doing this kind of thing. It's a totally open, wild west. So, what are some interesting technical challenges you have to try to solve?
There's a lot. Some of them are visible on screen, and some are behind the scenes. Still require a lot of innovation. All the graphical techniques were really interesting challenges. Unreal Engine in the early days went a lot further than the Quake engine in building environments using constructed solid geometry with a real-time editor. And that was a really interesting technical challenge. The idea is building is extremely tedious if you are only adding objects to the world. If you want to build a door, then you need to add like a dozen different pieces of door frames and add a bunch of different walls together to get together in the right shape. It sure would be easier if you could just start with the wall and subtract the door out. And so we had this way of adding geometry to the world and subtracting geometry, and the engine would perform all the calculations on that. This is something that I've been anticipating was possible for a long time, but when I finally got around to it, this 30-hour coding session to figure out all of the special cases of the code that need to be input to make that work. But in the course of 30 hours, I got constructed solid geometry up and running. I started doing handed it to James Fox the next time we were together, and I said, okay, I think we can do it. So you create a giant forest, and then add another giant forest, interlocked with it, and then subtracted a cylinder from it, and it created this really advanced composite object with discrete operations. It's like, whoa, yeah, we figured it out. And that was cool to see for the first time. It was probably the first time somebody had done constructed solid geometry real time. But it was also a really useful artist tool that all the artists appreciated immediately began making use of.
Can you speak to that 30-hour session? I mean, this is not, from everything I know about computational geometry, to this kind of thing, from your perspective, that's not easy. That's, what is it, the uncertainty, the open questions involved, even just as an algorithm for how to do that efficiently. And then plus the usual programming thing of debugging, like suffering through the trickiness of it. And we don't have really, at that time, you don't have the tooling to really visualize everything that's going on really well. Probably like using some crappy editor. I mean, there's just a lot of like friction here. So the 30-hour session is probably rough. It's a rough one.
Your brain works in different ways, depending on your state, right? There are some things that require really working on a time stretch, where you put together a bunch of logical pieces. You need to write a whole lot of code that could all work together and plumb a whole lot of data between a whole lot of different algorithms. But I think our brains have vastly more horsepower than we're able to directly access by thinking of what code to type next. After you've been working for a very long time, you can get to a sleep-deprived state where you have much, much more direct access to that low level of knowledge. and it built up this insulation over a very long period of time. So the foundation for the subject is the binary space partition, stated structure invented by computer science graphics researcher Bruce Naylor. Hartnett had picked up on that and had used the technique in Doom to really great effect. And I picked up on that. And Unreal Engine was using this technique for all of its graphics and rendering, but it was just added to geometry there, and it had a lot of overlapping polygons, so it was pretty inefficient. And so I had the idea that if we had a SP3, there was a really efficient way to do constructive solid geometry. And to do that, you had to break down the ways the different pieces of geometry can fit together. I broke it down into like 14 different cases. And most of them are pretty simple, cranked them out. And as I got towards the end, there were some pretty complicated things. How do you do it? The planar polygons, they're in the same plane and pointing in the same direction versus the other direction. What cases should you keep them? What cases should you eliminate them? And so on and so on to create really efficient geometry output. And just plowing through it. Eventually, through mostly deduction, but some trial and error too. But sometimes you just have to try the possibilities and see what works. I cranked it out and it worked. And the next day, I came in like kind of weary, and I was like, oh wow, this actually did work. It wasn't just a dream.
So you're considering the edge cases also. And that's the problem with geometry. It's like there's probably just gonna be all kinds of weird polygons that you have to. You're like you're imagining the edge cases and trying to see how to not create inefficiencies in this algorithm while still considering the edge cases, allowing for the edge cases.
Yeah, it's pretty easy to write software that's like 99% correct. It's the 1% that's the really hard part, and where the devil lies in the details.
What about like lighting? Is there other issues?
Well, the funny answer is like we know the laws of physics, so it's actually really easy to do everything in computer graphics. The direct solution of the laws of physics is immensely subtle, and so what we're finding are approximations rather than complete solutions. Because you need something that's a million times faster than the brute force answer.
Which is to say that the physics of the seed is just take a bunch of photons, bounce them around. That's how light works.
Yeah.
And that's going to be very inefficient because there's a lot of balancing and a lot of photons.
Yeah. Photon tracing is the subject matter that does brute force calculation of pixels on a screen from all of the light in the screen. And it works and it's correct, and it just is an implementation of laws of physics, and it's millions or billions of times slower than what we do. But Carver had figured out how to do really cool lighting algorithms, including real-time lighting with objects moving around. And I haven't taken it very far. So with Unreal Engine, I realized that we don't have nearly enough computing performance in our CPU to compute the light of every pixel on the screen from all of the light sources that are affected. We're at a 6-cycle texture mapper, and we couldn't afford 30 more cycles for lighting. And so the answer had to be some approximation. And the one that Carmack had picked up on the fake engine was light mapping. If we, instead of calculating all the lighting on every pixel, what if we made a big texture that we placed over all of the walls and scene that was like wallpaper? And what if we say at every foot we're going to compute the lighting values, like just that one foot grid on the object rather than computing it everywhere? And then if we just linear interpolate that over the course of it, you get that lighting solution that actually works pretty well and is fast enough to work. So a lot of Unreal Engine's lighting techniques were based on light mapping. We use colored lighting. So you could have colored light sources, and we realized since we're doing this, and we're doing it on light map, we actually did some pretty expensive calculations, hundreds of cycles, since we're only calculating for every 1 foot of world space rather than every pixel. And so we introduced a whole bunch of elaborate lighting effects, like torch flickering, and the caustic effects of water bouncing off of the surface, and so on, and like pulsing lights and blinking lights and everything else. I created a system for compositing them together, so if you had an arbitrary number of light sources, they could all do that. And then I employed a shadowing algorithm. If you cast a ray from a point on a light, from a light to a point on a surface, and see if whether it intersects in the other geometry. If it doesn't intersect, then the light hits the object, and if it does intersect, then the light hits something else first, and that pixel on the object should be dark. So I built a real-time version of this, and it ran at about a half a frame a second. So it's running around at half a frame a second, but using out light projections made a non-real time version of the pre-calc that saw the lighting. Yeah, so wait, if you pre-calculate the shadowing in an object, you still apply the lighting dynamically as long as the light's not moving. You did point flickering with shadows, and you figured out all the cases of dynamic and static lighting correctly back on the computer at the time and exposed them to artists. And this was the wonders of coding. I was just like typing in these little features, exposing them to artists, and every day they find like a drop down with more lighting options. And they start using them, and they do things that I never thought possible. And this was always the coolest thing. As a programmer building an engine, you might think you know the implications of the feature you're building, but artists are so clever. You always find that you keep building vastly more than you ever anticipated as you start to use combinations of features together in concert to do ever more amusing things.
That's the genius of artists, is they're given constraints, and within those constraints, they create something you could have never possibly imagined, given the constraints. That's such a beautiful coupling between engineering and artistry and art.
That's right. And it's timeless. What did the Renaissance painters do with paints, and what do the early game artists do with the early engines? Everybody's figuring out people use their medium and seeing a revolution.
This is blowing my mind. This is just so fun. What about fog? You mentioned fog. That I don't even know. How do you even do fog? So you mentioned Unreal. So the first version of fog.
Yeah, well, it's a funny thing. So this graphics hardware company had just started up in Finland, and they released a screenshot of what their GPU was doing, and they showed the scene filled with volumetric fog. They had a foggy room with some light sources in it, and when that happens in the real world, what you see are glows around the light. As the light brightens the fog around it, but the brightening of the fog diminishes over time because the fog absorbs some light. So the further you go into the light, the more fallout there is. And you have a bunch of colored lights overlapping together in a space like that. The effect is just absolutely magical. Like being out in a foggy light with street lamps above. It's something that's surreal and just beautiful. So I was like, oh my god, they figured out how to do real-time diametric fog. I figured it out myself. And so that was another 30-hour coding session. But at the core, I realized what's happening here is we have this lighting function saying that light at a particular point in space is going off with the inverse square of the light, the distance from the light source, right? The inverse square of the horizon, which applies to lighting. I didn't realize the way the fog interacted with the light was that you calculate the view from your eye's position to a point on the surface in the world. It's going through fog, and you're accumulating more and more light as a function of the amount of light illuminating the fog at that point in time. And so, I studied that in mechanical engineering without even knowing that. That's the line integral. You have an integral over a line of some function. Well, this is exactly what it's for. It's for accumulating values of a function over a continuous space and time. And, I did a bunch of math and realized that, oh wow, the integral, and then I looked in a reference book of all the integrals. And, thankfully, people have solved them all. I realized the integral is transformed 1 over r squared. It turns out to be solved by the arctangent of r. And so, if you calculate some parameters based on the position of the eye and the position of the surface point you're at, what you're seeing, then you can calculate exactly how much fog you can accumulate from that. Of course, you can't do that per pixel because that's hundreds of cycles CPU time. So what we had to do is calculate volumetric fog on something equivalent to a light map, calculate fog every square meter in the world. And so, we had enough performance for that. We built volumetric lighting and gave it to artists, and they started building at detailed levels with volumetric fog in real time. And then decades later, I was talking to a lot of the engineers who worked on that hardware and had the volumetric fog, and how it inspired me to figure out how to do it in real time myself. It's like, oh no, we cheated. We just rendered it out in 3D Studio Max.
That's awesome. That is so awesome. That is so inspiring. And so much happy. Then you saw that maybe it's possible, even if it was kind of smoke and mirrors, and then you actually made it happen. It's so inspiring to hear these kind of stories when there's so much uncertainty and you figure out, and so many constraints, and you figure out how to bring it to life in real time and create this world that Unreal did. Maybe if you could just pause, since you mentioned John Carmack a few times, as a fellow pioneer in the game industry at that time, what do you admire about John?
John singularly has this dedication to getting the best result from his code, and having absolutely no attachment to past code. And some of the legendary things he did, the end result was an absolute breakthrough in real-time computer graphics. Weren't his first try. They were like his seventh or eighth try after he'd done something time and time again. Tried it, found a better approach, thrown out the old one, built it again, continually rewrote his code until he found the absolute best solution to a problem. And I think that stands as a lesson for every programmer to pick up on. When something is really, really important, its performance is absolutely critical to the product, or its quality, or its capabilities. Literally on it until you achieve perfection, and don't settle for the first or second solution is good enough.
And it's, the result of that, both you and him sort of define the future of gaming worlds. It's so beautiful to see. It's just fascinating. It's inspiring because, like, under so much uncertainty, under so many constraints, you figure out a way. And that, actually continues to this day because, yes, the hardware is improved incredibly, but in order to create an ultra-realistic, highly dynamic, real-time rendering of the world around us, it's still really, really difficult. And there's all these kinds of conversations that you mentioned. Maybe you could speak to that Unreal Engine 1 journey from 1 to 5.5, 0.6 now. What, for 30 years, you've been creating virtual worlds. What was it like evolving a game engine for those 30 years when the hardware under you is improving exponentially? What are some things that changed, and what are some universal truths that have not changed?
It's been an astonishing experience. Nobody 30 years ago anticipated that we'd see the performance gains in hardware that we've actually seen in that time frame. It's something like 100,000 times higher CPU performance between multiple cores and higher clock rates and more parallelism. But, if we had that in aviation, then we'd be like taking a trip to neighboring stars.
Sorry, yeah.
Exactly. And in graphics, it's been even more so. It's something like literally 10 million times more net usable GPU performance than we had back running on a Pentium 90 CPU, all in 30 years. And it's really made me appreciate that over the generations, some areas of our engine development have absolutely kept up with that technology. And the rendering team that works on Unreal Engine are real miracle workers there. Just about every generation of Unreal, we've replaced most of the rendering code, and the different leaders, different points in time, and the different luminaries have built systems that were absolutely rethought and optimized for the latest generation of hardware. Unreal Engine 1 was built for software rendering, and then the Engine 1 came along late in the cycle and we had support for it, but wasn't fully capable and utilized. Unreal Engine 2 was about bringing all of the latest GPU hardware acceleration features to the engine, and keeping forward and going some new features like vehicles, and a few other capabilities. This was in the early GPU era, before GPUs had really broken out of everybody's expectations of Moore's law. But that breakout occurred with DirectX 9 and the capabilities of programmable shaders. Once you had control of writing code running on the GPU, that could color every pixel on the screen, and that GPU code was literally a factor of 100 times faster than the equivalent code I wrote a few years earlier on the Pentium 90. And so the DirectX 9 generation was a godsend. And then Andrew Scheider, a long time I think, was writing the core of the Unreal Engine pre-render around real-time pixel shading, real-time lighting, able to do dynamic shadows, using several different techniques, and multi-threaded render, support bits of the early dual-core CPUs that were starting to show up at the time. And it was a massive graphical upgrade. Unreal Engine 4 made a number of improvements and just continued to add features to more and more, give artists more and more options for lighting and for geometry that created realism. But then, I think probably our biggest single level of leap came with Unreal Engine 5 with the micropolygon geometry. solution, and with them and the global illumination lighting solution, which I think really bridged the gap from game-ish computer graphics to total observable photorealism for artists who wanted to create that. And so that's the evolution. The progress on the graphics side is absolutely astonishing. As it is on the audio side and a number of other areas. The parts of the engine also haven't changed all that much since the version I wrote and shipped in 1998. File management system has been optimized a number of times, but it hasn't been completely rethought. And the networking system, the ways that clients and servers talk together and negotiate game state is still an evolution of the thing I wrote. And it's feeling kind of dated now. You still see networking bugs in Fortnite where, for some reason, when you're spectating, you're not seeing some parameters update. Oh, that's because of the lossful nature of that networking parameter. And and the biggest limitation that's built up over time is the single-threaded nature of game simulation and Unreal Engine. If we run a single-threaded simulation, you have a 16-core CPU. We're using one core for game simulation and running this the complicated game logic because single-thread programming is orders of magnitude easier than multi-thread programming. And we didn't want to burden either ourselves or our partners or the community with the complications of multi-threading. And over time that becomes an increasing limitation. So we're really thinking about and working on next generation technology with it, being Unreal Engine 6. And that's the generation where we're actually going to go and address a number of the really core limitations that have been with us over the history of Unreal Engine, and get those on a better foundation that the modern world deserves, given everything that's been learned in the field of computing in that time frame.
That's a terrifyingly challenging engineering problem. And it seems like every version of Unreal Engine, the amazing teams behind it are willing to just throw away most of the code. Or maybe I'm being a little bit too dramatic, but basically throw away the old approaches and measurement program and start again, like with that night and Lumen. Just keep optimizing to the current hardware, but even like rethinking about that. Like rethinking, going from single threaded to multi-threaded, what is it? And that's the part we'll talk about and why maybe you have to rethink the programming language that's being used. So rethink a lot of things. That's fascinating. Can we just stick on Unreal Engine 5? So I watched the State of Unreal in GTC 2024. I was just giggling with excitement watching some of this stuff. So just if we can talk about different things here and nerd out a little bit. So people should go watch this video. They talk about the dirt. Just the ultra realistic, and this is for Marvel 1943, which is kind of putting the Marvel universe into Nazi occupied France in the winter. There's snow. And that's a moment in history that's a very intense moment in history, and it really creates the feeling and puts you there. And there's so much to that, including the snow. And just looking at the dirt is a really nice way to show how do you add a lot of details to the scene in real time that gives this experience like infinite detail. Like this is real. This is super real. And then I think in the talk they describe like what's entailed in the generation of the geometry, what's entailed in the lighting, all that stuff. Maybe can you speak about what are the components for people who might not know in like creating this ultra realistic texture, light, geometry, all of that. Like how Nanite, how Lumen all come together in beautiful orchestra to paint in real time the dirt. Nazi occupied France, 1943.
There's a lot happening here on the screen, and the real hero of this image isn't Epic. It's the artists and technical artists who work together to build this environment. And the reason we showed it at GDC was it went way, way beyond what we realized the system was capable of doing. largely because of the brilliance. And this is the magic of computer graphics. There's not one feature that makes this good. There's a dozen technical features that each interplay. Because of the ways that they interplay with each other, you really don't. It's hard to actually identify the individual components of it. One thing that's happening here is really critical. Oh yeah, now we're seeing it being turned off because the lighting happening. The lumen lighting system with the coloring scheme is doing different kinds of lighting calculations at different scales. This was the work of Daniel Wright following a decade of moving the state of the art of lighting forward. But his theory, which was rather controversial at the time, was that you have enough levels of lighting calculation, then you can get everything, global illumination working everywhere from the absolute highest levels of the scene, the buildings are casting correct shadows, all the way down to details like these all working in concert and without distinguishable boundaries. So there is quite a decade of foundational work there to make the lighting work. In particular, when you see the very detailed shadows interplaying between the ice and the dirt there, that screen's very exciting. There's actually shadow calculation going on, not based on the world, but on the pixels on the screen, because that is the only way that we can possibly do those calculations fast enough by using a pixel shader.
Watch this. Watch the objects. When you add the textures, the layering, all the shadows.
Yeah,
boy.
Actually, that makes an amazing thing, but the reason that works is counterintuitive. When somebody first explained it to me, I was like, that's really clever, but I don't think that would work. But it does work, because if you observe the positions of incoming lights and you know the z coordinates of the different pixels on the screen, you can figure out how geometry there is likely to include other geometry. And even though it's only an approximation, it isn't perfect. It looks perfectly good to the human eye. It gives you the subtle shadowing that you see in a scene like this that makes it look highly realistic. And the shadowing, of course, other things. There's also some really interesting things happening with the color here. I'm not even sure what's causing. It looks like colors leading from some parts of the snow onto other parts of the snow. It looks like there's subsurface scattering going on. I'm not even sure if that's being used in this scene. And then there's a material layering system for laying down layers of material, dirt, and snow and other things on the network. And then there's the light bouncing off of the geometry, which is another system for lighting on top of the global illumination system.
What about reflections? Does that count as light bounce? So there's a light bouncing off the stuff to light it up in different ways. And then there's also actual little reflections. And like we're looking at a puddle in the dirt.
Yeah, that's right. But the other is, of course, a number of different reflection techniques. One is calculating basically textures that capture all the lighting in the scene, and then bouncing that off of texture maps. You can see different lights bouncing off of different pixels in different ways, and then there's individual lighting casting reflections off of things too. And a lot of this is under the control of designers. And one of the things that's yet to do problem for the future is you don't just press a few buttons and kind of see magically appears. This is a lot of work from highly skilled people, not only building out this particular scene, but then setting up the material layers so that you get the dirt with the ice layered on top and all of the reflections work. And we need to make a number of technical art decisions to make this work. And if a novice didn't work very hard to build a kind of scene like this, it wouldn't look near this. So one of the challenges we have is to make building this kind of quality level even easier and more seamless and automatic. Like to just build a scene and say, use this material, you can have this appearance come out of it.
Yeah, and I mean, once you create the scene, we could do things. I don't know what they said, like can you turn off the headlights? And I forget. You could control the light. I mean, all of this we should say. This is dynamic. You can change the position of the light. Turn on the lights, get off the lights. It's incredible. This is all real time. The geometry, the lighting, the textures, all of it. Real time.
This is the power of awesome technical art, 3 decades of feature development, and you have to credit to also the 20 terabytes of graphics performance that NVIDIA is delivering. Thanks, NVIDIA. 90 megahertz to this. The 90 megahertz is 9 megaflops. This is 20 teraflops. That's a big change.
That's a lot. So one of the other things that they talk about in the presentation is about snow. So you have to, if you're talking about 1943 Nazi Germany in the winter, you know, you have to create a feeling, one of which is the season, the winter, cold. And you can control you have to cover everything in snow. And here show the ability to control how much snow comes. So that the ability to do that for the artist is incredible. But just to control how much snow you see dynamically like that. That's cool.
Yeah,
That's really cool.
it's a cool system for material land and a dozen pieces coming together here. You also notice there's fogginess and there's some objects emanating fog. An artist that didn't just arise automatically.
So that's called material layering. So the artist creates different materials layering with a layer of the scene.
Yeah, layer materials on top of each other and see how much of each material should be protruding in different places at the end of the transition. Like that.
And that's on top of the sort of geometry that creates the structure of the scene. And all the occlusions that have to be computed. Okay, I got to go to the other one, which is smoke. Damn, look at that.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a fire. There's a fire. Trash can. Smoke. And the shadows, the lighting shadow can play in the smoke. So this is real time.
Yeah, that's all real time.
What the hell? How do you do that? How do you do the smoke?
Well, there's a really powerful particle system underneath that's providing the technological foundation for this sort of thing. But there's awesome artistry on top of that, and an awesome physics engine powering it. It's hard to tell exactly what piece is doing what. You have several different particle systems there. There's one for the fire, and then there's another one for the smoke coming out of it. The really interesting thing happening with the smoke here is that it's occluding light. There's calculation of how the light should diminish as it travels through smoke, and so you're seeing the lighting on the smoke being really interesting thing. And there have been a lot of times. This was the first demo where I felt like this kind of smoke that really no longer looked like a video game. It looked like a burning trash can, billowing out dark smoke. It's the artist's sophistication. It's a very, very, very large part of it.
So yeah, again, it's like artists. But yeah, like that, I could watch that for a long time. There's something magical sitting around a fire in real life and just watching the fire and smoke. And humans have been doing that for, I don't know, hundreds of thousands of years maybe. And then that same, I was just staring at that. And I wish the people would just stop talking and I could just watch the fire. And that's the version. It's like I want to be there. I want to sit around that trash can with a fire and smoke and watch and maybe warm myself because I was also feeling cold because of the snow. You're really get immersed into the thing. I mean, it's true art. It's true art. It's just really wonderful stuff. But okay, so I gotta ask you about the humans. Talk about what's it like to create these scenes, but creating realistic humans is really tough. Can you speak to that? How to create ultra realistic humans? So you have an actor behind this, convey emotion, show the nuances and details of the faces. And maybe this is an opportunity to also mention meta-human as part of Unreal Engine.
Yeah, that's right. Humans are by far the hardest part of computer graphics because millions of years of evolution have given us dedicated brain systems to detect patterns in faces and infer emotions and intent. Because cavemen had to, when they see a stranger, determine whether they were likely friendly or they might be trying to kill them. And so humans, we people in the world have extraordinarily detailed expectations of a face, and we can notice imperfections, especially imperfections arising from computer graphics limitations. it becomes by far the hardest problem. So the MetaHumans effort is part of a decades-long initiative that Vlad Moskilovich, the most talented visual humans visionary in the world, has been working on for generations and generations of games, serving individual clients around the humans for a while and enjoying the ethic as part of the Free Lateral team, and leading now a worldwide effort to go with all of the technologies required to make visual humans realistic. Okay, one part is capturing humans, and so we built really advanced dedicated hardware to human and capture sphere with dozens of cameras and then taking high resolution, high frame rate video of them as they go through a range of motions. And then capturing the human face is complicated because the nuanced detail of our faces and how the muscles and sinews that work together to give us different expressions. So it's not only about the shape of a person's face, but it's also about the entire range of motion they might go through. Capturing one human requires a few hours of capture work in a dedicated environment like that, then thousands of hours of processing work to capture a precise and real-time replicatable version of that human in the environment. So one of the things that it's done is just capturing an actor or actress in the real world and then using the video. A much more interesting thing going on is capturing thousands of humans to form a data set. The goal is to encompass the entire range of faces in all of humanity. So going around every culture, every continent, every aim, and every face variety, and capturing representative people. So the entire range of faces is represented. And then being able to combine and merge those together to enable recreating an arbitrary face system never seen before. So one of the ideas is to capture giant amounts of this high precision data, and then you use it to reconstruct a face at a consumer level. Like maybe you take an iPhone photo of somebody's face and then capture a very accurate depiction of that, not by synthesizing then and there on that device, but by combining all of the known details of human faces to accurately capture the most accurate representation of that. So that's the data problem. There's a lot of other problems with computer graphics. There's technology for rendering hair, which is really hard because you can't render every. Again, we know the laws of physics. It would be easy to just render every hair. It would just be a billion times slow. So you need approximations to capture the net effect of hair on rendering on pixels without calculating every single interaction of every light with every strand of hair. That's one part of it. There's detailed features for different parts of faces. There's subsurface scattering because we think of humans as opaque, but really our skin is light travels through it. It's not completely opaque, and the way in which light travels through skin has a huge impact on appearance. This is why there's no way you can paint a mannequin to look realistic for a human. It's just a solid surface, and we'll never have the sort of detail that you see.
We should actually just wonder on that. That kind of blew my mind, like thinking through that. I think I heard that the oiliness of the skin creates very specific, nuanced, complex reflections. And then some light is absorbed and travels through the skin, and that creates, would it be fair to say, like micro shadows or something? It creates like textures that are humanizing to perceive, and it creates the thing that we consider human, whatever that is. And so you have to compute both that, the reflection, how light interacts with the oiliness of the skin, and how it is also absorbed in all of that while considering all the muscles involved in making the nuanced expression. Just the subtle squinting of the eyes, the subtle formation of a smile. It's a stupid, annoying subtlety of human faces you have to capture. Like the difference between a real smile and a fake smile. It's a way to show like beginning formation of a smile that actually reveals a deep sadness. All of that, like when I watch a human face, I can like read that. I can see that. Against the engineering and the artist, you have to have the tools that in real time can render something like that. And that's incredibly difficult. Anyway, sorry. So yeah, so there's a lot of this kind of complexity in just the lighting of a face.
That's right. Getting faces right requires the interplay of literally dozens of different systems and aspects of computer graphics. And if any one of them is wrong, your eye is completely drawn to that, and you find it on the wrong side of carrying the belt. So the level of perfection needed in this area is vastly, vastly higher than world rendering or graphs or any of these other things. With the shadow brain doesn't really care that much. But anything wrong with the human, it's totally jarring.
Can you speak more to the creation of digital humans with metahuman, both on the editor side, but the left side? It seems like, because I've watched a bunch of videos, a bunch of individual developers doing it, it's not too difficult to bring a human to life using the tooling that Unreal Engine editor provides.
There's two main tools. Compared to the old days where every face was created by hand by an artist from scratch. One is the metahuman creator tool for creating faces, where you have a huge number of parameters you can adjust to create a unique human by adjusting all the different capabilities of them. You can then get that out of metahuman creator and Unreal Engine, and you can add all kinds of computer graphics features. They're in the engine. You could add clothing using the cloth simulation system. You can adjust the hair and all these other parameters of the thing. And then there's MetaHuman Animator, a tool for animating a human based on a facial capture, which can be done in a device as simple as like an iPhone, and transfers captured animation to the human one, which is not straightforward. If the actor has one face shape and the character on screen has another face shape, the translation needs to be done from the actor's face is actually really sophisticated and not obvious. So if you just apply it literally, then it would be completely wrong from your point of view. So those are the main tools we're using now. And then within the Unreal Engine, then you have a face you have to be anything you want to it. And you could also, if you decide to go outside the metahuman geometry pipeline, you could build your own face, like any creature of any sort, and then use animation tools to animate it. But yeah, this is 30 years into a project. It's probably like 50 years in total to get to absolute photorealism and controllability for absolutely everything. So there's vast amounts of work still to do, and we don't feel like we've solved the problem at all. We just didn't, or it's a big productivity multiplier and a quality multiplier, but this is not in a state to say it's done.
But nevertheless, I've seen people use it pretty effectively. I saw it almost like plugins, maybe external services, where you can get the faces to approximate the mouth movement that's required to speak with it. Like that's a really useful feature.
Yeah, that's right. When you have an artist or actor in your studio and you're recording a specific performance, you can just capture the facial mesh and apply it. But if all you have is a voice recording, or you're generating a voice recording, or it's parametric or procedural or AI generated, then you need the system to translate that speech not only to movement of the mouth and lips, but also to facial expressions and voice. When we're speaking, it's our whole face is acting and emoting in different ways, and it's not just a mechanical motion.
So we spoke a bit about the magic behind the martial art geometry system. But can you speak a little bit to Lumen and in general what it takes to dynamically light in all the complicated ways, the faces, the scenes that we discussed? Like, what are some interesting things to you that make the magic of it happen?
Lumen is a system for global illumination. And it's supposed to calculate the interaction of light with the entire scene in a way that mimics reality. The first generation of engines that did lighting just said, well, the light casts light, and the surfaces it hits are lit, and the surfaces it doesn't directly hit are dark, and that's just all the techniques we have. So you'd have an area that wasn't really lighting. But in reality, light bounces around the entire scene dynamically. Whenever light hits a red wall, then most of the green light is absorbed, but the red light reflects off, and now it's hitting other things. So if you have a red wall with a white floor, light is bouncing off of the red wall into the floor, and now the floor is being turned red. And so the entire bouncing of light around the scene for multiple bounces is a critical challenge to solve here. And again, laws of physics are known, and so the complete solution to this was written down in the 1950s, I think. The real magic here in Lumen is this system that Daniel Wright developed over the course of many years based on ideas formed over a longer period of time to calculate the way lighting bounces around at different scales, ranging from the scale of miles or kilometers down to the scale of pixels and millimeters, and to not only calculate at each level but integrate seamlessly at each level to give the appearance of completely seamless and accurate lighting. And previous techniques were highly specialized, and artists had to make a decision for each light exactly what they did. The gold, Yeah, and a lot of the practice with now is you don't see any place lights in it, and it just works. So, to make it that much easier.
Yeah, I mean, we're watching, so it's like this blog post. Look at that, it's dynamically. I mean, we should say so. There's the indoors and the outdoors. To be able to dynamically compute the impact of outdoor light. Just look at how gorgeous that is. Just the lighting. Look, we're looking now at an image of a cave. So external light, like this, the intricate complexity of the insides of the cave.
Like in the real world, goes through a lot of bounces, and the effects of it are very, very subtle, but when you're not there, you miss them. Often the person can't point out why a scene is wrong, but they know it's wrong, and it's the lack of the subtle lighting piece of the scene here.
And, for great, just mentioned for great video games, but also for great films, lighting can make a film. I'm just looking at sort of a very dramatic lighting scene. Like imagine stepping into the scene. It's exciting, it's terrifying, and all of that is blue light. The interplay between light and darkness. It's incredible. It's really, truly, truly incredible. Like light is everything. And then with the power of the tooling in the hands of an artist, that's special.
Yeah, the industry's going through a massive evolution. So many supporting systems to make this awesome. But always artists.
But look at that reflections on smooth surfaces. Oh boy. Oh, look at how gorgeous that is.
Yeah, that's right. And you have to appreciate the algorithms quite a lot here. You can have a scene with a huge number of not just lights, but also bright objects to reflect light off of them. Every one of those has to be captured in reflections in order for it to be realistic. And you can't calculate every photon in the scene, so you need really detailed approximations. And that's the field of computer graphics. It's about increasingly effective approximations of the laws of physics, which are just totally impractical.
But the result of that graphics is a feeling, is an experience like the viewer. And it's just to me, as a fan of, well, let's say beauty in the world, it's exciting that we can create that synthetically, artificially, via graphics. And it blows wide open the possibilities of storytelling. So outside of video games, a lot of people are using Unreal Engine for movies, for films. And big congrats, I saw War is Over, a short film that was made with Unreal Engine, won an Oscar. So, that to be for something. So that's huge. The Oscar-winning film made with Unreal Engine. So what do you see as the future of the use of Unreal Engine in creating stories in film?
Increasing capabilities, productivity, the limiting factor in every one of these businesses is cost. And the more the engine can make their jobs easier, the more power that brings them. One of the big revolutions we've seen in Hollywood is moving away from doing computer graphics integration into a human scene with green screens to moving to these large LED wall panels with they're displaying real-time computer graphics powered by the Unreal Engine. And that's a massive improvement in quality. You can recognize the old green screen movies because the lighting of the characters is just wrong. And as much as they try to fix it up, it never really works. When you're filming in front of the LED panel, LED light emitters in front of you as well, the actor not only picks up all the lighting from the actual natural scene that they're supposed to appear in the movie, they also can look around and see it and they're aware of exactly what set they're acting in. And just the overall end result is that much higher. It's as much because the actors are able to do their jobs better, we've seen there, because the technologies enable a better lighting calculation and a better interplay of virtual light and real world light to make the end result awesome.
So there's a lot of excitement around generative AI. What do you think is the future of the interplay between what a human artist creates and what an AI system can create in Unreal?
I think a lot of people in the industry are overly optimistic about the rate of progress of AI for video and other things like that. The real problem is consistency. Like putting out an image is really high quality. But with video, over the course of seeing all the AI approaches have consistency issues going from one place to another. I don't think that those will just be remedied easily. Fundamentally, AI just doesn't have anything resembling an understanding of the entire scene and the entire arc of the maybe you're 5 there, and the entirety of the world around the node might affect the scene. Whereas game engines have that exactly where they need to be. And so I think what we're going to see in the space of world-class, high-quality productions isn't just everybody moves to AI. A large part of the human creatives contributing to that are obfuscated. I think what we're going to see is AI becoming a multiplying force on the power of human creators, making able to create better stuff more quickly and with higher quality end results. And I think, unlike the fields of generative 2D art and generative text art, I think the future of AI is much more complex and nuanced. And I think your interview with Mark Zuckerberg conducted in VR was really the first example of this. So you did this VR discussion that was capturing your faces and then rendering a completely 3D computer graphics model of your faces. And then the end result was patched up by an AI image enhancer that was able to add an awful lot of the missing subtleties that are lost by normal computer graphics rendering. And that's the first step. You can imagine the output of Unreal Engine being enhanced by an AI pixel shading post processor is one thing. You can imagine creation of objects being enhanced, especially matching up high-quality objects that are already been created. Epic's Quixel team went around the world and scanned tens of thousands of real-world objects at extremely high levels of quality. They had everything from rocks to trees to archaeological finds and so on, all captured there. And we have an awesome library of them on the Fab content site. What it's missing is the ability to create arbitrary amounts of new content. And I think using data like that and AI to create completely new trees that meet your specifications from all of the knowledge that's going up with high quality scan trees is going to be really valuable. And, but I don't see this reducing the need for people or the role of people. Rather, I think it actually is probably an enhancer on that. I can't help but think when I go on Amazon and Netflix to watch a movie, a lot of linear content, and most of it isn't very good because of the limitations of the media and the budgets and of other things. If we can use AI as an enhancer on that, then everybody's going to have even more opportunity than they have now. Every single technological revolution has changed the way that people work, but it's ultimately created more opportunity for people. And there are pundits predicting stuff might be less. I think just the opposite. I'm an optimist on this. I'm an optimist that it's going to create opportunity for everyone.
Do you think it would be possible to use generative AI to create dynamic objects, like you mentioned, trees, in the Unreal Engine world, to create meshes and textures and empower the creator to create faster? Use meta knobs, like hyperparameters, very nuanced, where you can control much faster the look of the face, the look of the tree, all that.
Yeah, I think that's the central challenge of the next decade of game engines and AI, content creation of all sorts. Because you have two very different models of the world that are emerging. There's the scene graph. The technical term we use to describe the set of all of the objects in the world in a 3D world maintained by Unreal Engine or another engine. So in the videos you saw, it's the rocks and the trees and the snow and the bridge and the people and all of these things. And each one has enormous amounts of texture maps. Some are sound files, some are animation files, and enormous amounts of detail all stored there in that procedure. And this precise computer graphics representation that enables rendering at any perspective, any settings, and so on. It's a completely general system that has complete context about the state of the world at this point. So you can always precisely reproduce it. If you play the same scene 10 times in a row, it's always the same. It's never randomly changing. You're like, oh no, why did this character's face change? But it's also rather limited because you have to build everything manually. That's costly, and it's time consuming, and requires expertise. And then you have this other model of the world, which is what AI sees or thinks. If we could peer into what's really happening in its parameters, there's something like the mushy connections of neurons in the brain. It has a vast amount of knowledge about the world and about graphics and about images and about people and about everything else. It's stored in a human incomprehensible form, but it can be abstracted through queries, asking it to produce an image for a prompt, video for a prompt, whatever. But the huge problem with that is it's very data. We don't know how to give it a command that will give us a precise result. And if it produces one image one time and we change our prompt slightly, it might produce something completely different. We're unable to argue it. And so it's this completely untamed tool. I think when we figure out more and more ways to merge these and connect these two together, you can imagine AI enhancing the process of content creation and a traditional scene representation. You can imagine the scene representation compared with the AI, so the AI not only sees the prompts, but also here's a list of all the objects in the world, characteristics, and so on. It can learn more about how those objects live and interact. If you get a constant feedback cycle going back and forth between an engine, AI, I think you can get the best of both worlds. Stable scenes, but also the higher productivity of being able to get content out, and the ability to select specific parts of it and art direct those, and to have those art directions stick and be recognized as part of this permanent scene representation.
Yeah, I can't wait until AI can operate not in the space of pixels, but in the space of scene graph. Creating objects in the scene graph, whether it's like you mentioned audio or any of the things that you mentioned about that empower the creator. Yeah, that's a super exciting future. I wonder if you could speak to a fear that people have on this topic of artists, engineers, fear of losing their jobs, being replaced by AI. Are there words of hope you could offer them?
This is certainly the most extreme example of it because AI is so far ahead of prior technologies, but similar fears were had in every other industry. There's a fear that visual music synthesis would obsolete musicians, and there's a very brief period of time in which songs with visual music instruments, like the early mini modes and Yamaha synthesizers, weren't allowed to win certain music industry awards because they weren't considered real music. And then, over time, people were educated and realized, these are just instruments people are playing, and they're just wrong them to stay what they did before. There's similar questions about computer art built in Photoshop really art, or is it just good people did stuff? I think nowadays people are being expect. I think if you look at just the tools that exist in Photoshop, some of them are pretty sophisticated. And nowadays with AI features, I think AI is ultimately going to be another tool in the art tool set. And I think it's going to become a more powerful, directable, and human-serving tool in the future. And I think a lot of the alienation from the prompt either being immensely powerful, giving you an entire creation, but then being completely unwilling to let you control the nuances. That feels alienating. You give it an image, but you're like, replace this part of it, take that out to green, and you can't do it. Often it can't be convinced with any number of words in the prompt. And that makes it feel like the computer is taking control away from us, humans and artists, and is refusing to do what we want and has its own opinion. It feels like I think when we have much, much, much more nuanced control of it, artists can do and let's enhance this object, do this, do that, do that. I feel it's like it's not the tools that exist in Photoshop in some ways compared to paintbrush or superpowers already. AI will come to like that. Will increasingly serve creators creating and enhancing the work in a way that feels a natural extension of their own bodies and minds.
And of course, there is a real human pain to layoffs. There is a hyper on AI, and companies might try to implement AI systems, and instead of doing layoff a bunch of folks, and that the pain that those folks feel is real. I think there's always going to be pain with these kinds of transformations that's happening. And it's a terrible pain. Pain in general in the human experience is terrible. But I think I'm personally excited by the human AI collaboration that you described, the whole process. I think if you just keep being open to using the tools, constantly trying the cutting edge tools, how they can make you more productive, how can they empower you as a creator, as an artist, or as an engineer, I think you're going to just keep winning.
Yeah, there's a lot of complicated trends underway, and it can be hard to break them down and distinguish. And I think a lot of people, the theories that get the biggest traction on social media often don't capture the real underlying motive forces that play there. But I think AI involved in code production will probably create a net benefit for the need for humanity to be involved in coding. It may change parts of jobs, but I don't think it's going to obsolete anybody willing to learn new ways of doing things. And it's always been this way, and I think that there's also a lot of overhype in AI. AI is really great at spewing out code. That's something that a million GitHub repositories already did because it has learned the underlying pattern. It's notoriously hard to get to do something new. It hasn't been done before, especially when it's a complex task. And the bigger amount of code you ask AI for, the more it leaves you with just a mess. So it sort of works, right? And that's the problem with code. It's like 99% works with the 1%. It might be harder to get to 100% with AI than with everybody who's looking at this topic should actually try using the coding assistance on hard problems and see how to do there.
Yeah, I think it, for me personally, it makes it more fun and faster to generate boilerplate code. So I can focus on the harder decisions, harder big picture decisions, and harder innovative decisions, and all that kind of stuff. And it just makes programming more fun for me because they're less fun.
Yeah.
I have, like, even when it gives the wrong code, I feel like, oh, okay, well, that's the way to do it. That's interesting. Then you could talk to it. Yeah, that shows something about the programming experience that it isn't hard sometimes.
The topic of boilerplate code is an interesting one because the mere existence of boilerplate code is a failure of programming language, and the idea of creating software modules, right? You ask AI to create a sorting function, great. Now use another sorting function that might be buggy alongside the million others that different people have written. It would be better to have a sorting function that's been written, tested, and optimized, and everybody relies on it. More modular software, I think, will actually reduce the opportunity of AI. As people doing programming will largely be solving unique problems, they're actually hard problems in themselves and not just connecting other widgets.
Yeah, I think as in many cases, AI will just help improve the human systems by shining a mirror to ourselves. I have to apologize for the podcast question ahead of time, but we've been, let's talk about the metaverse broadly, the component of the idea of the metaverse. We'll talk more specifically what that means today, but we've been talking about simulating reality better and better and better. So the podcast question is, what does it take to simulate reality to the level we see around us today? How far away from that are we to simulate this ultra-realistic, immersive, fun reality that Earth is? What does it take?
We're going to get shockingly close over the coming years, certainly less than 20 years. If you look at the progress, what areas where we have achieved total photorealism and what areas where we fall short, we're getting very close. And all non-human interactions you see in the world, walking through the jungle, the city, all the lighting, it's very close, and that might be just a few years away. But then all the problems that involve human dialogue and intent have a much, much, much higher bar that we need to satisfy our brains, and especially they're realistic and more real. And I think that's going to be the primary challenge, graphics development and simulation development over the coming decade.
So the realistic humans, that's going to be fun. Yeah, so and visual and behavior too. So everything.
Yeah, I was asked about this about 10 years ago, and I said that even if you gave us an infinite amount of computing power, we couldn't simulate realistic humans because we simply don't have the algorithms. We have no idea how to simulate human intelligence. And that was absolutely the case then, but it's not really true anymore. What we're seeing with generative text AI is not only at a level that you could say that it's actually doing a pretty good job of simulating human, at least at humans at the text level. Not at the emotional level yet, but at least at the level of words spoken. And find more and more ways of creating more and more scenarios that you might have a very, very compelling human simulation going on in the next 5 years even. I'm not saying it's a good idea, but I think the arc of the technology is inextricably heading in that way, and it's heading at a shocking rate.
We don't say this enough, but the current state of LLMs, I mean, if you put Alan Turing in conversation with ChatGPT, I mean, it really passes the Turing test. Like, almost definitively passes the Turing test. Of course, we keep raising the bar. Well, Turing does know what it is, so we just keep raising the bar for AI, where it's always going to be lesser than Yeah, you have increasingly ultra realistic faces and bodies combined with increasingly moving and powerful, full of emotion, speech text. One of this major company called Rabbi that does text to speech. Well, there's companies that specialize in bringing text to life. Right? That's going to increase. Different companies do that very well. And so, and then all of a sudden you have this synthetically created scene where a human is speaking, and you're moved to the point of tears because of this scene. Beautifully lit face, and the full darkness, the emotion, the drama of the scene. Yeah, I think, so you're saying 5, 10 years.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we'll definitely see it in our lifetimes.
Increasing the level of consciousness in that question. Do you think we might live in a simulation? And if we do, how hard would it be to build such a simulation where we're fully convinced we're.
Well, I don't think that these questions are necessarily unanswerable. I'd like to see more actual effort to ascertain like what is the underlying mechanism of the universe. And I don't think we're here for no reason at all. I think the world's a pretty cool place, and the fact that we can exist and the laws of physics, and especially in a standard model of physics and all the parameters that lead to atoms and life evolving and presence and thermodynamic gradients. That's really cool. I think that it's a worthy field to study more fundamentalistically. I don't know, the question of are we living in a simulation ourselves always boils down to, well, we are living in a simulation, where are they living in? Because at some point there has to be some basic reality. Or, one of the philosophical theories that was more seriously was that there is no physical reality. If you have a system of equations, such as laws of physics, then all possible evolutions of dynamical systems under these equations might have a physical reality. So we just are kind of a manifestation of laws of math rather than needing an actual universe around us.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I like dabbling in that philosophy. As we get see AI becoming smarter and smarter, and we get closer and closer to really capturing the full laws of physics, these questions become quite a lot more compelling.
You start to think, if we're not living, what are the things about this reality that are not simulated? So, what are the mysteries around us? It feels like the physics is simulated, but it feels like a lot of the incredible stuff that we talked about, while super nice, seems simulated. But then there's the flame of consciousness, the feeling, whatever that is that lights up in our eyes as human. Maybe that's not. Maybe that is the thing. Maybe that's a thread that connects to the explanation of the mechanism that's specific to the universe. It's really important to understand the conclusion on that mechanism. A lot of the religious texts sneak up on what that mechanism is, but we're still mostly clueless. We only have these leaps of faith and believe what that mechanism might be.
So, the whole idea of nested simulations is correct. Given a sufficiently advanced technology, it's kind of limited, such that if you wanted to simulate another reality, you're not just actually creating reality. You're doing quantum mechanical operations that would produce the same result anyway, and you're running them at full performance. So it's not really a nested simulation, it's just another thing that's happening in the universe. So that would be interesting, but I think it's ultimately a theological question, because it's no longer cool to deal with theology as part of science. There's not been much work on that. You can't publish results on those topics in a respected physics journal, so I think it's kind of been set aside. But it's interesting to note that the laws of quantum mechanics themselves have a place for God or souls or whatever external source of input you might want to attach to such a thing, and that that there's this idea of quantum wave function collapse, that when we look at a quantum system involving a perfect superposition of many possibilities, and you guys observe it, you actually just see a specific possibility that in a multi-slit experimental light ultimately ends up being observed one set or the other. And that's a place where there's this random number being injected into everything around us, trillions and trillions and trillions of times per second with everything we're observing. If you want to attach some external input, well, there's a place.
Yeah, it could be serious and accessible to the rigors of science. We just know so little there.
Yeah, it's funny. In that area, we know nothing more than cavemen. laws of quantum mechanics, and we have computers that may be soon more advanced than we are. But we just don't have any answers to the fundamental questions about life, the universe, and everything.
Do you think, sort of more practically, do you think we'll create video game worlds of the metaverse variety which humans will want to stay? So, I mean, to me, this kind of discussion is in reality, the real test of immersion is like not wanting to go back to the world. As a perfectly healthy, excited, normal human being, choosing to stay in that world, how hard is that?
I think the technology is coming, and then there's a human question of should we go that far?
Should we? Yeah.
And certainly, as a game developer ourselves, I think that's the smart thing to have. We make fun games, and the ultimate manifestation that we found is fun games that people play together. They have fun in between, work and the other things in their real lives. But as simulations get more and more realistic, and the capabilities become more and more real, and I think we have to ask ourselves some hard questions about how should humanity operate in that space. What are the limits that we should active and what are the limits we should set?
Yeah, I think there's going to be some hard questions. I think maybe I'm just being human-centric here. There should probably be some legal bounds on two things. Not creating a reality which humans would want to stay too long. So yeah, focusing more on the game side. And more importantly, not creating simulations of humans that can suffer. To me, as we talk about creating ultra-realistic humans, eventually that means creating humans that can suffer, that can fall in love and experience heartbreak and loss, that can fear death. And the more you simulate that to the full reality of the human condition, the more you get to this place where you have a submitted humans that is able to suffer. And I think, legally speaking, I think you have to get to a place where that's not allowed. That there is a line you can't cross. And that's a hard thing for humans to deal with. But that's going to be some interesting Supreme Court cases. Once you create a human sufficiently realistic to where they can suffer, means that human can be tortured. And do terrible things to that human. That's artificial, quote unquote. Boy, that still feels wrong. I don't know what that is. It feels wrong to torture a simulated human. Now, when you play a video game and it's a shooter and everybody's having fun, that doesn't feel wrong. There's a line, and that's going to be a fascinating line for the Supreme Court to explore. Oh man, what an exciting explore!
Yeah. The thing to appreciate is that game developers have just generally been on the spirited side of things. Given the worst things that people do in popular video games today, such as what Rothschild and GTA. But it's clearly fictional and all in fun and not serious and over the top. As things get more realistic, especially with simulation of humans, there are some hard questions that will have to be answered there. But I think the thing that all game developers need to remember is we're here to make people's lives better by entertaining them, providing them with fun and a diversion from other things, and being a part of their lives, and not trying to be too big, but being too much. We're not trying to provide an alternate to reality, but to provide a fun source of entertainment, like the many other things that people do for fun.
So you spoke then, like I mentioned, about the metaverse for many years. Let's step back. What is the metaverse? Speaking of fun, Fortnite, just hundreds of millions of people just enjoy themselves in this huge scale social game. You could call it a metaverse. Maybe you could describe the different flavors, the layers of how you see what the metaverse is.
The metaverse is an idea whose price goes up and down depending on who says what on what day. gaming experience is you and your friends getting together in a 3D world and having fun together in any way you want. Yeah, if you're playing Fortnite Battle Royale, I can imagine that is capturing the essence of the metaverse. And it's especially in Fortnite when we got so many on board, so all players, all platforms in Fortnite can play together, the voice chat together, and be part of the single game experience. It really took on a new nature, which was not just like a multiplayer game with heritage from Doom, but also a true social experience between you and your friends. Um, and yeah, Fortnite Battle Royale is just one manifestation of that. Another one is like Rec Room VR, where you're standing around in VR with friends playing billiards and or shooting hoops and doing other like light entertainment things. I think every game that has a huge number of players play together socially as part of their entertainment lives. I think is really getting at the core essence of the aspiration for the metaverse. And we're still in the very early days of it. I was on the internet in like 1992 or so, and it was a pretty bare bones thing. I think when we look back at the state of gaming today, we'll realize that there's a lot further to go to get the ultimate version of it. But I think it's all on track. I think with the time we released Fortnite Battle Royale, we started playing together, all the people had epic and squads and experiencing that world. We realized that this trend was afoot, and we needed to do everything we could to bring in other creators. Anybody could pile on to the work we were doing by creating their own worlds through Fortnite Creative and UDFM and creating more games and more genres that people would play and ever expanding the repertoire of fun.
Yeah, I would love to sort of talk about different aspects of that a little bit more because Epic has created a lot of amazing games. I mean, we're trying to make Gears of War, but the game that I think is fair to say that transformed the gaming industry was Fortnite Battle Royale especially. Can you explain the origin story?
Well, Fortnite has humble beginnings. In 2011, just in the final days of finishing one of the Gears of War games, and we wanted to explore ideas for new games. And we had a general idea that we would like to build some smaller games, online games, in order to learn more about that space, and not just have one single massive game in production at all times and everywhere. And so that everybody in the company was given a week to form a team, work with whichever co-workers they wanted, and build a game using Unreal Engine. So you can actually build something pretty interesting. And one of the teams built the very first version of what became Fortnite. The very first version of it had a different art style, but it had the idea at the core that we're going to build forts by day using this building system. Then night would come, and you find the forts against zombies. And the longer you could go, the more elaborate forts you could build, and the more survival waves you could withstand, and it would get cooler and cooler with time.
Nice.
And that game was in development for a very long time. And we always saw the potential. Just the building aspect of it was incredibly fun. But we made different pivots at different times. At one point, we moved to the current Fortnite art style, but away from the more realistic style. Made it more in the Pixar vein of cool stylized characters.
What was that decision like? Because what you mentioned, Gears of War is this like incredible, shows off the graphics, the coolest, different than the artistic style of Fortnite. It's amazing that the same company make this like fun, silly graphic style of Fortnite.
People come to Epic because they want to work with the best people in the world. And artists bring a lot of different personal art aspirations and styles. Many of them very multi-talented, produce photoreal content or highly stylized content. And a lot of the best artists on Fortnite were a lot of the best artists in Gears of War too. Team styles, but they need to involve some work. We realized that Fortnite could be really mainstream and that the game people play for a long time. So having a more visually pleasing art style that's not as stressful as like a Call of Duty game. You're constantly like pixel hunting in a dark scene for somebody's rifle scope. That was the goal. So a few of the artists got through and defined new art styles and at different points it evolved towards being kind of like a light MMO, like Destiny, rather complex RPG and stat systems. And that evolved into kind of an MMO-like tower defense game. MMO, persistence, items, and stats. Which became Fortnite Save the World Day, which we launched in early 2017. And it was a moderate success. It paid its budget, and we come out ahead. And then at the same time, the Battle Royale genre was booming. PUBG had just come out. Tons of people had were playing that. Right? Oh, it's so cool if they had Fortnite building. And so we assembled a team in a war room, 30 people in one big room. They worked insanely hard for 4 weeks to build Battle Royale. So the nice thing is all the content for Fortnite has been built over the previous 7 weeks. It's a huge library of content, but no gameplay of the type you want. It is built it all in that 4 weeks, and that put Epic on an exponential growth curve where we went from 300 employees to thousands of employees. It went from $100 million in revenue to billions of dollars in revenue, and it became the center of the game at the time.
He actually speaks to the technical challenge of going from mostly a non-online, large-scale gaming platform to being able to support the Battle Royale a huge number of people playing with each other at the same exact time. Like, what's the technical, 4 weeks, what's the technical challenges there that had to be overcome?
Since 2012, we've been building online backend systems to support player accounts and login, and all of these systems there need to make a multiplayer game. We're building them to be scalable. And by some miracle, we built them stably enough that they were able to scale up. And so the online team was responsible for patching that code, spent a year of intense work getting it to scale from like 40,000 concurrent users to 15 million concurrent users.
Yeah, I mean, they're scaling. That's a lot.
It's immense. But they've done such an awesome job of building the foundations that it was tractable. It was doable. If they hadn't done that, then the company would have died. Fortnite just wouldn't have been playable, and the whole thing would have failed.
There's so much detail there that makes all the difference, because that's what Spotify has talked about, that like the latency. It's like how quickly you can deliver the song changes the product from being a shitty thing that I'd rather pirate the songs to, like, this is good enough to where I really enjoy the experience, I want to use it. It's like, yeah, that's really important to create an experience with 15 concurrent users to where where it's not lagging, where it actually works. Right? Is there something you could say to us, like how difficult that is to pull off?
The trend nowadays for building online services is microservices. There's not one big server that handles all the interactions with Fortnite. There's game servers running 100-player game instances for each Battle Royale session, and then there's an account server and many instances of it all talking to a shared database. And there's hundreds of different microservices talking to each other. And so scaling is a matter of identifying what are the bottlenecks in that system and making sure that each one can scale and has enough redundancy to be able to handle the load. Thank God for Amazon Web Services and cloud hosting, because at that point, to 15 million concurrent users without buying any server hardware, we were able to just call up Amazon and say we need more. And there was a period of time there where Fortnite was undergoing this exponential growth, and we find that 1 week we ran out of servers in Brazil during the heavy weekend of play. And next week we had an even heavier weekend of play, and there were servers to handle. Like, somebody at Amazon had dropped up millions of dollars of server hardware into Brazil and turned it on just in time for Fortnite to need it. And there are a lot of unsung heroes in that story that you've never heard of.
Yeah, guy named US. It's like so much of those folks are not about all the incredible services, the games, the services that we take for granted are currently being run on AWS or original and Google Cloud and so on. Yeah, can you speak to how much money Fortnite made? So this is like one of the greatest successes of the history of the
Fortnite makes billions of dollars a year. It's the majority of that that's revenue. We have a robust business around Unreal Engine licensing, Rocket League, and Fall Guys, and some other tools that like to add content marketplace. But the majority of it is Fortnite, because we've chosen to reinvest heavily in building what we think is the future of technology. We're spending more every year than we're making. And for a bit of time, we were spending over $1 billion a year more than we were making. And we found that to be unsustainable, and we went through some painful layoffs at that time. And then we stabilized, and now we're spending several $100 million a year more than we're making, which we can very well afford to do because we have billions of dollars in the bank, thanks to the combination of profits we made. We were a very small company with a very big game, and because of the investment we raised. We're not an oil well pumping oil out of the ground where we discovered oil. We are growing to the future technology powerhouse when we think of the 3D space and future real-time 3D simulations. It's going to be one of the major facets of technology looking at, and we're all invested in it.
Yeah, it's exciting to see that you're investing in a long-term future, so taking the risk of doing the research and defining the next chapter. So using the successes of the day to invest into the successes of tomorrow, that is very different, like completely different. And part of that is investing in the development, the research, and the innovation in the hardware engine.
That's right. We're a company that can start working on a project and we won't reach fruition or make any money from it at all for 3 years, 4 years, 5 years. We're totally okay with that. And that's the cycle that's fueled our growth over time. It's constantly investing in the future and being a serious company, doing serious R&D side by side with shipping and maintaining products and earning money from them.
So can you speak to, there's several directions here. So one of them, the future evolution of this idea of the metaverse. So potentially creating communities. So Fortnite is this incredible, huge community of humans interacting. But your vision is to go outside of just one game. So what is the kinds of standards that you're thinking about building such that people can sort of have an identity, almost travel between games, that kind of thing?
Let me start with the present of gaming and why it sucks.
That's a good start. Sure.
Fortnite is an awesome thing. You go into Fortnite, there's 100 million monthly active users there. A huge number of your own friends are there. You play with them. Go from experience to experience seamlessly without leaving the app. There are 100,000 different islands you can play on. It's really awesome. And there are constant new ones coming out. Constant things to do. If you want to play Roblox, all right, you put out the Fortnite app, launch the Roblox app, different program, different friend system, different account names. Your username in Fortnite and your username in Roblox are different names. You're not connected to each other. So you have to remake all of your friends, find different things to play, and now controls are different. So you have to relearn how the joystick, mouse, keyboard, controller works in that experience, and you have to go from place to place. You buy some stuff in Fortnite, and it's really cool, and you can use it anywhere in Fortnite. You go to Roblox, and you don't have that stuff. You have to buy different stuff, and that stuff only works in Roblox. Same with Call of Duty. It's another isolated place. And same with World of Warcraft, and same with League of Legends. And every place you go is its own unique place, different friends, different account names, different people, and there's no social cohesion between them at all. And a long time ago, Console set out to solve this problem by creating their console-wide friend system accounts. Friends on PlayStation in one game, friends on PlayStation with other games. But only on PlayStation. If you're on Xbox, you can't see PlayStation friends. And so you have two basically orthogonal and cross-cutting divisions of the world into fiefdoms, which were not created with bad intentions, with the ROS and the separated, isolated islands. One's the platform, and their social services, Xbox, PlayStation, Nintendo, Steam, Epic, and the other are games. Because of this weird historical artifact, we're left in a world where people can't seamlessly move from games to games, breaking friends. So the solution to this is to federate and connect all of the systems together. All of the players on all platforms can be recognized by their name. And put the @ sign in it, so your Xbox names and your Fortnite or Epic names and your Steam names can all live together and operate together. The unified centralized system is one thing that needs to happen. The next and bigger challenge is to unify the economy. I'm not talking about like the sword you have in World of Warcraft. Every game's going to have its own gameplay rules, and a lot of games are going to have stuff. But there's a huge set of games that have in common the idea of a cosmetic system that does not affect gameplay outcomes, but it's purely cool looks and cool appearances. most of the major multiplayer games have them. And if you look at the games, you could probably bundle together about 70% of them and say they're similar enough that they could actually interoperate. You could own an outfit in Fortnite, own an outfit in Roblox, and own the same outfit in maybe Call of Duty, and maybe 100 or 200 other games, and actually expect they would work together. And you find other kinds of items are probably interoperable too. Fortnite has car outfits, so you can, buy different appearances in a car. If you find a physical car in the world of Fortnite, if you're the first person to get into that session, boom, it takes on your chosen car cosmetic. And now you have a cool car. It's identifiable as yours. We realized early on with Fortnite that the key to making Fortnite work as a creator economy was to open up the revenue from the item shop to all those sources of engagement. Right? There are two big things happening in Fortnite to make it work as a product and as a business. One is the game modes, Fortnite Battle Royale, and all the user modes and everything else are sources of engagement. People play there because it's super fun. And because they're playing there, they're willing to buy cool stuff to make their characters look cool. And so you have all of these sources of engagement. But these sources of engagement don't make money directly. You can't spend money in Fortnite Battle Royale to buy the game. Like everything's, the gameplay is not pay to win, and it's all just a game. So you make money from the item shop. The item shop only exists because of the sources of engagement. If you weren't playing Battle Royale, trust me, nobody would want to buy a Fortnite outfit. If you weren't playing any Fortnite games, why would you buy Fortnite outfits? And so you have all the revenue in this item shop economy and all the engagement in this engagement economy. And the thing that magically makes the Fortnite creator economy is the revenue sharing. Item shop spending, according to sources of engagement, by engagement. If you buy an item and you play, 40% of your time in Battle Royale and 60% of your time in these user modes, the money you spend, the portion of that that's profit can be separated out and paid out to all the different creators who participate in that economy. And that's why Fortnite scaled up to a $400 billion creator economy. That's how far it's growing. One of the really critical things we aim to do in designing that is ensure it's a creator economy. You could scale it to other companies, other ecosystems. And say, right now we have many industry standards bodies. One standardized game ratings, age ratings, opinions. Another standardized file formats for the web. Another standardized in file formats for 3D kernels in the metaverse standards form. If we had a standards body standardize what are portable outfits in games, game outfits you buy in one game and work in another. What are their dimensions and what are their capabilities? What can you do and what can't you do and so on. Then you can have an item economy where every game agrees to respect each other's item purchases of that sort, and revenue is shared between ecosystems as well.
Yeah. Is there, first of all, just seems silly. Maybe for people who don't play video games, but it out. It's very important. If an outfit can be persistent across video games, what's the purpose? Like, why do we wear clothing? Clothing is a part of our identity. It's how we present ourselves to the world. It's, I wear this stupid suit and tie. It feels good. It feels good when I put it on. And even like the other outfit I've got is this, and then the black t-shirt and jeans. And it feels good to wear that. It feels like me when I look in the mirror. Okay, I know that guy. And to be able to have that outfit go from game to game, maybe across years, that would be wonderful. I wonder if you could just even comment, could there also be another standardization about the value for more complicated items? Sort of, take a sword from Diablo and transfer it to a gun in Fortnite, but based on the value, some generic concept of money, or the value of the thing in one game versus the value of the thing in another game, where you're almost operating in this space of value versus the actual items. Or is that already getting too general?
I think this can be done. We did a lot of analysis of the Fortnite economy and found that some Fortnite experiences need to correlate with higher spending than others. And Battle Royale is is relatively strong in that area because you see your character from behind and see all of your other characters from the front. You get lots of opportunities to see who you are and remote and interact with other players. A lot of games have that characteristic. One funny anomaly stood out. There's this game that was one of the big breakthroughs in Fortnite, Only Up. It's a game where you just climbing up and up by calling pads and stacks of objects, and it was just stupid fun. Everybody loved it. We found people weren't spending a lot of money on outfits when they were playing. It's kind of intuitive, actually. Like, you're not seeing other players. Like, if you see anything, like, you're seeing their butt as you're like, trying to catch up to them, jumping from object to object, and they're above you. And so, it wasn't at all outfits very much. But you can determine the economic correlation between the game mode and spending.
That's so fascinating. I mean, Fortnite is this gigantic economy where you can do those kinds of stuff. And markets, digital markets, as they emerge amongst humans, they want the value. And from that value, you can probably have a very stable money that emerges.
I think so. You don't need like an alternate currency system. Unfortunately, a bunch of ideas were completed because people were trying to hype up different things. But this idea of scale multiplayer social gaming, that notion of the metaverse, there's 600 to 800 million people playing that kind of game every month. So that's real and that's happening. And it's very much underway. VR is a much smaller audience. I don't think you need VR to have anything like this. Like, VR is hardware that may or may not enhance the experience for some reason. For some, it will probably be better, and for some, it will probably be worse. But certainly, there's not any kind of battle royale players flocking to VR. The other thing is NFT is trying to equate digital or cryptocurrency to the metaverse. Like, well, it's just a way of denoting money or value exchange. You can do that with money, or you can do it with NFTs and whatever. But there's nothing about this future digital economy that fundamentally requires cryptocurrency or whatever. What you need is interoperability. Interoperability can happen through a blockchain, it can happen through a database, it can happen through standards bodies, defining standards and protocols. And we've been doing it for hundreds of years. It's the railroad standardized, and it's not something that totally requires a novel technological solution.
Yeah. I mean, even on the topic of cryptocurrency, it's very frustrating. Blockchain and cryptocurrency is a really powerful technology that I think can enable a lot of the things that we're talking about. But so many people use it to try to make money, create these bubbles and the hype and the meme coin and so on and so forth. That becomes much less about that drifts far away rapidly from things that are actually of value, which is the experience of playing Fortnite and how you look when you play Battle Royale. I think it's all ridiculous to say, but it's true. That's valuable. That's like, you have like gold, physical space. We know that holds value. How your outfit looks like in Fortnite, as you're saying, holds value. So you want to connect like a standard definition of money and value to that, and not let it become this hype thing, which NFTs that you mentioned become that. That it quickly drifts away into the land of the people trying to buy and sell, trying to make money, versus like staying close to the thing that people actually value. To get the money, it's more about exchanging valuable experiences with things of value, so you can play Fortnite and then go to another video game and continue the valuable experience, and then come back to Fortnite and do that. So you're saying there might be a way to do that, and to basically create standards, where you look at different standards for displaying websites, those kind of stuff, and the communication that's required on the networking side. So all the different standards that make the web work, there need to be those kinds of standards. Like, what would those standards look like to enable the metaverse?
We need a lot of different things. The one area where the standards bodies have been very successful in creating working standards implemented by all the major entities today is low-level file formats for data interchange. The web has PNG files for 2D images, and P3 files for audio. And 3D has the Pixar USD file format, the universal scene description, which is a description of the scene graph, the entire set of objects in the scene and all the parameters in the engine that supports those features, but import that and then render the same scene as the engine they came from. Large parts of this work across Unreal Engine, Unity, Blender, and all of these 3D packages of different sorts. And there's the GLTF texture format, which stores texture and other low-level data for 3D objects. When you see a Fortnite character, that file format, together with the image file formats, can store their static appearance, their the shape of their body, even their animations, and their different poses, prints of them, different standard file formats that store all of the sounds they make in their emotes, but we're still missing a bunch of pieces. The biggest missing piece is the programming language that's at the center of standardizing the metaverse. Now, if you look at the web is a combination of a bunch of different technologies. The two biggest ones are HTML, which describes the 2D scene graph, or the 2D layout of controls and objects in the web page. But that's just static data. It's just non-moving, non-animating. And then you have the JavaScript programming language, which is used to manipulate that, to display things to the user, and to implement anything you could implement. It's a little programming language that runs in the web browser. And the metaverse needs something that performs that similar role. But the metaverse and 3D gaming in general needs something that's rather more powerful, more safe, more scalable, and more capable than JavaScript. Because the metaverse is actually a more difficult technical problem than a web page. A web page, like an app, is just a single bundle of code and content that somebody, the company, has prepared. And they release it, and it stays exactly what it is until they release a new version. There's upgrades from version to version as it goes. But the metaverse needs to be a composite of code and content built by millions of different people that could potentially form a seamless world together.
Yeah, it's fully distributed, collaborative. First of all, also the amount of data, and it doesn't have to be that way, but websites that show very little information. In the metaverse, even if it looks like something like Fortnite, just the amount of information that's conveyed in the scene graph as the individual players are collaborating is a huge amount.
Yeah, the highest detail of Fortnite updates come out to about 60 gigabytes of data. And that's just a small part of what exists in the Fortnite creative economy. And if you look at what this might be in the decade as standards emerge, but exabytes of data out there, Fortnite Battle Royale is, I don't think, the ultimate manifestation of gameplay that will ever be embedded. What we've seen time and time again is that as we gain more technical capabilities, graphics, it's more capable, CPUs become more performant, web services become ever more scalable. We see new genres of games that emerge that weren't possible before. Doom ushered in the era of deathmatch, the first time 3D multiplayer game was even possible at all. Early Battle Royale games starting about 10 years, 15 years ago, only became possible back then. You had to build one 20 years ago, because you just couldn't have rendered an environment that's as large as a VR game with that many players, with that level of interaction and performance. It was just not possible to run it. So you had a certain level of technical capabilities, and the genre came out and proved to be by far the best shooter genre ever invented. But I think there are numerous more genres, some of which are better than the existing ones that will be embedded as we get more and more capabilities. Some of the capabilities we're lacking now are the ability to build environments and game simulations that span more than work than a single company can possibly create. And you see kind of the birth of that idea in Fortnite and Roblox, where there are tens of thousands of creators each building content. You sort of find meaningful amounts of it all. So there's an ecosystem that scales larger than the company, but it's still very much done to one island and played it. The other direction of scalability is putting more and more people's work together in a seamless, continuous play space for games where that makes sense. You can imagine a game taking place in an environment the size of a continent or Earth, in which you can go from place to place and see different areas which are maintained by different people. So you go into different spaces, the game rules are customized for that, and you go from experience to experience. And instead of having just one company's authorship ever present wherever you are, you'd be driving a car built by one person, carrying weapons built by 20 other people, and take place in a simulation and an environment built by thousands of other people, working for separate companies or their own entrepreneurs or indies or enthusiasts, all working together simultaneously. And we totally lack the programming foundations for that. The kinds of code you would need to write now to make that happen are just not practical. So we're investing massively in building new programming language technologies around Verse that are proposed standards for future metaverse programming that we hope will solve those kinds of problems and make that kind of world possible.
So first of all, that's super exciting future where you've got hundreds or thousands, millions of creators that could just create different small amazing elements of a world as big as Earth. Just if you sort of close your eyes and imagine that world, that's really exciting. Where it's not a centralized company controlling the release of a particular island or so on. It's people constantly dynamically modifying all of the islands of reality in this digital world. So if you could speak to some of the technology that you mentioned, the first programming. First of all, also, how legit is it for you, CEO of Rabbi, to be a co-author? The programming language theorists are losing their minds. Co-author of the paper describing some of the lot of details of the programming language. So maybe you could speak to this programming language called Verse. It's a functional logic language. What is it? What's the features?
Verse is a programming language that we're building for large-scale simulation programming. It's designed to make it easy to write code. It can scale up to not only you building a Fortnite island, but you building modules, components that can be used by millions of other programmers and coexist in a huge environment. And also can scale up to a huge scale simulation. Some games will be small. Battle Royale might find that 100 players is actually optimal. It might be the 1,000-player version of Battle Royale works, but I bet there are thousands, millions, and tens of million player experiences. They're even better than that will yet to be discovered. And so, I think
Tens of millions of players together.
sure, we've had Fortnite events that have attracted 15 million concurrent users, but the fact that they're all divided up into servers with 100 players each for those events isn't really a positive. It's just a limitation of the technology. Tracing back to Unreal Engine 1 and single-threading decisions. If we could build a concert for all of the concert participants, potentially tens of millions of them, participate together simultaneously and see that it's that massive a crowd, and they could all do interesting things and interact with each other, that would be way cooler.
Sorry, I'm just loading it in. Just imagining together one scene graph, 10 million people interacting. What a cool world that is.
Sure. Well, 10 million people. You have less than 10 million pixels on your screen. So what does the Nyquist standpoint theorem say? It says that you don't need full overhead for every player. You need to render the players